Hey everyone. Hope you're all doing well. Here, we provide high-quality novel audiobooks for free. Many of you might think that web novels and web novel audiobooks are the same, but they are actually quite different. Simply converting a web novel into an audiobook without adaptation often leads to a poor listening experience. That's why I carefully revise every chapter to create an immersive and enjoyable experience. I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and listening to ensure the narration flows naturally, just like reading it out loud yourself. This is not just a direct copy of the original novel. However, I want to be transparent. I've adapted this novel for commercial purposes, so most chapters are paid content. Please know that this does not violate copyright policies. I do all of this for one simple reason: I'm a huge fan. As many of you know, I love listening to web novel audiobooks, and this is one of my personal favorites. The audio speed is set to 3x, but if that's too fast, let me know. If there's a novel you'd like me to turn into an audiobook, feel free to suggest it, and I'll do my best to make it happen. We also have many more audiobooks available for free on Patreon, including I Am a Legendary Boss audiobook, Versatile Mage starting with the White Tiger Pendant, Naruto the Wind Calamity, the Necromancer is amassing troops like crazy in the apocalypse, the mighty dragons are dead, Naruto, leader of Hidden Grass Village, Naruto Uchiha's Unserious Saga, your lord has a screw loose, Apocalypse I can see the health point bar, killing monsters drops loot, Starsea Fleet Age of the Lord, my monster fuses everything, Naruto, I traveled with a max level account, Fate in Bleach Unlimited Blade Works, killed for 100 years in Hueco Mundo, Aizen invited me to Soul Society, the world Conquest giving birth to become a god, my master only breaks through on the edge of death, Bleach the Invincible Slacker from Rukongai, Naruto's Special Shop, One Piece the strongest female pirate cruise, Reborn as Danzō's grandson, must I offend the entire ninja world, Naruto starting with snatching the Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto Card King. In Hueco Mundo with Shindu Template, Naruto the Hidden Danzō, my journey as 4th Kusagakure, Naruto Troublesome Ninja Haruto, Naruto the Hyuga Mastermind, Bleach the strongest Shinigami, Bleach the 5th Division Captain, Fate Ultimate Antagonist, Fate of DXD, Fate I Heard After Death, you can ascend to the throne of heroes, Fate DXD Archer Reborn, Fate beginning with Type Moon, a Berserk Heart, Fate Grand Order Insert, One Piece take the Uchiha clan to the Grand Line, One Piece don't worry, I'm a doctor, building harem and dungeon with monster girls, DXD, Multiverse the day-to-day life of the Sephiroth hero, I'm the bad guy but heroines are obsessed with me, in Naruto, I have an affair with Mikoto and Kushina, many children bring happiness, a shameless start, Naruto Reborn with a Tenseigan, Naruto sleeping Invincible, One Piece, life choice ask me to kiss marine goddess Hina, reborn as the genius son of the richest family, start by eating jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit, the days of being the richest man in the ninja world, the Witcher and Madara Uchiha, villain I possess the dragon Yang Dao physique, all saintesses turns into villainesses, all beautiful girls want to stick with me, interdimensional farming in another world, Naruto from Hidden Leaf Village to One Piece, and more. Don't forget to check out our Facebook page on Twitter, X for the latest updates, new releases, and upcoming projects. Thank you for your support. Enjoy listening. He was certainly among the best of the younger generation. With a blending of abilities, even the Death Knight had suffered heavy blows. Perhaps. A sudden thought flickered in everyone's mind. Could there really be a chance to defeat the Death Knight? Just as they pondered this, the situation on the battlefield took a drastic turn. Boom. The Death Knight's aura erupted suddenly. Whoosh. It was a second-tier transformation. The Death Knight, having been sent flying, was quickly enveloped by the black aura of death spilling from its body. This death aura immediately corrupted the nature spores clinging to its armor, while the vines that had pursued it rapidly decayed. Bang. The Death Knight crashed heavily against the wall but pushed its heavy form back to its feet. Fang Heng. The Death Knight raised its head, looking toward Fang Heng, who was concealed beneath layers of dense foliage, and gave a slight nod. I recognize your strength. You are now capable of inheriting the power of Empress Persephone. From now on, I will not attack you proactively. Use any skills you have, let me see where your upper limit lies. Fang Heng furrowed his brow. Does the Death Knight also have a second tier? As Fang Heng contemplated this, game hints appeared. Ding. The player's current mission Empress Persephone's trial completed. The player has gained the Death Knight's recognition. Ding. The player has entered the follow-up mission phase. Please deal as much damage as possible to the Death Knight to gain higher recognition. Ding. The player will receive additional tier rewards for damage dealt to the Death Knight during the trial state. Ah. A glint of determination flashed in Fang Heng's eyes. Dealing more damage to the Death Knight for extra rewards? Interesting. This could be his golden opportunity to take down the Death Knight. Earring, acceleration. Once again, Fang Heng lunged forward, swinging the great holy sword with renewed vigor. Bang! This time, the Death Knight didn't budge an inch. Under the shroud of its aura of death, it simply raised its heavy sword to block the strike. Not good. There was something wrong with this black fog. Chapter 2559 Change. Feng Heng quickly reacted, retreating at high speed while rapidly condensing an imprint in front of him. Whoosh! 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 The Death Knight's heart skipped a beat. What was that? It looked up toward the high sky. To its surprise, a dark red portal emerged in the air, summoned by Feng Heng's mental strength. Whoosh! 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 Next, a swarm of lickers burst forth from the portal, rushing straight toward it. The Death Knight frowned. Creatures summoned under control? It focused on the approaching lickers and raised its heavy sword to sweep them away. Whoosh! The lickers hit by the sweeping sword were instantly frozen. Bang! 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 The frozen lickers shattered into pieces, sending shards of ice crystals flying backward, hitting more lickers that were rushing in from behind. Feng Heng's brow furrowed tightly. The tier difference between the two sides was significant, and the lickers were ineffective. In that case, let's try this move again. Book of Oaths. Whoosh! 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 A flurry of dark golden rune pages surged toward the Death Knight, weaving past the ice crystals before exploding on impact. Bang! 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 The black fog enveloping the Death Knight was instantly cleared by more than half. However, as the waves of holy power dissipated, the Death Knight remained cold and unyielding. Feng Heng smirked. After all that, it turned out that the holy element was still the most effective. He had used nearly all the moves at his disposal, yet he still couldn't take down the Death Knight before him. Feng Heng sensed that he was still a bit outmatched against a demigod-level opponent. The gap seemed small, but in reality, it was an insurmountable chasm. Killing the opponent would be extremely difficult. Yet, the reverse was also true, dealing with him wouldn't be easy either. Wait. There was still that. One last attempt. Feng Heng thought to himself as he tossed a handful of potions into his mouth, quickly condensing another imprint with his hands. Whoosh! Under the activation of his mental strength, a dark shrine of bones levitated in front of him. Death Knight, you said you wouldn't dodge. Don't go back on your word, let's see how this move works on you. As he spoke, Feng Heng's mental strength surged into the shrine of bones. In an instant, his sea of consciousness was drained of mental strength. The Death Knight watched as a bluish-green power blossomed from the shrine of bones before Feng Heng. Its pupils tightened in alarm, and its expression became gravely serious. That was the Frostbone Dragon. Instantly, the entire battleground was enveloped by the frost aura emanating from the shrine of bones. Ice crystals rapidly spread in all directions. Roar! With a deafening dragon's roar, the Frostbone Dragon burst forth from the shrine of bones, lunging directly at the Death Knight. Feng Heng fixed his gaze ahead. The Shrine of Bones, after sealing the Frostbone Dragon's soul, theoretically allowed him to unleash a powerful strike using its strength. Previously, the energy cost of this strike had been beyond his mental capacity, which was why the skill had appeared grayed out. However, after entering the Watts Occult Society and leveling up his 3 primary skills to high tiers, coupled with a period of grinding with zombie clones, his mental strength had seen a significant boost. With the help of potions, he finally met the minimum requirements for the skill. Roar! Simultaneously, the upper echelons of the Undead Council were taken aback as they witnessed the scene in the mirror. It was indeed the Shrine of Bones. And the soul imprisoned within it was none other than the Frostbone Dragon. Though they weren't physically present, they could almost feel the chilling will emanating from the mirror as if they were right there in the midst of it. Bang! A heavy explosion resounded. The entire projection mirror was covered in a flurry of white ice crystals. After half a minute, as the ice crystals gradually dispersed, the upper echelons of the Undead Council leaned in to look at the projection again. They saw the Death Knight being violently hurled backward, enveloped in a thick layer of ice. Beneath the frozen ice, the Death Knight's armor was already covered in fine cracks. Whoosh! 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 In the next moment, Ibukiya erupted. The once quiet vines surged violently, rushing toward the ice-covered Death Knight. The dense vines quickly engulfed the airborne Death Knight, wrapping him in a tight embrace and dragging him downward. Everything fell silent once more. Feng Heng coldly observed the area now covered by Ibukiya's vines and branches. Boom! Seconds later, the ground quaked wildly. The vines and branches on the surface twisted uncontrollably. More and more vines and branches surged toward the area where the Death Knight was buried, layer upon layer reinforcing the prison. Feng Heng's gaze remained cold as he focused ahead. The strength of the Frostbone Dragon had already surpassed his current stage. Using skills at such a high tier had a significant drawback: his mental strength was drastically weakening. He could only rely on potions to force himself to hold on. If this move didn't work, then all that was left was the final ultimate move, Everlasting Moon. Feng Heng didn't want to use it unless absolutely necessary. The ground ahead heaved violently. From the writhing vines, a massive bulge began to push upward. It was coming. Boom. Feng Heng's pupils constricted. The bulge erupted. The Death Knight stepped out from the seal created by Uchiha. His armor was shattered in several places, and the soul fire in his eyes had dimmed significantly. Feng Heng. The Death Knight gazed at Feng Heng and said, with the Empress's mount, "You have truly surprised me. You are the most suitable to become her vessel. You have proven your strength." Black mist slowly gathered around the Death Knight, gradually restoring his damaged body. Ding, the Death Knight has acknowledged your ability. The player has completed an additional reward mission. The follow-up mission will change. Feng Heng remained standing, casting a sidelong glance at the game hint while keeping his gaze fixed on the Death Knight. He could feel that the Death Knight, after sustaining continuous attacks, had become extremely weak. If he wanted to completely kill the Death Knight, this was his best opportunity. At the same time, the entire council chamber fell into silence. The Death Knight. The strength of this demigod-level creature was indeed terrifying. And this was not even the Death Knight's peak condition. In contrast, how powerful would the ancient realm's ruler, Empress Persephone, who had already reached the god-level stage, be? No one knew. Suddenly, a necromancy instructor furrowed his brow. Something's off. What is Feng Heng planning? In the mirror, everyone saw Feng Heng silently raising his right hand toward the front. What? Could it be that he had a special ability he hadn't used yet? Chapter 2560 Fusion. Everyone's hearts raced as Feng Heng's figure in the mirror began to fade into an ethereal state. Shi Liping fixed his gaze on the mirror, anxious to understand what was happening. What was Feng Heng planning to do? He was desperate to know what hidden abilities Feng Heng might still possess. Suddenly, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. What? Vaguely, he thought he saw a hint of the red moon emerging behind Feng Heng's fading silhouette. Whoosh! In the next moment, the entire projection in the mirror blurred completely, making it impossible to see anything within. What's going on? At the critical moment when the mirror malfunctioned, someone couldn't help but shout out in frustration. The mirror has temporarily malfunctioned due to high-intensity energy stimulation, one of the Necromancy Council members said, glancing at the mirror showing the other necromancy instructors in the Death Realm, his tone serious. It's not an issue with the stone slab. After all, the mirrors on the other side remained intact. It could only mean that the stone slabs on Feng Heng and Danzō were experiencing some unknown interference. Damn it. Of all times, the communication mirror failed now? Giargi calmed himself and immediately pressed, "What can we do to fix it quickly? Under the current circumstances, we can't repair it. We will have to wait until the fluctuations stabilize, and then the mirror will automatically restore itself." Upon hearing this, the group began murmuring quietly again, resigned to wait for the mirror to return to normal. Shi Liping had been intently focused on Feng Heng's situation, his heart racing uncontrollably. Suddenly, he sensed something in the now blurred mirror. He could still faintly see that red moon. The everlasting moon. Facing the weakened Death Knight, Feng Heng chose to deliver a final blow. Feng Heng knew exactly what he was doing. Since it was clear that the Empress's inheritance was a deep pit, the Death Knight before him was the true enemy. First, he needed to find a way to cut off the Empress's support. The crimson reflection of the blood moon appeared behind Feng Heng. Ding. The player is using the skill Everlasting Moon. Ding. Detected that the player is currently in a high-tier game world. Ding. Fusing with the current world, player skill form is changing. Fusing in progress. Ding. Detected that the player is currently in a necromancy state. Skill fusion in progress. Ding. Detected that the player is in the domain Eternal Tree Realm. Skill fusion in progress. Ding. The player and teammates have entered a reincarnation state. Ding. Everlasting Moon fusion with a domain. Ding. The player has gained domain. Silence Realm of Decay. Whoosh. 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 In the Great Hall, the ancient trees that had gathered began to emit soft whooshing sounds. The vines, branches, and leaves rapidly withered, leaving only black, lifeless trunks behind. The entire hall fell into a profound silence. Opposite Feng Heng, the Death Knight's expression became serious as he sensed that the surroundings were being swallowed by an overwhelming stillness. All life was gradually dissipating around him, including his strength. Even his will was fading. Slowly, the Death Knight raised his hand. He saw the armor on his arm beginning to turn to ash. Feng Heng, I didn't expect you to have mastered the power of silence. The trial ends here. The Death Knight spoke with a tone of admiration. Whoosh. As he spoke, the Death Knight's figure flickered, appearing right in front of Feng Heng, his engraved heavy sword slicing downwards. Huh. Feng Heng's form flickered like a phantom as the heavy sword swept past, disintegrating into ash in an instant. The Death Knight's eyes shimmered with calmness. Had he failed? Under the shroud of the realm of decay, everything would gradually wither away, even the slightest emotional ripples returning to silence. He could feel the stillness's decaying power attacking not only his body but also his spirit and will. His will was slowly crumbling, uncontrollably succumbing to the silence. It felt like being trapped in an eternal wintry hell. In just a fleeting thought, when the Death Knight regained his senses, he realized he had been pulled into the ground by vast stretches of rotting wood, becoming mere nourishment for the earth. This was bad. When had this happened? Suddenly jolted awake, the Death Knight struggled, but an even deeper darkness surged toward him. He lost consciousness once more. Not far away, Danzō and Li Shoqian stood frozen in fear. They could sense the overwhelming stillness permeating the domain ahead. It felt as if one step closer would draw them into that terrifying power. What kind of horrifying strength was this? They watched as the Death Knight, under Feng Heng's control, completely lost its ability to resist, slowly being dragged into the ground by decaying branches. Until it vanished entirely. Moments later, everything around them returned to its original state. The domain quickly receded, and life began to blossom anew as fresh vines and branches spread rapidly. Feng Heng still stood in place, but after using his ultimate skill, the mental strength in his sea of consciousness was instantly depleted. His body softened, and he nearly collapsed. Mr. Feng. Danzō and Li Shoqian rushed forward, each taking an arm to support him. Potion. Li Shoqian quickly retrieved a bottle of high-efficiency mental strength replenishing potion from his backpack and poured it into Feng Heng's mouth. After a couple of minutes, Feng Heng's spirit gradually began to recover. Yet his head still throbbed painfully. Damn it. Feng Heng estimated that using Everlasting Moon in the Death Realm had significantly increased the strength of the summoned product, which correspondingly heightened the energy consumption. It was a mixed blessing. On one hand, the greater the effect of Everlasting Moon, the better his chances against the Death Knight. On the other hand, having already used the Shrine of Bones once, his mental strength was not in optimal condition. The combination of these factors led to yet another backlash effect. He quickly checked the game log. Ding. The player has severely overdrawn mental strength, entering a backlash state, duration, 24 hours. Current state, mental strength recovery speed reduced by 90%, maximum mental strength decreased by 50%. Using skills will additionally consume corresponding health points. Fortunately, the limitations weren't too severe. The final effects of his skills were unaffected, and he could still fight through the negative effects. Mr. Feng, you okay? Yeah, just a bit drained. It's manageable. Feng Heng said, forcing himself to stand up. Not good. Danzō and Li Shoqian exchanged glances, then cautiously pointed toward the Death Knight, which had once again resumed its petrified state. Mr. Feng, what about the Death Knight? Huh? When had that happened? Feng Heng followed Danzō and Li Shoqian's gaze, his heart filled with confusion. When had the Death Knight turned back into a stone statue? He immediately checked the historical records for game hints. Chapter 2561 Slumb, ding. The player has dealt additional damage to the Death Knight's will, ding. The Death Knight has been consumed and has fallen into a slumber state. Until his will is restored, the Death Knight will remain asleep, ding. The player has successfully defeated the Death Knight. The player receives a reward, 5 Holy Spirit Crystal, ding. The player has passed the Death Knight's assessment. Current mission Empress's trial mission requirements have changed. Please proceed to explore the Mausoleum Hall of Empress Persephone. Remaining mission time, 10 hours 24 minutes, so that's it. The Death Knight has entered an indestructible state. With his current abilities, Feng Heng could only deplete the Knight's will, putting him into slumber. No problem there. At least his current goal had been achieved. The Death Knight wouldn't be a nuisance anymore, and he had already secured his rewards. Li Shoqian noticed Feng Heng's momentary silence and felt a twinge of anxiety. Mr. Feng? Is there some unexpected issue? It's fine. The Death Knight has been defeated, and I've severely weakened his will. He will be asleep for a while. Feng Heng nodded lightly and added, the Death Knight is a product of strong will. I was just lucky to have broken through it. Phew, Li Shoqian exhaled in relief upon hearing this. That's good. Any updates from the Undead Council? Not yet, Danzō said, glancing down at the stone slab and shaking his head. The recent disturbances were too intense, and the slab hasn't shown any signs of movement for a while. Maybe we should wait a bit? Mr. Feng, you can rest too. Okay. As the Everlasting Moon descended, the mirror of the Undead Council gradually recovered. They saw Feng Heng and the others unharmed, along with the Death Knight now reduced to stone. A wave of surprise swept through the Undead Council. What had happened? After that overwhelming surge of power, the Death Knight had once again turned to stone? How was it accomplished? The necromancy instructors in the council began to murmur loudly, their discussions growing more animated. Georgie waited for a moment, noticing that the chatter showed no signs of stopping. He then stepped in to restore order, signaling for silence. Quiet. Everyone, please calm down. We will record what just transpired and will learn the details once Feng Heng and the others return. For now, we have more important matters to investigate, so let's remain composed. Upon hearing this, the crowd gradually quieted down. Indeed, Georgie was right. After passing the Death Knight's assessment, the next step. The mausoleum of Empress Persephone was now within sight. Georgie noticed the excitement in everyone's eyes and nodded. I understand that everyone is eager to explore the mausoleum of Empress Persephone, and so am I. However, I believe now is not the right time. Feng Heng and the others have gone through several rounds of grueling battles, and they are not suited to continue fighting at this moment. Moreover, we know that the purpose of the mausoleum is to seek out vessels. Entering recklessly could be too dangerous. One misstep could lead to Empress Persephone's will forcibly seizing control of a body. They have already accomplished enough this time, now is the moment to withdraw. The members of the Undead Council exchanged glances and quietly debated for a moment before gradually falling silent. No one had objections to the council's decision. Although everyone was very curious about the mausoleum, they also understood that this was not the best time to proceed. With Feng Heng's help, they could continue their exploration next time. There was no need to take such a significant risk. They had waited thousands of years, so a little more time didn't matter. They could wait a bit longer. The undead faction was never short on patience. The chairman is right, but I have a request. Once Feng Heng and the others return, I hope to guide him and help him learn necromancy. Ahem. Dicky cleared his throat upon hearing another mentor's words. Feng Heng has always been learning from me. Are you trying to poach him in front of me? Ha ha ha, Dicky, I was just joking. Our branches are different. When it comes to summoning, I dare say no one here understands it better than I do. An elder from the Necromancy Council interrupted. If that's the case, I can also claim to know more about undead will than anyone here. I can teach Feng Heng relevant knowledge. Dicky shook his head, not bothering to argue further as he watched his student being snatched up by the others. Shi Liping, observing the scene, felt mixed emotions. These were all top figures from the Necromancy faction. In the past, receiving a word of guidance from any of them was a tremendous benefit. Now, it seemed like Feng Heng had turned into a coveted treasure, with mentors scrambling to claim him. Alright, everyone, let's set aside these discussions until Feng Heng and the others return safely. Right now, our priority is ensuring their safe return, Georgie said, feeling quite pleased. He waved his hand and looked at his assistant. How's the preparation for the holy weapon? Is it ready to operate? The Necromancy Council assistant nodded and said, Chairman, the holy weapon is fully prepared and can be activated at any time. However, using it will require a long period to remodel the body, and the Death Realm's intensity is extremely high. Forcing the use of the holy weapon could damage it, so it's not recommended unless absolutely necessary. Chairman, another assistant added, the situation with the Necromancy Mentor escort is becoming critical. The storm surrounding Empress Persephone's mausoleum is intensifying. Everyone had just focused their thoughts on Feng Heng, but upon hearing the assistant's words, they all turned to look at the other side of the mirror. Indeed, as the assistant had said, the situation outside the mausoleum was grim. Dark clouds had completely enveloped the perimeter of Empress Persephone's mausoleum and were continuously gathering. Alright, inform Feng Heng. It's too dangerous to explore the Empress's mausoleum right now. They should immediately regroup with the external instructor team. If conditions prevent a safe retreat, prepare to use the holy weapon to leave the Death Realm. Here it comes. We have news. In the Hall of the Death Knight, Feng Heng and the others took a moment to rest when they noticed the stone slab beginning to heat up slightly. Danzō quietly called out and immediately leaned down to check the information on the slab. Li Shouqian leaned in closer, asking, what does it say? Chapter 2562 Storm of the Death Realm. The Death Realm storm outside the mausoleum had condensed to a certain extent. The Undead Council believed that continuing our exploration posed too much risk, and they ordered us to retreat immediately to regroup with the external instructors, who would protect us as we left. Danzō paused and continued, if the situation changes, they will use the necromancy artifact to take us away. Hearing that there would be an artifact to help, Li Shouqian immediately relaxed. He had to admit that while the necromancy faction might not be great at fighting, they were quite reliable when it came to their own. Plus, with an artifact to assist, it was a privilege like no other. Mr. Feng, how are you? Have you recovered? Can you hold on and leave with us? Feng Heng opened his eyes, paused his mental strength sorting, and nodded. I am fine, but I don't want to leave just yet. The mission rewards are right in front of us, and it feels a bit unsatisfying to leave now. The trial mission from Empress Persephone was still ongoing. Moreover, special missions had time and regional limitations. If they left now, the mission would be considered a failure, rendering all their previous efforts in vain. Danzō and Li Shoqiang exchanged glances. Indeed, they felt a strong sense of reluctance. But their abilities were limited, they hadn't been able to participate in the fierce battles earlier, just cheering from the sidelines didn't have any real impact. The true combat strength was solely Feng Heng. Yet, after enduring those two brutal fights, Feng Heng's condition was far from optimal. Feng Heng stood up. "Don't worry about me. We've come this far, how can we not check out Empress Persephone's mausoleum?" Wait, was he serious? Li Shoqiang and the others looked at Feng Heng, sensing he was serious, which made them a bit anxious. Feng Heng was aware of his own situation. All his big skills were on cooldown, and he was still suffering from the backlash effect on his mental strength. The risks were indeed significant. If it were any other time, he would have definitely given up on the mission. But now, he was eager for this task. Empress Persephone needed to find a new body, which meant she was likely gravely injured and currently in a weakened state. Just moments ago, he had taken down the Death Knight protecting her. This could be his chance to gain something valuable. Feng Heng was unwilling to give up until he was completely cornered. Feng Heng took one last look at the game hints. The good news was that it had taken him less than an hour to deal with the Death Knight. There was still plenty of time left for the mission, enough for him to make some preparations. For example, Ibakaya's summoning Magicary. Li Shoqiang and Danzō watched as Feng Heng slowly approached the entrance of the Great Hall. Instead of rushing in, he turned back to them. "You two are somewhat familiar with alchemy Magicarays, right? I need your help with something." Feng Heng crouched down and began pulling out materials for setting up the Magicary from his backpack. At the same time, the heavy doors of the Great Hall creaked open. With the sealing ability lost, several robust fusion tyrant forms pushed the heavy metal door inward. A swarm of liquors quickly poured through the door, rapidly condensing into flesh cocoons. From each opened cocoon, vine zombie clones crawled out, making their way to Feng Heng. They extended their vines, gently wrapping around the magic array materials, and began arranging the magic array within the Great Hall. What the hell? Zombie clone? Li Shoqiang and Danzō stared in confusion, slowly raising their heads to look at Feng Heng with puzzled expressions. Setting up a magic array in advance? Was this preparation for dealing with the mausoleum of Empress Persephone? Meanwhile, the higher-ups of the Undead Council were also observing Feng Heng's actions through the mirror. After a moment of silence, the instructors began to whisper among themselves. Feng Heng and his companions had clearly expressed their determination not to give up and leave. But were they really setting up a magic array? And using zombie creatures to do so? In the past, there had been instances where summoners utilized summon beings to assist in arranging magic arrays. Scholars of summoning would contract elite creatures capable of manipulating magic arrays to harness their power. But to summon so many at once? And to use zombies? This was unheard of. What was even more baffling was what Feng Heng was trying to accomplish with this. What were his true intentions? Chairman, the necromancy assistant tasked with curiosity, didn't Feng Heng receive the message from the stone slab? No, the stone slab is intact. They've received the message. It seems Feng Heng has his own considerations and may not want to withdraw so easily, Dicky replied, nodding in agreement. I think Feng Heng is preparing for the exploration of Empress Persephone's mausoleum. The others, upon hearing this, began to discuss more animatedly. Was it true? Did he really want to continue the exploration? The risks were incredibly high. As they observed the mirror, they suddenly realized that Feng Heng was not setting up a medium-sized magic array but rather a super-sized one. GRG watched the mirror for a moment before asking, Dicky, do you think he has a chance of success? I don't know, Dicky said with a smile. This kid often surprises us, but personally, I am willing to give him 100% trust. But everyone. Another elder from the Undead Council looked at the projection on the other side, his eyes filled with concern. The undead storm outside the mausoleum is rapidly intensifying. Feng Heng doesn't have much time left to withdraw. GRG glanced at the projection to his right, then lowered his head in thought. He spoke generously, everyone, since we can't persuade Feng Heng at this point, the best we can do is to give him our full support. Let's try to contact him through the stone slab and warn him about the risks outside the mausoleum. We should see if there's anything else we can do to help. Understood. It took a full 5 hours to complete the magic array in the Great Hall of the Death Knight. Feng Heng stepped into the center of the array and placed his hand on it. His mental strength activated. Whoosh! The entire massive magic array suddenly erupted with a greenish-blue glow, slowly starting to turn. Danzō and Li Shoqiang watched as the array was completed and cautiously moved closer to Feng Heng, observing the magic array intently. After a moment, the greenish-blue light emanating from the array began to fade. Huh? It's gone? Did it fail? As Li Shouqiang and Tan Shao were filled with confusion, their hearts suddenly skipped a beat. Chapter 2563 Destruction Kaikai. Tiny tendrils of vine spilled out from the magic array. Immediately afterward, the vine tendrils rapidly grew in a circle around the magic array, enveloping it completely. Done. Fang Heng quickly opened the game hints to check. Ding. The player has successfully activated the summoning magic array of Abakia. Ding. In the current special environment, part of Abakia's abilities is reduced, and additional energy will be required for teleportation. Great. Abakia's teleportation ability would help them escape from this place. This added an extra layer of insurance. Fang Heng glanced at Abakia and quickly established a mental connection. Since it was Abakia's first time in the Death Realm, it was struggling to adapt to the environment, resulting in reduced combat effectiveness. Nonetheless, it was still a high-tier combat force. In addition, there were plenty of zombie clones. Ultimately, whether they could successfully explore the mausoleum of Empress Persephone would depend on them. Fang Heng slapped his cheeks to stay alert, then turned to Tan Shao and Li Shouqiang. If we encounter any danger, move immediately toward the magic array. It can help us teleport out of the Death Realm. Li Shouqiang and Tan Shao exchanged surprised glances, their eyes roving over the magic array. They couldn't believe this special vine could actually teleport them away from the Death Realm. Yet, they trusted Fang Heng wouldn't mislead them. With a path to escape from the Death Realm, Li Shouqiang felt a bit reassured. He nodded and said, "Got it. We will remember that. Almost there, let's move." Fang Heng controlled a group of zombie clones to linger in the Death Knight Hall, then stepped toward the grand door leading to Empress Persephone's mausoleum. Meanwhile, in the Undead Council Hall, a heavy aura enveloped the room as all the high-ranking members of the Undead faction focused intently on Fang Heng and his companions. They were finally taking action. Though they still didn't fully understand the purpose of the tentacles summoned by Fang Heng's magic array, the array's impressive level indicated that these vines were anything but ordinary. They hoped for their success. The necromancy instructors silently prayed in their hearts. Creak. Creak. The grand door leading to Empress Persephone's mausoleum slowly swung open. Fang Heng stepped into the hall behind it. Coffins. His eyes immediately fell upon the numerous coffins arranged throughout the hall. They covered almost half of the space, a dense cluster. Fang Heng squinted slightly. Which coffin held the remains of Empress Persephone? Abakia's vines followed him, creeping into the hall. The silence in the hall was thick, exuding an unsettling power. Tan Shao and Li Shouqiang cautiously followed behind Fang Heng, scanning for suspicious items. "Mr. Fang, look over there," Tan Shao whispered, noticing something. Everyone immediately followed his gaze. That was. In the center of the hall stood a towering ice crystal pillar, over 2 meters tall. Near the ice crystal stone pillar, a coffin was shrouded in a dark aura. It seemed to be triggered by something external, as the aura continuously spilled out from the coffin. "Be careful." Just as those words were spoken, the dark aura swiftly condensed on the coffin. Fang Heng and the others felt a jolt of surprise and immediately looked up. The gray aura coalesced quickly, gradually forming a phantom. The figure lacked a defined face, appearing as a humanoid silhouette. From its shape, it resembled an elderly figure hunched over, supported by a long shadowy scepter. Fang Heng and his companions stared intently at the apparition. The figure slowly shifted its gaze toward Fang Heng. "Welcome, young trial participant. Your presence here signifies that you have passed the Death Knight's assessment. Well done." There was a hint of nostalgia in its voice as it continued. "I never expected the one to succeed would be a young death god. Come, follow me. I have awaited your arrival, to guide you in inheriting the power of the Empress. Come closer. Trust that the shadows of the realm of death will once again envelop the world." Fang Heng studied the elder figure. What was this shadow? A product of will? As time passed, the elder's form began to solidify, his clothing and features becoming increasingly clear. "Who are you?" "I am Cliff, the priest of the realm of death," the shadow mused. "Forgive me for being here so long, it's difficult to recall my name. Trial participant, come. Let us complete the final ritual as soon as possible." "Wait. Fang Heng." Tan Shao shouted, blocking Fang Heng's path. The stone slab in his hands was heating up rapidly. The Undead Council Hall was in an uproar as the necromancers, observing through mirrors, witnessed the unfolding scene. The realm of death was established by Empress Persephone. Though they couldn't see the elder's face clearly, the runes etched upon him indicated that he was likely a priest of the realm of death. He was still alive. The higher-ups in the Undead Council had so many questions about the realm of death. Finally, they had found a surviving will. The elder slowly turned his gaze to Tan Shao and asked, "Is there something else?" Priest, I want to know why the undead realm fell? Cliff paused, seemingly lost in long memories. After a moment, he returned from his reverie, shaking his head. No, you are mistaken. The undead realm never perished, the Empress merely fell into a deep slumber, waiting for a suitable vessel, and now, the Empress has found one. Cliff's gaze shifted to Feng Hang and said, yes, it is you. You have passed the test of the Death Knight and are about to become the vessel for the will of Empress Persephone. Feng Hang pressed on. Why did the Empress fall into slumber? Because of war. Cliff continued, the Death Realm was not at peace. The Empress, in her mercy, had not cleansed all the tribes that existed there. The Hanyu tribe allied with outsiders, opening the abyss of despair, disrupting the cycle of reincarnation, and attempting to overthrow the Empress's rule. But they ultimately failed. Cliff shook his head. The Empress destroyed the abyss of despair, rebuilt order, restored reincarnation, and drove away the outsiders. She vowed to eradicate all tribes that showed her disloyalty. Unfortunately, during the reconstruction of the abyss of despair, Empress Persephone expended too much energy. In the final battle, her will was compromised, and the queen bug shattered her physical form, even attempting to devour her will. Thus, the Empress chose to take them down with her. After that, her remaining will be returned to the mausoleum she had built in her lifetime. Chapter 2564 Resurrection. Unfortunately, the remnants of the Empress's will were not enough to facilitate her complete resurrection. The Empress had to settle for less and sought a new vessel. As the loyal servants of the Empress, we had been waiting for her to find a suitable body, waiting for her to awaken once more and ascend upon the Death Realm. Feng Hang furrowed his brow. To unify the entire Death Realm, Empress Persephone's power was undoubtedly formidable. Yet, from Cliff's words, it seemed she had failed in her homeland. In the Undead Council Hall, a profound silence enveloped the room. Everyone watched the situation in the mirrors, eager to glean any understanding of what Cliff was saying from his expressions. Cliff's phantom slowly turned to Feng Hang and said, after inheriting the will of the Empress, two distinct wills will exist within your body. You will gain the Empress's power, but you must also perfect her will, becoming the new master of the Death Realm. As soon as he finished speaking, a game hint refreshed in Feng Hang's vision. Ding! The player completed a special mission trial of the Master of the Death Realm. The player triggered the next phase of the mission Inheritance of Empress Persephone. Choice. Mission name, Inheritance of Empress Persephone. Choice. Description. After undergoing numerous trials, you successfully entered the depths of Empress Persephone's mausoleum, locating the land of hibernation of her will. The High Priestess of the Death Realm, founded by Empress Persephone, will guide you infusing with the remnants of her soul's will, inheriting the strength of Empress Persephone. Mission Choice 1. Accept Cliff's guidance to complete the fusion of the soul's will. The fusion probability may yield unknown effects, with a chance of the player's will being obliterated. Players should choose carefully. Mission Choice 2. Refuse the mission requirements. Warning, this choice will significantly decrease the player's friendship with Cliff and is likely to result in a break with Empress Persephone. It may also affect the player's current bloodline skill commander level Death God bloodline, and there is a high probability of combat with Cliff. Description. This decision mission will alter the course of the game, so players should choose wisely. Ding. The player's Greed Demonic Seed special effect activates, allowing the player to choose both options simultaneously. After completing the decision mission, the player can choose to delay the mission settlement time, up to 72 hours. Ding. Since this decision mission has no associated rewards, the player cannot gain additional rewards by completing both options. What would you choose? Li Shouqiang and Tan Shao also saw the mission hint and turned their attention to Feng Hang. Would he accept the will of the Empress? It sounded nice, but how could he be certain that he would not be consumed by the Empress's will? Feng Hang and Tan Shao felt the stone slabs in their hands heat up dangerously. The instructors of the Undead Council, although unable to hear their conversation, likely had an inkling of what was about to unfold. Dicky was especially anxious, his hands gripping his scepter so tightly that veins were popping. Feng Hang. Please don't be swayed by Cliff. Empress Persephone had already reached a god-level stage, her power could only be described as terrifying. Not to mention that there was still an ice crystal imprint of Empress Persephone in Feng Hang's sea of consciousness. He should be no match for her. In a mirror, Feng Hang fell into silence. With the demonic seed within him, his will was incredibly strong. When compared to the Empress, it was hard to say who would come out on top. If the mission had required him to inherit the will of the Death Knight, he would have agreed without hesitation. After all, the will of the demonic seed was far stronger than that of the Death Knight, and he was confident he could easily eliminate the Death Knight and snag some benefits along the way. But facing Empress Persephone, the one who established the entire Death Realm, the master of the Death Realm, comparing willpower with her? It was a gamble he wasn't willing to take. If he failed, He would be completely reduced to a puppet of Empress Persephone. That was unacceptable. Young man, what are you waiting for? You can come forward now, Cliff called out, unaware of Fang Hang's inner thoughts. He gestured for Fang Hang to approach and continued, stand by my side and touch the ice crystal pillar. The Empress's will begin to inherit within you. You are about to take on the heavy responsibility of re-establishing the rules of the Death Realm. Our time is short, so let's start quickly. Fang Hang remained silent. If he chose to refuse, it was highly likely he would have to fight Cliff. Cliff was once a priest of the realm of death. His strength was roughly on the same tier as that of the Death Knight. One leaned toward warrior abilities, while the other leaned toward mage skills. Fang Hang even sensed that Cliff might be slightly stronger. Right now, his 3 major abilities were on cooldown, and his combat effectiveness had decreased significantly, making it difficult for him to win. Fang Hang glanced at the mission again, and suddenly a thought arose in his mind. Perhaps there was another way. Fang Hang slowly raised his head, focusing on Cliff. Could he find a way to deceive this old man? Outsmart him? Seeing that Fang Hang was still unmoving, Cliff urged again, young man, what are you waiting for? Our time is running out. Sorry, High Priest, Fang Hang decided firmly, lifting his head to meet Cliff's gaze. I am afraid I cannot inherit the Empress's will at this moment. Cliff's pupils suddenly constricted, fixating intently on Fang Hang. What did you say? Cliff's expression turned cold as he fixed his gaze on Fang Hang. Why? As the Empress's servant and inheritor, isn't it your honor to dedicate yourself to her? I need a reason. High Priest, my body has significant flaws, and I fear I cannot fuse with the Empress's will, Fang Hang replied. Oh? Cliff's brow furrowed slightly, suspicion creeping into his eyes. What flaws could prevent even the Empress from healing you? My sea of consciousness has been manipulated by a special power. If triggered, it could explode at any moment. I wouldn't mind dying, but if it affects the Empress. Oh? What power could possibly have such an effect? Cliff's skepticism deepened as he shook his head and turned his gaze toward Danzō and Li Shoqian. The 2 men felt a chill run down their spines, as if they were being watched by something terrifying, and their hearts raced. Cliff lingered on them for a moment before shaking his head and shifting his attention back to Fang Hang. Li Shoqian initially breathed a sigh of relief but then felt a surge of irritation. What did that look mean? Did they not deserve to inherit the Empress's will? Cliff once again looked at Fang Hang. Since you lack the qualifications to inherit the Empress's soul, why disturb her peace by entering the mausoleum? High Priest, we were unaware that the Empress's will had fallen into slumber. We came here only to seek clues about her disappearance. Chapter 2565 Trap and Kill. Cliff fell silent for a moment before looking up, saying, forget it. Even if there are slight flaws in your sea of consciousness, with the Empress's abilities, there shouldn't be any danger. We can't wait for another inheritor, we must begin immediately. Fang Hang's heart stirred as he pressed, High Priest, is there something urgent? It's nothing. You will know once the ritual is complete, Cliff replied, turning away and moving a few steps closer to the blue ice crystal pillar in the center of the Great Hall. He then turned back to Fang Hang. What? Aren't you coming? High Priest, the strength of the power hidden in my sea of consciousness is quite high. If I am not careful, it could disrupt the Empress's affairs, which wouldn't be good. For safety's sake, we should. Humphrey. Stop stalling. I've already said that the Empress's inheritance will pose no problems. I see you have other thoughts. Cliff's expression shifted as he fixed his gaze on Fang Hang. Since you are here, you will either accept the inheritance or remain here forever. High Priest, I have no intention of hiding anything. For safety, why don't you enter my sea of consciousness and check for yourself? Confirm that there are no issues? Very well, I will personally check. What is it that makes you so apprehensive? As he spoke, Cliff summoned a black mist that enveloped Fang Hang's body. Don't resist. With a whoosh, the black mist surged into Fang Hang through his facial features. Danzō and Li Shoqian quickly stepped back, warily watching Fang Hang. This was bad. Just as they were about to rush in to help, Danzō suddenly noticed a cold smile curling at the corner of Fang Hang's mouth. A thought flashed through his mind, and he quickly blocked Li Shoqian. Wait. Danzō recalled vividly that not long ago, Fang Hang had annihilated the will of the Death Knight in his sea of consciousness. Now, Cliff's will was also entering Mr. Fang's domain. Could it be that Mr. Fang intended to use the same tactic again? Was Fang Hang planning to lure him into the sea of consciousness from the start? What? Don't rush. Let's watch. Danzō held Li Shoqian back, keeping a close eye on Fang Hang. Fang Hang was indeed thinking along those lines. Annihilating the will of Persephone would be a tall order, but dealing with a high priest of similar rank to the Death Knight should be much easier. Cliff's will surged into Fang Hang's sea of consciousness, probing for any anomalies. As expected, Cliff sensed an unusual energy field within Fang Heng's sea of consciousness. However, this energy coexisted peacefully with the ice crystal imprint left by Empress Persephone, residing in a corner of Fang Heng's consciousness. What kind of power was this? Cliff had never encountered such energy fluctuations before, so he moved closer to investigate. But just as his consciousness approached, a shock surged through him. This was bad. The energy wave erupted suddenly, engulfing him rapidly. This force was clearly under Fang Heng's control. Humphrey. Realizing that Fang Heng had malicious intent, Cliff snorted coldly, "Fang Heng. Don't try any tricks. If you persist in this foolishness, don't blame me for completely obliterating your will." Seeing that Fang Heng showed no signs of backing down, Cliff let out a heavy huff. "Humphrey. You're seeking your demise." Cliff had not intended to completely extinguish Fang Heng's will or occupy his body, as this would affect Fang Heng's innate talent. However, with Fang Heng's consciousness now attacking him and blocking his escape route, Cliff had no choice but to take action. He summoned his will, preparing to crush Fang Heng's will entirely. In an instant, Cliff's will surged, expanding within the sea of consciousness as he attempted to obliterate Fang Heng's will in return. The disparity in their abilities was immense. After all, Fang Heng was still too young, and his willpower was no match for Cliff, who had cultivated for tens of thousands of years. Just when Cliff thought victory was assured, his pupils suddenly constricted. What? In an instant, Cliff felt a chill run through him. The next moment, a massive will force crashed down on him. With no means of resistance, the will originating from the demonic seed acted like a colossal grinding wheel, shattering his will in an instant. A game prompt flashed quickly across Fang Heng's retina. Ding. The player has chosen to refuse the inheritance of the Empress's will. Ding. The player has killed Cliff's will. The player gains 8 Holy Spirit Crystal. Ding. The player's Greed Demonic Seed passive effect is activated, allowing the player to delay the mission settlement. Fang Heng gasped, suddenly opening his eyes. He had succeeded. He had successfully lured Cliff's will into his consciousness and then obliterated it. Li Shouqiang and Tan Shao, who had been waiting nearby, rushed over as soon as Fang Heng opened his eyes. They looked at him, eagerly asking, "Mr. Fang? How's it going?" "Not a big deal." "What about that priest? Did you take care of him?" "Yeah, by a stroke of luck." Li Shouqiang and Tan Shao exchanged glances. Although they had suspected as much from Fang Heng's demeanor, hearing him confirm it left them in shock. The High Priest, a subordinate of the once mighty Empress Persephone, had been effortlessly dealt with by Fang Heng. It felt almost surreal, as if they were dreaming. Fang Heng flipped open the stone slab in his hand. The latest information from the higher-ups of the undead faction had been transmitted to the slab. The content was straightforward, mostly warnings to be cautious of Empress Persephone's schemes. However, the intelligence held by the Undead Council was limited, and they couldn't provide any actionable advice for the time being. He stored the stone slab away. Now that Cliff was taken care of, he had completely severed ties with Empress Persephone. Using the Greed Demonic Seed ability, he could temporarily delay the mission settlement. Perhaps he could buy some more time. With that thought, Fang Heng looked up at Tan Shao and Li Shouqiang. He said, "While we still have time before the next phase of the mission settles, let's search this mausoleum. We should see if there are any other valuable findings we can take with us." "Sure." The three of them immediately began to search the mausoleum for useful clues. Meanwhile, the instructors from the Undead Council could only watch the general situation through the mirror projection. They couldn't hear the conversations among the trio and were unaware that the High Priest Cliff had been killed while trying to invade Fang Heng's Sea of Consciousness. They were still anxiously seeking a countermeasure. After a few minutes, they suddenly saw Fang Heng and his companions spread out, starting to search for clues. The instructors exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what was happening. Chapter 2566 Book of Advancement A. What was going on? What were Fang Heng and the others doing? Just as GRG was pondering these questions, one of his assistants noticed something and approached him, speaking quietly, "Chairman, there's a situation at the entrance of the mausoleum. The instructors seem to be in serious trouble. It's advisable to evacuate immediately, otherwise, we might not be able to escape." "Not able to escape?" Upon hearing this, the others quickly turned their attention to the mirror projection showing the instructors at the mausoleum entrance. At that moment, the expressions of the instructors turned extremely serious. Unbeknownst to them, the undead storm had spread to the outskirts of the mausoleum, enveloping the entire area in darkness. The intensity of the undead storm was higher than any they had encountered before. It was even still condensing. "President, this undead storm seems exceptional," one instructor remarked. "With the speed of the undead storm, they probably won't be able to evacuate in time," another added. "Well, we can't just do nothing." This undead storm is unusual. If they get trapped, they could be stuck in the mausoleum for 100 years or more. After that, they'd have to use unconventional means to escape. The instructors of the Necromancer Association began to murmur among themselves. Georgie raised his head and gestured for silence, turning to his assistant. This undead storm appeared suddenly. We can't be sure whether it was triggered by the mausoleum. First, use the stone slab to communicate with the instructors outside the mausoleum. Have them evacuate to ensure their safety. Understood. Through the mirror, the higher-ups of the Undead Council saw the group of over 10 instructors outside the mausoleum reading the information on the stone slab. After a brief discussion, they began preparations to evacuate. Wait, didn't Teacher Gulwo leave? In the mirror, all the instructors had evacuated, leaving only Gulwo behind. Looks like Gulwo intends to stay, one remarked. He wants to provide us with more intelligence through the mirror. That's fine. Gulwo's abilities in soul studies are exceptional. It's suitable for him to remain there. Even if he were to face death penalties while using soul projection, the consequences would be lighter for him. His presence is the best choice. In the hall, the members of the undead faction nodded in agreement and turned their attention back to the mirror showing Feng Heng and the others. After dealing with the priest, Feng Heng and his companions began to explore the mausoleum of Empress Persephone. The hall was filled with coffins of various sizes, appearing somewhat chaotic at first glance. However, upon closer inspection, 12 large coffins were arranged in a circle at the center of the mausoleum hall, with other coffins corresponding to these 12 placed around them. As for other notable features, besides the central ice crystal stone pillar, there were 24 additional ice crystal stone pillars connecting the ground and the ceiling surrounding the hall. The ice crystal stone pillars emitted a chilling aura. According to what High Priest Cliff said earlier, to complete the inheritance of the Empress's will, we need to touch the central stone pillar. Feng Heng pondered but didn't approach the pillar just yet. Instead, he cautiously observed the periphery first. After finding nothing of note, the three regrouped. Nothing special to report. I checked these coffins. Each has a lengthy inscription, but we don't understand the language of Empress Persephone's empire, so we can't decipher it. Just then, the stone slab in Danzō's hand began to heat up again. Message from the Undead Council. Li Shoqian leaned in, reading the text displayed on the slab aloud. The order of the Death Realm Empire founded by Empress Persephone is strict. We assess that the closer the coffin is to the central area, the higher the status of its owner in life. Li Shoqian looked up, questioning, so the Undead Council wants us to search the central mausoleums for clues? Not so fast, Danzō suggested, glancing at Feng Heng. Maybe it's safer to search from the outside in? Agreed. Feng Heng stepped back from the ice crystal stone pillar in the corner. At least from his observations, the 24 ice crystal stone pillars at the edges seemed to pose no threat. Ibakia's vines had also entangled around the ice crystal pillars on the ground, finding no energy to absorb. They would have to search for clues starting from the coffins. We should check that one, Feng Heng suggested, pointing to a coffin near the center of the Great Hall. He clearly remembered that the shadow of High Priest Cliff had coalesced from that very coffin. Li Shoqian and Danzō, reminded by Feng Heng, nodded lightly and the three of them slowly approached the coffin. Stay alert here while I take a look, Feng Heng said, weaving between two other coffins to reach the one belonging to Cliff. He extended his hand and gently pressed against the coffin. It wasn't locked. Kai. With a forceful lift, black fog immediately billowed out from the coffin. Feng Heng instinctively stepped back. There was no danger. The black fog quickly dissipated into the surrounding aura of death. As the fog cleared, Feng Heng looked down into the coffin. Like before, the bottom was shrouded in a layer of black mist. Switching back to his normal form, Feng Heng reached into the fog and began to feel around. He found something. A book? Feng Heng's heart raced as he pulled out a thick tome from the bottom of the coffin. Ding! The player obtained an item, Death Realm Priest Advancement Book. Item Death Realm Priest Advancement Book. Description: the player can use this book to advance their Death God bloodline. Can be used when a commander-level Death God bloodline reaches maximum level. Description: if the player has not mastered the Death God bloodline, this item can be similarly used for advancing undead spells. Can be used when the Grand Master level in Necromancy reaches maximum level. After use, the skill advances to Transcendent Necromancy. It turned out to be a skill bloodline advancement book. Feng Heng's pupils shrank. What a great find! Death God bloodline. It seemed to correspond to the Transcendent level in Necromancy. Transcendent tier. This was a domain unreachable by ordinary players. Feng Heng's heart raced with excitement. He never expected to find such a valuable item so easily in Empress Persephone's mausoleum. Unfortunately, he hadn't leveled the Death God bloodline to its highest tier yet, so he couldn't use it for now. Feng Heng turned to look at Li Shoqian and the others behind him, We've found something. There's an advancement book in the coffin. Let's search for more. If Cliff's coffin contained an advancement book, what about the others? There might be other rewards as well. Perhaps more advancement books? Or even experience books would be nice. Chapter 2567 Special Choice. According to the Undead Council, the hierarchy in the underworld was strict. Thus, the coffins on the outskirts belonged to masters of lower ranks, and their strength was relatively weaker. They decided to start with those. As he spoke, Feng Hang leaped backward quickly, arriving at a dilapidated coffin on the outermost edge of the grand hall. This coffin was far more worn than those in the center of the hall. Feng Hang exchanged a glance with Danzō, and they both reached out to press on the coffin, straining to lift it. Crack. Whoosh. Suddenly, Feng Hang's pupils constricted. There it was. The moment the coffin opened, a stream of black mist surged out from within. A shadow quickly coalesced above the coffin. The black mist rapidly formed into a humanoid shape. Feng Hang and the others immediately assumed a defensive stance. As the figure formed from the black mist gradually solidified, the resurrected undead guardian's memories began to return, and its gaze slowly focused on Feng Hang and the others. The four bowed in a gesture of respect. Greetings, three lords of the underworld. What are your commands? Feng Hang felt a stir of excitement within. Interesting. He quickly realized that in the strict hierarchy of Queen Persephone, the soul consciousness buried in this outer coffin likely did not hold a rank higher than his as a leading death god. And since the task had not yet been completed, he was still part of Queen Persephone's faction. Feng Hang fixed his gaze on the black mist and spoke solemnly. Who are you? Tell me your name and your identity. My memories are not fully restored yet. I remember I was the captain of the 3rd Guardian Squad. I was once responsible for protecting the security of Queen Persephone's empire. And later, the Guardian's form gradually solidified, and its memories quickly came flooding back. Later, I was ordered to guard the Queen's tomb, to repel intruders, and to await the arrival of new successors. The Guardian revealed a thoughtful expression and slowly raised its head to look at Feng Hang, continuing, Are you the new inheritor? Have you passed the trials? Or have you fused with the Empress's powers? As the Guardian spoke, it gradually sensed something was amiss, its expression shifting as it scanned the hall. Just as Feng Hang was about to probe further, the Guardian suddenly noticed something, its expression changing. This is bad, they've sensed us. What? Who? Who sensed us? The Guardian's face grew serious as it replied, It's the undead tribe that once rebelled against Empress Persephone, the Hanyu clan. Feng Hang raised an eyebrow. Li Shouqian felt things were turning dire and pressed. Explain it clearly. What is this Hanyu? The Guardian explained, the Hanyu clan, like us, is a tribe born in the Death Realm. They once occupied a vast area and called themselves the Hanyu Empire. After the Empress unified the entire Death Realm, she didn't slaughter these tribes. Instead, she granted them a primitive domain to continue existing in the Death Realm. However, the Empress didn't anticipate that the Hanyu clan, after initially choosing to submit, secretly allied with outsiders to overthrow her rule. As the Empress's soul fell into a slumber, the Hanyu clan's rebellion gradually subsided. Now, they've likely sensed that the Empress's soul is about to awaken, so they've come here to stop the remnants of her will from being revived. Li Shouqian and the others felt a jolt in their hearts, their gazes shifting to Feng Hang. What was this suddenly emerging Hanyu clan? What should they do now? Feng Hang also found it strange. Where had this Hanyu clan come from? While he pondered, several lines of game hints appeared in his vision. Ding! The player's current mission triggered Empress Persephone's inheritance. Choice has changed. Mission name, Empress Persephone's inheritance. Choice. Mission description. You learned from the resurrected guardians that the undead tribe, the Hanyu clan, which was thoroughly defeated by the Empress, has once again launched an attack on Empress Persephone's mausoleum, attempting to disrupt the Empress's will inheritance. Please, player, acquire the Empress's will inheritance before the Hanyu clan breaches the undead. Mission choice 1, resist the invasion of the Hanyu clan and complete the soul will fusion by accepting the Empress's guidance before the Hanyu clan arrives. If the Hanyu clan destroys the coffin preserving the Empress's will, this mission will be considered a failure. The outcome of the soul will fusion may yield unknown effects. Players should make their choices carefully. Mission choice 2, refuse to accept the Empress's inheritance. This choice will likely lead to a rift with Empress Persephone, which may affect the player's current bloodline skill commander level Death God bloodline. This branch of the mission choice has been completed, and players may choose to conclude immediately. Li Shouqian looked at the updated mission hints, his heart racing. Good grief. Now they understood. The undead storm outside was no coincidence, it was orchestrated by the Hanyu clan. Li Shouqian quickly pressed, how long until the Hanyu clan breaches this place? They are already gathering at the periphery of the mausoleum and will soon launch a formal attack. The guardian turned to the three of them and said solemnly, "The color of the ice pillar has already changed. When the color deepens again, it will mean they have breached the outer layer of the mausoleum." Feng Heng frowned slightly as he took out the scorching stone slab in his hand. The undead faction had also issued a warning. "Feng Heng, the undead storm is descending. Evacuate immediately." At this moment, the higher council of the undead faction was in a state of extreme tension. The undead storm enveloping the mausoleum had undergone significant changes in just 10 minutes. The entire storm descended in an instant. Teacher Ghoul Wo found himself alone outside the mausoleum, and as he saw a large number of high-tier undead skeletal creatures pouring out of the storm, he immediately sensed that the situation was dire. He quickly retreated into the mausoleum. Meanwhile, everyone was using Teacher Ghoul Wo's mirror projection to witness an astonishing scene. The undead creatures emerging from the storm were actually attacking the mausoleum. Although they belonged to the same Death Realm faction, it appeared that the skeletal forces emerging from the undead storm were hostile toward Empress Persephone's mausoleum. The instructors in the Undead High Council were taken aback. They had never encountered such a situation before. What was going on? Why were the undead from the Death Realm fighting among themselves? It seems that the undead creatures in the storm and those in the Empress's mausoleum do not belong to the same faction, one remarked. Perhaps they are a newly emerged kingdom in the Death Realm since Empress Persephone's disappearance? Another suggested. Is this a battle between the new and old rulers? The high-ranking members of the undead faction began to murmur among themselves, feeling this explanation was more plausible. What's happening on Feng Heng's side? Unclear. It looks like they are negotiating with Empress Persephone's faction, at least they haven't engaged in combat yet. We've sent several messages to Feng Heng, urging them to prepare for an immediate evacuation. Alright, let's wait a bit longer. Chapter 2568 The Intruder Deep within Empress Persephone's mausoleum. Feng Heng quickly pondered the situation and then looked up at the Guardian, asking, "How strong is the Hanyu clan?" "They're quite powerful. With the strength of the Death Knights, we have engaged in fierce battles with the Hanyu clan within the mausoleum several times. Both sides suffered losses, but we managed to drive them back each time." The Guardian recalled and nodded. "I heard afterward that they set up an undead storm at the periphery of the mausoleum to block the entry of the Empress's will inheritors, thereby preventing the awakening of the Empress's will. However, the Death Knights and the High Priestess don't seem worried about this. They appear to have other methods for selecting trial inheritors." Li Shouqian and Tan Shao exchanged glances with Feng Heng. Great. This was bad news. From what they understood, the guards of the Empress's mausoleum had previously relied on the Death Knights and the High Priestess to fend off invaders. Well, it turned out that the Death Knights and the High Priestess guarding the entrance had been taken out by Mr. Feng. Without them, who was left to withstand the attacks from the Hanyu clan? Feng Heng, however, remained calm. He surveyed the area and said, "So, you should be quite familiar with this mausoleum." "I don't know much about it. It was personally built by the Empress." "No matter. I want to know if all the mausoleums can be opened." "I am not sure. I only know that some of the mausoleums contain the wills of the guards, and those wills can be awakened. They have been awakened before to deal with the invaders from the Hanyu clan." "You could wake them up?" Feng Heng shrugged and said, "Just awaken all the mausoleum guardians below the commander-level death god. We need their strength to withstand the attacks from the Hanyu clan." "Yes, I can do that, if it is your command." "Of course, it is my command." "I understand." The Guardian accepted Feng Heng's command. It quickly condensed a mark in front of itself. Whoosh! 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 About 2/3 of the coffins in the Great Hall were triggered, and black mist began to surge out from them. One by one, human figures condensed in the black fog and returned to their physical forms. Once restored, the Guardians and Death Gods turned to face Feng Heng. Unfazed, Feng Heng met their gazes one by one and then said in a deep voice, "As you can see, the mausoleum is currently being invaded by the Hanyu tribe. The Empress mausoleum cannot be invaded. Get rid of them." "Yes, sir." The Guardians and Death Gods accepted the orders and left the central mausoleum area to provide external support. Feng Heng then turned to the last remaining Guardian. "You should go help as well. I need to inherit the Empress's will, and I don't wish to be disturbed during that time." "Yes." In just a short moment, the Great Hall was completely emptied, leaving only Feng Heng and his two companions behind. Feng Heng heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't fall out with High Priest Cliff. He only lured him into the sea of consciousness to kill him. If Cliff were to directly awaken all the sleeping souls in the coffins within the Great Hall, it would be quite a task. Li Shouqian and Tan Shao approached and asked, "Mr. Feng, what should we do now?" "Don't rush. Let's search the coffins first and see if there's anything we can take." "Got it." Hearing this, Li Shouqiang and Tan Shao immediately began their treasure hunt. Meanwhile, Feng Heng multitasked by controlling the zombie creatures and Abakia to fend off the Hanyu invaders outside, then joined the treasure hunting team. The rewards were decent. Most of the items were cultivation manuals, weapons, and artifacts related to the undead faction. After the three of them thoroughly searched the mausoleum, they gathered once more. Li Shouqiang looked at Feng Heng and asked, "Mr. Feng, we've pretty much searched everything. Should we leave now?" Feng Heng lowered his gaze once more to examine the feedback from the liquor swarm. The Hanyu clan's offensive was still within a controllable range. It seemed they were inexperienced in dealing with the liquor creatures, which worked to Feng Heng's advantage. With the mausoleum's guards, the newly arrived liquors, and Abakia's vines, they had temporarily stalled the external assault, blocking the enemies at the outer layer of the mausoleum. There's still some time. Feng Heng licked his lips slightly, turning his attention to the 50 or so unopened coffins gathered around the central hall. If all went as expected, these coffins likely contained higher-tier guards of Empress Persephone. The higher the guards' level, the better the loot hidden inside the coffins. Since they were already here and had severed ties with the Empress, they wouldn't be on the same side anymore. Might as well. Let's fish for more. Feng Heng made up his mind, a glimmer of greed in his eyes. He nodded and said, "No need to rush. We've only just begun. Since we're here, let's collect a bit more. Just keep an eye out for me." Tan Shao and Li Shouqiang watched as Feng Heng approached a coffin, placing his hand gently on its surface. Whoosh! The coffin was suddenly thrown open. Black mist poured out in waves. Before the mist could fully condense into shape, Feng Heng stepped forward, his holy power rippling outward, the great holy sword. Boom! The sword struck the incompletely formed black mist, creating a violent shock wave. Sizzle! The black mist was scorched, rapidly dissipating with the anguished cries of souls echoing through the air. Buzz! The secondary ripple effect from the great holy sword activated. A visible wave of holy light surged outward. The black mist was weakened even further. Great! Feng Heng felt a surge of excitement as he realized the effectiveness of his holy great sword against these entities. He swung the sword again with renewed vigor. Bang! 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 With a series of powerful strikes, the black mist erupted into nothingness. Ding! The player has defeated a commander-level death god. Ding! Current kill rewards will be settled after the mission is completed. The player receives 2 Tier 3 Rainbow Crystal. Success. Feng Heng managed to obliterate the black mist before it could fully manifest. Quickly stowing the crystals away, he reached into the depths of the mausoleum. Ding! The player has obtained an item Death God Soul Orb. Item, Death God Soul Orb. Description, an orb that nurtures the soul of a death god. Using it enhances death god skills by 5% and increases death god bloodline experience by 3%. Nice find. Feng Heng's eyes lit up as he quickly pocketed the dark soul orb. Next one. He turned and exchanged glances with Li Shouqiang and Tan Shao before sprinting toward the next coffin. Li Shouqiang and Tan Shao shared a look of surprise. They hadn't expected Feng Heng to handle the souls inside the coffins so quickly and easily. From start to finish, the souls hadn't even fully formed before Feng Heng shattered them. Looks like there's no risk involved. Let's keep going. While Feng Heng focused on grinding for experience points, the higher-ups in the undead faction watched in shock. Initially, they were unsure of Feng Heng's intentions. But after observing him repeatedly using the Great Holy Sword to annihilate souls and loot the coffins, they began to understand. The hall fell into a moment of silence. Was Feng Heng a newcomer cultivated by their undead faction? Why did he seem more like a bandit? Chapter 2569 Deception. Outside the mausoleum of Empress Persephone, a swirling storm of darkness loomed over the Death Realm. Once, the Hanyu Empire had been a formidable power in this realm, wielding the ability to control the death storms and dominion over vast territories. However, everything changed with the emergence of Empress Persephone, who swiftly swept through the Death Realm, overpowering the Hanyu Empire and rallying other factions against it. After engaging in a fierce battle with the Empress's forces, the Hanyu Empire sustained severe losses, leaving it weakened over time. In the thousands of years following the end of the war, the Hanyu Empire was constantly worried about the resurrection of Empress Persephone, attempting to breach her mausoleum time and again. Unfortunately, the guards within the mausoleum were extremely powerful, including Death Knights and a group of elite former retainers of the Empress. Considering that the Death Realm had fallen into chaos again after Persephone's death, any attempt at a forced attack would likely result in mutual destruction at best. If they were not careful, the entire Hanyu Empire could become a sacrifice to other empires. Thus, the Hanyu Empire opted for a more cautious approach, setting up an undead storm around the periphery of the mausoleum to hinder those who would inherit the Empress's will from entering. while also establishing a small number of restrictions within the mausoleum. If any trial participants could pass the numerous assessments and reach the Great Hall of the Death Knights, they would receive news. They waited for over 100,000 years. During this time, the Hanyu Empire gradually weakened, eventually becoming a minor clan in the Death Realm. Their existence was on the brink of destruction, surviving only by becoming a subordinate nation of a certain empire in the Death Realm. The alarm system within the mausoleum was triggered layer by layer until the alarm in the deepest part of the Death Knight Temple sounded, bringing back the fear the Hanyu Empire had felt under Empress Persephone's rule. King Finlit of the Hanyu Empire descended from the Death Realm storm, looking at the mausoleum before him, and asked, "What's the situation?" Over an hour before his arrival at the mausoleum, 3 commanders of the Empire had entered the mausoleum with 3 elite teams to explore. Immediately, a death servant stepped forward to report, "Your Majesty, it has been confirmed that someone has entered the examination temple guarded by the Death Knights. They must have taken advantage of the lull in the Death Realm storm to breach the mausoleum. The 3 commanders have already entered the inner region of the mausoleum and have just reached the first basement of the wooded area." "They've only just reached the first basement?" Finlit frowned slightly. "Why are they so slow this time?" "We've encountered some difficulties." "Oh? What kind of difficulties?" "A special creature has appeared within the mausoleum, one that isn't undead. They are quite peculiar, possessing high attributes and an exceptional self-recovery ability." The king's brow furrowed further. "This self-recovery reminds me of..." The death servant's eyes flickered with the fire of red souls as he hesitated before adding, "Disaster, our Ouroboros." The king's expression changed, raising his hand to interrupt. "It cannot be disaster, she was completely annihilated by Empress Persephone. Don't you remember?" "Indeed. If the Empress has truly revived, knowing her nature, our entire Hanyu clan would likely face annihilation. Inform the 3 commanders to eliminate the Empress's inheritor without fail." "Yes. Let's go. I will enter the mausoleum myself." Meanwhile, Feng Heng was unaware of the increasing number of enemies gathering outside. He was deep within the mausoleum's great hall, focused on his grind. He had cleared out over 10 commander-level death gods from the mausoleum. After defeating several coffins, he had begun to discern the level of creatures contained within by examining the inscriptions outside. Though he couldn't fully understand the writing, he could make judgments based on certain unique patterns. Additionally, the closer he got to the mausoleum's central area, the stronger the wills buried within the coffins became. By this reasoning, the next coffin to be opened was likely to contain a god of the underworld. According to necromancy classifications, such a god of the underworld would already be at the transcendent level. This wouldn't be an easy fight. He needed to proceed with caution. If it really came to that, just run. Move out. Feng Heng had prepared thoroughly in advance, exchanging a knowing glance with Li Shouqiang and Tan Shao as they approached the coffin together. He immediately placed his hand on the coffin. Kai. As the coffin opened a crack, a wave of black mist poured out. A god of the underworld. Whatever it was, it appeared to be nothing more than an unmanifested cloud of black fog. Without hesitation, Feng Heng swung his holy long sword at the mist. Bang! With a loud explosion, the mist dimmed slightly. Unlike the previous death gods, the black fog associated with this god of the underworld was denser and more powerful. Even after 3 consecutive strikes from Feng Heng, it held its ground, rapidly condensing in the air. The god of the underworld's form became more solid than that of the death gods, its surface entirely black with intricate golden patterns swirling across it. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Around them, the dense vines of Abakoya surged toward the god of the underworld, ready to pierce. Bad. Feng Heng's heart raced. Even after materializing, the god of the underworld remained a special type of soul body, just like the death gods. The attacking vines passed right through its phantom form. The piercing attack was completely ineffective. Feng Heng dodged out from behind the thick vines, raising his great holy sword once more to strike at the god of the underworld. Bang! Before the god of the underworld could fully condense into a solid form, Feng Heng's blow sent it reeling back. As it rapidly took shape, it lifted its head to glare at Feng Heng, anger flickering in its eyes. Kai. Kai Kai. Eh? The god of the underworld suddenly noticed several soul chains darting out from the side, ensnaring Feng Heng and locking him in place. An ambush? There were more enemies? Turning to look, he saw Li Shouqiang, who had bound Feng Heng with the soul chains, shouting, "God of the underworld. He has passed the Death Knight's assessment and is the body needed for the Empress's revival. He has betrayed the Empress. Do not harm his body, attack his will." The god of the underworld snorted coldly and transformed into a swirling black mist, enveloping Feng Heng. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the black fog poured into Feng Heng through his facial features. The berserk mental energy surged into his sea of consciousness. The god of the underworld quickly realized that Feng Heng's sea of consciousness was much larger than he had anticipated. As expected, he soon found the ice crystal left by Empress Persephone deep within Feng Heng's consciousness. A traitor. He must be punished. Eradicate his will. Let him become a puppet devoted to the Empress. Just as the god of the underworld prepared to assault Feng Heng's will, he suddenly felt a jolt in his chest. What was that? In the next moment, a terrifying aura of will erupted from a corner of Feng Heng's sea of consciousness. The ancient, horrifying will descended. The god of the underworld was shaken to the core, unable to resist under the immense pressure. His own will was completely devoured by the terrifying demonic seed of will. Ding! The player has defeated the god of the underworld. The player receives a Holy Spirit Crystal, Chapter 2570. Prayer done. Feng Heng opened his eyes again and looked at Li Shouqiang and Tan Shao nearby. Li Shouqiang asked anxiously, "How did it go?" "Done," Feng Heng replied, giving an okay gesture, indicating it had been a breeze. As long as he could draw the enemy's will into his body and then fuse it with his own and the demonic seed's power, crushing the enemy would be effortless. The real issue had been the initial phase. When dealing with the god of the underworld, the difficulty had been immense. In a normal confrontation, he wouldn't have stood a chance. They had only managed to outsmart the god of the underworld through good luck and clever planning with Li Shouqiang and Tan Shao. The risks had been significant. If he had to face it again, he wasn't confident he could guarantee success. Should he just give up? With that thought, Feng Heng walked over to the shattered coffin of the god of the underworld and reached inside. Ding! The player has obtained an item. Prayer of the god of the underworld. Item: Prayer of the god of the underworld. Tier: Epic. Item description: Injecting mental strength into the prayer forms a sphere of the god of the underworld, which automatically targets enemies during battle, releases every 0.5 seconds, consuming mental strength, damage related to player's attributes. Equipment description: Effective in the backpack, can be used by guardians, death gods, gods of the underworld, and high priestesses. Up to 12 can be stacked. Additional description: This equipment also activates for transcendent tier necromancy and above, but costs an additional 20% of mental strength. Feng Heng felt a jolt of excitement and quickly placed the item into his backpack. Whoosh! Switching to the death god bloodline, he activated the prayer, and a dark sphere materialized beside him. The sphere appeared in a somewhat chaotic state, constantly shifting in the air but maintaining its spherical shape. With a thought, Feng Heng locked onto a target, a liquor at the entrance of the Great Hall. Whoosh! A faint blue flame erupted from the black sphere. Bang! The flame raced forward, striking the liquor and igniting upon contact. Ding! The player's zombie clone, Liquor, has been attacked by the underworld fire, health point reduced by 52,000, now in a burning state, looks promising. Feng Heng glanced at the damage numbers. The underworld fire's burning effect was a spell-based debuff that even undead creatures couldn't dispel. This was a fantastic item. Feng Heng lifted his gaze and surveyed the coffins surrounding the crystal pillar. Aside from the open ones, fewer than 30 remained closed. From the god of the underworld's engravings on the coffins, he deduced that 3 coffins still contained the buried gods of the underworld. The others likely housed even stronger entities, empire high priests or perhaps even more powerful guardians than the high priests. In any case, they would definitely be stronger than the god of the underworld. Feng Heng pushed aside all other thoughts. If each god of the underworld's coffin contained something as valuable as the prayer, there was no way he would back down. Forget about retreating. He quickly dismissed any thoughts of running away. It was time to gamble again. He would go for those last 3 gods of the underworld and see what he could get. He just had to bet that they weren't as clever as they seemed. At worst, he could always fail and escape later. Switching back to his sacred form, he summoned the Great Holy Sword and turned to Li Shouqiang and Tan Shao. "Brothers, you did great. Let's do it again and take on the next one." "What? Again?" Li Shouqiang and Tan Shao exchanged incredulous glances. Wasn't this supposed to be a one-time gamble? An hour later, Feng Heng reached into another god of the underworld's coffin. Ding! The player has obtained item A, god of the underworld's prayer. Perfect? Another prayer secured. Feng Heng nodded to himself, satisfied with his luck. He had gotten all 3 prayers. Now, summoning 4 prayers simultaneously significantly enhanced his output while in death god mode. Li Shouqiang and Tan Shao gathered around, wiping the sweat from their brows. Luring the god of the underworld into his sea of consciousness felt like dancing on the edge of a blade. The last attempt had nearly been discovered, resulting in a close skirmish with the god of the underworld. Fortunately, he had managed to pull it off in the end. "Mr. Feng." Tan Shao swallowed hard, eyeing Feng Heng's focus. He hoped Feng Heng wasn't seriously considering tackling higher-level god of the underworld coffins again. That could end badly. Feng Heng let out a light hum, pulling his gaze away from the coffin. With some time to spare, he opened his game log to review previous prompts. The invading forces from the Hanyu Empire were proving stronger than he had anticipated. The invaders had already reached the second basement area. Most of the enemies consisted of high-tier Bones of Radiance guards and elite members of the Dark Clan. On the bright side, defeating these Bones of Radiance guards could yield 10 to 15 points of Death God bloodline experience. It might not seem like much, but there were plenty of them, and together, that would add up. Just then, another game hint appeared before the trio's eyes. Ding! The player has triggered an urgent mission: The Invaded Empress Mausoleum. Mission name: The Invaded Empress Mausoleum. Mission description: The Mausoleum of Empress Persephone is under external invasion. Please assist in resisting the invasion and protect the Empress's coffin from destruction. Mission reward: Bloodline experience points. Failure penalty: Bloodline level decreases by 5 levels. Feng Heng frowned as he read the mission details. Thanks to the demonic seed's greedy effect, the mission was still active, and he was considered part of Empress Persephone's faction. Thus, defeating the invaders would grant him experience points. Looks like it's time for another run. Feng Heng made a decision and looked up, saying, "The mausoleum is extremely dangerous. The invaders will soon breach this place. You should retreat first." Li Shouqian and Danzō exchanged glances, reading the mission description. "Aren't you coming with us, Mr. Feng?" "No, I am going to farm for a bit longer. If you're with me, I can't focus properly. Once you're back, inform the Undead Council about what's happening here. They might have a way to deal with the invaders." Feng Heng paused, then added, "Oh, and while you still can, take note of all the inscriptions on the coffins. Bring them back to the Undead Council, they might be useful." "Got it." Danzō and Li Shouqian nodded, quickly surrounding the coffin to take photos of the inscriptions and patterns. Kai. As they finished photographing, Ibikoya's roots swiftly spread around them, coalescing into a magical array beneath their feet. Whoosh! A blue light blossomed. With the activation of the magic array, Danzō and Li Shouqian were transported out of the Death Realm. Ding! The player has used Ibikoya's special ability to complete the teleportation. The current environment requires an additional consumption of 50,000% energy points. Feng Heng glanced at the game hint. That was quite a hefty cost, but at least it kept them safe. As for what was next, he still needed 22 levels to max out his commander-level Death God. Time to farm some experience. Even if he eventually left Empress Persephone's faction and his Death God bloodline regressed, he could still convert it into Grandmaster-level necromancy later. Overall, it was a good deal. Feng Heng turned his attention back to Ibikoya. "Ibikoya, are you ready?" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ibikoya's vines extended toward Feng Heng. "Great, let's go." Chapter 2571. Contact. In the second floor area of the mausoleum, a large number of lickers blocked a narrow passageway. The invading Hanyu Empire's undead Bones of Radiance formed a line at the front, holding off the advance of the licker swarm. Behind them, the Dark Clan priests provided remote support. The first to arrive here was the Hanyu clan leader, Colette, who focused intently ahead, gathering an imprint with both hands in front of him. A gray aura spread from Colette's feet. Under the influence of the imprint, everything within the surrounding area was tainted by a cloud of black mist. Ding! The player has entered the area of corrosion. Under the effects of this domain, the player's defense ability is reduced by 70%, and life recovery effects are reduced by 50%. Feng Heng hid not far away, observing with a furrowed brow. No wonder the zombie clones couldn't hold up. The invaders also possessed a special domain effect. This domain ability weakened health recovery, and combined with the inherent health point reduction in the Death Realm, the recovery speed of the zombie clones was significantly diminished. Even though the lickers were still quite resilient compared to other creatures, they were beginning to show signs of fatigue and could not maintain their defense. With a group of Necromancer spells raining down from behind, the number of lickers began to slowly dwindle. Colette frowned tightly. Corrosion was his specialty. In the area affected by the corrosion effect, combined with his unique abilities, the enemy's defense had been lowered to a critical level. This allowed them to be the first team to swiftly invade the lower regions. Yet the resilience of the lickers was terrifying. Even weakened, they could still absorb considerable damage. Many of the Bones of Radiance were falling in large numbers. Trapped in the narrow confines of the mausoleum's maze, they were stuck outside and unable to leverage the full power of the Mage team's concentrated fire. How long can you hold out? Colette felt increasingly anxious. Within the Empress's mausoleum, their strength was significantly suppressed. Moreover, they were likely to face Death Knights later, so he preferred to conserve energy and slowly wear down Feng Heng's licker swarm. Kai. Suddenly, Colette noticed a sound coming from the passage behind the licker group. He turned to face in the direction. What was that? He looked ahead and saw small vines rapidly climbing along the ground and walls, emerging from behind a liquor swarm. Whoosh! 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 The vines quickly covered and entangled the bones of radiance at the front of the team. Once they had wrapped around them, they suddenly exerted force, dragging the bones deep into the passage behind. Colette immediately sensed something was wrong. First the liquors, and now these strange vine creatures. This was trouble. Whoosh! 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 As he contemplated, the rapidly spreading vines lunged toward him. Colette brandished his grey dagger, slicing forward with haste. Swish! A grey arc of light flashed. The vines that had been advancing toward him instantly turned to ash at the dagger's strike, losing vitality at a visible rate and wilting rapidly. There's definitely something wrong. Colette realized the situation was peculiar. During his last exploration of the Empress's mausoleum thousands of years ago, he had never encountered lickers or vine creatures. Could this be related to the new intruders? Colette, filled with uncertainty, suddenly sensed a feeling of being watched. He looked up toward the depths of the passage. In the next moment, he was struck head-on by a psychic shock, plunging him into a brief state of unconsciousness. This state didn't last long as Colette regained his senses. An intense spatial fluctuation erupted before him. Whoosh! A figure shot out from the space, emanating a holy light that caused Colette's pupils to constrict. Boom! The light exploded. Colette was knocked backward by the impact of the great holy sword. Buzz! The spreading Tier 2 holy ripples cleared away a large area of the bones of radiance surrounding them. Feng Heng frowned slightly. The invader was no pushover. From their first exchange, he sensed that the opponent was at least as strong as a Tier 1 Death Knight. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Mage Legion behind Colette immediately unleashed a barrage of dark explosive projectiles, all locking onto Feng Heng for a frontal assault. Feng Heng was ready. He raised a hand, and a blood screen unfolded before him. Bang bang bang! The densely packed dark explosives detonated against the blood screen, causing massive explosions. Whoosh! Whoosh! Amid the chaos, the vines on the ground surged forward, taking advantage of the moment to spread rapidly. The second wave of lickers also rushed out from behind the blood screen. Humphrey! Colette, who had just been knocked back by a strike, smirked coldly as he quickly pushed himself up from the ground, his hands gathering energy in front of him to form an imprint. Bind! With a swift motion, a surge of energy erupted. The aura of the Death Realm gathered around him, condensing into a roaring phantom of a dragon that charged through the narrow maze-like passage. Feng Heng's expression hardened. He clenched his hand into a fist midair. Pierce! Whoosh! 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 The blood-red barrier before him suddenly sprouted numerous sharp spikes that lunged toward the incoming black fog dragon head. The blood spike plunged fiercely into the shadow of the dragon's head. Roar! The dragon's head erupted in a fierce roar as the blood spike struck, shattering into a cloud of black fog. The explosion of black fog sent the advancing lickers and vines flying backward, obscuring visibility. Whoosh! In the next instant, Colette emerged from the cloud of black fog. His body was shrouded in a layer of gray, and the surrounding vines quickly wilted under the influence of his great domain. Whoosh! Colette slashed his dagger, colliding heavily with Feng Heng's great holy sword. Bang! At the point of impact, the great holy sword was covered in a layer of shadow. What? Colette felt a surge of terrifying force rushing toward him, forcing him to lean backward uncontrollably. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the shadow on the sword, and a hint of astonishment crossed his mind. Boom! The Tier 2 holy ripple of the great holy sword activated, sending Colette flying once again. As he adjusted his body and landed, he looked up to see that Feng Heng had already retreated into the shadows. No need to pursue. Colette halted his companions, his gaze fixated on the depths shrouded in layers of entwined vines, his expression heavy. The dagger of death he wielded was an ancestral artifact, capable of corroding weapons. Countless divine artifacts had perished at its touch. Yet that great holy sword had been completely unaffected. Moreover, the power that the figure had just used seemed to originate from the Holy Realm. Chapter 2572 Delaying. Why had the Holy Realm appeared here? Colette felt a mix of confusion and concern. Commander, are you okay? I am fine. That person's identity is strange, but I can confirm he is neither the resurrected Empress Persephone nor her inheritor. Let's not worry about him, we need to continue. Understood. Not far away, Feng Heng had once again retreated into the darkness. He had already tested most of his formidable techniques but still couldn't find a way to deal with the opponent. Moreover, from their encounter, it seemed the invader had not yet shown his full strength. Both sides were merely probing each other. Who could the invaders be? Feng Heng concealed himself in the shadows again, quietly observing the team of invaders. From the kill feedback of his zombie clones, it was clear that there was more than one group of invaders. Their overall strength was comparable to that of Death Knights. Tanshao and Li Shoqian had already been transported back to the zombie world. They would enter Miskle Fortress through an invitation from there, which would take some time, but they should have returned to the Undead Council by now. Feng Heng hoped the council could provide some information. As for now, he narrowed his eyes and continued to watch the invader team. Stopping them from entering the Empress's mausoleum would be quite difficult. At most, he could delay their progress. Well, he might as well have some fun with them. After all, with a mission at hand, he could collect experience. The more, the better. With that thought, Feng Heng stepped into the spatial passage. Colette's team believed they had driven off the enemy and quickly reformed their ranks, advancing again toward the passage ahead. The Bones of Radiance held back the attacks of the Lickers, while the Dark Clan priests behind them unleashed death prayers, gradually clearing the vines and Lickers that had gathered in the center of the passage. Whoosh! Suddenly, a heavy crashing sound erupted from the undead team's rear. What? Colette's heart skipped a beat as he turned to look behind the team. Not good. He saw Feng Heng had somehow crossed into their ranks and was now amidst the Dark Clan priests, creating chaos. Feng Heng swung the great holy sword wildly. Each time the sword unleashed its holy ripple, it dealt area damage, creating devastation in its wake. It's that guy. Realization struck Colette, and he immediately rushed back to support his team. Wait. Colette's heart raced. That kid. Feng Heng clearly had prepared for this. Just as Colette was about to join the fray, Feng Heng vanished from his spot, surrounded by subtle spatial fluctuations. Damn it. Colette clenched his fists in frustration. He realized that Feng Heng wasn't interested in a direct confrontation. Feng Heng possessed some special spatial ability that made him hard to pin down. You cowardly insect. Hiding in the shadows, doing dirty deeds. Do you dare to face me head-on? Feng Heng had already used secondary space projection to reappear behind layers of entwined vines. Hee hee. Feng Heng smirked inwardly. After everything he had experienced in the game, he was no longer the hot-headed rookie easily provoked by mere words. You can insult me all you want, I will continue to reap my rewards. After just a quick foray, he had already taken down 2 Dark Clan priests. He had earned over 7,000 experience points. A nice little profit. Feng Heng refocused his attention on Colette's team. Due to the mausoleum's maze-like architecture, most passages were narrow, making it difficult for Colette's invading squad to manage the entire team simultaneously. This created an opportunity for him. If a direct confrontation was risky, he could resort to harassment tactics. Feng Heng chuckled to himself as he retreated deeper into the maze, planning to circle and attack Colette's squad from the rear. He was determined to give them a taste of their own medicine. Colette had no idea that Feng Heng had already left. He cursed the air for a while before gradually stopping. In the dark depths ahead, blocked by the vines and Licker swarm, there was no response. Colette knew that his outburst was unlikely to have any effect. Yet the pent-up frustration inside him needed an outlet, and he had to vent somehow. We moved forward. After a while, Colette felt somewhat better and regained his composure. He understood that the enemy aimed to provoke him and delay their entry into the Empress's mausoleum. Getting into the mausoleum as quickly as possible was the best way to counter the enemy. With that thought in mind, Colette focused, casting his corrosion domain again to clear the obstructing vines and Lickers blocking the passage. His dagger danced through the air as the Dark Clan mages behind him targeted the approaching Lickers with their spells. Suddenly, Colette frowned. He heard fighting erupt from the rear of the team. Damn it. Colette felt a surge of irritation. It had to be that Feng Heng guy again. Despite knowing the enemy wanted to delay their entry into the mausoleum, he felt powerless to counter it. He couldn't just allow Feng Heng to slowly chip away at the back of their ranks. You stay here. Keep clearing the passage. Yes, Commander. With no other choice, Colette took a few elite Dark Clan guards and rushed to the back of the team to provide reinforcement. At that moment, Feng Heng had successfully navigated through the maze and arrived at the tail end of Colette's team, where he engaged in battle. With the help of a fresh group of Lickers he had summoned nearby, Feng Heng launched a sudden attack from the rear. The Dark Clan mages were formidable. Even with the advantage of the Great Holy Sword, killing one wasn't easy. But the rewards were worthwhile. Taking down one could yield 3,000 to 5,000 experience points. Time to grind. Moreover, Feng Heng noticed that alongside the priests, there were also Dark Clan warriors in the team. These warriors resembled elite team leaders, possessing exceptional sword skills and undead abilities. They also had doors that could boost the strength of nearby allies. Whoosh! Whoosh! Cold light flashed. Feng Heng felt a sharp cut on his body as he was forced back a step. He quickly launched a blood-colored arrow from behind him, forcing the Dark Clan warrior back. Meanwhile, his wound healed rapidly due to the undead effect. This was troublesome. The Dark Clan warrior wielded a long sword with powerful corrosion effects, causing additional armor break, weakness, dismemberment, and strong stun effects upon striking. After a minor setback from the warrior's attack, Feng Heng was no longer careless. He unleashed a mental shock. Recovering from his brief stun, he immediately cast a mental shock on the Dark Clan warrior, sending him into a state of spiritual concussion. Chapter 2573 Closer Spatial Projection. Feng Heng once again stepped into a spatial projection, evading the several tracking spells from the pursuing Dark Clan, and quickly closed in on the Dark Clan warrior. The Great Holy Sword. Kill. The moment Feng Heng stepped out of the spatial projection, he brought the Great Holy Sword down fiercely onto the Dark Clan warrior. Bang. With a heavy thud, the impact resonated through the air. The Dark Clan warrior had just recovered from the spiritual concussion and was unable to defend himself. He was instantly sent flying by the blow, with his armor shattered into pieces under the strike of the Great Holy Sword. Not dead yet. He continued to attack. Feng Heng raised his hand toward the flying Dark Clan warrior. Blood-piercing. Whoosh. 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 The high concentration of lifeblood enveloping Feng Heng quickly condensed into hundreds of sharp spikes, shooting toward the Dark Clan warrior. Bang. 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 After blocking the first several spikes, the airborne Dark Clan warrior was pierced by the subsequent barrage of lifeblood spikes. Ding! The player successfully killed the Dark Clan warrior, Elite. The player gained 8,980 points of Death God Bloodline experience points. Ding! The player was attacked by the Dark Clan priest. The player received 23,000 necromancy attribute damage. Under the current sacred study state, the player took additional necromancy attribute damage. Ding! The player received Ho. After executing a well-optimized combo that took down the Dark Clan warrior, Feng Heng also found himself hit by more than a dozen spells from the Dark Clan priest, locking his spirit in place. No problem. It didn't hurt. Feng Heng quickly turned around, swinging his great holy sword once more. Buzz. The holy ripple spread outward, instantly freezing a large group of Dark Clan priests behind him. Damn those troublesome Dark Clan warriors. Feng Heng silently grumbled. The good news was that each Dark Clan warrior could provide nearly 10,000 bloodline experience points. Moreover, the Great Holy Sword was particularly effective against the undead. It dealt damage and could inflict paralysis, so easy to handle. Feng Heng had swiftly taken down 2 Dark Clan warriors. Through the lifeblood perception he had left on Colette, he noticed that she was closing in on him, no longer lingering to fight, and quickly retreated into the darkness of the maze. Damn it! Where is he? By the time Colette arrived, wanting to settle things with Feng Heng, there was no sign of him anywhere. Colette clenched his fists, looking back at the passage engulfed by countless lickers, his eyes filled with rage. That guy. He was really getting on his nerves. Feng Heng had already retreated deep into the darkness, continuing to observe from the shadows. The enemy's formation was stretched too thin, making them vulnerable to attacks from both sides. After just wiping out a wave of foes, he had received over 70,000 experience points. With the lickers and Abakia's vines continually consuming invaders, he had amassed over 150,000 experience points in under 10 minutes. Normally, gaining experience for the Death God bloodline was a tedious task, only achievable through soul rituals. But this opportunity was too good to pass up. Time to keep grinding. On Feng Heng's side, things were going smoothly, but on the other side, the higher council of the undead faction observed the situation through a mirror, sparking an academic debate among them. The undead council couldn't hear what was happening in the mausoleum through the mirror, so they had no idea what was going on inside. What kind of undead creatures were invading the death realm? They didn't appear to be ordinary undead, rather, they seemed like a sentient race. As the undead council remained puzzled, they saw Feng Heng join forces with the mausoleum's guardians, leveraging his individual skills to fight against the invaders. Shi Liping was witnessing Feng Heng's combat tactics against the invaders for the first time through the mirror. This feeling was like seeing an expert's first-person perspective for the first time. He was immediately shocked. It felt as if he were witnessing a master's perspective for the first time, leaving him utterly awestruck. At that moment, Shi Liping finally understood how Feng Heng had been able to turn the Holy Court upside down. No wonder. After the initial shock, he couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. It was no wonder the Holy Court viewed Feng Heng as a thorn in their side. If he had such an enemy, he definitely wouldn't sleep well at night. Meanwhile, some members of the Undead Council were becoming anxious, urging their assistance. Have we found any information about the invaders? Counselor, we've searched through everything. There's no relevant information in the translated documents. We're still working on translating the earlier materials obtained from the mausoleum. From Feng Heng's actions, it seems the invaders are not from our faction, and their motives for invading the mausoleum remain uncertain. As they discussed, Jiziobo returned from the zombie apocalypse with Danzō and Li Shoqian. We're back. Instantly, all eyes in the council hall turned toward the three of them. They had returned. No one had expected Feng Heng to possess some special ability to safely bring people back from the death realm. Such an ability was far safer and less costly than using holy weapons to break open soul passages. GRG nodded inwardly. Thank you for your hard work. With this, Feng Heng's life was assured, allowing them to feel a bit more at ease. Tan Shao and Li Shouqian had never been the focus of so many high-tier undead instructors before, making them feel somewhat awkward. Seeing this, Jiziobo nudged Tan Shao with his elbow. Quick, tell everyone what happened in the mausoleum. Okay. Regaining his composure, Tan Shao quickly recounted the events that had transpired in the mausoleum. Of course, following Feng Heng's prior warning, he omitted details about the everlasting moon, glossing over that part. The members of the undead faction were seasoned individuals and quickly picked up on certain nuances, but since those details weren't critical, they inferred that they might be Feng Heng's trump cards and didn't press further. Once Tan Shao finished, the entire council hall fell into hushed discussions. Based on the explanations from Tan Shao and Li Shouqian, everyone gained a new understanding of the situation in the mausoleum. It's true that in some records, Empress Persephone has always been decisive and ruthless in her unification of the Death Realm, leaving no survivors. However, she hasn't exterminated the indigenous tribes that submitted to her rule. Instead, she has limited their activity and strictly controlled their movement. Thus, it seems the Hanyu tribe must be the rebellious faction that has overthrown the Empress's regime. Who would have thought they had such strength? If this tribe can control the Death Realm storms, then everything might make sense. Several council members huddled together, whispering among themselves. After pondering for a moment, GRG looked up at Tan Shao and continued, what about Feng Heng? What are his thoughts on this matter? We triggered the mission to eliminate the invaders earlier. Completing it will grant us enhancements to our Death God bloodline abilities. This is a rare opportunity, and Feng Heng wants to stay in the mausoleum a while longer to take advantage of it. Chapter 2574, Gathering Awe, I see now. The group finally understood why Feng Heng had remained in the mausoleum, even helping to fend off the invaders. Given the current situation, the enemy should still be guarding the mausoleum. With Feng Heng's abilities, he might not be able to hold out much longer. We need to remind him to retreat. Yes, Feng Heng should be aware of this. By the way, Li Shouqian recalled something and handed a stack of photographs to the council assistant. The coffin in the Empress's mausoleum is inscribed with various texts. Feng Heng asked us to take pictures and bring them back. He thinks the information might be useful. Got it, I will take care of it. Mentor Let had long been renowned, especially for his talent in translating ancient undead languages, and he was the leader of the translation team this time. Upon receiving the textual information, Let was elated. After examining it carefully, he immediately distributed the texts to various teams for translation and study. It will take some time to translate everything. Let looked around at the group and nodded, I will get started. With that, Let and a group of translators set to work in a corner of the council hall. GRG understood Let's character. Most scholars of necromancy were typical academic researchers, and when it came to their studies, they often worked tirelessly without rest. Until the results are out, we can't help Feng Heng much. For now, we can only trust in his abilities. We should send a message to let him know we've obtained the photos and are working on the translations. At this, the group fell silent again, their gazes returning to the mirror. Feng Heng had just made a round, cutting through the middle of the invader ranks and earning a wave of experience points when he noticed that the stone slab was slightly warm. Looking down, he saw a message from the Undead Council and sighed in relief. At least Li Shouqian and the others had successfully teleported. He now had a way out. If things got too tough, he could just escape. Moreover, based on the past records of the Undead Council, there had been instances where followers of Empress Persephone had withdrawn through special rituals, and those of the Death God lineage could indeed convert into corresponding necromancy skills. With that thought, a weight lifted off Feng Heng's mind. As long as he didn't lose all his skills, he'd be fine. So, it was time to keep grinding. Feng Heng understood that if the undead faction discovered anything new, he would consider changing tactics. If not, he would just keep pushing forward, waiting for the invaders to enter the Death Knight's Great Hall, at which point he would make his exit. Just then, Khaled's team once again crossed paths with Feng Heng. Khaled was seething with frustration, his anger having nowhere to go. Time and again, warnings kept popping up, either the front line was under attack or the rear was compromised. In Khaled's team, he was the only one with significant combat strength, while the rest of the Dark Clan elites could at most delay Feng Heng for a short time. Additionally, Khaled had begun to realize that Feng Heng possessed an incredibly sharp intuition, as if he could see through Khaled's position. He had attempted several ambushes on Feng Heng, only to have each one easily thwarted, resulting in significant losses for his team. As he watched his team slowly being whittled down, their progress became increasingly sluggish. Damn it. Khaled ground his teeth, wishing he could skin Feng Heng alive. Since becoming the leader of the Hani clan, he had fought in dozens of battles, experiencing both victories and defeats, but never had he felt so utterly humiliated as he did today. Yet he found himself utterly unable to deal with this elusive foe. Commander Khaled. A Dark Clan warrior stepped forward to report. Karsa has arrived, his forward units have linked up with our rear team. Finally, reinforcements. Khaled took a deep breath. After being pushed into a corner by Feng Heng, he had sent out an urgent message for backup. Karsa's team had responded quickly and came to join him. Unlike Khaled's group, Karsa's team was stronger overall, composed mainly of elite fighters. Their numbers were small compared to regular teams, but their capabilities were sharp and refined. However, Karsa's team lacked the corrosion abilities that Khaled possessed, making it troublesome to deal with the lickers and vine creatures that had powerful self-healing abilities. They had taken quite a bit of time to clear their path. The good news was that they hadn't suffered any injuries along the way. Let's go, take me to him. Soon, Khaled spotted Karsa arriving from the rear with reinforcements. Karsa noticed the dire situation of Khaled's team and frowned. What's going on? We're in trouble, an enemy has been relentlessly harassing us. Khaled gritted his teeth and leaned in close to Karsa, whispering a few words in his ear. Karsa's brow furrowed as he listened. He knew that Khaled had a somewhat hot-headed and arrogant personality, but on the battlefield, he was definitely a skilled fighter. The fact that he had been pushed to this point indicated that the enemy's strength was not to be underestimated. Seeing Karsa remain silent, standing lost in thought, Khaled couldn't help but ask, Karsa, what do you think of my proposal? Well, I think he must possess some kind of spatial ability. Some of my subordinates have the ability to seal space. Khaled pondered for a moment before nodding. Alright, we can work together. My elite will be inserted into your team for protection. Even if the enemy launches another surprise attack, we can reinforce immediately. At that moment, Feng Heng was not far away, observing from a distance. From the intelligence gathered by his zombie clones, he had learned that the invaders were divided into 4 teams. The first 3 teams were scouting ahead, while the last team was slowly advancing from the back. In terms of overall strength, the last team was the strongest, followed by the recently joined team. Khaled's team, with its corrosion domain ability, was particularly effective against the licker groups, allowing them to move swiftly at first. Another team focused on summoning, capable of calling forth a large number of high-tier undead creatures, was currently locked in a fierce battle with the licker groups. Feng Heng naturally favored the summoner team, as they had helped him grind a significant amount of Death God bloodline experience points. As he watched the 2 teams gradually merge into one, Feng Heng quickly understood their tactical intent. They aimed to use the high-level strength within their ranks to disrupt him. TSK, TSK, TSK. Feng Heng smirked slightly. This would be troublesome. Since it was troublesome, he decided to change his target. With the enemy distracted and their advance slowed, he saw this as an opportunity to cause trouble for the other 2 teams. With that thought in mind, Feng Heng quickly retreated. In a certain passage, a team led by Fianna entered the 2nd floor of the mausoleum from the right side. At this point, there was still a long way to go before reaching the Death Knight Hall. The summoning elite team was supposed to be the fastest in exploring the maze, as they had plenty of summoned creatures to trigger traps. Chapter 2575, The Summoner. But they had encountered a horde of lickers. A large number of summoned creatures were blocked by a swarm of lickers at the passage exit, unable to move forward or retreat, causing great discomfort. With no choice, they could only grind their way through. Suddenly, Fianna felt a jolt in her heart, her keen instincts sensing an impending danger. She turned back to look at her rear team. What was happening? The backline was in chaos. Due to the multitude of summoned creatures, Fianna's entire team had stretched out long, making it difficult to see what was going on behind them. She could sense a powerful holy aura surging from the rear. Was it the Holy Realm? When did such enemies appear in the mausoleum of Empress Persephone? This was bad. The aura from the Holy Realm was extremely strong, her subordinate team would likely be unable to withstand it. Fianna quickly concluded that the situation was dire and immediately headed toward the rear to provide reinforcement. At that moment, at the tail end of Fianna's team, Feng Heng single-handedly wielded a great holy sword, surrounded by a dense mass of blood-red spikes, as he charged into the undead summoners, wreaking havoc. The undead summoners unleashed various negative effects at Feng Heng. He immunized himself against a portion of them, while the passive wave effects of the Great Holy Sword purified another segment. The remaining effects, however, he stubbornly endured. Buzz. With a sweeping strike of the Great Holy Sword, a large number of summoned creatures and undead summoners were hit by the wave effect, pushing them back. Fang Heng's retina was flooded with damage and experience points notifications. What a rush. Killing summoned creatures also granted him experience points from the Death God bloodline. The undead summoners lacked normal attack skills and primarily had summoning and negative effect abilities. The negative effects inflicted on Fang Heng had already stacked to their limit, so they could only rely on their summoning skills. The battlefield had quickly turned into a pure war of attrition. After clearing a section of summoned creatures with his great holy sword, another wave rapidly filled the passage. Previously, Fianna's team had used this tactic to exhaust their enemies effectively. But Fang Heng loved dealing with these summoned creatures. Although the experience points per individual were low, their sheer numbers made up for it. And it was incredibly easy to grind them. Much simpler. What a missed opportunity. Fang Heng thought to himself that if he had known this team would be so easy to farm, he wouldn't have bothered pulling so hard with Colette earlier. Suddenly, Fang Heng's brow furrowed as he sensed a powerful force approaching. That woman. He caught a glimpse of a long-haired woman surrounded at the center by several Dark Clan warriors. Evil summoning technique. Fianna focused her gaze on Fang Heng, gripping her crimson scepter tightly. Whoosh! More than a dozen powerful vengeful spirits surged forth from the scepter. The vengeful spirit creatures charged straight toward Fang Heng. Whoosh! Fang Heng waited until the vengeful spirits were within striking range, then abruptly turned, swinging the great holy sword forward with force. Boom! The great holy sword smashed into a giant-sized vengeful spirit, exploding it with a single strike. Bang! 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 Huh? Fang Heng felt a jolt in his chest. Ding! The player was affected by the soul explosion effect, the player's health point minus 220,000 points. The player experienced a spirit explosion effect, the player's mental strength was reduced by 1/3 of its maximum value, the damage was substantial. As the vengeful spirit exploded, it also inflicted a mental explosion effect, instantly draining 1/3 of his mental strength. And it wasn't over yet. After the vengeful spirit life form shattered, its explosive aura quickly condensed in the air, forming smaller vengeful spirit creatures that lunged at him again. Interesting. Fang Heng stepped back a few paces. Fortunately, he wasn't relying on his mental strength for battle, otherwise, he would have been in real trouble. He raised his great holy sword once more and swung it forward with force. Whoosh! Whoosh! With nearly 20 consecutive swings of his sword, using the wave effect of the great holy sword, he finally cleared the repeatedly split vengeful spirits after 7 divisions. Boom! 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 Ding! The player killed a split vengeful spirit, elite, gaining 880 experience points from the Death God bloodline. Ding! The player killed a split vengeful spirit, elite, gaining 880 experience points from the Death God bloodline. Immediately, a flurry of game notifications flooded his retina. Great! What a rush! Each split vengeful spirit provided 880 experience points. Fang Heng tilted his head to glance at Fianna, who was not far away and casting the vengeful spirit summoning skill, throwing her a provocative look. This guy. Is he trying to provoke me? A flash of anger crossed Fianna's eyes. Let's see how long you can hold out. Fianna infused her mental strength into her scepter, again unleashing the undead summoning skill. This time, she channeled even more mental strength, directly summoning over 20 split vengeful spirits that roared as they charged toward Fang Heng. Haha. Perfect timing. Fang Heng watched the split vengeful spirits come rushing at him, excitement surging within him as he raised the great holy sword and charged forward again. Meanwhile, in the higher echelons of the Undead Council, the instructors watched through the mirror as the two invader teams converged. They saw Fang Heng quickly retreating and couldn't help but silently commend him. He knew when to advance and when to pull back, aware that the enemy was on guard, and immediately switched targets to attack the remaining 2 teams. Such a strategy was incredibly clever. But soon, Fang Heng's subsequent actions left them puzzled again. Everyone knew that the best way to deal with summoners was to eliminate the summoner directly. They were aware that Fang Heng had this capability. By leveraging his spatial ability to quickly close the distance to the enemy, and with his vampire powers and great holy sword, he could certainly secure a kill. So why wasn't he doing that? Why waste time against these summoned creatures? Was he stalling for time? Yet the other 2 teams were rapidly closing in on the mausoleum, stalling one team wouldn't be effective at all. The undead instructors were confused about the purpose of Fang Heng's actions, but Danzō and Li Shoqian below exchanged knowing glances, displaying wry smiles. Mr. Fang was still Mr. Fang, he could find a way to farm experience points anytime. Chairman, we have new discoveries. Just as the Undead Council members were filled with doubt, an instructor hurriedly approached, glancing at the others. Chairman, based on the photos provided by Danzō and Li Shoqian, combined with the recent translation updates, we've obtained some information. What have you found? Speak directly. The Hanyu clan has risen in rebellion. They've allied with outsiders from the Death Realm to overthrow Empress Persephone's rule. We've obtained a name from this, disaster. Upon hearing this, the crowd frowned. Go on. The undead instructor took a deep breath. From the descriptions, we believe that this disaster refers to what we know as Ouroboros. Instantly, the great hall fell silent, save for the rustling sounds from Let and his translation team as they worked. Disaster? It was actually the disaster, Ouroboros. Even the Death Realm was facing a disaster. Chapter 2576. Will Fragment GRG nodded and said, continue. The Empress Persephone led the Death Realm in fierce battles to maintain order against their enemies. At first, she and her team easily wiped out the disasters, gradually forcing them into a corner. But during that time, the Hanyu clan completely opened the soul passage of the Death Realm, causing it to undergo strange changes. The Empress was forced to temporarily return, expending tremendous strength to seal the soul passage again. Taking advantage of this breather, Disaster's forces grew stronger and surged back. As the conflict intensified, the Empress's side began to retreat. Ultimately, according to the translated content from the photographs, Empress Persephone faced Disaster in a showdown. She used forbidden power to utterly crush the Disaster Queen Bug and curse the disaster, eradicating it from the Death Realm. However, the forbidden power was too overwhelming, and the Empress had already suffered great exhaustion. Thus, her soul's will could not endure and shattered, leading to her will being divided into dozens of fragments scattered throughout the Death Realm. The remnants of the Empress's former generals managed to gather 12 incomplete fragments of her soul's will and store them in the Empress's mausoleum. They hoped to use the power the Empress had left behind during her life to find a suitable vessel for her rebirth, injecting her soul into it to ultimately achieve her resurrection. As the members of the Undead Council processed this information, Li Shouqiang and Tan Shao felt a simultaneous jolt in their hearts. Good heavens! So, Empress Persephone's will had been severely wounded, and her soul's will had been split into 12 pieces. They had thought that the 12 coffins in the mausoleum contained beings stronger than the god of the underworld, the High Priestess, or even the Death Knights, and it had frightened them for quite some time. Now it seemed that they hadn't completely misguessed, it was just that the answer was somewhat unexpected. Tan Shao and Li Shouqiang exchanged glances, and suddenly a thought emerged in their minds. Feng Heng had mentioned that with his current abilities, he could absorb the wills of the Death Knights and the High Priestess of Empress Persephone's empire, but when it came to the Empress herself, it would likely be very difficult, he might even end up being devoured instead. So, what if it were now the fragments of the Empress's will? Could Mr. Feng find a way to absorb those instead? And they were fragments of her will. The kind that had been severely wounded. Wouldn't that make the absorption much easier? Upon careful reflection, this seemed very possible. They needed to inform Mr. Feng about this important news immediately. The instructor responsible for reporting the information didn't realize what Tan Shao and Li Shouqiang were thinking. After a pause, he scanned the crowd again and nodded. Additionally, the mausoleum was originally built by Empress Persephone for her resurrection. After defeating the disaster, her subordinates set up numerous prohibitions within the mausoleum to prevent the Empress's soul from being desecrated by outsiders. If faced with an unbeatable attacker, the entire mausoleum would activate its detonation mechanism, burying all invaders alongside it. We have confirmed that the explosion's central location is in the Great Hall, right under the Empress's coffin. Upon hearing this, everyone fell into silence. The subordinates of Empress Persephone were ruthless. This also meant that Feng Heng's current situation was very precarious. If an explosion occurred, he would undoubtedly be caught in it. Quick! Notify Feng Heng immediately and ensure he is prepared. Meanwhile, Feng Heng was still entangled with Fianna and her group in the passageway. The special summon vengeful spirits were incredibly satisfying to deal with. He had been lost in the thrill for over 2 hours, leveling up his commander-level Death God bloodline to level 44. Was he nearing his limit? Was his mental strength running low? Feng Heng shot another provocative glance at Fianna. It was obvious that her summoning speed had significantly decreased. Fianna gritted her teeth in frustration and downed a bottle of purple potion. Who would have thought this person would be so difficult to handle? Her mental strength was already severely depleted. Not just hers, her entire team was nearly out of mental strength as well. Earlier, she had established contact with 3 other teams that had also invaded the mausoleum through a special ritual. They believed Feng Heng might be a newly recruited guardian of Empress Persephone's mausoleum, making him very hard to deal with. Instead of wasting time fighting him in the passageway, it would be better for Fianna's team to keep Feng Heng occupied while the other teams could break into the mausoleum's central area without interference. After all, in their experience exploring the mausoleum, Fianna's team hadn't been of much help during the final battle with the Death Knights. Fianna was the perfect choice to hold off Feng Heng. She accepted the suggestion and continued to engage with him, But she hadn't expected Fang Heng to endure for so long. She was struggling to keep up. Fang Heng noticed that Fianna's team was nearing their limit, so he decided to pull back a bit to give them a breather. After grinding experience for quite some time, he finally realized that the stone slab he had been carrying was heating up continuously. During this period, the Undead Council had been trying to urgently contact him. With a sense of lingering excitement from the battle, Fang Heng stepped back, quickly moved to the side, and took out the stone slab to inspect it. As he looked at the information appearing on the slab, his pupils narrowed in shock. So that's what was going on. Earlier, they had found it strange that there were so many coffins in the Great Hall, especially with so many positioned in the central area. It didn't make sense for Empress Persephone's mausoleum to not be located in the most central domain. Now he understood, the Empress's will and soul had suffered severe damage. All of those coffins belonged to Empress Persephone. Fang Heng felt a surge of excitement. Perhaps he could extract some benefits from Empress Persephone after all. He hoped the other two invading teams hadn't arrived yet. With that thought in mind, he stopped engaging with Fianna and swiftly headed toward the central mausoleum. Meanwhile, the high-ranking members of the Undead Council, watching through the mirror, let out a sigh of relief. Finally, he had decided to check the stone slab. They hoped he could make it in time and quickly withdraw. Fianna's entire team was on the brink of collapse, and with the disaster finally leaving, they felt a wave of relief wash over them. Colette has found the entrance to the Death Knight. Let's move forward. Speed up and regroup with them. Yes. Chapter 2577 Interception. Fang Heng quickly made his way back through the underground maze passage to the Great Hall of the Death Knights. This was bad. At the entrance, the team formed by Colette and Karsa had already occupied the entire entrance to the Great Hall. It looked like they had just arrived. Fang Heng immediately concealed his aura and hid at the periphery of the entrance to observe. Colette and Karsa were concentrating on the final entrance leading to Empress Persephone's mausoleum, both showing signs of doubt. Something seemed off. In the past, whenever they reached this place, the guards of the Empress's mausoleum would be activated, and they would be intercepted by the Death Knights resurrected within the Great Hall. Yet today, they only saw 4 stone statues of Death Knights and an overwhelming mass of vines. The vines and roots almost completely covered the entire Great Hall. But strangely, the Death Knights had not been resurrected. Even more bizarre was that they noticed a giant-sized magic array positioned near the central area of the hall. The magic array was activated and was surrounded by a dense network of vine roots. It looked like a summoning magic array. All the vines in the mausoleum seemed to be spreading out from here. The vines continued to extend outward, attempting to launch an attack on the team. However, due to the influence of Colette's corrosion domain, the vines that approached the team quickly lost their vitality and could no longer grow. What was going on? This magic array. Was it a trap? Colette and Karsa exchanged glances. Let's investigate carefully. For safety's sake, the two decided to temporarily stay inside the Great Hall with their team, cautiously examining the surroundings. Fang Heng watched their movements from a distance, feeling a heavy weight in his heart. This was serious. If the two of them destroyed the Abakaya magic array, he would lose his safe passage out of the Death Realm. The Undead Council had informed him that the mausoleum had a defense mechanism. If it was breached, it would explode completely. If that happened, he would be buried alongside it. Should he leave now? Or? Fang Heng couldn't help but glance deeper into the Empress's mausoleum. Damn it. Since he had come this far, he might as well take a chance. He decided to go in and take a look. Empress Persephone had suffered immense trauma in life, her soul and will severely damaged, unable to fully coalesce. Most of her spiritual essence was lost, and her former loyalists had expended great effort to find only 12 fragments. Fang Heng estimated that absorbing just one fragment would amount to roughly 1% of the Empress's full power during her prime. He figured he could manage it with the demonic seed inside him. Most importantly, this fragment of will had very little awareness. Absorbing it would be relatively easy. Even if he couldn't fully handle it, he could find a way to deal with the remaining portion later. But if he ran away now, these people would definitely ruin the entire mausoleum. The Empress's will was nowhere to be found. If that happened, it would be a total loss. If he didn't seize this opportunity, he'd lose sleep for years. He had to go for it. Fang Heng felt a surge of determination as he quickly stepped into the secondary space projection, racing toward the mausoleum entrance ahead. Colette and Karsa were investigating when they suddenly looked up at the tangled vines and roots before them. Crack, crack, crack. From behind the hidden vines and roots, the entrance to the Great Hall of Empress Persephone emitted a rasping sound. Crack, crack, crack. The great doors of the Great Hall began to slowly open. What? In the next moment, both sensed a spatial fluctuation and immediately turned their gazes toward the source of the ripple. They could distinctly perceive Fang Heng's presence within the secondary space projection, and he swiftly passed by them, entering the Empress's Great Hall. However, they couldn't visually capture Fang Heng's figure, and their attacks proved ineffective. Concerned that it might be a trap, neither of them pursued. Karsa stared at the open doorway and asked, "Colette, is that the guy you encountered earlier?" "Yes, it's him. I don't know what tricks he's up to. He had plenty of opportunities to enter the Great Hall before, but he's only doing it now," Karsa pondered. "It's highly likely a trap." Colette nodded in agreement. "For now, let's deal with that troublesome magic array, dispel the external vines, and destroy the Death Knight statues." "All right then." As Colette spoke, he gathered an imprint with his hands in front of him. Whoosh! 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 The corrosion domain coalesced in front of Colette and gradually spread forward. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The vines near the central magic array reacted violently, emitting sizzling sounds upon encountering the corrosion domain. Colette frowned slightly. Whoosh! 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 In the next moment, more than 20 lickers burst out from the dense foliage, lunging toward them. "You keep going, I will handle the rest," Karsa shouted, brandishing his dagger as he led his subordinates to face the incoming horde of lickers. Whoosh! Karsa moved swiftly, his dagger slicing through the air to carve 3 elegant arcs. The licker that was in midair was instantly dismembered and scattered into pieces of flesh and blood. Karsa's special ability allowed him to reveal the enemy's weak points when he attacked with his dagger. If he struck all the weak points within 5 seconds, he could achieve an instant kill. Of course, the stronger the enemy, the more weak points there were. Wait, what? Karsa's pupils constricted. What was that? The flesh of the licker's broken limbs quickly rotted on the ground, forming a black powder. Kai. The black powder, like ashes, quickly gathered together, and the licker revived at a visibly fast pace. Karsa watched as the licker, which had just been killed, revived at an astonishing speed and lunged at him again, disbelief filling his eyes. Revival ability? He had never seen such a bizarre power. Moreover, these creatures fundamentally lacked souls. They belonged to a completely summoned type of being. The Dark Clan members following Karsa also recognized this fact. The lickers that appeared in the Death Knight's Great Hall were different from those they had encountered before. They were covered with a layer of dark brown substance, which enhanced both their defensive capabilities and attack strength. But the most terrifying aspect was their rapid revival ability after death. They had no way to counter such an ability. Faced with a group of enemies that couldn't be killed, Colette's progress in dismantling the magic array was immediately hindered. Meanwhile, Fang Heng quickly returned to the main hall of the Empress's mausoleum. The lickers he left in the Great Hall of the Death Knights were specially modified original devouring bodies. The most notable feature of the original devouring body was its ability to resurrect after death. Currently, none of the known methods to eliminate the original devouring body were available in the Death Realm. It should buy them some time. Chapter 2578 Devour. Thinking quickly, Fang Heng shifted his gaze to the central crystal pillar of the Great Hall. Due to the external invasion triggering the alarm, the central pillar now glowed a deep purple. Surrounding the central pillar were. Fang Heng rapidly scanned the coffins, counting their numbers. Yes. It matched the translation records. There were a total of 12 coffins. Each coffin contained a fragment of Empress Persephone's shattered soul. He just needed to choose one. Absorb it. At that moment, the higher-ups of the Undead Council, a group of instructors, focused their attention on Fang Heng's actions as they watched through the mirror. Fang Heng. What was he trying to do? Previously, in the Great Hall of the Death Knights, that had been his best opportunity to leave. However, Fang Heng chose not to escape but instead returned to Empress Persephone's mausoleum. Li Shouqiang and Danzō exchanged glances, both reading the tension and excitement on each other's faces, their hearts racing wildly. They guessed correctly. Fang Heng returned to the Empress's mausoleum with one purpose in mind. He wanted to see if he could consume the Empress's will. Everyone watched as Fang Heng quickly entered the central area of the Empress's mausoleum, arriving in front of one of the 12 coffins. What was he about to do? Fang Heng pressed his hand against the coffin and looked up at the ice crystal pillar in the center of the Great Hall. He remembered the High Priestess had mentioned that to complete the inheritance of the will, one needed to touch the ice crystal pillar and then accept the guidance. However, at this moment, he wasn't interested in any inheritance of will. So, Fang Heng took a deep breath. Here it comes. With a sudden burst of strength, he lifted the coffin lid. Whoosh! A black mist poured out from the gap of the opened coffin lid. The black fog quickly condensed in the air, forming a round ball. The sphere emitted an intensely powerful aura of death. Fang Heng cautiously stepped back half a pace, focusing on the sphere above him. It seemed this was the so-called fragment of inheritance left by Empress Persephone. Next, he would absorb it. Whoosh! Just as Fang Heng contemplated how to proceed, the sphere suddenly erupted, shooting off into the distance. Not good. It was escaping. Feng Heng lightly tapped his toes and immediately pursued the black fog sphere. Whoosh! The black fog sphere slammed into the wall, causing a faint blue halo to appear on the surface, and then it was bounced back. Feng Heng realized something. The entire Great Hall seemed to have a barrier designed to prevent the Empress's will from escaping. The black fog sphere couldn't penetrate the walls. I've got it. Taking advantage of the moment the black fog was rebounded, Feng Heng quickly reached out and touched the fog. In the next instant, the black fog erupted violently, breaking free from Feng Heng's grasp. Not good. The black fog was still intangible. With his current abilities, he couldn't hold on to it. He also couldn't allow the black fog to invade his sea of consciousness. What to do? Feng Heng felt anxious, his eyes scanning the Great Hall. The black fog didn't show strong aggression, but he couldn't affect it in any way. Time was running out. Outside, Ibukiya was already starting to struggle. He had to try that. The crystal pillar. With no other option, Feng Heng tapped his toes again and quickly dashed toward the central pillar. Pa! Reaching the purple crystal pillar, Feng Heng slammed his hand against the ice crystal structure. Almost simultaneously, he felt his mental strength being drawn from his sea of consciousness by the pillar. Whoosh! The entire central stone pillar immediately radiated a soft blue light. The black soul will, which had been darting around the Great Hall, sensed something and gradually began to calm down, floating toward the ice crystal pillar. Feng Heng fixed his gaze on the soul will slowly drifting toward him. It worked. Whoosh! The soul merged into the purple ice crystal pillar and, guided by it, was quickly absorbed into Feng Heng's body. It's here. He succeeded. Feng Heng's heart raced with excitement. A powerful force of will surged into his body through his palm. Not good. Feng Heng's pupils constricted. Compared to the will of the Death Knight before, this power was hundreds of times stronger. They weren't even on the same level. He had underestimated it. Once the will entered his body, it immediately gathered in his sea of consciousness. The ice crystals already present in his sea of consciousness burst forth with ice blue energy waves. The incomplete will of the Empress quickly intertwined with the ice crystal in his consciousness. Ding! The player is currently absorbing death strength. The player gains 221,000 experience points from the Death God bloodline. Ding! The player is currently absorbing death strength. The player gains 217,000 experience points from the Death God bloodline. Ding! The player's commander level Death God bloodline has been upgraded to level 46. Ding! The player is currently absorbing death strength. The player gains. As Feng Heng watched the game notifications pop up, he felt his sea of consciousness being nourished, a deep sense of satisfaction bubbling up within him. Was there an unexpected gain? The remaining will of Empress Persephone contained immense power. This power, originating from the ice crystal, was rapidly absorbed under its influence. However, mere seconds of satisfaction turned into urgency as the will surged into Feng Heng's sea of consciousness, attempting to devour and merge with his own will. Here it came. Feng Heng's heart raced. The crisis erupted just as he had feared. His will was no match for that of Empress Persephone. Now, he could only rely on the demonic seed. Feng Heng fervently prayed in his mind. He had to withstand it. In his sea of consciousness, the remnants of Empress Persephone's will pursued Feng Heng's will with lethal intent. He switched to the demonic seed form. Feng Heng's will immediately merged with the will of the demonic seed lurking in the corner of his consciousness. In an instant, the will of the demonic seed exploded forth. The two wills clashed violently in the sea of consciousness. Unlike before, when the Death Knight's will was quickly devoured and extinguished, this time there was a sense of balance between them. At least, the outcome wouldn't be decided quickly. The entire sea of consciousness became a battlefield for these two powerful wills. Feng Heng soon realized something. Empress Persephone's will was incomplete and heavily restricted. Conversely, his will was far weaker than that of the demonic seed, so after merging, he couldn't fully utilize the seed's power, thus weakening himself significantly. With both sides weakened, and benefiting from the home field advantage, he gradually gained the upper hand. Feng Heng's eyes turned red. The trouble was that as he used his will to struggle against the invading will of the demonic seed, both his and the seed's will sustained damage, slowly wearing down. He had to crush it. Bang! After entangling with the remnants of Empress Persephone's will for over 10 minutes, Feng Heng's will gained significant advantage. Drawing on the strength of the demonic seed, he finally overwhelmed and shattered the remnants of Empress Persephone's will completely. Chapter 2579 Advancement. Ding! The player has successfully defeated part of Empress Persephone's remaining will. Ding! The player has obtained 20 high-tier Holy Spirit Crystal. Game prompts began to flood in. Feng Heng hadn't even had time to process them before his pupils dilated sharply. As the Empress's remaining will was completely destroyed, the energy flowing into his sea of consciousness lost control and erupted. The ice crystals within the Sea of Consciousness eagerly absorbed the power originating from Empress Persephone. Since the power shared the same source, the absorption was effortless. His retinas displayed a flurry of game prompts. Ding. The player is currently absorbing Death Strength, gaining 1,721,000 experience points in the Death God bloodline. Ding. The player is currently absorbing Death Strength, gaining 1,993,300 experience points. The energy absorption speed continued to increase. In just a few minutes, a red notification appeared. Ding. The player's commander level Death God bloodline has been upgraded to level 49. Ding. The player's current level is level 49. The player's Death God bloodline level cannot exceed level 49. Please complete an advancement mission to increase your level. Troublesome. He had hit a bottleneck. Feng Hang was surrounded by an overflowing aura of black energy. According to the game mechanics, skill levels could not exceed the player's level. He needed to break through the level cap immediately, or all this power would go to waste. He decided to use higher tier Holy Spirit crystals for an exchange and level up right away. Currently, he only had normal crystals and high tier crystals available. He still had 16 normal crystals left. That was enough. Ding. The player uses 5 Holy Spirit crystal to exchange for 2,500 tier 2 rainbow crystals. Ding. The player has reached level up. Feng Hang shouted. Ding. The player's current level has increased to level 50. Due to the player's talent skill, the player gains an additional 13,983 zombie clones. Ding. The player requires 20,000 tier 2 rainbow crystals for the next level up. In an instant, numerous magic arrays appeared beneath Feng Hang, densely packed and swirling around him. A multitude of zombie clones staggered out from the magic arrays. Once the level restriction was lifted, the energy within the Sea of Consciousness surged again. Ding. The player is currently absorbing Death Strength, gaining plus 1,724,000 experience points for the Death God bloodline. Ding. The player is currently absorbing Death Strength, gaining plus 2,329,000 experience points for the Death God bloodline. Ding. Ding. The player's commander level Death God bloodline has reached the maximum level. It was full. Feng Hang felt a surge of determination. Advancement. God of the Underworld bloodline. The skill book he had previously found in the coffin was now coming in handy. Ding. The player consumes a God of the Underworld bloodline advancement book. Ding. The player's commander level Death God bloodline maxed level has been forgotten. Ding. The player has gained God of the Underworld bloodline level 1, commander level Death God bloodline level 1, inherited from Empress Persephone. Bloodline description. This power is derived from the inheritance of the Death Realm. The God of the Underworld is the guardian of the Death Realm, commanding the Dark Clan and possessing the ability to comprehend the cycle of life and death. Bloodline description. Your exploration of necromancy is deeply rooted in bloodline inheritance. You can use most necromancy-related items and gain additional effects. When using necromancy skills, you receive a 50% boost to their effectiveness. You can control the Book of the Dead for skill recording and casting. All your basic attributes increase by 20. Additional description. Each time your skill level increases, it will also enhance your base will attribute by 30, extend your lifespan, and slightly increase your soul's strength. Additional description. This skill can be upgraded to a maximum of level 60. Additional description. Because this skill originates from the inheritance of Empress Persephone, when you cast undead skills, most will also apply a soul freeze effect. Bloodline additional skill 1, Death Realm Passage. Skill description. Releases to target soul units, guiding them into the reincarnation mire of the Death Realm. Upon completion, you will gain corresponding Death God bloodline experience points. Bloodline additional skill 2, God of the Underworld State, Special State. Skill description. The player can enter the God of the Underworld State, Spirit form. In this state, using undead skills will gain an additional 50% effectiveness boost. The player becomes immune to most physical effects, can float short distances, and pass through certain walls and barriers. Only the Death God Scythe can be used as a weapon in this state. While in this state, the player gains a shield equal to 3 times their maximum health point, and while the shield exists, they ignore all effects from master level skills and below. Bloodline additional skill 3, Dimensional Energy, level 25. Skill description. Enjoy an increase in dimensional level brought by Empress Persephone, dimensional level 2. This additional skill is ineffective as the player currently possesses a higher level dimensional energy. Bloodline additional skill 4, Death Gaze. Skill description. The player can consume mental strength to enter the Death Gaze state. In this state, the player's line of sight will be blocked from all obstacles. The player can only see the souls of all soul creatures within the range. The tracking range of the soul catcher will be increased by 250 times. Bloodline additional skill 5, Death Grip. Skill description. In the God of the Underworld state, the player can quickly approach enemies from a distance and make a skill check. If successful, the enemy will enter a choking state. If the check fails due to resistance or defense, it will cause substantial necromantic damage to nearby enemies and trigger a space eruption in the Death Realm. Bloodline Additional Skill 6, Guidance of the Underworld. Skill description: releases a partially open Death Realm sphere that will cause a space eruption in the Death Realm upon contact with enemies. Feng Heng quickly read through the game prompts. The advancement to Death God, now to the God of the Underworld. No longer burdened by the troublesome KPI tasks of the Death God, he wouldn't be forced to complete tasks every month. Each level increases will buy 30 points, along with an immediate gain of 30 basic attribute points upon acquiring skills. Additionally, there was a form similar to the Death God state, the God of the Underworld. From the descriptions, it was difficult to determine the actual combat strength. It seemed promising based on the descriptions. As Feng Heng quickly flipped through the new skills, the ice crystal in the Sea of Consciousness continued to rapidly absorb the energy released after the explosion of Empress Persephone's soul will. Ding. The player is currently absorbing death strength, gaining plus 1,721,000 experience points for the God of the Underworld bloodline. Ding. The player's God of the Underworld bloodline has risen to level 3. Ding. The player's Abukiya has taken 554,300 corrosion damage. The player's Magikure has been damaged. Ding. The player is currently absorbing death strength, gaining plus 1,419,000 experience points for the God of the Underworld bloodline. Ding. The player's God of the Underworld bloodline has risen to level 5. The energy absorption in the Sea of Consciousness continued. Suddenly, amidst the continuous notifications of leveling up, Feng Heng noticed several messages related to Abukiya, and his heart sank. Not good, Abukiya was already at his limit. Chapter 2580. Reckless. Unbeknownst to Feng Heng, the upper echelons of the Undead Council were closely monitoring his every move. Just moments ago, they had witnessed a fragment of Empress Persephone's soul being absorbed by the ice crystal and merging into Feng Heng's body, causing them to break into a cold sweat. Dickie's expression was particularly anxious. This kid was always so reckless, making it hard to feel at ease. Not good, they're coming. An undead instructor fixed his gaze on the entrance of the Great Hall in the mirror. Everyone's expressions changed slightly. It was the invaders. Khalid and Karsa had just cleared the magical array in the periphery of the Death Knight space and stepped into the Great Hall. Despite it being their first visit, they were struck with confusion upon seeing the scene in the central hall. Strange, it looked like it had just been ransacked, and the signs of a struggle were still fresh. The place was even filled with hordes of zombie creatures. Khalid thought back to the person they had encountered in the mausoleum. Could it be him? Suddenly, Khalid sensed something and looked up. In the center of the hall, a young man was reaching out to touch the central ice crystal pillar, his eyes tightly shut. It was him. The guardian of the mausoleum. The lickers they had just dealt with had been summoned by him, causing them considerable trouble. What was he doing? Khalid cautiously glanced at Karsa beside him, and they exchanged knowing looks before directing their attention to the coffins at the very center of the Great Hall. Karsa, that guy seems off. I don't know what tricks he's up to. Yeah. Karsa's gaze was fixed on the coffins surrounding Feng Heng. He spoke in a low voice. It's said that the remnants of Empress Persephone's will reside within these coffins. We don't know which one. Since we can't identify it, let's destroy them along with that kid. Then the Hanyu clan won't have to worry about the Empress's vengeance anymore. As Khalid spoke, he raised his right hand high. The brown short blade in his grasp emanated waves of deathly aura, forming a crescent-shaped blade in the air. Whoosh! With a swift motion, the crescent blade sliced through all the zombie clones in its path, just moments before it would reach Feng Heng. Whoosh! Feng Heng suddenly opened his eyes and swiftly stepped to the right, entering a secondary space projection. Bang! The next moment, the short blade had directly struck the central crystal pillar. Boom! To everyone's surprise, the crystal pillar had trembled for a moment before exploding into pieces. Buzz! From the center of the shattered crystal pillar, visible ice blue pulse waves spread outwards. Boom! Boom 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 boom. As the pulse waves hit the surrounding coffins, they detonated with explosive force. Large sections of coffins shattered in an instant. Khalid and Karsa exchanged glances, their expressions shifting with concern. From the rubble of the coffins around the Great Hall, a terrifying aura began to leak out. Dark shadows began to coalesce above the exploded coffins. These were the former loyalists of Empress Persephone. Though not many in number, each one was a formidable presence. Meanwhile, Feng Heng was quickly retreating in the secondary space projection. A small portion of the Empress's power still lingered in his sea of consciousness, gradually being absorbed. Looking up, Feng Heng saw the coffins that had been blasted open by the ice crystal explosion. In addition to the former loyalists of Empress Persephone at the tier of High Priestess, there were also 11 remnants of the Empress's will still present. The Dark Soul spheres immediately began to thrash about in the Great Hall, trying to escape. Unfortunately for them, Feng Heng felt a twinge of regret. Feng Heng had just fought against a small remnant of the Empress's will, which had drained a significant portion of his own willpower. He estimated it would take at least 3 days for him to fully recover. In this state, he could no longer absorb the Empress's will. He needed to escape. But before he did, there was still that. After the central pillar exploded, large chunks of crystal debris scattered across the ground. He had noticed this earlier. He couldn't directly absorb the willpower of Empress Persephone, he needed to use the crystal pillar for guidance. He had to take a piece back. Who knows, there might be another chance in the future. Feng Heng's gaze focused on the nearest chunk of the stone pillar. He dashed out of the secondary space projection and quickly leaped towards the fragment, snatching it up and stowing it in his backpack. Ding! The player has acquired an item fragment of Empress Persephone's Eyes crystal pillar, he had it. Without pausing to examine the item description, Feng Heng looked up, only to see the battlefield erupting in chaos ahead of him. The old loyalists, revived from the coffins, rapidly regained their memories and immediately targeted the Hanyu Empire invaders. Hanyu clan. New grudges mingled with old ones. Empress Persephone recognized the Hanyu clan's bloodline at first glance and locked it onto her enemies. The battle erupted instantly. Retreat. Feng Heng thought for a moment, lightly pushing off the ground with his toes, ready to slip away. Khaled had already noticed Feng Heng's movements but was simultaneously targeted by 2 of the newly awakened Empress's priests and couldn't break free to pursue him. He had to go. In just a few moments, Feng Heng crossed the central mausoleum and returned to the Great Hall of the Death Knights. Ibukiya had been repelled. The magic array on the ground had been destroyed. Now, to escape the Death Realm, he could only use the teleportation passage left by the high-ranking members of the Undead Council. He needed to check outside the mausoleum. Feng Heng felt the stone slab in his hand growing extremely hot. The Undead Council was continuously sending him alerts through the slab. The Empress's subordinates had set explosives in the mausoleum, and with the central ice crystal already detonated, it was highly likely that the mausoleum would soon follow suit. He had to hurry. Run as far as he could. Of course, Feng Heng was prepared for the worst. If necessary, he'd just die and wait for rebirth. He didn't want to use the teleportation passage provided by the Necromancer Association. The negative effects were too severe. Escaping his soul and remolding his body would take a long time, and even his attributes would suffer reductions for an extended period. It would be better to try directly traversing the Death Storm. Even if he died accidentally, he could utilize the rebirth ability of the vampires. After all, the Death Realm was in chaos right now, and no one would absorb his soul. The Undead Council members were all sweating for Feng Heng. Tan Shao and Li Shouqian watched him sprinting towards safety in the mirror, silently cheering him on. Come on, faster, faster. Dicky could no longer contain his anxiety and shouted, what about the holy weapon? Why hasn't it brought him back yet? The holy weapon is already in operation. We've tried contacting Feng Heng through the stone slab several times, but he hasn't responded. Without his cooperation, we can't summon him back directly. It looks like Feng Heng wants to escape from the mausoleum. Chapter 2581 Destruction. It's impossible. The entire periphery of the mausoleum was shrouded in the undead storm. Even if Feng Heng managed to escape the mausoleum, given his current abilities, he likely wouldn't be able to avoid the death storm. Get ready quickly, Feng Heng had many tricks up his sleeve, and there might be other ways to safely pass through the death storm, Instructor Dicky urged. Hurry, prepare to open the passage to the Death Realm. Understood. The Undead Council immediately activated the lower-level Death Realm passage device, waiting for Feng Heng to return. Meanwhile, the holy weapon was also being prepared. As long as Feng Heng cooperated, they would be ready to forcibly bring him back at the first opportunity. Unbeknownst to him, Feng Heng had already become the focal point for the Undead Council members, as he desperately ran through the mausoleum's passage. He turned a corner, his brow furrowed. Invaders from the Hanyu Empire had left guards in certain areas of the mausoleum, blocking several sections and increasing his escape difficulty. Whoosh! Feng Heng once again stepped into a secondary space projection, controlling the remaining liquor swarm in the mausoleum to create chaos and swiftly bypass the guarded areas. After a series of maneuvers that took only 10 minutes, Feng Heng reached the main passage leading out of the mausoleum. Upon arriving at the mausoleum's exit and stepping out of the secondary space projection, Feng Heng looked at the scene outside, his eyes revealing a heavy concentration. This was troublesome. Ahead, a vast area was completely enveloped by a layer of black undead storm. What to do? In the Death Realm, the undead storm was a terrifying entity. The undead storm before him had reached the highest level of destruction. Just standing there, Feng Hang could feel his perception rapidly being devoured by the storm. The darkness within the death storm was absolute, and the swirling sands could strip away vast amounts of health, perception, and even willpower. Forcing his way through would expose him to a host of negative effects. Feng Hang squinted, pulling out the scorching stone slab in his hand. The message from the Undead Council explicitly warned him against attempting to enter the undead storm. The most terrifying aspect of the undead storm wasn't the enhanced undead creatures within, but rather the negative effects that would erode one's willpower upon entry. Once inside the undead storm, everyone's perception would be swallowed, leading to disorientation until their will was completely extinguished. The Undead Council provided another hint, suggesting he use the holy weapon to facilitate a soul transfer. Feng Hang glanced at the slab and then tucked it away. Indeed, he sensed a tremendous threat emanating from the undead storm. His perception couldn't penetrate its depths. If his will were truly extinguished, he might not even be able to resurrect. The risk of forcing entry was far too great. Since avoiding it was impossible, then there was still another option. Feng Hang contemplated for a moment, then turned back to enter the mausoleum once more. What's going on? Why is he going back? The higher-ups of the Undead Council watched as Feng Hang opted not to force his way into the undead storm. They initially breathed a sigh of relief, but soon started whispering among themselves again as they saw him turn and leave. Is he trying to find a safe place to complete the soul transfer? Possible. Hurry, is the holy weapon ready? Once the magic array is complete, we can use it to bring Feng Hang back. Understood. Wait. Look at him. They quickly noticed that Feng Hang hadn't entered the depths of the mausoleum. Instead, he had reached a large stone chamber in the outermost area. The chamber was relatively spacious, filled with various decorations and ancient artifacts, and was one of the few large stone chambers without a coffin. But contrary to their expectations, Feng Hang didn't seem to plan on escaping with the holy weapon and stood in the center of the stone chamber. Whoosh! Whoosh! Before long, liquors started climbing into the chamber through the passageway. Once inside, the liquors quickly coalesced into a flesh cocoon on the ground, then emerged from it, returning to their normal zombie forms. Under the astonished gazes of the Undead Council's instructors, the zombies staggered over to the ancient tools hanging on the walls and began digging into the ground with shovels. What were the zombies doing? At that moment, the instructors of the Undead Council finally realized what was happening. Good heavens! Feng Hang intended to dig a passage out from here. Was that even a possibility? Regardless of whether it would work, was there enough time? Feng Hang himself had no way of knowing if it would be enough time. But now that it had come to this, he might as well try. Feng Hang quickly set up a magic array, using alchemy to convert steel gathered from the surrounding mausoleum into simple iron nuggets, which the zombie clone then assembled. Simple shovels were still feasible. The sound of clanging and banging filled the entire stone chamber. Meanwhile, deep within the Empress's mausoleum, Colette and the others were unable to contend with the guards in front of the Empress. They fought their way back, soon meeting up with the remaining two teams. Invaders, you have committed unforgivable crimes. The Empress will punish you. Ha ha ha. Colette laughed fearlessly. What punishment? You're just trying to scare us. The soul ice crystal pillar is destroyed, and the Empress's coffin won't last much longer. Her soul will soon escape. Don't think I don't know, you're merely remnants of will. You're surviving only because the ice crystal pillar is barely keeping you alive. How much longer can you last? Just a bunch of jokes. The remnants of will, awakened from the coffin, glared at the central stone pillar, their eyes filled with wrath. In that war with disaster, the Empress's former followers suffered heavy losses. Most of them were merely remnants of will, unable to replenish their strength. As a result, they spent most of their time confined within their coffins, gradually losing vitality. Hey! Karsa observed the dark expressions on the faces of the Empress's old guards and couldn't help but sneer. What's wrong? Did we hit a nerve? Are you scared? Perhaps what you say is not entirely wrong, but as the instigators, you will have to pay the price. We will settle this account when the Empress returns. The commander of the resurrected Empress's followers coldly gazed at the invading Hanyu clan members in the depths of the mausoleum, nodding slightly as he murmured to himself. All are gathered. In the next moment, the commander raised his hands. Buzz. With a ripple of psychic force, barriers made of ice crystals descended, blocking the exit of the central Great Hall. What? Karsa's pupils constricted as he sensed something was amiss. This was bad. Be careful. Chapter 2582 Exploration. A dozen ice crystals instantly enveloped the exit. At this moment, even though Karsa realized something was wrong, it was already too late. The short blades swiftly cut through the air, leaving several trails of dark light that formed crescent blades, crashing against the ice curtain with a resounding boom. Bang! 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 The dark blades merely struck the icy surface, exploding into bursts of shadowy light. The power was absorbed by the ice barrier. With their strength, they simply couldn't break through the blockade in a short time. Boom! In the next moment, Karsa was engulfed by a blazing white light. In the underground passage, the zombie clones continued their relentless digging. Since they couldn't traverse the surface, they had to retrace their steps and attempt to create a passage below ground to escape. Digging tunnels had always been effective. Feng Heng's high-tier tunneling skill had long been leveled up to its maximum. Considering the possibility of an explosion in the mausoleum, he had even reinforced the tunnels with the zombie clones. Under normal circumstances, collapse was unlikely. But if the explosion's intensity was too high, Feng Heng couldn't say for sure. At least, based on his coordinates, he had already left the mausoleum area and was moving away from the explosion's epicenter. Faster. He just hoped to get further away from the mausoleum. Suddenly, Feng Heng felt a slight tremor beneath his feet. That was. The ground beneath Feng Heng erupted with violent tremors. What the hell? He glanced back down the passage, only to see a thick cloud of smoke and debris from the explosion rushing toward him. Whoosh! Feng Heng immediately switched to his sacred study, raising his hand to conjure a holy barrier to shield himself from the dust. This was bad. The explosion was more intense than he had anticipated. The reinforced underground passage shook violently, and the path ahead had completely collapsed. The zombie clones rapidly extended vines from their bodies, using them to reinforce the entire passage once more. Don't collapse, please don't collapse. Feng Heng silently prayed. The intense tremors lasted over 5 minutes before gradually subsiding. Was it over? Feng Heng looked back at the passage he had come from. About 20 meters ahead, the ground had entirely caved in. So close. Phew. Feng Heng let out a heavy sigh. It wasn't so bad. He was lucky. At least, for now, his life was safe. The entire underground area was sealed off, with stagnant air causing a negative effect that drained health over time. However, as an undead, he could easily recover that health. Not a big problem. The next step was simply to dig his way out. As for the debris and loose soil, he could dispose of it through the alchemy magic ray. Lost in thought, the zombie clones retracted their vines and began digging forward again. Meanwhile, as the mausoleum crumbled, the undead council came to realize what was happening and fell into a brief silence. They had just made a groundbreaking discovery in their exploration of the Empress's mausoleum, only for it to completely collapse. It was quite disheartening. Chairman, we just lost contact with the teleportation passage. It seems the passage has been utterly destroyed by the shockwave from the mausoleum explosion. Got it. With the teleportation passage destroyed, the group's frustration grew, and many shook their heads. Establishing a teleportation passage in the Death Realm was extremely challenging. It had taken them hundreds of years to create it. Now, it was all gone. Not to worry, Giargi said, noticing the low morale. He raised his hand and continued, in fact, we've already made significant gains this time. We've gathered enough research materials to keep us busy for a long time. Moreover, the Death Realm is vast, there are many more places to explore beyond the mausoleum of Empress Persephone. As they reflected on Giargi's words, the group's spirits lifted, and they nodded in agreement. That's right. Just these materials alone could keep us busy for decades, one member chimed in. At least everyone can return safely this time, that counts as a huge success, Instructor Dicky said, relieved to see Feng Heng safe. He nodded and added, moreover, there's no need to worry. Feng Heng has excellent skills in alchemy. With him here, rebuilding the teleportation passage might go much faster than we anticipated. That's right. Suddenly, the group remembered the enormous magic array Feng Heng had set up in the Death Knight's Great Hall. With Feng Heng's abilities, they could easily create another teleportation magic array. When they initially built the passage to the Death Realm, they faced numerous challenges, including needing to open a connection on the undead side and only being able to enter the Death Realm through projection. That's why it took them hundreds of years. Now that Feng Heng was already inside the passage, the process would be much simpler. Right, let's contact Feng Heng with the stone slab immediately. Ding. Due to the lack of a practical leader in Empress Persephone's faction, the number of followers has dropped below 50. The overall strength assessment is below 50,000 points. The faction has disbanded. Ding. Current time limit for the player. The current mission inheritance of Empress Persephone is now in a settlement state. Ding. The player has rejected the will inheritance of Empress Persephone, resulting in a significant decrease in favorability with her faction. Ding. Due to Empress Persephone being in a chaotic state, she cannot reclaim the player's ice crystal will core. Ding. Since Empress Persephone's faction has disbanded, they are unable to send a team to penalize the player for failing the next mission. The previous follow-up mission, the Wrath of Empress Persephone, has been cancelled. Ding. The player has failed the mission to repel the invaders. The player's God of the Underworld skill level has decreased by 5 levels. Ding. The player still possesses the Ice Crystal Will Core and has triggered a special guidance mission, Recreate the Glory of Empress Persephone. Mission name, Recreate the Glory of Empress Persephone. Mission difficulty, SSS. Mission description, the mausoleum built by Empress Persephone has been destroyed, and her remaining will has flowed into the Death Realm. Her power has suffered a severe blow. However, some of her old followers remain in the Death Realm, and it's not over yet. You still have the chance to rebuild the dynasty of Empress Persephone. Additional description, due to the extreme difficulty of this mission, it has been upgraded to a guidance mission. The player can follow the mission's guiding clues to complete it step by step or explore to complete it independently. Completing guided tasks will not yield rewards. Current mission guideline 1. You have previously obtained a wealth of literature from the Empress's mausoleum. Perhaps you can find clues within these documents to help rebuild Empress Persephone's power. Current mission guideline 2. Following the explosion of the mausoleum, the wills of Empress Persephone's old followers have escaped. You might be able to locate these wills and find clues from them to assist in the reconstruction of her power. Mission reward, Holy Weapon Grade Equipment, choose 1, Unknown. Chapter 2583 Punishment. Buried deep within the passage, Feng Heng carefully read through the series of game hints that had popped up. Wow! Overall, most of his mission lines had been completed and settled. Aside from a significant decrease in his favorability with Empress Persephone's subordinates, the biggest penalty was a drop of 5 levels in his God of the Underworld skill. That was still somewhat acceptable. Additionally, he had acquired a new mission to help restore Empress Persephone's imperial glory. It seemed he was expected to rebuild her faction. Feng Heng wondered if this mission might eventually require him to sacrifice himself as the Empress's vessel. It was hard to say. He decided to wait and see. After all, there was a benefit to this mission. It was set in the Death Realm, which would at least provide some safety from being hunted by the Holy Court. Ding. The core of the Ice Crystal Will in the player's Sea of Consciousness is weakening. Ding. Under the current conditions, the Ice Crystal Will core of Empress Persephone's faction will gradually weaken until it completely disappears. If the Ice Crystal disappears, the player's current mission, Recreate the Glory of Empress Persephone, will fail, and the player's God of the Underworld skill will be converted to an equal-level Transcendent Necromancy. Feng Heng furrowed his brow slightly and sensed the ice crystal in his Sea of Consciousness. Alright, the task of rebuilding the Empress's faction had a time limit. First, I need to find a way out of this cursed place. Feng Heng closed the game hints. He was unsure about the extent of the death storm outside, and he didn't dare to dig upward just yet. With so many members of the Undead Council watching him, he also felt it wasn't wise to use any special abilities to log out. Well, for now, he decided to log off for a bit. After resting for a day and night, Feng Heng estimated he would be ready to leave. The continuous battles had taken a toll on his spirit and will. As he prepared to rest in place, the stone slab in his hand began to warm slightly. The Undead Council was reaching out. Feng Heng opened the stone slab and saw the message appearing on its surface, stirring something within him. The undead hoped he could first set up a teleportation magic array to link to the outside. Then, a design for the magic array materialized on the stone slab. That worked. He could have his zombie clones clear out a space and set up the magic array. The magic array was not too difficult, half a day would be enough. Although it was just a basic magic array, allowing only external projections to enter this place, the broken Death Realm space wasn't sufficient for him to escape. In any case, he would take it step by step and begin setting up the magic array. The zombie clones stumbled over, starting to clear a spacious area around them. Looks like Feng Heng is confident in completing the magic array's construction. In the upper echelons of the Undead Council, the members watched as the zombies cleared a section of the domain. Feng Heng was busy setting up a magic array, and quiet discussions began among them. Building a complete magic array for the passage will require more preparation time. As for the first batch of candidates to enter the Death Realm, GRG paused for a moment, then looked up at the group. Anyone who wants to participate can step forward. The remaining capable instructors raised their hands eagerly. Before long, a team of 3 was selected. Given the basic nature of the magic array, 3 was already the limit, and it would require an enormous amount of energy to operate. Moreover, even if the magic array was successfully set up, the initial connection would take at least a day to complete. The Undead Council couldn't afford to wait. Once the passage was ready, they would immediately begin the connection process to enter the Death Realm as quickly as possible. Report, Chairman. An assistant approached GRG, handing him a document. This contains recent translations regarding Empress Persephone's records. Some of these passages may be useful to us. One details the Empress's insights into harnessing strength and condensing her ice crystal will, while another discusses her battles against invading forces. Breakthrough to God level. GRG's pupils constricted at the implication and he exclaimed, "Distribute this information immediately." Feng Heng had waited in the cavern for 2 full days. The zombie clones had been steadily digging the passage, working non-stop for 24 hours and estimating that they had excavated about 5 kilometers. However, the Undead Council had decided to proceed with caution, given that they were facing an unprecedented disaster-level storm. The undead storm's duration was prolonged and its reach extensive. For safety's sake, they instructed Feng Heng to remain patient and wait until the undead instructors confirmed it was safe to act. Feng Heng figured he had already waited this long, so an extra day or 2 didn't matter much. Meanwhile, the Undead Council had been conducting tests on the magic array for the Death Realm passage for 2 days, and finally, the magic array began to take effect. With a flash of black light from the center of the rapidly rotating array, 3 necromancy instructors emerged. "Instructors." Feng Heng greeted the 3 undead instructors with a fist salute. "Feng Heng, it's good to see you. Now that you're all right, we can relax a bit. You did a fantastic job this time." After exchanging pleasantries, the group quickly shared the troubles they were currently facing. Since the magic array on this side was not yet fully completed, creating a space passage from the other end required a substantial amount of energy, and the artifact could not remain activated for long. Therefore, they needed to wait until Feng Heng left the underground passage. Once in the Death Realm, they planned to set up another magic array on the surface. After that, they would have to find materials in the Death Realm to reinforce the magic array, aiming to upgrade the level of the teleportation passage. The difficulty wasn't particularly high, but it would take some time. Feng Heng quickly agreed, stating that it would be no problem. Ibikaya's magic array also required a large area for summoning, and the temporary passage they had dug out was inadequate for that purpose. He needed to go to the surface. "Come with me," Feng Heng said, leading his instructors to the deepest part of the passage. The zombie clones continued to dig forward, their relentless efforts a sight to behold. Although the instructors had seen footage of this several times in the Undead Council Hall, witnessing it firsthand was still astonishing. Controlling summoned creatures to work was not difficult, but managing so many at once and having them skillfully handle tools was unheard of. One instructor stood in the passage, hands raised before him as he formed a mark, his eyes closed as he sensed the external conditions. He then looked up and said, "The storm concentration above is now minimal. We can confirm that we've passed through the outer death storm." At this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "Good, Feng Heng. Let's begin." "Of course," Feng Heng responded, immediately directing the zombie clones to begin digging upward at an angle. After more than half an hour, a chilling aura flowed into the passage from outside. Finally, the underground passage was opened. Feng Heng stepped out into the rotting ground and let out a heavy sigh of relief. Chapter 2584 Exploration Whoosh. The air in the Death Realm was anything but fresh, carrying a faint stench of decay. Then, Feng Heng looked around. The entire Death Realm was shrouded in a thin layer of white fog. This fog obscured visibility and significantly hindered perception. Noticing something, Feng Heng frowned and flipped his wrist, summoning the Great Holy Sword into his palm. Whoosh! With a powerful swing, he sent the Great Holy Sword forward. Buzz! A golden wave of energy spread out, pushing through the thick fog. Bang! Bang bang! The white fog erupted with explosive sounds. Vengeful spirits. Numerous vengeful spirits drifted in the dense mist. His initial strike had only dealt with a small portion of them. Stimulated by the holy ripple, even more vengeful spirits surged from the fog, drawn toward Feng Heng. "We've explored most of the Death Realm, and it's always like this. These vengeful spirits just can't be entirely cleansed. Every time we clear one area, more emerge." The 3 undead instructors stepped out of the underground passage and positioned themselves beside Feng Heng. "When we first entered the Death Realm, it was just like this. We wandered through the white fog until we stumbled upon an area where the mist was thinner," one instructor began. "Eventually, we discovered that this region happened to be the mausoleum of Empress Persephone," another continued. "After discussions in the Undead Council, it was decided to establish a permanent teleportation passage around the perimeter of the Empress's mausoleum and begin exploring it," a third instructor added. "Time has flown by, in the blink of an eye, thousands of years have passed," they said with a hint of nostalgia. With another blink, the mausoleum had collapsed. "Feng Heng, we will take care of things from here. We will focus on upgrading the magic array so that the teleportation passage can function smoothly," one of them assured him. "All right." Feng Heng agreed, considering his options. He could set up a magic array to summon Ibikaya and rely on its strength to leave this place. However, he thought twice and realized there was no rush. Summoning Abakuya in the Death Realm would significantly deplete its stored energy. If he could save that energy, he might as well follow the Undead Council for now. This was a good opportunity to further explore the Death Realm. He figured he might even attempt to undertake the mission of rebuilding Empress Persephone's influence, looking for a chance to gain some benefits. "Teachers, I'd like to explore the Death Realm," he said. The three instructors paused, instinctively wanting to object, but after a moment's thought, they held back. The images from the projection were still fresh in their minds. In this environment and state, even their combined strength wouldn't match Feng Heng's. "Alright, but be very careful. The thick fog in the Death Realm can obscure some perceptions, so keep the stone slab on you to avoid any accidents." "Yeah, I won't go far," Feng Heng replied. He randomly chose a direction, transformed into bat form, and flew into the air, quickly disappearing into the mist. "Huh?" The instructors watched as Feng Heng skillfully switched forms in the Death Realm, their eyes filled with surprise. How could he manage to do this so easily under the aura of the Death Realm? The upper echelons of the Undead Council, who had been observing Feng Heng from all angles through the projection mirror, were equally surprised. Wow, Feng Heng possessed such a unique ability for rapid movement in the Death Realm? The entire Undead faction lacked this capability, which had previously limited their exploration to the area around Empress Persephone's mausoleum. They never expected Feng Heng would have such an ability. If that was the case, with Feng Heng's assistance, their exploration of the Death Realm could proceed much faster than they had anticipated. In the real world, atop a skyscraper in the city center, Zai stood on the rooftop, her gaze fixed on the towering library of the Myriad Worlds. "Sir, we have news. Our investigation shows that Feng Heng is currently safe and exploring the Death Realm." "The Death Realm?" Zai murmured, a cold glint appearing in her eyes. The power of Empress Persephone, the ruler of the Death Realm. It was truly enviable. Zai recalled that the one chosen to pursue that power was Mukingson. But they hadn't heard from her in a long time. Her subordinate asked, "Master, the Death Realm is extremely dangerous. Should we find a way to investigate?" "That's Mukingson's territory. Could Mukingson pose a threat to Feng Heng?" The subordinate pondered aloud. She fused with the power of the Death Realm, rapidly enhancing her strength. By now, she must be in a higher cultivation stage. If she discovers Feng Heng, there is indeed that possibility, Zai acknowledged. "Sir." The subordinate noticed Zai's lack of immediate action and hesitated before continuing. "We've invested so much in him. If anything were to happen, should we intervene?" "No need. Survival of the fittest," Zai replied, her eyes still fixed on the building where Feng Heng was located. "This is a trial for him. If he cannot overcome this challenge, he will have no one to blame but himself for becoming someone else's nourishment. Whoever ultimately wins, we will act according to the rules, and everything will once again fall under our control." "Yes, and there are also movements from Bessie. She has made sufficient preparations in the Holy Realm and is confident in taking it with one decisive strike." "Ah, is that so? Let them fight it out for now. The selection of a leader is a long and arduous competition. Let them run a few laps for now, the real race hasn't even begun. I have great confidence in my judgment." In bat form, Feng Heng darted through the Death Realm at high speed. The Death Realm was a treacherous domain. Not only was he losing health constantly, but the thick fog also made it difficult to discern direction. The vengeful spirits that emerged from the mist posed an even greater threat. If he attacked one, it would only provoke more spirits to come after him. Feng Heng had now reached level 50, and defeating normal vengeful spirits offered no worthwhile rewards. So, he chose to simply tank the attacks from the spirits. With the benefits of his undead form, Feng Heng soared through the layers of vengeful spirits in bat form. After flying continuously for over 2 hours, the fog ahead thickened, and the decayed ground began to show signs of undead creatures. Curious, Feng Heng descended, shifting back into human form to observe from a distance. It was a skeletal creature. Scattered across the rotten terrain, the skeletal beings were slowly congregating in the distance. Suddenly, the stone slab in his hand began to warm slightly. Feng Heng opened it to check. The Undead Council had been monitoring his situation from afar. They too had spotted the undead creatures in the Death Realm and promptly sent a message to inform him of the circumstances. Chapter 2585 Special Area Undead Sinister Bone. Belonging to the Death Realm, this skeletal creature is distinct from those found in the normal world. Its bones exhibit a deep brown color, and its eyes flicker with blue soul flames. These are skeletal beings awakened by the powers of the Death Realm, merging with the shattered wills of their former selves. Under the prolonged influence of death strength in the Death Realm, these creatures gradually condensed new wills. There were once necromancy scholars who summoned undead sinister bones from other worlds, discovering that their attributes surpass those of normal skeletal creatures by dozens of times, making them highly valuable for research. The undead sinister bone noticed Fang Hang behind it, slowly turning to face him, the flickering soul flames in its eyes radiating a hint of coldness. Fang Hang asked, "Hey, where are you going?" The undead sinister bone remained silent and clearly didn't understand Fang Hang's words. It stared at him for a moment before continuing to move slowly forward. Looks like it's a creature that can't communicate, Fang Hang thought helplessly. He transformed back into bat form and flew over the undead sinister bone, accelerating in the direction it was heading. The further he went, the more undead sinister bones gathered ahead. After moving forward for more than half an hour, Fang Hang discovered a white bone field ahead. In the center of this field stood a sinister undead temple. It was clear that this temple was not naturally formed. From above, he could see the temple continuously absorbing the powers of the death realm, with undead sinister bones being birthed from the bone ground, gathering with skeletal creatures pouring in from all directions, slowly converging towards a distant point. This group of bones. Fang Hang pondered, looking up toward the direction where the bones were gathering. These skeletal creatures seemed to be drawn by some kind of call, heading towards a specific domain. He decided to investigate further. He might find the one controlling these bones behind the scenes. In bat form, Fang Hang accelerated toward the gathering of undead bones. Huh? After flying for another half hour, he suddenly sensed something was off and let out a light gasp. In his sea of consciousness, the ice crystal left by Empress Persephone was triggered. Ding! Due to the player currently having a special mission recreating the glory of Empress Persephone, the player senses fragments of the Empress's will. Ding! During the guidance mission, the player will receive sensing hints within a certain range of the Empress's shattered will, fragments of the Empress's will. Seeing the game hint, Fang Hang's heart skipped a beat. Good stuff. Through the ice crystal, Fang Hang could directly absorb and convert it into massive amounts of skill experience points. He had already tried this in Empress Persephone's mausoleum before. Although the process was challenging and his own will had been significantly drained, the final reward was well worth it. His death god skill level had risen by 1 tier, advancing his bloodline to that of the god of the underworld, bringing him to level 28. His consciousness had mostly recovered from the damage sustained in recent days. If he could find a way to absorb more of the Empress's will energy, he estimated that his god of the underworld bloodline level could increase again. However, absorbing the Empress's will might conflict with his mission objectives. With that thought, Fang Hang lowered his gaze again. It seemed that the direction from which he sensed the Empress's shattered will did not align with the gathering of bones. No matter, his priority was to find the remnants of the Empress's will. He quickly adjusted his direction and sped toward the source of the Empress's will perception. Following the sensation, Fang Hang pursued for over an hour. Eventually, amidst the thick gray fog, a range of mountains gradually emerged before him. Fang Hang frowned, feeling a heavy pressure settle upon him. Ding! The player is affected by an unknown coercion effect. The current form cannot enter this domain by flying. Ding! The player may only perform low-altitude flight. Fang Hang shifted back from bat form to human form and returned to the ground, looking up at the mountains not far away. The remnants of the Empress's will were hidden within those mountains. There was something peculiar about this range. What was this unknown coercion he felt? Indeed, just standing there, he could sense a powerful pressure. Fang Hang tried to move forward. Fuck. After taking just 2 steps, his pupils contracted sharply, and he turned to look to his right. From the white fog emerged 2 figures rapidly approaching. Humans? No, upon closer inspection, he realized they were not human. They resembled humans but were generally taller and more robust, with white spots on their skin. The most peculiar aspect was a vertical line running down their faces, splitting their features into 2 halves. Fang Hang heard them shouting something as they quickly drew closer. Fuck. Strangely, these beings were able to mask their presence well within the black fog. It seemed they held no significant hostility, otherwise, they wouldn't be calling out to him but would instead launch a surprise attack using the powers of the undead mist. Fang Hang couldn't understand what they were saying, nor could he decipher their expressions and gestures. Before long, they raised their hands, conjuring dark, undead bone spears, their expressions a mix of warning and threat. I am not here to be your enemy, Fang Hang said helplessly, trying to communicate. I sensed something within the mountains, and I just wanted to take a look inside. Fuck. The patience of the 2 beings seemed to have worn thin as they began to wave their undead bone spears, making gestures to drive him away. Whoosh. The spear was hurled toward Fang Hang. It wasn't very fast. Fang Hang easily sidestepped it. Bang. However, the moment the skeletal spear exploded in midair, fragments of bone scattered in all directions. Behind Fang Hang, his lifeblood longsword erupted, forming a blood screen that shielded him. Bang. 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 The shards of the exploding bone spear were deflected by the blood screen, blocking each one. His lifeblood quickly recovered, reforming into the shape of a long sword and returning behind him. Feng Hang did not pursue, instead, he turned and slowly looked up. Someone was approaching. Judging by his perception, this new arrival was stronger. The figure leaped in front of Feng Hang, gazing at him with icy eyes. "Fuck." Feng Hang stared back, coldly replying, "I don't know what you're saying." The person's expression showed clear surprise, then shifted to a language Feng Hang recognized. "Human? How did you get in here?" Finally, he had found someone he could communicate with. Feng Hang felt a sigh of relief and took a moment to assess the newcomer. "I used some special means, but I won't go into detail." "Who are you?" "Kotal, of the Dark Clan. My people have guarded this place for generations." Kotal regarded Feng Hang with a suspicious gaze. Chapter 2586 Communication. It was incredibly strange. How could a human enter the Death Realm? Such a thing had never happened before, nor had he ever heard of it. The passage for humans to enter the Death Realm was theoretically completely sealed, and the aura of the Death Realm alone would be enough to overwhelm any human who somehow found their way in. Yet, this human before him seemed entirely unusual. He appeared completely unaffected by the aura of the Death Realm. The two Dark Clan members who had been driven back by Feng Hang stood up and approached Kotal, speaking in a language Feng Hang couldn't understand. After listening, Kotal turned back to Feng Hang and shook his head. "Human, the Death Realm is not a place for you. This is where our Dark Clan has always lived. State your purpose." Feng Hang furrowed his brows and pointed toward the mountains behind Kotal. "I mean no conflict with you. I simply sensed something and wanted to take a look in the mountains behind you." Kotal paused for a moment, considering his words. "I don't know how you found this place, and I am not interested in knowing. Our clan has always protected and cultivated the Dragon Grave mountain range. Our ancestors established many rules, but the none prohibit humans from entering. So, you can indeed enter the mountains to seek what you're looking for. But remember, do not disrupt the Dragon Grave mountain range in any way," Kotal said, pausing briefly before continuing. "If I discover you causing any damage to the mountains, we will make you pay the price, no matter the cost." Feng Hang studied Kotal closely, sensing something odd about him. "What's so special about this mountain range? You don't know? Then what do you plan to do on the mountain?" Kotal's eyes revealed more confusion as he shook his head. "Forget it. I am not interested in your affairs. Here's some advice: if you don't find what you're looking for, don't force it. Leave as soon as possible. After all, this is the Death Realm, which is not suitable for you humans." Feng Hang wanted to ask more questions, but Kotal waved his hand and led the other Dark Clan members away, gradually disappearing into another patch of gray fog. "What the hell? So strange." Feng Hang inwardly complained. After finally finding a Dark Clan member he could communicate with, he had a lot of questions, but they just exchanged a few words and left. Thinking it best to avoid trouble since he was new here, he decided to enter the mountains and check things out. The entire mountain range was shrouded in thick mist. As he ventured deeper into the mountainous area, Feng Hang realized that the entire range was composed of accumulated bones. Beneath the undead rot, there were nothing but stark white bones. He could even perceive that the owners of these bones must have been quite powerful in life. And that coercive pressure. It emanated from this mountain range. Dragon Grave Mountain. Feng Hang suddenly recalled the name mentioned by the Dark Clan, and his pupils constricted. Could it be the undead bone dragon? The next moment, a powerful wave of coercion swept through the air. Feng Hang looked up to see a massive skeletal dragon soaring overhead. So it really is a bone dragon. No wonder. According to the teachings of necromancy, the bone dragon is the most powerful creature among known undead summons, without exception. It made sense why he felt such pressure upon entering the mountain range. However, his purpose here wasn't to encounter a bone dragon but to find the remnants of Empress Persephone's will. Her essence was still deeper within the mountains. Feng Hang continued forward, following the sensation, until he was about to step into a deeper area of the mountain range, when he suddenly halted. The bone dragon. He saw it coiled at the edge of a nearby low peak, seemingly resting. In addition to the bone dragon, he noticed several Dark Clan members lingering nearby. These Dark Clan members. Feng Hang turned, quickly scanning the group. They were watching the bone dragon intently, and some were even with their eyes closed, enveloped in a faint aura of mental strength, as if casting some undead spells. "Excuse me, everyone. I am new here and didn't mean to intrude. Are you all here for the bone dragon?" As soon as he spoke, the Dark Clan members turned their gaze toward him, but none responded. "What's going on? No one speaking?" Feng Hang could sense the wariness in their eyes. "Don't bother trying to communicate with them. They don't understand your language, and as a human, You're nothing but an outsider here. Startled, Feng Heng turned towards the source of the voice. He saw an elderly man slumped against a pile of bones, looking extremely fatigued. Who are you? Serious, the ward judge of Empress Persephone. I've seen you before in her mausoleum. Serious focused on Feng Heng, regaining some of his spirit. You've made it here because you sense the remnants of the Empress's will, haven't you? So he was an old subordinate of the Empress. Feng Heng nodded lightly. How can you understand me? After the Empress took control of the Death Realm, she harnessed its power, re-established order, and increased the number of death gods, allowing souls from other worlds to return to the abyss of despair. This greatly enhanced the strength of the Death Realm. However, there are always worlds that resist the Death Realm's reclamation of souls. Ordinary death gods cannot capture souls. Over time, as the war judge, I would lead the armies of the Death Realm into those worlds. Eventually, I learned the languages of the outside world, and the power of the Death Realm inadvertently leaked out. Otherwise, how do you think necromancy developed so rapidly? Sirius regarded Feng Heng with a faint smile. The Empress was right, humans possess an extraordinary talent for integrating various disciplines. Well, our time is limited. Sirius looked at Feng Heng and said, you must have felt it too. As the power of the ice crystal in your sea of consciousness gradually dissipates, our strength diminishes quickly. To slow this decline, the only thing we can do is find the Empress's will again. Feng Heng followed Sirius's gaze toward the depths of the mountain range. The area deeper in was shrouded in thick white mist, making it impossible to see clearly. What is this place? Where did these dark clan members come from? Are they also here looking for the remnants of the Empress's will? No, no. This is Dragon Grave Mountain, the birthplace of bone dragons. Sirius shook his head as he explained, the dark clan you see gathered here are all trying to recruit bone dragons. Chapter 2587. Trying though it would be very difficult, it wasn't impossible. There had been successes in the past. The power of the undead bone dragon was immense, and if a soul contract could be successfully established, it would significantly enhance personal strength. The bone dragon's power ripples overshadowed most of the Empress's will, so others wouldn't notice that her will still resided within the mountains. Feng Heng gave a slight hum in response. Do you know what the situation inside the mountains is? Have you ever ventured in to investigate? Sirius shook his head and sighed deeply. As you can see, ever since the Empress's mausoleum exploded, my will suffered severe damage, and my strength diminished greatly. I tried to find my way here, but every attempt to enter the mountains has failed. The bone dragon treats anyone who steps into its domain as an invader. Do you see that faint line? Upon hearing this, Feng Heng looked where Sirius pointed. A dark red line appeared on the ground, stretching endlessly in both directions, completely dividing the area. Once we cross that line, the bone dragon will attack us. Ding! The player's mission target changed. Find the Empress's will. Mission target description. Gathering the Empress's will can effectively slow the decay of the ice crystal core in the sea of consciousness. Players should attempt to traverse the bone dragon's domain to locate the ice crystal core. Feng Heng glanced at the newly generated mission hint. Then, the stone slab in his hand began to heat up again. In the Undead Council, the instructors watched intently as Feng Heng's actions were live-streamed. Although they couldn't hear a single word from the mirrored projection, the discoveries made in just over an hour surpassed all the information they had gathered about the Death Realm over the past few centuries. What a significant revelation. The mere discovery of the undead bone dragon was enough for the higher-ups in the Undead Council to study it for a long time. Feng Heng, we've urgently gathered and reviewed some relevant data. You are currently in the Dragon Grave Mountain range, which is recorded in the Empress's ancient texts. The Empress's former mount was obtained from this area. The Frostbone Dragon was once the strongest bone dragon in the mountains and has since evolved by merging with Empress Persephone's ice power, one of the council members explained. According to our premonition, the ordinary bone dragon's strength was comparable to the edge of demigod level. If it were in the Death Realm, its actual combat strength could absolutely reach demigod level. Be careful. The higher-ups of the Undead Council couldn't clearly hear Feng Heng's conversation and had no idea what he was planning. They simply felt that he was fortunate to have stumbled upon the Dragon Grave Mountain and to witness the legendary bone dragon firsthand. For a moment, the council members didn't know what to say, so they just issued a warning, be careful, and continued to observe. Feng Heng glanced at the stone slab, pondered for a moment, and then his gaze focused again on a large area ahead. Demigod level. Feng Heng couldn't help but mutter to himself as he looked deeper into the Dragon Grave Mountain range. It wasn't necessarily unbeatable. If he unleashed all his abilities, he could definitely handle it. The problem was that his big move had a long cool-down time. Dealing with a single bone dragon wasn't an issue, but what if a swarm of them came at him? That would be overwhelming. As the undead bone dragons gathered, The unique pressure of the Dragon Clan caused a special distortion in the space around the Dragon Grave Mountains. His secondary space projection ability was significantly weakened. While he could forcefully use the ability to enter the mountains, he would face substantial repercussions and wouldn't be able to maintain the projection state long enough to reach the summit, let alone make a round trip. What to do? Feng Heng rubbed his chin in thought and began rummaging through his backpack, searching for useful items. Wait. He almost forgot about that. A sudden spark of realization hit him. The skeleton summoning skill. This was the summoning skill he had obtained earlier in the Watts world. Unlike ordinary summoning skills, the skeleton summoning skill could only be used on skeletal creatures, forcibly establishing a soul contract with them. In the past, he had relied on this skill to gather many high-tier undead bone leaders as his subordinates. As time passed, the strength of the enemies Feng Heng encountered increased significantly, making the undead bone leaders seem increasingly cumbersome on the battlefield. They were nowhere near as useful as his zombie clones. Additionally, since those bone leaders were expendable, Feng Heng felt it was a waste to lose any of them. Over time, the Ice Bone's leaders were cast aside. But the Bone Dragon was also a skeletal creature. This meant he could use the summoning skill to control the Bone Dragon. Feng Heng's eyes narrowed slightly. It was worth a try. He lifted his head and focused on a Bone Dragon not far away. Undead summoning bones. Ding. The player is using the skill Bone Summoning to imprint a soul brand. The skill is in progress. Please maintain the skill guidance state. Any movement, attack, spellcasting, or being attacked will interrupt this state. Ding. The player's current academic tier is one tier lower than the undead bones, significantly lowering the success rate. The undead bone dragon, which had been resting nearby, sensed something unusual. Initially, it remained still, but after a moment, blue flames flickered in its eyes. The bone dragon glanced at Feng Heng, then closed its eyes again, completely ignoring the skill. It remained in its original sleeping position the entire time. Failed. But according to the game hints, there was indeed a chance of success. There was hope. If he used the zombie clones to stack the odds, there might be a possibility of success. But here, in front of so many people, would using zombies cause trouble? Feng Heng thought for a moment, then remotely commanded a group of lickers to gather nearby before returning to Sirius's side. Judge, are the undead bone dragons here easy to deal with? Not really, they've just become accustomed to attempts at control. Sirius shook his head and replied, bone dragons also have a hierarchy. The higher tier bone dragons reside deeper in the mountains, while the lower tier ones gather on the periphery. They're used to this. Empress Persephone once visited and agreed with them. Unless provoked, they won't cross that red line to attack the Dark Clan. So they will resist. Right, though such situations are rare, they can happen. Sirius nodded gently, looking at Feng Heng. Do you have a plan? I do. Sirius's eyes widened in surprise. Really? What is it? I need your help with something. Speak up, as long as it helps condense the will of Empress Persephone. Can you hold the bone dragon for a while? Chapter 2588 Thinking Hold It. Sirius's gaze gradually shifted toward the bone dragon. Feng Heng added, we don't need to control more than one. In the past, it would have been easy to keep it contained for a day, but today is different. My will has suffered significant damage, and controlling it for 15 minutes is already my limit. That's a bit short, but we can try. Feng Heng asked, isn't there a better place for this? It's crowded here. I wouldn't recommend that. The bone dragons here are the most docile and weakest. Venturing into another area of the Dragon Grave Mountains would only increase the difficulty. Feng Heng glanced at the other Death Realm natives nearby, who were eager to engage the bone dragon. He lowered his voice, saying, no, I am concerned that other Dark Clan members might cause us unnecessary trouble. Even now, Sirius still didn't understand Feng Heng's intentions. He shook his head and said, that shouldn't be a problem. The rules of the Death Realm are different from yours. Generally, they won't take action. Moreover, as long as there are bone dragons near the red line, there will be a gathering of Dark Clan members. Feng Heng, what exactly are you planning to do? Alright, just focus on recovering your strength. You will find out soon enough. 4 hours later. At the foot of the Dragon Grave Mountains, a large number of lickers gathered and swiftly advanced toward the mountain. The Dark Clan guards stationed around the mountains watched in surprise. What was going on with these creatures? They didn't seem like any of the usual denizens of the Death Realm. As the guards hesitated about whether to intercept them, they noticed the creatures condensing into fleshy cocoons just before reaching the mountains. Kai. 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 The cocoons burst open, and from them emerged zombie creatures. They looked like zombies. And they certainly carried an undead aura. However, the Dark Clan guards could sense that these creatures were not ordinary. They didn't belong to the Death Realm. Sir Kotal. Should we intercept them? Kotal hesitated, deep in thought, when suddenly he lifted his head to look toward the mountain. There stood Fang Heng. Fang Heng also noticed Kotal's gaze, nodded lightly at him and slowly raised his hand. Under Fang Heng's control, the zombies stumbled forward toward his position in the mountain area. Kotal scrutinized the group of creatures, puzzled. So it was this human who summoned them. No need to worry, these creatures are not enemies. Understood. The Dark Clan guards continued to disperse and advance around the mountain. Thank you, Kotal. Fang Heng called out from a distance. He had personally come down to prevent any accidental conflicts between Kotal's Dark Clan guards and his zombie clones. That would waste precious time. Soon, Fang Heng led the first batch of hundreds of zombie clones to the mountaintop. Seeing Fang Heng approach with so many strange zombie creatures, the nearby Dark Clan members turned their gazes toward him. What were all these zombies for? Was he planning to use them to fight a bone dragon? Was this a joke? Not only did the Dark Clan find it confusing, but even the members of the Undead Council whispered among themselves, unable to make sense of it. It was one thing to use heavy artillery against mosquitoes, using mosquitoes to take down heavy artillery was absurd. Sirius, resting nearby, opened his eyes and looked at Fang Heng, his expression puzzled. Sirius, how's the rest? Are we ready to begin? Good. Sirius pushed himself up with one hand. Although he didn't understand Fang Heng's plan, he recognized that he had no other options and had to trust him. It was a gamble. Perhaps there was still a chance. My condition will only worsen. If you're ready, let's get started. All right. Fang Heng nodded slightly and pointed toward a nearby bone dragon. Let's go with that one. If anything unusual happens, try to control it. Don't let it escape. The longer you can maintain control, the better. I will handle the rest. Got it. Sirius focused on the bone dragon, slowly forming a cross with his hands in front of him. You can start now. I will restrain it when it tries to struggle, for at least 10 minutes. The bone dragon remained undisturbed, deep in sleep, allowing Sirius to hold off on his actions. He planned to strike the moment it woke up. Hundreds of zombies swayed as they approached, lining up to face the bone dragon. Control the bones. At once, a channeling bar appeared above the heads of the zombie clones. Fang Heng's retina displayed a series of game prompts. Ding, your zombie clone, normal form, is using the skill bone summoning to initiate a soul brand. Please maintain the skill's channeling state. Any movement, attack, casting, or being attacked will interrupt this state. Ding, your zombie clone. After more than 10 seconds, the game prompts refreshed. Ding, your zombie clone skill use failed. All attempts were unsuccessful. The bone dragon, disturbed from its slumber, felt an unsettling sensation, and 2 flickering blue flames ignited in its hollow eye sockets. Roar. The bone dragon didn't seem pleased and flapped its wings, attempting to flee. Fang Heng whispered, Sirius. Now's the time. Sirius furrowed his brow, rapidly channeling his mental strength into the mark on his palm. Whoosh. 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 Fine soul chains materialized, enveloping the bone dragon and holding it firmly in place within seconds. Sirius focused all his power to control the bone dragon, veins bulging on his neck as he shouted, Fang Heng. Hurry. Got it. Fang Heng directed the zombie clones to use the summoning skill on the bone dragon. Ding, your zombie clone skill use failed. Failed. Try again. Failed again. Again. Bang bang bang. After a relentless 15 minutes of attempts, the bone dragon finally broke free from the soul chains and soared deeper into the Dragon Grave Mountain. Sirius released his grip and collapsed back onto the pile of bones, looking at Fang Heng. It was a failure. The surrounding Dark Clan members also withdrew their gazes from Fang Heng and the swarm of zombies. The noise was significant, but it turned out to be useless. They had even managed to scare off the bone dragon. How unfortunate. The Dark Clan members didn't comment further, dispersing to seek other suitable bone dragons for recruitment. Fang Heng lowered his head in thought. It had failed. The probability of capturing a bone dragon was low. What could he do to increase efficiency? Based on the previous experience with the skill, its success rate was tied to his attributes. Next, it was about stacking probabilities and hoping for luck. Theoretically, even a 0.00001% chance, multiplied by hundreds or thousands of zombie clones continually trying, would eventually yield results after a day of attempts. Chapter 2589 Modification. It was just that, at that moment, simply stacking probabilities felt a bit unreliable. After all, they couldn't completely replicate the strategies they had used against the undead Ice Bones leader in the past. The undead bone dragon was extremely powerful, and they couldn't control it in a short time. Fortunately, the Dragon Grave Mountain range had special restrictions, and the undead bone dragon mostly wouldn't attack proactively. Otherwise, Fang Heng was certain that his recent actions had already provoked the bone dragon. What should they do? It seems I need to adjust my approach. I will have to trouble the High Priest. Wait, I want to try again. The undead bone dragon is indeed formidable, and achieving success in one attempt is very difficult, Sirius replied, undeterred. However, it's not possible right now. I need some time to recover. Yeah. Feng Heng nodded and took out the stone slab. The undead council was likely still watching him, right? These experienced individuals might have some ideas. In the higher ranks of the undead council, the members noticed Feng Heng's actions and immediately began to whisper among themselves, their voices growing louder. It had to be said, Feng Heng was quite bold. Seeing the undead bone dragon for the first time, he attempted to directly recruit it using the undead bones skill. As expected, it ended in failure, just as the instructors had predicted. What surprised everyone, however, was that Feng Heng's zombie clone could also use the bone summoning skill simultaneously. Jiarji raised his hand to signal for silence, then spoke up. It seems Feng Heng is trying to recruit the bone dragon. His skill must have been modified, making it more effective than a normal recruitment skill. If anyone has suggestions, feel free to share, and if they're feasible, we can immediately relay them to Feng Heng through the stone slab. I have some methods for modifying the bone summoning skill. At his words, the necromancy instructors began to speak up in a flurry. All of them were seasoned scholars who had studied for centuries. While their debates might not always be pleasant, when it came to academic discussions, they all had valuable insights. Especially on a seemingly foundational summoning skill like this, everyone had something to contribute. The instructors engaged in lively discussions, offering suggestions from various perspectives. Also, the bones summoning skill is related to certain foundational abilities. Potions that temporarily enhance those abilities could be effective. The undead soul suppression technique can also help calm the target. One crucial point, from my earlier observations, the bones summoning skill that Feng Heng has learned is aimed at mid to high tier creatures. When facing a top-level creature like the bone dragon, the skill's focus needs to be adjusted accordingly. That's right. As for how to modify it, I suggest approaching it from 3 different angles. Nearby, Shi Liping, who was participating in the council, suddenly felt enlightened, and game hints began to pop up frequently. Ding. The player listens to the academic discussions of the Undead Council, leading to a permanent enhancement of the player's undead bones summoning abilities. The player gains experience points in necromancy-related skills. Shi Liping couldn't help but feel astonished. There were such benefits to be gained. Meanwhile, the undead assistant was furiously writing, continuously relaying the gathered information back to Feng Heng through the stone slab. Feng Heng didn't have to wait long before a series of text messages appeared on the slab. Here it came. It was impressive. The necromancy scholars were indeed reliable. Simply binding the target creature won't effectively enhance the skill's effects. Using spirit control to weaken the opponent's spirit, will, and soul strength will yield better results. Feng Heng read through the lines eagerly. The soul suppression technique can put the target unit into a quiet state, with extra effects against soul bodies. The specific ritual to use it is as follows. Ding. The player acquires the skill Soul Suppression, Level 1, Skill, Soul Suppression Technique Prerequisites, High-tier Necromancy Skill Description. When cast on a target, it helps them remain calm and quiet, with additional effects against soul bodies. Skill Description. This skill requires the Book of the Dead for use. Feng Heng continued reading. In addition to that, there were plenty of odd remedies and little tips. So that's how it works. He couldn't help but clap his hands in excitement. These academic folks had some expertise. Just by observing through the mirror how he used his skills, they had guessed the nature of his bones summoning skill almost perfectly. They even provided suggestions for modifications. Moments later, another game hint appeared. Ding. The player summarizes and learns from various experiences in necromancy, increasing the success rate of soul branding when using summoning spells by 5%. Ding. The player's current skill Undead Summoning Bones, modified, has been enhanced through guidance, advancing to high-tier Undead Summoning Bones, modified, skill, high-tier Undead Summoning Bones, modified. Skill description. After discussions with necromancy instructors and considering various optimization modifications, this skill's effects have been further enhanced. The skill will not suffer from reduced success rates when targeting top-level undead bones, but it will require additional mental strength to use. Additional description. This skill has been specially adjusted for targeting the undead bone dragon. When the skill is aimed at the bone dragon, the success rate is increased by an additional 20%. What a great find! After receiving guidance from the necromancy instructors, Feng Heng's skill level had advanced to high tier, and there was even an additional success rate boost when targeting the undead bone dragon. He felt a surge of excitement. The instructors of the Undead Council were still in heated discussion, while the necromancy assistant continued to relay information to Feng Heng. The text on the stone slab was constantly refreshing. The undead bone summoning skill requires a soul imprint to be inscribed on a summoned entity, which places high demands on both parties' soul strength and will attributes. It is recommended to use special potions to temporarily enhance these three attributes, thereby quickly increasing the success rate. Additionally, if the will of the undead bones can be significantly weakened, similar effects can be achieved, but doing so would cause permanent damage to the undead bone dragon's abilities, so it should be used cautiously. Will. Reading this, Feng Heng's mind sparked with a realization. That's right. Soul. Will. He remembered how, when facing the high-tier undead ice bones leader, he hadn't yet awakened the strength of the greed demonic seed, relying solely on probabilities to endure. Now, who could rival the strength of the demonic seed in terms of will? The Death Knight was also a demigod-level creature, yet he had easily overwhelmed its will. If anything, Empress Persephone's will was the most difficult to deal with. To enhance his will strength, he could simply switch to his demonic seed form, fusing deeply with the will of the demonic seed within the sea of consciousness. Combined with his advanced skills and the various tips from the Necromancer Association, he could stand a chance. With newfound confidence, Feng Heng raised his head and began to walk along the dividing line, searching for his next target to brand with a soul imprint. Chapter 2590. Try again. Half an hour later, Feng Heng led Sirius to an open area. Not far ahead, an undead bone dragon was resting against a mound of protruding bones, with a dark red perimeter surrounding it. Several Dark Clan members had gathered around, seemingly interested in the bone dragon. This was it. Feng Heng turned to Sirius, who was following closely behind, and asked, "High Priest, are you ready?" "I just had a brief rest, and some of my strength has been restored, but this time, I may not be able to control the bone dragon for as long." "It's fine. We will do it just like before and try again." Sirius glanced at Feng Heng. For some reason, he felt that Feng Heng was much more confident than the first time they had attempted this. "I understand." Sirius focused his mind, nodding lightly, preparing to cast his spell. Feng Heng directed his zombie clones to slowly gather around them. The nearby Dark Clan members cast curious glances at Feng Heng and his group. They watched as the zombies lingered just outside the perimeter, all facing the undead bone dragon, and their curiosity only grew. Feng Heng paid no attention to the stares of others. With both hands, he began to condense an imprint in front of him. Soul suppression technique. A dark, gloomy aura emanated from Feng Heng's body and slowly drifted toward the bone dragon, hovering above it. Crack. A soft sound echoed, and dark, dust-like particles began to fall gently onto the undead bone dragon. The bone dragon, still in its slumber, remained motionless as if the skill had no effect at all. Feng Heng glanced at the game prompt. The prompt didn't indicate whether the attempt was a success or failure. Well, no harm in trying. It was a long shot. After finishing the spell, Feng Heng gave instructions to his zombie clones to begin the soul brand process. Soon, prompts began to appear above the heads of the zombie clones. Ding, your zombie clone, normal form, is using the skill bone summoning to perform a soul brand. The skill is currently being channeled. Please maintain the channeling state. Any movement, attacks, casting, or being attacked will interrupt this state. Ding, your academic level is currently lower than the bone dragon's. Your success rate for this skill has significantly decreased. Current success rate, 0.0012%. 10 seconds later, the game prompts refreshed. Ding, your zombie clone skill failed. Ding, your zombie clone skill failed. Every single skill attempt failed. However, a flicker of excitement appeared in Feng Heng's eyes. This was different. The game prompts were completely different from before. This time, they included the success probability. The probability during the previous test had likely been so low that the game hint couldn't even provide a precise value, only an approximation close to 0. But this time, it was different. The probability had been clearly indicated. A probability meant there was a chance of success. And to Feng Heng, that probability already seemed quite high. There was hope. The bone dragon, resting earlier, began to stir again as it was disturbed, its eyes flashing with impatience. Fine. Sirius' expression changed slightly as he quickly cast a spell to try and restrain the bone dragon. Dark runes appeared and wrapped around the bone dragon's body, binding it tightly and preventing it from moving. Unlike the previous attempt, the bone dragon's struggles were much more intense this time. It was tougher to deal with. Feng Heng narrowed his eyes, focusing on the bone dragon before him. The second round of the soul branding began. The zombie team once again applied their skills to the bone dragon, with lines of game hints continuously flashing across Feng Heng's retinas. The zombies continued for over 10 rounds. Finally, with a loud bang, the bone dragon broke free from the binding, flapping its wings and soaring rapidly into the sky, quickly vanishing from sight. Sirius sat down, breathing heavily. Compared to the previous attempt, the bone dragon's resistance had been much stronger this time. He couldn't maintain control for long. Unfortunately, it had ended in failure again. Feng Hang silently shook his head. It was fine. No big deal. Failure didn't mean much. If anything, they could just try again. Sirius, drained of mental strength, rested next to the bone pile, shaking his head helplessly. A bitter smile tugged at the corner of his lips. I am sorry, my strength is fading. I am afraid I will only be able to control the bone dragon for shorter and shorter periods. It's alright, we still have a chance. In the Undead Council Hall, the instructors watched as Feng Hang failed once again. Their expressions were filled with regret and sighs. Yet, the necromancy scholars did not give up. The undead instructors continued their low murmurs, discussing various methods to improve the skill's success rate, and constantly sent their findings via stone slabs to Feng Hang. Shi Liping watched the scene unfold and couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Everyone here clearly understood how slim the chance was of inscribing a soul mark onto the bone dragon. Despite that, they still clung to every possible opportunity to improve the success rate. No one ever mentioned giving up. Feng Hang would definitely not give up just because of a setback. Sure enough, shortly after, Shi Liping saw in the mirror projection that Feng Hang had once again resumed his efforts, moving along the boundary line and searching for new undead bone dragons to target. As the hours passed and Feng Hang continued his attempts, Miska Fortress experienced another full day and night. Slowly, the older scholars began to show signs of exhaustion. After staying awake for 2 consecutive days and nights in an intense state of alert, the urgency of the situation began to ease slightly, and some of the instructors started to take turns leaving for rest. After all, Feng Hang had been trying for a day and a half without rest, and the undead instructors had already shared every technique and method they could think of. On the other side, other necromancy instructors who had entered the Death Realm had begun gathering materials. They estimated that once all the materials were collected, along with Feng Hang's alchemy abilities, the next stage of the teleportation passage would soon be completed. This would allow more Undead Council instructors to enter the Death Realm to assist with the exploration. Shi Liping, who had stayed here for the past 2 days, had also gathered quite a bit of useful information. However, being temporarily cut off from the outside world, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. After all, on the player's side, the battle with the Holy Court was ongoing and intense. As one of the top representatives of the player side, Shi Liping knew that if he stayed away from the battlefield for too long, it could lead to unnecessary complications. People could start to lose confidence. He couldn't help but worry about the situation on the intermediate game's front lines. Teacher, we are still engaged in constant battles with the Holy Court. If I stay away for too long, I fear. Shi Liping voiced his concern. I understand, the instructor replied. Your request to leave Miska Fortress has been approved. The players still need your leadership to deal with the Holy Court. However, remember this, the exploration of the Death Realm is our Undead Council's most significant secret at this stage. Everything you've seen here must not be leaked to the outside world. Do you understand? Feng Hang had brought back plenty of materials from the Empress's mausoleum this time. Once all the documents were translated, these resources would undoubtedly strengthen the undead faction. With this knowledge, they would have a better chance against the Holy Court. Yes, teacher. I understand. I won't disclose anything. Chapter 2591 Obtaining Shi Liping understood the urgency of the situation. He cupped his fists respectfully toward his instructor and turned to leave. Carefully exiting the hall, he closed the large doors behind him. This visit to the Undead Council's high command had truly opened his eyes to why the Council's upper echelon had been reluctant to engage in war with the Holy Realm. At present, the exploration of the Death Realm still needed more time. Their fight with the Holy Court could be delayed as much as possible. The longer they delayed, the more the undead faction could convert the gains from the Death Realm into overall strength. The chances of victory would increase accordingly. From a strategic standpoint, if he were in their position, he would have made the same choice. However, the undead faction's low-tier and mid-tier worlds were constantly being eroded by the Holy Court, and life was becoming increasingly difficult. He hoped Feng Hang and the others would make progress soon. As for the Bone Dragon, he still thought it was a bit too ambitious. Shi Liping felt that the necromancy instructors had taken too big a step this time, and he feared they wouldn't succeed. He hoped Feng Hang would take a more grounded approach. Shi Liping slapped his cheek, shook off his doubts, and regained his focus. He began walking toward the passage. After walking a dozen steps, Shi Liping suddenly stopped. Whoosh! A loud, bustling noise came from behind him, from within the council hall. Even though the large doors of the hall were firmly closed, he could still hear the commotion from inside. What had happened? Why was there such excitement all of a sudden? Could it be? No, it couldn't be. Shi Liping seemed to have a premonition, and his heart started racing wildly. Without hesitation, he turned around and rushed back toward the council hall. Upon entering the hall, Shi Liping was met with an atmosphere of celebration. Even the instructors, some of whom were hundreds of years old, were visibly excited, their movements as animated and exuberant as those of the young students, clapping and gesturing enthusiastically. Shi Liping looked up, his gaze fixed on the central projection where Feng Heng was visible. His eyes widened in astonishment. In the mirror-like projection, the undead bone dragon lay obediently in front of Feng Heng, its eyes glowing with the red fire of souls. Gradually, the confusion in Shi Liping's eyes turned into shock, which then shifted into surprise and excitement. Could it be? Had he really succeeded? Ding. The player has successfully inscribed a soul mark in the sea of consciousness of the undead bone dragon through high-tier undead summoning bones, modified. The player can now consume mental strength to remotely summon and reverse summon the undead bone dragon. It was a success. Feng Heng's face lit up with joy. He had tried for an entire 2 days and nights. Finally, his luck had kicked in, and he had hit the right probability. Around him, the 10 or so members of the Dark Clan also cast surprised looks in his direction. He tamed the bone dragon. This guy had really done it? It was well known that even among the Dark Clan, it wasn't easy to tame an undead bone dragon. It often took years, even decades, to find a bone dragon controller. But today, they had witnessed it firsthand. Sirius, observing Feng Heng, also showed a hint of solemnity in his eyes. It had really worked. He could feel his life force gradually fading, nearing its end. But with this last thread of hope, he had decided to accompany Feng Heng in his reckless gamble, trying to seize whatever chance remained. Unexpectedly, fate had given him one last glimmer of hope. Priest Sirius, what do you think? I wasn't lying to you. We really did succeed, Feng Heng said, his voice filled with pride. He then used his consciousness to control the bone dragon, which slowly began to lift off, flying up into the sky. Sirius nodded lightly, but his expression remained serious. But Feng Heng, with just a single bone dragon, we still can't truly enter the Dragon Grave Mountain's interior. Our time is running out. 2 days had passed, and with the continued consumption, Sirius's core consciousness strength had been severely weakened. I know. Feng Heng slowly raised his head, gazing at the vast expanse of the Dragon Grave Mountain range. His goal, of course, wasn't just to tame a single bone dragon. It was the entire Dragon Grave Mountain range. He wanted it all. With a demigod-level mount at his disposal, Feng Heng now had even bigger plans in mind. As he pondered, Feng Heng controlled the bone dragon to circle back down and land in front of him. Turning, he saw Sirius, the priest, looking weak and fatigued. Unable to help himself, Feng Heng decided to give him a little motivational boost. Sirius, priest, the first step is complete. We're about to hit the next phase. If we hurry, we can still find the Empress's will before her power completely fades. I will need your help moving forward. Let's go. Feng Heng said, effortlessly leaping onto the back of the bone dragon, then extending a hand towards Sirius. Let's hope so, Sirius replied, rising to his feet. He joined Feng Heng on the bone dragon's back. Let's go. Whoosh. The bone dragon flapped its wings, carrying Feng Heng and Sirius toward the periphery of the Dragon Grave Mountain range. At the foot of the mountain, the Dark Clan guards stationed around the Dragon Grave Mountain range quickly received the news. The guards fell silent for a moment, gazing upward toward the direction of the Dragon Grave Mountain, their eyes filled with envy. Someone had successfully forged a soul summoning contract with a bone dragon. So. It's true. Not easy. Kotal received the news and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Wait. Suddenly, Kotal's attention was caught by something. He looked up into the sky. It was the bone dragon. A bone dragon flew out of the white mist surrounding the Dragon Grave Mountain range, soaring into the distance. Huh? Upon a closer look, there were 2 figures sitting atop the bone dragon. It's him? The human from before? Kotal's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected a human to possess such abilities. He watched the bone dragon circle the perimeter of the Dragon Grave Mountain range for a moment, and then Kotal's surprise slowly shifted to confusion. This was odd. While he could understand the excitement of successfully taming a bone dragon, and it was normal for the bone dragon to fly around the mountain range a few times, this human seemed a little strange. The bone dragon circled the outer edge of the Dragon Grave Mountain range a few times before hovering in the lower air just outside the mountain's right flank, circling repeatedly. What was he up to? Kotal frowned, his instincts telling him something was off. Meanwhile, Feng Heng was controlling the bone dragon, flying low around the Dragon Grave Mountain range's outskirts. For the past 2 days, aside from focusing on finding a bone dragon to imprint his soul mark on, Feng Heng had been closely observing the movements of the bone dragons. Through his observations, he discovered that bone dragons didn't simply stay within the confines of the Dragon Grave Mountain range. They would often wander off. From time to time, bone dragons would fly away from the mountain range, stretching their wings over the surrounding lands. So, since the bone dragons were subject to certain rules within the Dragon Grave Mountain range set by the Dark Clan, it would be harder to take action there. But outside, those same rules wouldn't restrict him. Feng Heng's eyes gleamed with a hint of greed. There was no need to rush. He would take his time. Start from the outside. Little by little, he would wear down and take control of the bone dragon population. It was just like rolling a snowball. Once the first step was taken, the rest would get easier and easier. Feng Heng sat upon the back of the undead bone dragon, his gaze stretching toward the mist-covered mountains ahead. At the same time, he began to command his zombie clones to gather in the forests below, preparing for the next move. Chapter 2592 Nibbling Miska Fortress, Great Hall of the Undead Council. The teachers gradually calmed down after their excitement. With the undead bone dragon, it wasn't just about controlling it, even a short period of research would significantly enhance the entire undead faction. An unimaginable achievement. Feng Heng had really done it. As Feng Heng's instructor, Dicky was already overjoyed. More and more teachers came to congratulate Dicky, their envy barely concealed in their eyes. They marveled at how lucky Dicky was, wondering where he had found such a student who had brought such a great fortune and surprise to the undead faction. Having captured the bone dragon, Feng Heng should be returning to the teleportation point soon to regroup. The members of the Undead Council, after watching for a while, suddenly noticed something strange. What was Feng Heng up to now? Why was he circling low over a vast forest of bones outside the Dragon Grave Mountain range? Could it be that Feng Heng had some other plan? Feng Heng felt a bit of a headache. His luck didn't seem to be on his side. The Dragon Grave Mountain area often had undead bone dragons flying in and out, yet there were none inside here. He waited for over an hour. Finally, it came. Feng Heng raised an eyebrow. In the distance, he sensed a bone dragon rapidly flying toward him from high above. Through the thick fog, a massive shadow appeared. Serious, it's coming. We're ready. Serious, already aware of Feng Heng's intentions, nodded, his expression serious and focused. His evaluation of Feng Heng could be summed up in 4 words, bold and reckless. His evaluation of Feng Heng could be summed up in 4 words, bold and reckless. Seeing that his life was nearing its end, he was willing to take one last gamble. All right. The undead bone dragon beneath Feng Heng lifted its head and charged toward the shadow in the white fog with increasing speed. Whoosh! In the white fog, 2 enormous shadows rapidly closed in on each other. Feng Heng stood atop the bone dragon's neck, gripping the great holy sword tightly in both hands. Boom! With a loud, thunderous crash, 2 bone dragons collided heavily with each other. The bone dragon, struck by its kin, was hit hard by the great holy sword, its blue soul fire flickering in its eyes. It was a provocation. Even after death, the bone dragon inherited the proud nature of the dragon clan. Faced with a challenge, it immediately retaliated fiercely. Whoosh! The bone dragon opened its massive jaws wide. Corrosive dragon's breath. A black mist erupted from its mouth. Feng Heng and Sirius had already leaped off the bone dragon's back the moment the initial attack landed. Up! In an instant, a flurry of game notifications refreshed across Feng Heng's retina. Ding! Your zombie clone, normal form, is currently using the skill Bone Summoning to perform a soul brand. The skill is in the process of being cast. Please maintain the skill casting state. Any movement, attack, spellcasting, or being attacked will interrupt this state. Beneath them, in a forest of white bones, thousands of zombie clones aimed their spells at the undead bone dragon, performing the soul brand. The zombie clones each had a game channeling bar above their heads. This was Feng Heng's plan. Previously, due to the limited space inside the Dragon Grave Mountain range, the 200 or so zombie clones had been squeezed together in a confined area, reaching their limit. The battlefield had now been drawn out beyond the mountain range. On one hand, Feng Heng no longer had to worry about the rules of the Dragon Grave Mountain range. On the other, it allowed him to maximize the use of his zombie clone skills. The premise was that he needed to control the bone dragon for a period of time. This had been difficult to achieve before, but now, with a bone dragon of equal tier strength and with both him and Sirius offering support, it was entirely possible to control the undead dragon for a while. It was time to let loose and give it everything. In midair, the 2 bone dragons were entangled, colliding with each other over and over again. The 2 dragons were evenly matched, and it was clear that, for the time being, no victor would emerge. However, it wasn't long before the bone dragon trapped in the chaos below sensed the disturbance caused by the mass of zombie creatures that were continuously interfering with its will. Damn, those pests. Fury flashed in the bone dragon's eyes. Whoosh! corrosive dragon's breath. A thick black mist spewed out toward the forest of bones below. The powerful, corrosive black fog surged into the dense woods in an instant. A large portion of the forest was immediately affected by the corrosive dragon's breath and rapidly decayed away. The zombie clones hiding among the trees were also caught in the corrosive dragon's breath's effect, violently exploding apart. A series of red damage notifications appeared on Fang Heng's retina. Ding! The player's zombie clone, normal form, is affected by the corrosive dragon's breath of the bone dragon. Health point upper limit reduced by 50%, defense reduced by 30%, duration, 10 minutes. Ding! The player's zombie clone, normal form, is hit by the bone dragon's corrosive dragon's breath. Health point reduced by 1,220,000. The zombie clones were blown apart by the explosive force of the dragon's breath, their bodies rapidly decaying as the black rot spread. The aura of the death realm seeped from their wounds, causing severe additional damage. Despite this, the zombie clones relied on their high health point and regeneration abilities, shakily rising to their feet and continuing to follow Fang Heng's orders. They once again focused their spells on the bone dragon in midair. After launching its attack, the bone dragon immediately found itself pursued by Fang Heng's own bone dragon, and the two began their relentless battle once more, rolling through the air at high speed and crashing into each other. Meanwhile, the bone dragon also had to endure the continuous disturbance of the soul brand from the zombie clones below. The fury in the bone dragon's eyes grew steadily, its anger boiling over. But it was caught in the struggle, unable to continuously unleash its corrosive dragon's breath to wipe out the pests below. As the minutes ticked by, both of the battling bone dragons were covered in wounds. Priest Sirius, be careful. It might try to escape. Whoosh. As soon as the words left his mouth, the bone dragon gradually realized that continuing the fight would be disadvantageous for it. It began flapping its wings, intending to leave the area and regroup for another fight. Seeing this, Sirius immediately formed a seal with his hands, condensing dark energy in front of him. Imprison. Dark runes and chains of energy shot out from the bone dragon, spreading across its body, causing it to falter and slow, its attempt to flee suddenly stifled. At the same time, another bone dragon, under Fang Heng's control, charged directly from behind and slammed into it. Boom. A loud, violent crash reverberated through the air. The bone dragon that had been struck wobbled mid-flight before plummeting to the ground, crashing heavily into the earth and kicking up a cloud of dust. Seeing that the attack had landed successfully, Sirius released his binding skill and quickly focused on recovering his drained willpower. Around them, large groups of zombie clones continued to target the fallen bone dragon, relentlessly casting their spells. Meanwhile, at a distance, Kotal and his Dark Clan guardians, stationed to protect the Dragon Grave Mountain range, had been watching the battle between the two bone dragons. The guardians' eyes showed clear surprise. What was going on here? That human. Was he mad? Why was he attacking the bone dragon? Chapter 2593 Dragon Grave Mountain Range. Guarding the Dragon Grave Mountain Range had been the Kotal family's mission for generations. Since the beginning of their bloodline, they had been instilled with this sense of duty. Their clan had never been involved in war. They had always remained neutral, simply maintaining the order of the Dragon Grave Mountain Range, never stepping a foot beyond its borders. In the past, no one had ever dared to attack a bone dragon, for such an act would incur the wrath of the entire Dark Clan, as well as significantly increase the difficulty of summoning rituals. As they watched the ambushed bone dragon slowly fall into disadvantage, anxiety filled their hearts. One of the subordinates spoke up, "Captain Kotal, what should we do? It's that human. He's attacking the bone dragon. Don't pay attention to them. They are clashing with the bone dragons outside the Dragon Grave Mountain domain. It had nothing to do with us." Kotal spoke those words with great reluctance, almost gritting his teeth as he did. From a young age, Kotal had been entrusted with the care of the Dragon Grave Mountain Range, and it deeply pained him to see the bone dragon treated this way. But this human, enough. Kotal raised his hand to silence his subordinate, his voice low and firm. "Report to the Patriarch." "Yes, Captain." Kotal's gaze turned once more to the distant battlefield, his eyes narrowing with worry. He had a sinking feeling in his heart. That human had no regard for the consequences of his actions. There was a very real possibility that he would ruin the entire Dragon Grave Mountain Range. At the same time, the higher-ups of the Undead Council were closely monitoring the situation. The two bone dragons were locked in a deadly confrontation, clearly fighting for their lives. They had already observed, through multiple magical mirrors, the group of zombie clones in the forest below. The answer was obvious. There was no mistake. Fang Heng was clearly planning to press the advantage, using this opportunity to imprint a soul brand on the bone dragon, aiming to acquire even more bone dragons. The mentors of the Undead Council were once again on edge, their hearts suspended along with the unfolding battle. It was looking promising. They could see that the bone dragon had been tightly restricted by Sirius's imprisonment skill, while Fang Heng's controlled bone dragon fought desperately with it. As the main body's strength gradually weakened, the chances of successfully imprinting the soul brand through undead summoning would increase. The battle had already raged for over an hour, and no one had left, all of them glued to the mirror projections. The atmosphere in the hall was tense, with even the faintest breath audible. Finally. It was happening. Shi Liping's eyes were fixed on the mirror projection. He saw it, success. As the two bone dragons collided once more in midair, both dragons were sent crashing down. This time, with the naked eye, it was clear that the blue light in the bone dragon's pupils gradually faded, replaced by a flickering red flame. The soul brand was successful. Done. Shi Liping couldn't help but tremble slightly, his hands shaking with excitement. It was almost as though he couldn't contain himself. The bone dragon, demigod-level creatures, and there were two of them. This would greatly enhance the combat strength of their entire undead faction. But then, a sudden realization hit him. No, that's not right. Shi Liping stared intently at Fang Heng in the mirror. He was certain, Fang Heng's objective was far greater than just these two bone dragons. There were more. Was it 10? Or 20? If Fang Heng could amass a whole army of bone dragons, it would be a devastating force. Even in the intermediate stage of the game, their undead faction would be nearly invincible. Li Shouqian and Tan Shuo exchanged a glance. They had actually succeeded. They all felt that their previous guesses had been too cautious compared to Fang Heng's true ambitions. If it had been Fang Heng, they realized, his goal would likely have been to capture every single bone dragon in the entire mountain range. Ding! The player successfully imprinted a soul mark on the bone dragon's consciousness through high-tier undead summoning bones, modified. The player can now use mental strength to remotely summon and reverse summon the bone dragon. Done. Outside the Dragon Grave mountain range, in the White Bone Forest, Fang Heng clenched his fist tightly. The second bone dragon had been successfully acquired. Fang Heng glanced over at Sirius and asked, "Priest Sirius, are you?" "I am fine. I won't die just yet." Sirius slowly pushed himself up, his eyes filled with a hint of admiration as he looked at Fang Heng. The abilities Fang Heng had demonstrated exceeded his expectations. If they were given more time, Sirius even felt that they might truly have a chance of finding the Empress's will and restoring her glory. Unfortunately, it was too late now. Even so, Sirius decided to make one last effort. "Fang Heng, this pace is still too slow. I fear we won't make it to the Dragon Grave Mountain in time. Hold on a little longer. I will speed things up." Fang Heng checked on the condition of the two bone dragons. After leaving combat mode, the two bone dragons began to slowly heal themselves, aided by the dense death aura in the surrounding Death Realm environment. Fang Heng immediately switched his elemental form. Both sacred study and natural sciences clashed with necromancy, so he needed to adapt. To accelerate the healing process, Fang Heng knew he would need to rely on elemental science and occult. Water cleansing. Fang Heng cast a water-based healing acceleration skill on the two bone dragons, then paused again to wait. Sirius raised an eyebrow. What's this?" Fang Heng was surrounded by rapidly materializing magic rays. A large number of liquors jumped out from the arrays, gathering around Fang Heng and condensing into flesh cocoons. SSSHH. 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 After a brief pause, the zombie creatures began to crawl out of the flesh cocoons. To accelerate the acquisition of bone dragons, Fang Heng had two options: either find a way to improve the success rate of the soul imprint, or increase the size of his zombie army. Right now, he could control two bone dragons in battle at once. Though both were heavily injured, the 2-against-1 advantage, combined with his coordination with Sirius, made it manageable. He would continue the ambush. Fang Heng controlled the two bone dragons as they slowly circled above the White Bone Forest, waiting for new prey to fall into their trap. This time, his luck was good. Fang Heng didn't have to wait long. Barely 10 minutes after the battle had ended, another bone dragon, leaving Dragon Grave Mountain, flew toward the position where Fang Heng was lying in wait. "It's here." Fang Heng focused his gaze on the sky, a thought crossing his mind. "Go." Roar. The two bone dragons simultaneously let out a mighty roar, flapping their wings and flying up to intercept the incoming bone dragon's flight path. The intercepted bone dragon was initially puzzled, but before it could react, it was struck head-on by the two bone dragons. The bone dragon's eyes flashed with intense wrath, and it immediately initiated an attack. The three bone dragons once again became entangled in a fierce battle. Just as expected. Shi Liping, watching the scene through the mirror, clenched his fist in excitement. The Undead Council's faction once again tensed up, following Fang Heng's every move. In contrast, Fang Heng, who was actually controlling the bone dragons in battle, remained remarkably calm. He simply lifted his head, coldly staring at the bone dragons in the sky. Chapter 2594 Shua. They had only rested for a little over 10 minutes, but with the assistance of the aura of the Death Realm and water-based healing spells, the two bone dragons had recovered about 30% to 40% of their full strength. Even with a 2-against-1 advantage, the two bone dragons were still at a disadvantage. No matter. As long as they didn't die and could maintain control over their prey, it would be fine. Below them, a large number of zombie clones continued to use undead summoning relentlessly. Sirius stood by, focused, ready to activate his bind skill the moment the bone dragons tried to escape. The rest would depend on luck. In the distance, the Dark Clan members watched as the bone dragons above entered another round of combat. They fell silent once more. It didn't take long for them to realize, this was the human special ritual for trying to control the bone dragons. To the Dark Clan, this ritual was exceptionally ruthless. Earlier, Kotal hadn't seen how Feng Heng had completed the summoning of the first bone dragon, but now, he could clearly see the process as Feng Heng imprinted a soul mark onto the second bone dragon. Using a large number of zombie clones to perform a soul brand, forcibly making the bone dragon sign a contract. How had he done that? Not to mention that using zombie creatures to perform a soul imprint had never been heard of before, but one had to consider that the soul's strength of a normal human was limited. This method might work for normal bone dragons, but to deal with undead bone dragons? At the very least, the willpower and soul strength required for such a contract would need to surpass that of the bone dragon. Indeed, bone dragons had low willpower, but their soul strength was no joke. In Kotal's mind, this should have been impossible. Yet Feng Heng had achieved it, and not just once, but twice. He had branded two bone dragons. It was so strange. A mere human, with such high soul strength and willpower. As members of his clan rushed toward him, Kotal's unease deepened. He asked, "What did the Patriarch say?" "The Patriarch is still in seclusion. After hearing our report, he only said that our clan has always been responsible for guarding the Dragon Grave Mountain. Matters outside the mountain are none of our concern. We are not to involve ourselves in the wars of outside factions. If the situation worsens, we are to seek help from the Empire." Kotal stared into the distance, nodding slowly. "I understand. Leader, are we really going to ignore this? This ritual is too brutal, it's damaging the bone dragons. Rather than attempting a summoning, it feels more like they're hunting them, forcing them to sign soul contracts. No need to say more. Send the distress signal to the Empire immediately." "Yes, sir." As they were speaking, everyone suddenly froze, turning to look in the direction of the withered tree forest. There, the third bone dragon, which had been engaged in combat with the other two, slowly rose into the air. The blue soul flame in its eyes had completely turned red. The third one. The bone dragon had been completely controlled by that human. Kotal's eyes flickered with an indescribable astonishment. Could that peculiar method actually control three undead bone dragons at once? When did human soul strength and willpower reach this level? "Sir, this." Kotal raised his hand, stopping his subordinate from speaking further. "The Patriarch has already said that as long as he doesn't violate the rules of the Dragon Grave Mountain domain, everything is allowed. We will wait and see." "Understood." Not far away, in the dense forest, Feng Heng quickly approached the three bone dragons and cast a water-based healing spell on them. This time, luck was on his side. After just 5 minutes of combat, the bone dragon had been successfully subdued, and the newly captured bone dragon was only lightly wounded. This would greatly enhance their team's combat strength. "Perfect. Continue." Feng Heng nodded to himself, then looked up at the sky. He grabbed a can of Red Bull and drank it in one go. It had been 3 days since he last slept, but his spirit remained high. Time to keep grinding. Kotal and the Dark Clan had been closely monitoring Feng Heng's actions ever since he left the Dragon Grave Mountain. They had witnessed him gradually summoning 5 bone dragons using his ambush ritual. After that, Feng Heng grew impatient and began actively controlling the bone dragons, leading them to engage in combat. He used the bone dragons to lure others in and quickly trapped them with the controlled dragons. Then, he began to summon more and more undead zombie clones from below, using them to brand the bone dragon souls, gradually taking full control of them. As the days passed, Kotal and his group could only watch as the number of bone dragons under Feng Heng's control increased from 1 to 5, and then to 12. And the greedy human still showed no signs of stopping. The bone dragons, now under Feng Heng's command, circled the skies above the Dragon Grave Mountain, drawing in new skeletal wyverns to capture and control. Good fella. What on earth was that human trying to accomplish? Control over bone dragons through undead conjuring was extremely difficult. In the past, when powerful members of the Dark Clan entered the Dragon Grave Mountain, they would summon at most 2 bone dragons, and then leave. But Feng Heng was different. He hadn't stopped summoning for a single moment. Could he really be trying to capture every bone dragon in the entire Dragon Grave Mountain? But even if Feng Heng really intended to do that, everything was still technically within the rules of the Dragon Grave Mountain. In fact, what Feng Heng was doing might seem cruel, but he hadn't truly violated any of the mountain's rules. He had never set foot in the sacred grounds of the Dragon Grave Mountain, so everything he did was within the bounds of the rules set by the Dark Clan. The Dark Clan had no grounds to stop him. But should they really just let Feng Heng continue like this? What if he actually ended up wiping out all the bone dragons of their entire Dragon Grave Mountain domain? What did the Empire say? The expression of the clan's god grew heavy as he condensed his focus. Our people have already contacted the Empire. They should be sending someone soon to investigate. When will they arrive? Has the team set out yet? Kotal urged anxiously. In this situation, the more time they gave that human, the greater the impact on the Dragon Grave Mountain domain. The subordinate, unsure of the details, hesitated before replying, "They haven't set out yet. I think. Well, it should be soon. Go urge them again." Understood. In contrast to the Dark Clan, the upper echelons of the Undead Council were in a mood of joy and celebration at that moment. While the Dark Clan was in a state of unease, the atmosphere within the Undead Council was a stark contrast. The hall was filled with jubilation, like a grand victory had been won. Each time Feng Heng successfully controlled a bone dragon, the hall echoed with continuous applause, cheers rising from the members of the Undead Council. Shi Liping, standing at the side, was exhilarated. The 12th bone dragon. A full small squadron. The power that could be unleashed when a large number of skeletal wyverns gathered together was truly terrifying. It's already the 12th one. As the applause gradually subsided, an undead instructor, his eyes filled with some concern, reminded, "The undead bones conjuring skill is quite unique. Controlling and branding a large number of skeletal creatures will affect the caster's spirit power." "Yes," another member agreed, adding, "and the ones he's controlling are powerful bone dragons. The strain on his spirit will only increase exponentially." "Indeed," the instructor said, nodding. Logically speaking, Feng Heng should have reached his limit by now. The others murmured in agreement. It was strange. Even those who had reached the demigod level in necromancy would find it nearly impossible to simultaneously summon and mark so many skeletal wyverns using undead bone summoning. Yet, Feng Heng had managed to do it. And it seemed like he was doing it with ease. "Perhaps we should remind Feng Heng to be cautious, in case trouble arises later," one of the instructors suggested with a furrowed brow. "Yes, understood." Chapter 2595 The Spreading Calamity Death Realm. Feng Heng watched as the 12th bone dragon slowly landed, a gleam of greed appearing in his eyes. Although there had been some setbacks along the way, the outcome was still quite good. The number of bone dragons in the Dragon Grave Mountain range was still unknown. He decided to continue farming them for now. Suddenly, Feng Heng noticed that the stone slab he carried with him began to heat up again. He lowered his head and opened the stone slab, quickly checking the message left for him by the Undead Council. Imprinting too many creatures at once could result in a significant backlash. "Please be cautious and do not force it." Feng Heng muttered the words under his breath, quietly pondering. Indeed, when he had first learned the bone summoning skill, there had been such a warning. However, while controlling the undead bones, he hadn't felt any difficulty at all. Upon further reflection, controlling the soul imprint was mainly dependent on willpower and soul strength. At present, in addition to his own attribute strength, his willpower had been enhanced by the demonic seed, which was more than sufficient. As for soul strength, it had greatly increased after merging with Abakia, raising his overall power to a considerable level. There was no pressure at all. Since that was the case, he decided to continue. The more, the better. Ideally, he would be able to take control of all the bone dragons in the entire Dragon Grave Mountain range. Then, he could find a way to bring the entire Dragon Grave Mountain range back with him. Feng Heng thought to himself, then once again issued a command to the bone dragon to patrol the Dragon Grave Mountain range and lure another bone dragon over. Feng Heng thought to himself, then once again issued a command to the bone dragon to patrol the Dragon Grave Mountain range and lure another bone dragon over. Clayton Empire, one of the 9 great empires in the Death Realm. Since the Empress's demise, and with the constant rise and fall of various Star Clan factions within the Death Realm, the region had eventually been divided among the 9 great powers. The Dragon Grave Mountain range was located on the border of the Clayton Empire. The intelligence reports from the Dragon Grave Mountain range were quickly sent to the ruler of the Clayton Empire. The ruler of the Clayton Empire opened the envelope and read through it for a moment, his brow furrowing tightly. The Dragon Grave Mountain range was of vital importance to the Empire, and indeed, to the entire world. Under normal circumstances, he would have dispatched his elite forces immediately to investigate. However, at this particular moment, the Clayton Empire was in disarray. A few days ago, A powerful surge of energy had erupted in the depths of the Nether River domain within the Vani Empire, one of the 9 great empires. The Nether River had always been a mysterious and sacred place in the Death Realm, and few Dark Clan members dared to enter it. Once the Vani Empire detected the anomaly, they immediately dispatched a team to investigate. To their shock, they discovered the disaster in the outer periphery of the Nether River. When the news returned, the entire empire was shaken. The disaster, which had nearly led to the conquest of the Death Realm in the past, had appeared once again. The Vani Empire immediately mobilized its elite forces to try to eliminate the disaster, explore the situation, and send out calls for aid to the other empires. At first, the various powers of the Death Realm had been skeptical of the news. But, just yesterday morning, a reconnaissance team sent by the Clayton Empire confirmed the reports. It was true. The insect plague, which should have perished alongside Empress Persephone, had reappeared in the Death Realm. In just a few days, the disaster had already claimed much of the Vani Empire's territory. The disaster was rapidly spreading in all directions, engulfing the entire Death Realm at an alarming pace. In a single day, the Death Realm had fallen into a crisis of imminent annihilation. The rulers of the Death Realm's various empires realized the gravity of the situation and quickly formed joint teams, organizing their elites to head in different directions to block the spread of the disaster. Although thousands of years had passed, the insect plague had always been a source of dread in the ancient books of the Dark Clan. For the ruler of the Clayton Empire, the most pressing issue was the disaster. The Clayton Empire shared a border with the Vani Empire. Now, with the Vani Empire holding off the disaster's attacks, they still had time to catch their breath. However, once the disaster completely broke through the Vani Empire's defenses, they would face the full force of it directly. Dealing with the disaster had already stretched them thin. The Empire's king set aside the envelope in his hand and looked up, asking, "Have there been any updates from the front?" "Your Majesty, the team we sent has confirmed it is the disaster. Its strength is as terrifying as the rumors suggested. At this point, unless all the forces of the Death Realm fight to the death, the combined strength of a few empires cannot possibly withstand it." "What about the Hani tribe? It was they who brought the insect plague into the Death Realm. Have they said anything?" General Rio immediately led a team to investigate the Hani tribe after receiving the news. "He has just returned. Quick, have him come to see me as soon as he returns." "Yes." The Dark Clan typically had long lifespans, and for them, being several hundred years old was still considered young, barely entering adulthood. General Rio had shown extraordinary talent from a young age and was one of the key military successors being groomed by the Clayton Empire. 10 minutes later, General Rio entered the Great Hall, clad in armor. "Your Majesty." Rio knelt on one knee and reported, "I have thoroughly investigated the Hani tribe. I found that all of their elite forces had been drained. From what I gathered, some time ago, there was an anomaly at Empress Persephone's mausoleum. The Hani tribe's patriarch personally led all the elites to investigate, but they have not returned. I fear something has gone terribly wrong." In the council hall, the high-ranking officials of the empire whispered among themselves. The Empress's mausoleum had always been a taboo for the Dark Clan. The mausoleum domain had also been an area left unclaimed for as long as anyone could remember. However, a few days ago, they sensed an unusual ripple emanating from the Empress's mausoleum. At the time, they hadn't given it much thought. Now, it seemed that the anomaly in the Empress's mausoleum might be linked to the outbreak of the disaster. "Your Majesty, should I lead a team to investigate the Empress's mausoleum immediately?" The king pondered for a moment, then shook his head. "No need. Entering the mausoleum is too dangerous. I will send another team to investigate the mausoleum, but only on the periphery. There is something more urgent that requires your attention." Rio clasped his hands together and said, "Please, Your Majesty, give your orders. There's been an incident at Dragon Grave Mountain. A strange human has appeared, and the bone dragons there have also been affected by his presence, showing signs of abnormal behavior." "A human?" Rio's heart skipped a beat. He had never seen a human in the netherworld before. "I fear that this human's appearance might be connected to the sudden outbreak of the disaster." "Rio, take a team and investigate." "Yes, Your Majesty." The bone dragons at Dragon Grave Mountain are extremely important. They serve as effective air power, capable of suppressing the insect plague. The king paused for a moment, sighed inwardly, and continued, "Against the disaster, our empire's strength alone is far from enough. Now, we can only hope that all the forces will put aside past grudges and cooperate sincerely to resist the external threat. Be cautious on your journey. If you encounter the disaster, retreat immediately." "Yes, Your Majesty." Upon hearing the king's orders, Rio stood up, gathered his elite team, and immediately set off toward Dragon Grave Mountain. Chapter 2596. Suspicious. The communication system in the Death Realm was far more complex than that of the human world. Often, the empires that controlled the Death Realm couldn't transmit information over long distances, and many regions had to rely on point-to-point communication, which was very troublesome. Ryo was well aware of the importance of the Dragon Grave Mountain Range. Leading a team composed of high-tier undead warriors, undead chant masters, and other high-tier undead, he rode through the night on his undead warhorse, heading straight for the Dragon Grave Mountain Range. Even so, it was already the next day by the time they arrived at the Dragon Grave Mountain Range. Upon entering the Dragon Grave Mountain Range, Ryo looked up into the sky from a distance, his eyes narrowing as he noticed something unusual. That was the undead bone dragon. But it was different from usual. Through the white mist, Ryo saw more than a dozen bone dragons circling outside the Dragon Grave Mountain Range, constantly patrolling. What was going on? Why were these bone dragons roaming the periphery? Ryo's heart sank, and he suddenly had an unsettling premonition. Slow down and be careful. Let's approach cautiously. Yes, sir. The team continued to advance. Soon, they entered the periphery of the Dragon Grave Mountain Range. Ryo took a closer look at the battle unfolding in the white mist, his eyes widening in surprise. In the sky above, more than 20 bone dragons were engaged in fierce combat. No, wait. Upon closer inspection, Ryo realized that most of the bone dragons involved in the battle were being controlled. Someone had left soul imprints on them. As Ryo was stunned by this realization, not far away, Kotal noticed the reinforcements from the Clayton Empire and immediately led his clan's guardians to meet them. General Ryo. What's going on? What happened here? Kotal's lips curled into a bitter smile as he replied, it's a human. He entered the Dragon Grave Mountain Range earlier, used a special technique to recruit the bone dragons, and he hasn't stopped. He has continued to use the controlled bone dragons to recruit even more bone dragons from the mountains. Upon hearing this, Ryo's brow furrowed tightly. Where is he? He is in that cluster of trees over there. Take me to him. At that moment, Fang Hang was hidden among the trees. After another sleepless night, Fang Hang had gained plus 13 bone dragons. Watching as his army of bone dragons continued to grow, Fang Hang figured that staying outside the Dragon Grave Mountain Range might no longer be the most efficient option. He was considering whether to move deeper into the range. Suddenly, he sensed a large number of undead forces approaching. Fang Hang looked up and cast his gaze toward the edge of the forest. Ryo, seeing the large number of zombie creatures within the forest, was somewhat surprised. He was puzzled. How could such low-level undead creatures imprint soul brands onto bone dragons? This didn't make sense. Ryo slowly turned his gaze toward the young man. In the Death Realm, humans were extremely rare, and he had never really encountered one before. I am Ryo, commander of the Clayton Empire. What should I call you? Fang Hang looked at Ryo, but he couldn't understand the language the man was speaking. Kotal stepped forward to act as a translator. This is Ryo, the commander of the Clayton Empire. The Dragon Grave Mountain Range and my clan are both under the Empire's control. Commander Ryo is asking for your name. Fang Hang. Fang Hang replied, then turned his gaze to Sirius, standing beside him. Sirius straightened up, looked at Ryo, and sighed softly. I never imagined that after all these years, the Clayton Empire would have developed to this point. Ryo frowned upon hearing this. Who are you? We are former subordinates of Empress Persephone, Sirius said, turning his eyes back to Ryo. Her Majesty was merciful and never attacked the Clayton clan. She even granted you a region to live in and marked the boundaries. To think they were claiming to be former subordinates of Empress Persephone. Ryo's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. There was indeed such a history in the Clayton Empire. Thinking back to the explosion at Empress Persephone's mausoleum and the outbreak of the insect plague not long ago. You claim to be former subordinates of the Empress. Do you have any proof? Sirius shook his head. Fang Hang listened to Kotal's translation and gazed at Ryo, saying, whether we are former subordinates of the Empress has nothing to do with you, and we don't need to prove anything to you. Upon hearing the translation, Ryo furrowed his brow even deeper. The Empress's mausoleum exploded recently. Were you inside at that time? What happened inside the mausoleum? The mausoleum was attacked by the Hani tribe, Sirius explained, clearly not wanting to provoke further conflict. The Empress's will was shattered. We came to the Dragon Grave Mountain Range to search for the fragments of the Empress's will. Ryo frowned even more deeply upon hearing this. At first glance, their story seemed free of any obvious flaws. The appearance of the disaster might indeed be linked to the explosion at the Empress's mausoleum. Kotal quickly pressed, then what about the bone dragons? What's going on with them? Fang Hang turned his gaze to Kotal and replied indifferently, the Empress's will is still lingering deep within the mountain range. Once we enter, we will inevitably be attacked by the bone dragons. With our current strength, we can't go in directly, so we have no choice but to recruit them with the help of the power of the bones dragons. Is there a problem with that? Kotal was momentarily speechless, feeling unable to refute the explanation. Ryo thought for a moment before asking in a low voice, is the revival of the disaster connected to the shattering of the Empress's will? Upon hearing the word disaster, Sirius's expression changed noticeably, and with a hint of surprise, he asked, the disaster? Wasn't it completely destroyed by Her Majesty, the Empress? Has it been revived? When did this happen? Yes, just a few days ago. The disaster reappeared deep within the Vanya Empire. I've never heard of any Vanya Empire. Kotal added from the side, it's in the Nether River periphery. Sirius's eyes grew more serious. Her Majesty fought the disaster there long ago. The timing of the disaster's resurgence coincides exactly with the shattering of Her Majesty's will. I don't think this is just a coincidence. Ryo's brow furrowed even more, so you don't know anything about it either? At this point, Kotal hadn't translated, and Fang Heng was feeling somewhat confused. Suddenly, a game prompt appeared in Fang Heng's vision. Ding! The player's guidance mission triggered unknown disaster, optional guidance mission, explore the Nether River. Not interested. Fang Heng glanced at the mission prompt and quickly looked away. Disaster? He didn't understand any of it. At the moment, there were too many things to handle, and it was impossible to juggle everything at once. Fang Heng decided to focus on one thing and let the rest go for now. His priority was to gather more bones dragons. The disaster is descending. No one will be able to escape. This is a threat that the entire Death Realm will face. Chapter 2597 Strengthening. There's nothing we can do. With our strength, we can't stop the disaster. Sirius had fought the disaster face to face before, and the catastrophic images still haunted his mind. Only Her Majesty, the Empress, had the strength to resist it. Ryo's anger gradually swelled within him, and his tone grew more furious. Old man, I won't hold it against you because you're on the brink of death, but let me tell you this, no one can destroy our empire. Fang Heng couldn't understand the conversation between the two, especially since Kotal had only translated part of it. He was left confused and unsure of the situation. Seeing that the conversation was getting more heated, almost to the point of an argument, he turned to Tal and asked, what are they arguing about? Tal replied, it's about the disaster. Fang Heng shook his head and said, don't let them argue, tell them that we only want to seek the Empress's will. We haven't broken any rules of the Dragon Grave Mountain Range, and we have no intention of being enemies with the Empire. But if they insist on obstructing us, we won't just give up. After hearing Tal's translation, Ryo calmed down, took a deep breath, and slowly turned his gaze toward Fang Heng, speaking a long sentence. After listening, Tal's expression grew serious. He turned to Fang Heng and said, Ryo, on behalf of the Empire, is offering a deal. The Death Realm is facing a crisis from the disaster. He will allow you to continue recruiting bone dragons and help you find the remnants of the Empress's will. But in return, he asks that you assist the Empire in fighting the disaster. Of course. Fang Heng shrugged, glanced at the game prompt, and said, no problem. Since there was no game prompt, it meant it wasn't a mission. He decided to agree for now. As for the so-called disaster, he didn't understand it and didn't care either. He was just focused on getting some benefits first. Fang Heng thought this through and asked, can I continue now? Kotal had no choice but to step aside again. He understood very well. If Ryo had came earlier with his team, they might have been able to stop Fang Heng. But now, faced with nearly 30 bone dragons, the team under Ryo's command was completely outmatched. Perfect timing. I think it's about time to enter the Dragon Grave Mountain Range and take a look, Fang Heng said. As he spoke, 2 dark red soul flames flickered in his pupils. Immediately, the undead bone dragons perched high in the sky responded, flapping their wings and soaring into the air, flying deeper into the Dragon Grave Mountain Range. The undead bone dragons weren't invaders, and as they entered the Dragon Grave Mountain Range, they weren't attacked by the other undead bone dragons within the mountain range. But that didn't stop Fang Heng from taking action himself. Corrosive Dragon's Breath. Rauur. The front row of undead bone dragons released their corrosive dragon's breath and launched an attack against the undead bone dragons that were in a dormant state deep within the mountain range. The undead bone dragons that were attacked were instantly enraged, their wings flapping as they took to the air. Boom. The two sides collided again. The surrounding undead bone dragons also joined the fight. Here they come. Retreat. Fang Heng saw that he had drawn nearly 10 undead bone dragons out of the fray and quickly ordered them to retreat. It was the same as before. The undead bone dragons that had already been branded with Fang Heng's soul mark, circling above the bone forest, swarmed up to trap and kill the hostile undead bone dragons. Below, the zombie horde immediately began casting their soul brand. The attempt to complete the summoning lock was underway. Kotal, along with his guards, watched from a distance, and a bitter expression appeared in his eyes. Great. Here we go again. At this moment, They encountered a major problem within the Empire. Could no one really stop him now? Ryo and the undead army behind him were witnessing this scene for the first time, their eyes filled with shock. That human. He was incredibly strange. After waiting for over 10 hours beneath the white bone forest, Feng Heng finally figured out the auto-farming strategy, getting the remote automation set up for recruitment to work. Even when he wasn't there, his zombie clones and bone dragons would continue the recruitment process according to the preset program, with no interruptions. We can head out now. It wasn't until this point that Feng Heng, in cooperation with Ryo and the others, chose to enter the depths of the Dragon Grave Mountain range. The group moved deeper into the Dragon Grave Mountain, following their perceptions toward the direction of the Empress's lingering soul will. Along the way, if they encountered any undead bone dragons, Feng Heng would use the already branded undead bone dragons to lure them outside, where his zombie clones would slowly imprint them with their spiritual mark. With Tal, who was familiar with the mountain's terrain, leading the way, they faced no danger. Soon, the group reached the deeper areas of the mountain. Stepping on the shattered, massive bones of the mountain, Feng Heng raised his head and looked into the distance. There it was. A mass of black soul will was coiled and entangled there. Found it. Feng Heng raised his hand, signaling the group to stay back, and carefully observed the black will from afar. It seemed that the broken will of the Empress was currently very calm. Meanwhile, the high-ranking members of the Undead Council, who were observing through the mirror, were once again thrown into an uproar. The crowd reacted with exclamations. What the hell? They could clearly see the black mist. Feng Heng had found the broken will of the Empress again. If they could bring the Empress's will back from the Death Realm and study it. The instructors began to get nervous. In the mirror, Sirius slowly spoke, explaining, this is the central area of the mountain range. According to legends, the Frostbone Dragon was once the king of the Dragon Grave Mountain range. It lived here. In her youth, the Empress came here and subdued it. From my judgment, the area where the Empress's will is located is related to some of the Empress's important memories before her death. Feng Heng turned and looked at Sirius, asking, what should we do now? It probably won't be easy, Sirius said, shaking his head lightly. His life was nearing its end. Inside the mausoleum, we relied on the ice crystal stone pillars to guide and condense the Empress's power for restoration. But now the ice crystal stone pillars have dissipated. All I can do is try to guide it as best as I can, and hope it works. Feng Heng asked in confusion, guide? Where do you want to guide the Empress's remaining will? To your body, Sirius replied, looking at Feng Heng. Right now, only your body can accomplish this. The Empress's broken will temporarily reside in the sea of your consciousness. Don't worry, the Empress's will is already shattered. It won't harm your body. It just needs a temporary place to stay. Feng Heng furrowed his brow, looking at Sirius, and faintly sensed something was off. Are you sure it's safe? Sirius probably didn't know that he had already absorbed the Empress's broken will once before in the mausoleum, did he? He remembered the time, the Empress's will hadn't been so easy to deal with. It had violently tried to consume his own will. Feng Heng was deep in thought when a game prompt suddenly appeared again. Chapter 2598 Devour, Ding. The player's current mission guidance has been updated. Temporary artifact, mission guidance, the Empress's will is scattered across the world. Since the mausoleum has been destroyed and there is no container to hold the Empress's will, you are required to temporarily serve as this container. Hint, this guidance may carry risks. The player may choose to find another container and transfer the Empress's will. Feng Heng glanced at the mission description. Risks? That wasn't a concern. At this point, the damage to his soul's will when he first devoured the Empress's will had completely healed. He wasn't afraid to do it again. In fact, there was a part of him that felt a hidden excitement. Let's see how this mission plays out. If it doesn't work, then he could just try again. He turned to Sirius and said, alright, let's begin. I can't guarantee success, but I will do my best, Sirius said, letting out a deep sigh. He focused his energy, then solemnly added, be careful, Feng Heng. Whoosh. Sirius quickly formed a seal with his hands in front of him. Immediately, several black shadows surged out from his body, rushing from all directions toward the Empress's will. Kai. The black shadows immediately entangled and locked the shattered will of the Empress tightly. Within a few seconds, a layer of cold sweat had already formed on Sirius's forehead. The situation wasn't looking good. Feng Heng could see it clearly from the side. The broken will of the Empress, sensing Sirius's control, was attempting to break free from the restraints. If Sirius had been at full strength, it would have been easier, but now, with most of his body already on the brink of death, it was clear he could not control the Empress's fractured will. He couldn't let the Empress's will escape. Feng Heng quickly pulled a large, shattered blue crystal pillar from his backpack. This blue crystal had once been the central pillar of the mausoleum, a piece he had obtained when the pillar exploded and shattered. He hoped it would be useful. Whoosh! Feng Heng rapidly poured his mental strength into the blue crystal. Buzz! In an instant, the blue crystal reacted, rapidly emitting ripples that spread outward. It worked. Feng Heng's eyes narrowed. Under the influence of the blue ripples, the shattered will of the Empress no longer resisted violently. Instead, it slowly began to drift toward Feng Heng. Sirius stared at the blue ice crystal in Feng Heng's hand, a look of astonishment appearing in his eyes. He actually had a fragment of the ice crystal pillar. This was fantastic. As the Empress's will slowly gathered around the ice crystal, Sirius suddenly unleashed all his remaining mental strength. Boom! The next moment, the Empress's will surged violently into Feng Heng's body in an overwhelming rush. Sirius's gaze fixed on Feng Heng, his focus sharp. This was the crucial moment. The power he had just used to suppress the Empress's will was all that remained of his strength. It was his last chance. Injecting the Empress's will into Feng Heng's body. The Empress's will was not something an ordinary person could bear. It would certainly devour Feng Heng's will. If only the Empress's will hadn't been shattered. At this point, the most likely outcome was that the Empress's will would fuse with Feng Heng's, both sharing control of the body. This way, the Empress would regain at least a small portion of her power, while Feng Heng would be able to retain his remaining will. However, over time, as the Empress gradually absorbed more willpower, her will would eventually dominate the body entirely. This was the only chance. It was his last opportunity, just before his death, to help the Empress's will revive. Feng Heng's eyes were tightly shut. As the shattered will of the Empress surged into his body, it immediately rushed toward his sea of consciousness. TCH. It was happening again. Just like last time. The overwhelming will of the Empress invaded his sea of consciousness, immediately attempting to seize control. Feng Heng snorted coldly in his mind. Exactly what I wanted. Let's have a real fight. After absorbing part of the Empress's residual will last time, Feng Heng's experience in battling wills had improved significantly. His efficiency in using his own will in combat had also increased. This time, he even felt that the Empress's will was weaker than the shattered force she had sent before. This was doable. He could handle it. From the depths of the sea of consciousness, the power of the demonic seed surged forth and began to merge with Feng Heng's will. The two forces collided immediately, battling each other with ferocity. They devoured each other. Outside, Sirius watched Feng Heng stand motionless, a growing sense of unease swelling within him. What's going on? Why hasn't it ended yet? With the Empress's powerful will, shouldn't it be easy for her to obliterate this kid's willpower? Could it be that something's wrong with this broken will? What if the Empress loses control after taking over the body and goes mad? For a moment, countless thoughts raced through Sirius's mind. Kotal and the others, who were following closely behind, also began to grow suspicious. They couldn't help but glance at Sirius, silently seeking answers from his expression. Sirius raised an eyebrow. It's happening. Feng Heng, whose brows had been tightly furrowed, began to relax them. Then, thick, dense black mist started to pour out of Feng Heng's body, swirling outward in waves. It's the Empress's power. Sirius's heart pounded wildly. Ding! The player has successfully shattered part of Empress Persephone's remaining will. Ding! The player has obtained 20 high-tier Holy Spirit Crystal. 2 red game prompts flashed across Feng Heng's retina. With the Empress's shattered will completely destroyed, the energy of the Empress exploded, flooding the sea of consciousness. In the sea of consciousness, the ice crystal that had been shrinking began to release its power, rapidly absorbing the vast energy pouring in. However, since the ice crystal had already reduced in size over the past few days, its conversion efficiency was much lower than before. A significant amount of energy leaked out, escaping from Feng Heng's body. Damn, what a waste. Feng Heng couldn't help but feel regret over the energy that had escaped. There's nothing I can do now. All he could do was control the energy, trying his best to prevent any more from leaking out, while also accelerating the absorption rate of the ice crystal. Ding! The player is currently absorbing death strength. The player gains experience points for God of the Underworld Bloodline, plus 1,121,000. Ding! The player's God of the Underworld Bloodline has reached level 21. Ding! The player continues absorbing death strength. The conversion continued. Meanwhile, outside, everyone watching Feng Heng remain motionless began to sense something was off. Priest Sirius, do you think something's wrong? Someone asked, concerned. Sirius kept his gaze fixed on Feng Heng. Everything happening before his eyes made no sense. He was completely unable to understand the situation. Why was the Empress's power leaking out of Feng Heng's body? Wait. Sirius racked his brain and finally came up with what seemed like a reasonable explanation. It must be that Fang Heng's body could not bear all the power. To prevent the body from being overwhelmed, the Empress's will must have been forced to expel some of its strength. That must be it. Just wait. This was his last chance. As the aura leaking from Fang Heng's body gradually diminished, everything seemed to return to a calm, almost serene state. Chapter 2599 playing 2 hours later. Suddenly, in an instant, Fang Heng opened his eyes wide. Sirius was staring intently at Fang Heng. Had he succeeded? The Empress's will. Whoosh. In the next moment, Sirius realized that his neck was firmly gripped by Fang Heng. Fang Heng coldly glared at Sirius and said in a low voice, "Sirius, are you trying to fool me?" Sirius's face turned deathly pale, as if struck by a heavy blow. Looking at Fang Heng, his face immediately showed extreme fear. What was going on? Why hadn't the Empress's will managed to purge Fang Heng's will? Why hadn't it even merged with his? You! How did you? Nearby, Kotal and Rio were both startled by Fang Heng's actions. They cautiously looked toward him. Fang Heng noticed their gazes, then turned his cold stare back at Sirius and said, "For betraying the Empress, your soul will be obliterated here and now." As he spoke, Fang Heng's form shifted into his god of the underworld appearance. A ghostly blue flame flickered in his hand. No. No. Whoosh. In an instant, Sirius's soul was burned to nothing. Ding. The player has killed a special character Sirius. The player's friendship with some characters has changed. Fang Heng slowly released his grip, returning to his human form. He turned his head and looked toward Rio and the others. Apologies, there were some internal issues within the Empress's old faction. I hope I didn't cause you any trouble. Rio could tell what had happened between the two but wisely chose not to press further. It was an internal conflict within the Empress's old faction. As outsiders, they wouldn't interfere. Tal asked, "Fang Heng, you've successfully found the Empress's will. Can we now collect on your promise?" Fang Heng thought for a moment and nodded, "Of course. I've always kept my word." "Good. When can we leave?" "Anytime. We can leave now." As he spoke, 2 bone dragons circling in the air descended and landed on the ground. Fang Heng lightly tapped his foot on the ground and stepped onto one of the bone dragons' backs, signaling for the others to board. "Please." From the information General Rio received earlier, the various empires in the Death Realm have formed a series of joint alliances to resist the spread of the disaster. The Vani Empire has established a defensive line in the corrupted Bone Swamp area. This is where we will join forces with the Vani Empire. Tal conversed with Rio for a moment and then turned back to Fang Heng, continuing to translate. "General Rio will be going there for reinforcement. We hope to borrow the bone dragons you recruited from the Dragon Grave Mountain to join the battle." "Of course. I can take you all there." Upon hearing this, Tal's heart skipped a beat. Half an hour later, Fang Heng controlled 2 groups of 24 bone dragons, accompanied by a team of 80 people, including Rio, and they sped toward the corrupted Bone Swamp area. Rio's team was made up of elite soldiers from the Empire. However, even these elite soldiers had never experienced such a spectacle before. Using bone dragons as mounts? It was something they could never have dreamed of. The undead faction's aerial units were scarce, meaning their airborne capabilities were quite limited. But with bone dragons, they could gain a massive advantage when facing the disaster. Fang Heng was also calculating in his mind. At present, there were a total of 31 bone dragons. He would take 24 of them to the battlefield, while the remaining bone dragons, along with his zombie clones, would stay behind to capture new bone dragons. That was the sustainable way forward. The bone dragons flew at extreme speed through the air, much faster than Fang Heng's bat form, greatly shortening the travel time. First, they would assess the disaster and see what kind of situation they were dealing with. At least, according to the descriptions from the Dark Clan, the power of the disaster seemed to rival that of the Empress in her prime. Meanwhile, the higher-ranking instructors of the Undead Council, observing through the mirror, watched the bone dragon swarm in the sky with excited expressions. Shi Liping's eyes were filled with longing. The bone dragons could indeed be controlled by humans. He had just privately asked Jiziobo about the specifics of this skill. It had already been confirmed that Fang Heng's bone summoning skill could be used in other game worlds. This meant that the undead faction now had a powerful fighting force made up entirely of bone dragons. No matter where they were deployed, this would become an overwhelming force of intimidation. Jiziobo's face was filled with smug satisfaction. A mere empress, nothing special. Once Mr. Fang figured out how to unite the Death Realm, he would establish an empire of his own and play around with it. The Death Realm, corrupt Bone Swamp region. A pungent, foul stench hung in the air. A united army composed of several Death Realm empires gathered here to form a defensive line. The disaster forces were overwhelming. When the major forces of the Death Realm faced the threat of life and death, They were finally able to temporarily set aside their differences and cooperate. However, the power of the disaster was so great that simply halting its advance had become an incredibly difficult task. The commander of this war effort, Tigranth, stared at the battlefield map on the table, his brow furrowed. The disaster creatures were adept at climbing in specialized terrain, and the swampy conditions of this region were the best advantage they could find. From what he could see, the disaster's greatest strengths were its formidable self-regeneration abilities, the extra damage it could deal to souls, its corruptive powers, its ability to manipulate the aura of death, and its overwhelming breeding capacity. All Tigranth could think of at the moment was to hold this advantageous position, fortify their defenses, and hope to slow the enemy's advance. But when it came to attrition, they were completely outmatched by the disaster. In fact, Tigranth had gradually came to realize that the disaster's control over death had only grown stronger since their first encounter. Commander. The captain of the escort team hurried into the camp, his face full of excitement. Our reinforcements have arrived. Tigranth glanced at the captain in confusion. It was just a reinforcement that had arrived, and it would not play a decisive role in the battle. Was it really necessary to be this excited? Or was it that this time, the number of reinforcements was unusually large? Is it a large force? Have Veda expand the camp? No, it's not that. It's the bone dragons. Commander. It's the bone dragons. The captain could no longer contain the excitement in his heart. Commander, you should come and see for yourself. Bone dragons. Tigranth's heart skipped a beat. He quickly followed the captain out of the camp. Let's go. We must see this for ourselves. Outside the camp, soldiers of the Dark Clan gathered in numbers, all eyes turned toward the distant sky where a thick, gray-white mist hung ominously. Massive figures began to emerge from the mist, gradually materializing into shapes. Bone dragons. Tigranth squinted his eyes. That oppressive aura of power. Yes, it was unmistakable. Adult dragons, even the Dragon Clan, could release continuous pressure with their aura, their very presence demanding submission. But the bone dragons, being the skeletal remains of the Dragon Clan, reborn through the influence of the Death Realm's aura, had released much less coercive pressure compared to living dragons. Their power was diminished, for they were mere echoes of the living, their vitality long gone. However, the sight of more than 20 bone dragons gathered together had still been awe-inspiring. Chapter 2600 The Death Realm's Crisis. The bone dragons circled in the sky a few times before gradually slowing down and landing in an open area in front of the camp. Turns out it's people from the Clayton Empire. No wonder, the Dragon Grave Mountain Range is located within Clayton Empire's territory. I never expected Clayton to have such a terrifying weapon hidden away. I haven't heard anything about it before. The Dragon Grave Mountain Range has always been open to the outside world. Forgive me for being blunt, but to control so many bone dragons, one must have the necessary power. Earlier, several elite teams from the Clayton Empire had already arrived to offer reinforcements, and when they saw the bone dragon land, they were a bit bewildered. What's going on here? Were these bone dragons from their empire? A secret weapon? Several commanders from the empire exchanged confused glances, each seeing the same puzzlement in the other's eyes. They had never heard of such a thing before. Rio dismounted from the bone dragon's back, ignoring the admiring looks and hushed murmurs of the crowd. He made his way over to the commanders and bowed respectfully, saying, Clayton Empire. I am Rio, from the Clayton Empire, sent to assist you in fighting the disaster. You've traveled a long way, it must have been tough. With all of you assisting, I am sure we can defeat the enemy in one fell swoop. Commander Tigranth gestured with his hand. Come, let's go into the camp and discuss the details. Feng Heng also dismounted from the back of the bone dragon, looking around as he surveyed the area. The Death Realm and other worlds spoke different languages, which was quite troublesome for Feng Heng. He couldn't understand what anyone was saying and had to rely on Kotal to act as a translator. Upon entering the tent, Feng Heng saw the commanders of the various empires in the Death Realm deep in discussion. He couldn't understand them at all. However, from the looks on their faces, it was clear that the situation on the battlefield was dire. After about half an hour of discussion, Feng Heng noticed that all eyes were suddenly on him. It was only then that the Dark Clan members realized that the person controlling so many undead bone dragons was actually a human. Kotal immediately translated quietly for Feng Heng. Feng Heng, our war against the disaster is still ongoing. We will soon attempt a counterattack on the front line, and we will need to use the bone dragon's power. We will need your assistance. Ding. The player has triggered a special mission. Death Realm's Crisis. Faction. Mission name, Death Realm's Crisis. Mission description. The Death Realm is being attacked by an unknown race called the Disaster. Mission requirements. Assist the various Death Realm's empires in stopping the spread of the disaster. You will earn mission points based on your contribution. Additional description. By accepting this mission, you will automatically join the Death Realm's Alliance faction. Mission reward, related mission favorability rating, mission points, which can be exchanged for various items at the Alliance camp. The mission finally popped up. Feng Heng glanced at the mission description and, after confirming there were no issues, nodded and agreed, of course, no problem. Kotal glanced at Rio and then turned back to Feng Heng, saying, Feng Heng, if possible, we would also like to have the Dark Clan's War Knights mount the undead bone dragons for combat. Feng Heng's eyes lit up. Dragon Knights, huh? He remembered reading about them in the creature encyclopedia before. However, those weren't bone dragons, but actual dragons. Their attributes were far superior to those of bone dragons, but only those with Dragon Clan bloodline could control them. The combination of Dragon Knights and dragons was far greater than the sum of its parts. It seemed like the undead creatures also had a similar combat ability. Given his current soul power, Feng Heng knew that commanding so many bone dragons for battle would be a challenge. He would likely have to issue broad orders like charge, attack, or retreat, without being able to fine-tune or control each dragon individually. If the undead war knights could mount the bone dragons, he could simply issue broad instructions to the bone dragons and have the knights handle the more detailed control. This way, the undead war knights could each command a bone dragon, effectively splitting the workload. We can give it a try. Feng Heng thought for a moment before nodding and responding, of course, we can try. But I am not sure if the war knights can mount and control the bone dragons. I will go speak with them. I am sure they will be willing to give it a try, Kotal said, seeing that Feng Heng had agreed. He immediately turned to communicate with the Dark Clan members. 10 minutes later, outside the camp, the first 3 Dark Clan war knights selected for the task stepped out of the ranks. The 3 knights looked at the bone dragons in front of them, their eyes glinting with an excitement that they could not conceal. Bone dragon. Every knight's dream. This opportunity only comes once. No matter the cost, they were determined to try and control them. Kotal looked at Feng Heng and asked, Feng Heng, is everything ready? Of course, it's good to go. I will keep the bone dragons calm and cooperative. Hearing this, Kotal nodded at the commander at the back, signaling the go-ahead. The 3 undead war knights swiftly mounted the bone dragons, climbing onto their necks. Whoosh! Under the control of the undead war knights, the bone dragons flapped their wings and slowly lifted off into the air. Below, the people in the camp watched as the bone dragons soared higher and higher, circling above the camp. Whoosh! Corrosive dragon's breath. Boom! A grayish aura poured down, creating a black pit on the ground below, which erupted with a loud boom. The corrosive aura gathered in the pit, lingering and continuing to corrode the ground, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Feng Heng narrowed his eyes slightly. It looked impressive. The undead war knight's ability to control the bone dragons was much better than he'd expected. They were able to individually control the bone dragons, making them perform extreme evasive maneuvers, and even use the bone dragon's abilities, like the corrosive dragon's breath. Their efficiency was vastly improved compared to when he was trying to control multiple bone dragons himself during battle. It made a huge difference. Feng Heng's pupils contracted sharply. Huh? The war knights could even combine with the bone dragons to perform special battle techniques? Interesting. Feng Heng nodded to himself, his gaze following the undead war knights in the sky, who were now testing out various acrobatic maneuvers and skills. A look of approval flashed across his face. These Dark Clan war knights seemed impressive. If he could convince a few of them to help out. In the sky, the 3 undead war knights controlling the bone dragons had become more daring. Controlling the bone dragons was easier than they'd anticipated. After just a few tries, they were able to easily master some of the ancient techniques passed down through the Empire to control the bone dragons. The thrill was unmatched. These were bone dragons, after all. Compared to the original highest-tier undead soul warhorses, this was on a completely different level. The high-ranking members of the Undead Council, watching through their mirrors, couldn't hide their excitement. They too noticed that when paired with their exclusive mounts, the undead war knights' power had at least doubled. The undead war knights were a branch of the necromancy warrior class. And the bone dragon was, without a doubt, the best mount ever recorded. There was no competition. Before reaching a transcendent level, it was theoretically impossible to control a bone dragon. Thus, scholars in the necromancy warrior path were a rare breed. To their surprise, however, the undead war knights from the Death Realm were already so incredibly powerful on their own. But the Undead Council was not weak either. Gathering an entire legion of bone dragon knights was still within their reach. Chapter 2601 Earning GRG observed the scene in the mirror, his mind already starting to think about how to build a powerful bone dragon army within the realm of necromancy. But all of that felt too far off. GRG gently shook his head, quietly telling himself that he had become somewhat impatient. Who would have thought that this exploration into the Death Realm would yield such great results? For now, He decided to take things step by step. First, he needed to reopen the passage between the Death Realm and the Undead Council. As for the Bone Dragons, as long as Feng Heng was around, the Undead faction would eventually obtain them. In the mirror, the War Knights were controlling the Bone Dragons in the air, practicing for more than 10 minutes. Only after receiving a signal from their commander did they reluctantly descend back from the high skies. After briefly communicating with the commander and his team, Kotal walked over to Feng Heng. The commander will select a group of elite knights to ride the Bone Dragons. The situation on the front lines is tense, so the knights will spend half an hour familiarizing themselves with the control techniques of the Bone Dragons. Afterward, they will immediately join the battlefield to perform reinforcement missions in the air. Please rest assured, we will make the safety of the Bone Dragons our top priority. If any danger arises, we will retreat at the first opportunity. Understood. Feng Heng nodded in response, glancing to the side. Several members of the Dark Clan began to cast various enhancement-type undead spells on the Bone Dragons. The Bone Dragons had already become a crucial weapon on the battlefield. After all, the number of Bone Dragons was too scarce, they were extremely rare strategic resources and not a single one could be spared. An hour later, high in the sky, Feng Heng stood on the back of a Bone Dragon that was flying swiftly forward. In front of him, 2 squads of Bone Dragon Knights cleared the way, escorting him. Because Feng Heng lacked warrior-type mounted skills, he was unable to receive the usual boosts to attributes when riding the Bone Dragon or use special skills like the Knight's Charge. However, at least he had no problem controlling the Bone Dragon. In front of him, 2 squads of Bone Dragon Knights cleared the way, escorting him. Because Feng Heng lacked warrior-type mounted skills, he was unable to receive the usual boosts to attributes when riding the Bone Dragon or use special skills like the Knight's Charge. However, at least he had no problem controlling the Bone Dragon. Kotal rode the same Bone Dragon and followed closely behind Feng Heng. The Bone Dragon swiftly passed through the rear defense lines of the camps built by the various empires of the Undead Realm, crossing over a river ahead and gradually entering a swampy area. The spread of the disaster is incredibly fast. On the Undead World side, reinforcements from various empires are quickly gathering at the front line. With the Persephone Empire destroyed by the disaster as a lesson, the empires of the Death Realm can't afford to be careless, Kotal said, his eyes still fixed ahead. But the situation we face is still dire. I've heard that the commander has deployed defenses in the swampy region, which has helped hold back the disaster until now. For safety's sake, we won't be joining the battle right away. We will observe from a position behind the front lines, Kotal added, his voice cautious as he nodded. We've arrived. Feng Heng, look ahead. Feng Heng followed Kotal's pointing finger and looked forward, his expression growing more serious. On the swampy ground below, a group of black, arthropod-like creatures was rapidly crawling across the surface. From high in the air, the creatures looked like an endless swarm of ants, dense, packed together in vast numbers, moving forward in waves. Carefully observing the creatures, Feng Heng saw that their bodies resembled humanoid life forms, but they were inverted, crawling rapidly on the ground using their well-developed limbs. Their backs bore strange patterns that looked like the face of a crying person. What kind of monster was that? Feng Heng furrowed his brows. He had never encountered such creatures before. Judging from their aura alone, it was clear that these creatures were filled with an intensely strong death aura. The swampy area seemed to have a special effect on the disaster creatures, as grayish-brown hands continuously emerged from the swamp, attempting to grasp the unknown creatures crawling frantically across the surface. Once a creature was caught by a hand, its movement speed would drastically slow down, forcing it to stay in place and struggle for a while before it could break free and continue moving. A high-tier necromancy mage team stationed in the rear unleashed soul explosions. Boom. 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 Dark pulses of energy exploded in the open swampy domain. Soul explosion. A high-tier necromancy skill. A skill only accessible to Grandmaster-level necromancers, capable of inflicting massive damage over a wide area. Undead creatures caught within the blast radius were torn apart in chunks. Feng Heng narrowed his eyes slightly. He saw with his own eyes that more than half of the disaster creature's body had been destroyed. It fell to the ground and did not die. It was still struggling with all its might. Its severely damaged body was slowly recovering. The terrifying vitality. Feng Heng felt a quiet sense of caution in his heart. These creatures had a remarkable self-regeneration ability as well. Although it couldn't compare to his lickers, it was still far superior to most other ordinary creatures. The resistance front composed of the Dark Clan was no stranger to dealing with disaster creatures, they had already mastered the necessary techniques. The soul explosion, a wide-area attack, was used primarily to disrupt the enemy's rhythm, trapping them in the swamp. After that, they would use soul piercing and various melee skills to take them down one by one. The undead guard summoned by the Dark Clan from the rear then surged forward, engaging the injured disaster creatures in close combat. Disaster. Feng Heng muttered softly to himself. These creatures were somewhat similar to his lickers, and their offensive power was even stronger. The disaster creatures' attacks had a corrosive effect, their strikes could even erode the tough, undead bones, leaving deep black depressions. If his lickers were to fight these creatures, it was hard to say who would win. What was most terrifying, however, was the sheer number of these creatures. There were far more of them than his licker swarm. They continuously surged out from the deeper white fog, and with the advantage of their numbers, they devoured large swaths of high-tier skeletal creatures ahead. Feng Heng, they're starting. Upon hearing this, Feng Heng looked up to the right. The Dark Clan War Knights controlled their bone dragons, whose wings flapped in unison as they swept through the sky. Corrosive dragon's breath. The bone dragons swarmed down, releasing their corrosive breath as they passed over the disaster creatures below. Instantly, the area engulfed by the bone dragon's breath was plunged into a severe corrosive effect. The disaster creatures, unable to escape in time, were corroded at a visible speed, turning into blackened masses. Success. Just a single dive attack by two bone dragon knight squads cleared a large area ahead. Immediately, Feng Heng's retina was flooded with a series of game notifications. Ding. The player cooperated with the War Knights to defeat a disaster creature. The player gains 30 battlefield honor points. Ding. The player cooperated with the War Knights to defeat a disaster creature. The player gains 42 battlefield honor points. Good. Feng Heng secretly rejoiced. The undead bone dragons were his summons, and the kills made while ridden by the Dark Clan War Knights still counted towards his honor points. Additionally, the corrosive dragon's breath caused extra corrosive effects and armor destruction, making it a powerful attack. Chapter 2602 The Nest of Disaster Charge. Let's continue. The captain of the Dark Clan War Knights, upon seeing the bone dragons strike land successfully, couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement in his eyes. Swinging his knight's long sword, he led the bone dragon squad in a few loops in the air before launching another aerial assault towards the area densely packed with disaster creatures. Feng Heng quickly realized that the disaster creatures had a huge weakness: they lacked any means of dealing with flying units. Against the massive flying bone dragons, they had no way to retaliate and could only passively take hit after hit. The battlefield shifted in an instant. The bone dragon knights, with their corrosive dragon flame, tore through the battlefield like killing machines, severely weakening the disaster monsters. Meanwhile, the ground forces of the Dark Clan slowly advanced, summoning large numbers of creatures to reclaim the territories lost to the disaster beasts. As the team gradually pushed forward through the swampy region, Feng Heng couldn't help but shift his gaze to the distance, a look of confusion crossing his face. It was strange, the number of disaster monsters hadn't decreased at all. They kept emerging from the distance and continuously joined the battle, and their speed seemed to have increased. Could these bizarre creatures truly be endless? Huh? Suddenly, Feng Heng furrowed his brow. What was that? Feng Heng raised his head and looked into the distance, where a towering life form appeared on the ground, shrouded in white fog. It resembled a flesh cocoon, similar to the ones formed during zombie cloning procedures. Feng Heng controlled the bone dragon to move slowly forward. Upon closer inspection, the dark red flesh cocoon creature seemed to grow like a tumor on the corrupted earth. It pulsated rhythmically with each breath, and numerous strange, blood vessel-like threads connected it to the decaying ground. A strange feeling stirred in Feng Heng's heart. It seemed that this flesh cocoon was absorbing the power of the earth. Huh? Feng Heng's pupils constricted. He saw newly born disaster creatures splitting off from the flesh cocoon in an eerie, ritualistic manner, as if dividing into smaller parts, and quickly joining the battle at the front line with the Dark Clan forces. Feng Heng couldn't help but ask, Kotal, what is that thing? That is the seed of disaster. Kotal also kept his gaze fixed on the distant tumor, his eyes filled with deep wariness. As the disaster spreads, the seed of disaster will take root in the ground like a seed, continually absorbing the power of the death realm. As the number of seeds of disaster grows, the number of disaster creatures will increase rapidly, and their strength will gradually rise as well. Feng Heng stared at the seed of disaster. From Kotal's words, it seemed that the seed of disaster was a special unit that produced disaster creatures. Follow me. In the sky, the captain of the War Knights shouted, raising his knight's long sword high as he dove down steeply, aiming at the nearby seed of disaster. Charge. Whoosh. More than 20 War Knights riding on bone dragons whizzed past the seed of disaster, sweeping down with a strong corrosion aura. Boom. The red flesh tumor, the seed of disaster, was immediately covered by a large area of black corrosive breath. It was rapidly corroded, and in just a few seconds, it exploded with a bang, exploding into a putrid pus. Ding. The player has destroyed the nest of disaster, low tier. The player has obtained the favorability of the Death Realm faction. The player has obtained 10,000 contribution points, Nest of Disaster. Feng Heng glanced at the game notification, muttering quietly to himself. Just as he was puzzled, he felt the stone slab in his hand growing warm. It was a message from the undead faction. Feng Heng took out the stone slab and glanced at it, and his heart suddenly jolted in shock. Disaster. Ouroboros. Feng Heng never expected to encounter Ouroboros again in this place. From the information relayed by the stone slab, the so-called Nest of Disaster was none other than the eternal disaster, Ouroboros. Worlds infected by Ouroboros would develop tumor-like growths similar to a virus, which would then spread and proliferate until the entire world was overwhelmed by these tumor-like creatures. In the end, when all life except the disaster creatures had been eradicated, the world would fall completely into decay under the influence of Ouroboros. Of course, the strength of Ouroboros varied from world to world. But without exception, its power always grew stronger over time. There had never been any record of anyone completely eradicating Ouroboros. The only way to survive was to escape, fleeing the world that had succumbed to the cataclysm before Ouroboros fully spread, and evacuating with the surviving people to another world. However, even then, there was a very high probability that the new world would encounter the disaster of Ouroboros within 1 to 12 months. Ouroboros was like a virus with an extremely potent ability to spread. Research was still unclear on how it spread or how it chose its targets. Because of its terrifying power and infectious nature, Ouroboros was known as the Eternal Disaster. When the Undead Council's high-ranking officials saw the nest of Ouroboros, they immediately sent a message through the stone slab to inform Feng Heng. Could Ouroboros really exist in the Death Realm? Since the conversations in the mirror were inaudible, the high-ranking members of the Undead Council were now deeply confused. The teachers and scholars in the council had split into several factions to discuss the matter. Had the Death Realm been fighting against Ouroboros all this time? Or was it possible that the source of Ouroboros came from the Death Realm? This idea was quickly dismissed by everyone. After all, it had been rare to find traces of undead power within Ouroboros in the past. For a moment, countless questions rose in the minds of the instructors. Feng Heng, upon seeing the information, also felt a storm of shock and confusion stirring within him. So, the entity he once fought, who was evenly matched with Empress Persephone, was actually the disaster Ouroboros. The known information was that Ouroboros had resurfaced recently, coinciding with the destruction of the mausoleum and the shattering of the Empress's will. It seemed like too much of a coincidence. Feng Heng was already starting to form a guess in his mind. Perhaps the Empress's will had not, as the rumors claimed, dissipated after the battle with Ouroboros, nor had she fully eradicated it. The Empress's will might still be suppressing Ouroboros through some means. When the mausoleum was completely destroyed and the Empress's will was shattered, Ouroboros would have lost the suppression of the Empress and thus escaped its prison. Feng Heng felt that his guess was likely close to the truth. Even so, he still only had a vague understanding of Ouroboros. Unlike before, when he had merely intended to take advantage of the situation for some quick gains, Feng Heng now wore a more serious expression. He turned to Kotal beside him and asked in a low voice, "Kotal, what exactly is the disaster? How did it come about? What do you know about it?" Kotal pondered for a moment, then sighed and said, "Feng Heng, what you're seeing now is the embodiment of the disaster." Chapter 2603 Strengths and Weaknesses. Disaster creatures had never existed in the Death Realm before. As far as we know, the origin of disaster comes from the Nether River. One theory suggests that the Hani clan, in their efforts to overthrow Empress Persephone, summoned the disaster and allowed it to descend upon the Death Realm. Actually, our understanding of disaster is still limited. All we know is that these blood-like, tumor-shaped life forms are one manifestation of disaster. Destroying them can slow the spread of disaster. Currently, disaster is spreading across the Death Realm, and we are working to block its advance from the north. We hope that the situation can be stabilized in the other 4 directions. The disaster nests, which were attached to the corrupt land, lacked offensive capabilities of their own. They could only summon disaster creatures, so under the attack of the bone dragons, they exploded one after another. The undead forces slowly continued to advance. Feng Heng controlled the bone dragons from the rear of the group, listening to Tal's explanation. His brows furrowed as he looked ahead into the dense black fog. The deeper they went, the more densely clustered the disaster nests became. The Nether River. One of the most dangerous areas of the Death Realm. Legend had it that the river's waters could absorb souls and willpower, exuding a terrifying aura of death. It was also believed to be the birthplace of the entire Death Realm. Originally, the banks of the Nether River were a desolate, rotting land. But now, the corrupt land was covered by countless nests of disaster. Thick black mist spilled out from the swamp of perdition and was consumed by the densely clustered nests of disaster along the river bank. Hundreds of flesh cocoons, each 2 to 3 meters tall, pulsed rhythmically near the swamp, seemingly nurturing new life. Splash. 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 The water of the nether river stirred, sending waves crashing across its surface. A young man with long hair emerged from the water, slowly walking up from the murky depths of the nether river. As he walked, he spread his arms wide, as if savoring the full strength coursing through his body. Proust. Not far from the river bank, a young woman with an attractive appearance stood there, gazing directly at the young man emerging from the mire. A seductive smile played at the corner of her lips. How does it feel? Very good. Proust nodded lightly, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. The strength of the nether river. It's wasted on the death realm. Merging it with disaster will be the perfect use for it. He paused for a moment, glancing toward the woman. Mukingson, does this mean my evolution is complete? Do you think so? Mukingson looked at Proust and said lightly, completing evolution means you've unlocked over 90% of your potential and have fully conquered the native creatures of this world. Do you think you've reached that level? I still need some time. Proust clenched his fist again, feeling his own strength, and said, the fusion of the disaster and the power of the death realm isn't perfect yet. I need more battles to draw more experience, constantly optimize, and attempt to fuse other modules during combat. Indeed, a single death-based module isn't enough, especially when dealing with death realm creatures. Mukingson agreed, her gaze drifting to the large flesh cocoons twitching at the edge of the swamp of perdition. Bang. 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 Under Mukingson's watchful gaze, the flesh cocoons exploded one by one. Strange, otherworldly creatures emerged from the broken cocoons, their bizarre forms revealing themselves to the open air. After all this time fighting, you understand the fusion of disaster with the power of death better than I do, Mukingson continued. These are the modules I've gathered, you can make your choice. She paused for a moment before adding, I still want to remind you, though, the higher tier the ability, the fewer modules can coexist with it. If you're not careful, the fusion of disaster might collapse at any moment. I know, Bruce nodded, I will weaken the power appropriately before attempting the fusion of the modules. With that, he walked up to a mutant worm standing nearby. The mutant worm was brown all over, its body covered with a layer of shifting metallic substance. Transformed body, SSS level modification. Mukingson walked up beside Bruce and continued her introduction. The body surface is covered with a special metametal. This metal absorbs energy during normal conditions and stores it. In combat, it provides additional defensive boosts and a special division effect. After death, it will continue to divide until all the energy is depleted. The downside is that it cannot coexist with many other abilities. Did you get that from our old foe? It's a pretty impressive ability. Proust sized up the mutant worm and shook his head. The fusion of disaster with the power of the death realm has one major characteristic: it can inflict damage and corrosion on souls, along with physical attacks. Oh, and it also has an extremely strong reproductive ability, almost cost-free reproduction. Compared to that, disaster's other attributes are quite ordinary. But fusing it with the metametal body will give it a significant boost in defense, making them harder to deal with, and it also increases their reproductive capabilities. As he spoke, Bruce slowly extended his hand, from which small black flowing tendrils began to spread. The tendrils formed thin strands in the air, reaching out toward the worm emerging from the flesh cocoon. Proust furrowed his brow slightly, pausing with his hands suspended in the air. Mukingson glanced at Proust and asked, "What's wrong? Changed your mind?" "It's nothing. Disaster encountered some trouble in the North District," Proust said, furrowing his brow as he focused on sensing the situation. "It's the bone dragon." "Oh? Bone dragons have the ability to fly. Right now, disaster can't counter them. Even with the metametal fusion, it doesn't help. It's quite troublesome. If devouring the natives is the goal of evolution, then the metametal fusion is not the right path," Proust said slowly, his gaze moving toward a cocoon on the right side. Mukingson lightly snapped her fingers. Bang! The cocoon exploded. A bizarre, hideous creature emerged from the ruptured cocoon. It was much smaller than the other mutated creatures, measuring only about 0.5 meters long, with multiple wings sprouting from its neck. SS level modification. Multi-winged fear worm. It possesses the ability to fly, self-destruct, infect, spawn spores, produce toxins, and parasitize. Its advantage is that the spore infection mode, through mutation, can spread inside enemy bodies, breeding within them, causing a massive blow to enemy morale and having an extremely low cost of reproduction. Mukingson's eyes shifted to the winged creature, continuing her explanation. Additionally, the multi-winged fear worm is small and fast, capable of rapidly changing its flight mode in midair. Its most common attack method is to get close to the enemy and self-destruct, causing significant damage. After the self-detonation, spores from the explosion will quickly parasitize the enemy's body. They consume the enemy's blood and flesh, reproducing within 1 minute and bursting out from the enemy's body. The downside is that this parasitic reproduction attack doesn't work as well on certain creatures, such as mechanical beings and undead. Chapter 2604 Strengthening. Proust looked at Mukingson and asked, "You don't oppose it?" Based on previous experiences, this type of targeted module modification is very strong in the early stages. It can have a snowball effect, with the number of worm bodies increasing as the battle progresses. However, in the late stages, it becomes vulnerable to countermeasures. By fusing multiple wings, the disaster's damage potential can be significantly enhanced. More importantly, the cost of our breeding and recruitment, which was already low, will become almost negligible. We can summon them thousands of times more, can't we? Mukingson said nothing in disagreement, merely responding, "You can try." Proust nodded, then took a few more steps forward. "Then let's add this as well." Bang! The massive flesh cocoon in front of Proust exploded, revealing a creature resembling a giant beetle emerging from within. SS-level module, he explained. It has demonized armor, which greatly enhances spell resistance and corrosion resistance. The downside is that, while its magical defenses are formidable, its physical resistance is mediocre, and it weakens the main body's physical resistance, clashing with certain abilities. Self-detonation, division, plus magical defense, combined with the corrosion power of the perdition system and the low-cost recruitment ability of the soul system, don't you think it's perfect? Mukingson lowered her head, lips pressed together in thought for a moment before raising her gaze. "I am not sure, but it's worth trying." "Good. Help me with the fusion," Proust said as he slowly turned and walked toward the nether river, his body gradually submerging into the river's water. Glub, glub. A series of bubbles rose from the river, popping and rippling across the surface. On the river bank, the nether river seemed to take on an eerie, gelatinous consistency, slowly oozing up the shore. It crawled toward the mutant worm body, eventually engulfing it, and pulling the creature into the river's depths. Death Realm. Corrupted Bone Swamp. Feng Heng was riding on the back of a bone dragon high in the sky, leading the Dark Clan's main force as they advanced through the battlefield. Every disaster nest they encountered was swiftly destroyed by the bone dragon's corrosive dragon's breath, leaving nothing but destruction in its wake. Suddenly, Feng Heng saw the signal from the front line, special hand signals from the Dark Clan warriors. The bone dragon swarm ceased their offensive and began to circle in the sky. Feng Heng, still caught up in the exhilaration of the battle, frowned and asked, "What's going on?" "It's a special hand signal used by the Dark Clan in battle, indicating that the enemy ahead is retreating. We need to stand by for now." "Huh? Retreating? Did they lose the fight, or have they been completely worn out?" Feng Heng felt a twinge of suspicion in his heart. Indeed, looking down, he saw that the surrounding area was no longer seeing any new disaster creatures joining the battlefield. At first glance, it seemed as though the disaster's assault had temporarily stalled. Was it really that simple? It seemed that the disaster wasn't as formidable as the Dark Clan and the Undead Council had described. Feng Heng quietly pondered. Kotal, unaware of Feng Heng's thoughts, looked at him and nodded. "The commander has issued orders. The undead bone dragons will work with the summoning creature teams to continue advancing and clear the nests of disaster along the way. The follow-up teams will establish a forward camp here. Mr. Feng Heng, today's operation may be coming to an end. We should land first." "All right." Feng Heng nodded in response and began controlling the bone dragon to descend toward the ground. As he did, he opened the stone slab he carried with him to check his contribution points. While he was scrolling through, more messages from the Undead Council appeared on the slab. The Undead Council had advised him against getting too involved with the disaster, Ouroboros. The disaster was beyond their ability to counter, and it possessed a contagious nature through an unidentified ritual, making the risk of infection a real possibility. The safest option was to abandon the pursuit. Feng Heng put away the stone slab and controlled the bone dragon to slowly land. The Dark Clan teams that followed began setting up a forward camp in the nearby area. The Dark Clan, who lived in the Death Realm, didn't require the same troublesome food supplies as humans. The construction of the camp was focused solely on enhancing defensive facilities and setting up the nether crystal core. For the Dark Clan, this blue crystal was more like food. After activating the nether crystal core, it helped accelerate the recovery speed of their soul power and allowed their injured bodies and wills to heal and regenerate. During this wave of operations, Feng Heng had essentially been trailing behind the main force, doing little more than following along. He gained over 5 million contribution points simply by cooperating with the undead bone dragons in battle. It felt almost like getting something for free. Now, it was time to see what he could redeem with those contribution points. With the battle temporarily settled, Feng Heng, under Kotal's lead, headed to find the Dark Clan quartermaster to exchange for supplies. After explaining his intentions, the quartermaster raised his hand, and a list of exchange options materialized in front of Fang Heng. Fang Heng immediately sorted the list by price, from high to low. Good fella. The rewards were much better than he expected. Academic advancement books, experience books, artifact weapons and equipment, and even various blueprints for the undead faction. For Fang Heng, the most striking item was undoubtedly the Nether Crystal Core, a unique item of the Dark Clan. One high-tier Nether Crystal Core was priced at a staggering 1 million contribution points. This item had never been fully explored in the human world. According to Kotal, it could significantly enhance one's willpower, serving as a crucial support for the survival of the Dark Clan. A high-tier Nether Crystal Core required a hefty 1 million contribution points to exchange. Besides that, there were also various construction blueprints for the undead faction. Vengeful spirit cemeteries, zombie pits, corpse temples, and so on. Looking at the list, almost every building blueprint was of the highest tier. Unfortunately, these blueprints were all one-time consumables. Each blueprint could only be used to construct a single building. Fang Heng thought to himself that once he had more contribution points, he could collect more blueprints and bring them back to the modified vampire apocalypse, using them to transform it into a small-scale death realm. After all, he had always had this idea and had already begun making modifications. However, progress had nearly come to a halt. Another thing was the Bone Dragon. Given the current situation, with the Death Realm being threatened by disasters, Fang Heng felt it wasn't the safest place. It would be best to teleport the Bone Dragons to the modified vampire apocalypse, ensuring their absolute safety. After flipping through the exchange list multiple times, Fang Heng found that there were no blueprints related to Dragon Grave Mountain veins. The highest tier blueprints were for Imperial Mausoleums, which, once constructed, would produce high-tier mausoleum guards. The price was set as a small target. Fang Heng couldn't help but stroke his chin. How should he put it? Compared to the building blueprints available in the human world, these were definitely much stronger, but they were still far from the strength of the mausoleum guards in Empress Persephone's mausoleum. Fang Heng frowned, wondering if perhaps his favorability rating wasn't high enough yet, and that he hadn't unlocked the ability to purchase higher-level items. He turned to Kotal, and cautiously asked, "Kotal, can you ask them if they have the Dragon Grave Mountain vein blueprints?" "What?" Kotal was stunned. He stared at Fang Heng for a long time, completely dumbfounded. What exactly was going on in this human's mind? Chapter 2605 Mutation. The Dragon Grave Mountain vein was something that their clan had formed through the combined efforts of several generations, along with various coincidences and the right timing and location. The entire Death Realm had nothing like it. Of course, there were no construction blueprints. Kotal directly replied without needing a translation, "Fang Heng, you're not from our Death Realm, so you may not understand. Originally, the Dragon Grave Mountain vein was just a gathering point for the Death Realm's aura. By chance, a space passage shattered, and during a storm in their time-space journey, hundreds of time-space dragons with spatial abilities were severely injured. A large portion of them couldn't survive in the Death Realm's environment and died in the mountains. After their deaths, and after millions of years of influence, they gradually transformed into bone dragons. Our ancestors were the first to discover this place and successfully tamed the bone dragons, making a name for themselves in the Death Realm and completely taking control of the Dragon Grave Mountain vein. After a long period of time, our ancestors realized that the time required to condense a bone dragon was too long, and it also needed the bones of ancient dragons as a prerequisite. Moreover, the occurrence of rare spatial fluctuations and passages was extremely uncommon. The chance of bone dragons appearing in such circumstances was even rarer. As a result, for a long period, no new bone dragons appeared, and our clan quickly began to weaken. Kotal shook his head, sighed, and continued, "In order to ensure a continuous supply of newly formed bone dragons, our ancestors found a way to open passages to other worlds, attempting to find bone dragons from those worlds. After another long period of exploration, my ancestors gradually figured out the paths to other worlds, and they began to travel to these worlds, searching for the Dragon Clan's tombs, infiltrating them, and obtaining the bones of the Dragon Clan, which were then brought back and piled in the mountains where the aura of the Death Realm gathered. That's also when we learned the languages of the outside world. We needed to interact with external realms, so our clan began to learn your human languages. Over time, after millions of years, a massive accumulation of ancient dragon bones formed the Dragon Grave Mountain vein. As more and more bone dragons were revived by the Death Realm's aura and their will awakened, our domain began to draw the attention of many powerful forces from the Death Realm. Thus, our ancestors established a set of rules, including allowing outsiders to enter the Dragon Grave Mountain vein to recruit bone dragons. Over time, after millions of years, A massive accumulation of ancient dragon bones formed the Dragon Grave Mountain vein. As more and more bone dragons were revived by the Death Realm's aura and their will awakened, our domain began to draw the attention of many powerful forces from the Death Realm. Thus, our ancestors established a set of rules, including allowing outsiders to enter the Dragon Grave Mountain vein to recruit bone dragons. The various empires of the Dark Clan, recognizing our care for the Dragon Grave Mountain, allowed us to continue residing there for various reasons and to maintain the care of the Dragon Grave Mountain. Feng Heng, after hearing Kotal's entire story, was also somewhat surprised. Who would have thought that the Dragon Grave Mountain vein had been gradually formed over the years by the accumulation of ancient dragon bones? It seemed that obtaining a Dragon Grave Mountain vein was nearly impossible. Well, he'd just have to figure something out later. Since it's not ideal, I will settle for something else. I will gather more points and buy other buildings to at least replenish the death aura of the small death realm. With that thought, Feng Heng quickly purchased a high-tier nether crystal core and over a dozen high-tier undead building blueprints, draining all his contribution points in the process. Ding! The player has obtained item, a nether crystal core, high-tier, item, nether crystal core, high-tier. Type, consumable. Description: this item contains a special energy. Absorbing this energy will rapidly heal injuries, limited to necromancy state, soul body state, and other special states, restore damaged willpower, and temporarily increase the willpower upper limit. Additional description: the first absorption of this item will permanently enhance soul willpower and willpower attributes. Current remaining energy, 100%. Truly a good item. Feng Heng glanced over the item description, then placed the nether crystal core into his backpack. He quickly checked the game hints as well. After spending more than 5 hours, his bone dragon army from Dragon Grave Mountain had accumulated a significant portion of the force. He could consider summoning them directly to accelerate his contribution points collection in the Death Realm. After all, nothing was pressing to do right now. The more he farmed, the better. But just mindlessly grinding wasn't ideal. Maybe it would be better to talk to the commander and ask for some related missions. With that in mind, Feng Heng raised his head and said, "Let's go. Take me to see the commander. I'd like to discuss something." "Alright, follow me." Kotal nodded and immediately led Feng Heng toward the central area of the camp. Feng Heng followed Kotal through the camp, but before they could reach the central area, a disturbance caught his attention. A large number of Dark Clan members were being urgently summoned and quickly formed into small combat teams. Their faces were grim, and they rapidly left the camp, heading deeper into the swamp. Huh? What was going on at the front lines? Feng Heng felt a sense of confusion stir within him. Looking up, he saw Commander Tigranth, standing near the central area, his expression dark as he discussed something with several Dark Clan members. What was happening? Kotal also seemed to sense something was amiss. He quickly stopped a passing Dark Clan member and exchanged a few words with him. Afterward, his face grew more serious. Feng Heng asked, "What's going on?" Kotal raised his head and glanced back at Feng Heng, his voice low. "We just received urgent news. About 3 kilometers away, disaster has appeared again." Kotal then added, "The form of the disaster creatures has changed. Apparently, their strength has been greatly enhanced. The front-line forces are struggling and are already in retreat. They're predicted to fall back here within the hour." Feng Heng's mind raced. The disaster's form had changed? Their strength had increased? This was new information. Feng Heng felt his curiosity deepen. He could understand the increase in strength, but to the point that even the bone dragon could not withstand it? No matter how you looked at it, the bone dragons had already reached the threshold of demigod-level creatures. It couldn't be, right? Had the strength of the disaster creatures increased so drastically all of a sudden? Well, the specifics aren't clear, but from what we heard, the situation is really bad. Commander Tigranth has already given the order to retreat, Kotal explained. Just then, Tigranth, along with a group of people, left the central camp and walked toward them. Upon seeing Feng Heng and Kotal, he came over and stopped in front of them. He spoke a long sentence, then turned to Kotal, signaling for him to translate. Feng Heng, Kotal began, translating the message. "The commander says our team encountered mutated disaster creatures at the front line. Their strength is overwhelming. The bone dragon team you provided is covering our retreat. We have not received any reports of bone dragons falling, and we will do everything we can to ensure their safety." Kotal paused before continuing. "Our team will temporarily retreat to the outskirts of the swamp area and rely on the power of the Dark Clan's ghost towers to resist the disaster creatures. We will need to discuss how to counterattack them, and we will need your assistance when the time comes." Chapter 2606 Investigation. Tigranth waited until Kotal finished translating, then nodded toward Feng Heng before quickly striding off. They retreated all the way to the periphery of the corrupted bone swamp. Kotal thought this was bad and glanced cautiously at Feng Heng, saying, Feng Heng, things don't seem good. Maybe we should also retreat for now. Feng Heng responded with a soft hum, deep in thought, when suddenly, game notifications began flashing rapidly on his retina. Ding! The player has triggered the optional side mission Mutated Disaster. Mission name, Mutated Disaster. Mission description, mutated disaster creatures have appeared on the front lines of the Dark Clan, undergoing rapid mutations that greatly enhance their strength. The Death Realm's joint team is quickly retreating. You may attempt to go to the front lines to gather more information. Mission requirements, go to the front lines, find and kill mutated disaster creatures, 0 out of 100, and an elite level creature, 0 out of 1. Mission reward, Death Realm faction favorability rating increase, faction contribution points plus 500,000. Ding! Detected that the player has a research institute level higher than level 10. The player has triggered a special mission Unknown Disaster. Mission name, Unknown Disaster. Mission type, Special Precursor Mission. Mission difficulty, S. Mission description, this isn't the first time you've heard of the term disaster, but it's the first time you've encountered and fought one yourself. When facing the terrifying eternal disaster, your task may not simply be to flee, but rather to gather more information related to the disaster. Mission description, extract biological samples from disaster creatures, 0 out of 10. A special precursor mission? This was certainly unexpected. Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. Such missions were extremely rare. They usually required completing multiple precursor tasks before triggering the main mission. Sometimes, after finishing 1 or 2 precursor tasks with great effort, players would receive no rewards, not knowing what other missions were missing or how to trigger them. It often felt like a waste of time. Even if luck was on their side and they completed everything, triggering the main mission, the difficulty of those main missions was usually incredibly high, almost impossible to complete. As a result, players often considered these types of missions to be a trap. Feng Heng didn't think it was a big deal. He could easily complete the mission as a side task. He didn't care much about the main mission that might follow, he saw it more like a bonus. Even if no main mission was triggered later, he could still gather the samples and take them to Kaiyu Yokeng for research. Besides, he had been planning to go check things out at the front lines anyway. Feng Heng was curious about the disaster creatures and how far their mutations had progressed, to the point where even bone dragons couldn't face them head-on. Kotal, I want to go to the front lines and see what's going on. What? Alone? Kotal froze for a moment, then quickly reacted, nodding, shall I go with you? That works, Feng Heng replied. You can help me with the translation if any problems arise. Don't worry, I am not the type to risk my life unnecessarily. As he spoke, Feng Heng summoned a flying bone dragon from the air, watching it slowly descend before leaping onto its neck. He extended a hand toward Kotal. Hurry up, follow me. The bone dragon soared into the sky, carrying Feng Heng and Kotal as they accelerated toward the front lines. As they drew closer to the battle zone, Feng Heng looked down, squinting through the white fog that seemed to shroud the area below. In the distance, a mass of red shapes began to materialize, growing denser with every passing second. What were those? They were a bizarre life form, similar to the disaster creatures Feng Heng had encountered before. But this time, they were smaller, only about a third of their original size. The terrifying human-like faces they once had were now obscured by something even more unsettling. No. That wasn't a mask. Upon closer inspection, Feng Heng realized that the creatures had grown new exoskeletons. 2 rows of wings sprouted from beneath the armor, granting these disaster creatures the ability to fly. At this moment, the disaster creatures were gathering in dense clusters in the low sky. Buzz. The disaster creatures quickly formed a swarm and charged toward a large group of skeletal creatures summoned by the Dark Clan, swarming over the undead in waves. Boom. 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 Feng Heng's pupils constricted. The disaster creatures exploded upon coming into contact with the skeletal bones. The explosion created a visible corrosion effect that almost instantly devoured and eroded the bones completely. Boom. Immediately following, a second-tier explosion occurred, releasing waves of necromantic energy from the center of the blast. Feng Heng controlled the bone dragon, hovering high in the sky outside the battlefield, looking down at the situation, his brows furrowed. The disaster creatures' forms had undergone a drastic change. Not only had they gained the ability to fly, but they also now possessed a powerful self-destructive ability. From what I can see, the disaster creature's short-term damage output has greatly increased due to their proximity-based self-explosion. The explosion occurs in 2 stages. The first stage is physical damage, while the second stage is magical damage. Feng Heng observed while quietly analyzing, but they still haven't mastered ranged attack capabilities. That's still a weakness. Kotal nodded, Also observing the situation, their self-destructive damage is very formidable, and even the elite Dark Clan warriors wouldn't dare to face it head-on. But just like you said, they lack ranged capabilities. We can keep our distance and use large-scale spells to wipe them out. So it's very strange, he continued, why the frontline team retreated so decisively. It seemed as though to validate what Kotal and Fang Heng had said, the mage team retreating from the back released their soul explosion skill at the massive gathering of disaster creatures. Boom. 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 The soul explosion detonated in the middle of the disaster creatures. What? After the first round of attacks, Kotal's pupils contracted sharply. What was going on? The mutated disaster creatures completely ignored the Dark Clan mage's soul explosion attacks, seemingly unaffected by the spells. The only effect was that the blast waves from the soul explosion threw them back in large chunks. Fang Heng observed from above and spoke in a deep voice, "There's something wrong with the armor patterns on the backs of their masks." Upon hearing this, Kotal lowered his head to examine carefully, his brows furrowing tightly. "I see." At the moment the soul explosion attack went off, the newly grown mask-like shell on the backs of the mutated disaster creatures reflected an unusual gleam of light. "It's like a counter-magic shield," Kotal analyzed. "And the defense level is high enough to completely block even soul explosion, a high-strength spell." The Necromancy Mage team's series of area attacks only served to scatter the disaster creatures, buying the Dark Clan more time to retreat. Fang Heng sensed something and turned his head to the right. Whoosh! On the right side of the battlefield, more than 20 bone dragons were flying through the air. The mutated disaster creatures in the high sky noticed the targets, and immediately, a dense mass of them swooped down toward the bone dragon swarm. Roar! Corrosive dragon's breath. Before the disaster creatures even got close, the bone dragons in the sky opened their massive jaws, and a stream of dragon's breath shot down toward the creatures below. Chapter 2607 Gathering Bang. 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 The disaster creatures within the range of the corrosive dragon's breath couldn't withstand the massive damage and immediately exploded one after another. However, in the next moment, more disaster creatures gathered from the rear and surged toward the bone dragons. Whoosh. Whoosh. The bone dragon group didn't engage the enemy directly. Under the control of the war knights, the bone dragons executed a sharp maneuver in the air and quickly flew off into the distance. Each time they attacked, the bone dragons wiped out large groups of disaster creatures, but it felt as if the creatures on the battlefield were endless. It even seemed like more and more disaster creatures were emerging from the distant, gray-white undead fog. Fang Heng couldn't help but click his tongue in awe. With this many disaster creatures, even his zombie clones wouldn't be able to handle them all. No wonder the Death Realm forces had started to retreat gradually. Fang Heng, they're coming. We need to retreat too. Kotal, watching the large groups of disaster creatures closing in on them, felt a chill run down his spine. He urged Fang Heng to leave quickly. No need to rush. Fang Heng's eyes narrowed, focusing on the situation ahead. The mission wasn't finished yet. There was no need to leave just yet. Whoosh! Fang Heng controlled the bone dragon beneath him to fly backward quickly. When the disaster creatures were almost upon them, he turned around and switched to sacred study mode. Whoosh! The great holy sword surged forward with a mighty slash. Bang! 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 The two disaster creatures that were struck head-on by the great holy sword exploded with a bang. Ding! The player has received 520,000 mixed damage. The player is now in a parasitic state, violent poison state, and corrosion state. The disaster creatures triggered an automatic self-destruct effect upon death. Fang Heng furrowed his brows and immediately urged the bone dragon to accelerate, fleeing from the pursuing disaster creatures. The explosion damage was mixed, and there were more troublesome negative effects to come. Ding! The player's undead effects have activated. Parasitic state and violent poison state have been cleared. The force from the great holy sword radiated outward in waves, and the masks on the backs of the disaster creatures immediately glowed with blue light, absorbing the spell's shockwaves completely. Fang Heng quickly assessed the strength of the disaster creatures in his mind. Extremely high. His defense level was already quite high, but even then, he took over 500,000 direct explosion damage from the mixed damage at the start. Later, the corrosion effects would continue to cause additional damage, including armor penetration, reduced defense resistance, lowered life regeneration, and a decrease in maximum health. Every 0.2 seconds, over 100,000 additional damage would accumulate. As for the effects of violent poison and the spores, these physical effects could be automatically cleared due to his undead nature. However, the large number of undead spells could only be purged with a purification ability. Fang Heng. Watch out! Over there! Fang Heng was deep in thought when he suddenly heard Kotal shout. He immediately turned his head to look to the side. Disaster creatures. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A cluster of disaster creatures had appeared on the right side, seemingly out of nowhere. Strange. These disaster creatures moved with a trajectory that was noticeably different from the others, who only knew how to charge and self-destruct. These seemed to possess higher intelligence. Found it. That one. Fang Heng's gaze quickly focused on one of the disaster creatures within the cluster. Its size was smaller compared to the other disaster creatures. It was highly likely that the surrounding disaster creatures were being controlled by this one. Fang Heng. Seeing that they were about to collide with the cluster of disaster creatures head-on, Kotal's heart was in his throat. Humphrey. Fang Heng snorted coldly and raised his hand toward the cluster of disaster creatures charging toward him. What? Kotal's heart skipped a beat as he was surprised to see that the group of disaster creatures Fang Heng had pointed at from a distance suddenly seemed to be affected by something. They froze midair. Whoosh! The bone dragon beneath them accelerated, swiftly evading the encirclement of the disaster creatures. What's going on? Kotal turned his head to look at Fang Heng, only to see him still holding his hand forward in the same posture, his palm aimed at the cluster of disaster creatures, his eyes glowing a blood-red hue. Bang! 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 The next moment, the disaster creatures that Fang Heng was controlling from afar began to explode one after another in midair. Veins bulged on Fang Heng's neck as he pushed his mental strength to its limit, forcibly triggering the lifeblood flow of the disaster creatures. Meanwhile, his retinas were flooded with quick refreshing game notifications. Ding! The player has successfully killed a disaster creature. Mission completion rate 4 out of 100. Ding! The player has successfully killed an elite disaster creature. Mission completion rate 1 out of 1. Ding! The player has successfully killed a disaster creature. Mission completion rate 100 out of 10. Ding! The player has completed the mission Mutated Disaster and earned 500,000 Death Realm faction contribution points. The player's friendship with the Death Realm factions has slightly increased. Kotal looked at Fang Heng with astonishment in his eyes. How did he do that? Fang Heng had effortlessly wiped out a group of disaster creatures with just a slight wave of his hand? When did humans become this terrifying? Bang! Just as Kotal was still in disbelief, he suddenly heard a loud explosion. Turning around, Kotal saw Fang Heng's blood-red longsword explode from its sheath on his back, forming a blood curtain that spread toward the cluster of disaster creatures that were still exploding in the air. Whoosh! In almost an instant, the blood curtain expanded and enveloped the remaining disaster creatures in midair. The air was immediately filled with a churn of blood, and from the liquid, a grayish mist began to rise. Whoosh! Seconds later, the blood quickly flew back toward Fang Heng under his control, levitating above the bone dragon's back. Only then did Fang Heng lower his hand, the red glow in his eyes gradually fading as calm returned to his expression. The blood slowly condensed into a short sword again, hanging back on his back. However, within the blood mass, 2 disaster creatures were revealed, falling with a thud onto the back of the bone dragon. What the hell? Kotal was startled and jumped back in surprise. It's fine. They're just unconscious and won't wake up, Fang Heng said as he took out a sample collector from his backpack and began extracting samples from the unconscious creatures. The disaster creatures were powerful, but they still had weaknesses. First was their speed. The mutation granted them multiple wings, giving them the ability to fly. Their speed in short bursts and their ability to change direction quickly were impressive, but their maximum flight speed was still limited. At least the bone dragon, after picking up speed, could easily leave them far behind. Additionally, the disaster creature's lifeblood wasn't very strong, and they were susceptible to control through blood manipulation. By remotely triggering their lifeblood, Fang Heng could make them self-destruct. However, this method required a certain range and a limited number of targets. It would be ineffective against regular vampires, who wouldn't be able to achieve this kind of result. Only vampires at the marquee level could cause a small number of disaster creatures to self-destruct. Also, among the vast array of disaster creatures, there was the elite creature, the leader. It seemed that the elite creature controlled the others. If the controller was defeated, the surrounding disaster creatures would revert to a lower intelligence mode and follow instinctual actions. While reflecting on this, Fang Heng extracted the samples from the disaster creatures. Ding! The player has successfully extracted biological samples from disaster creatures. 10 out of 10 samples collected. The mission target has been completed. Please return to the Research Institute and submit the samples to finish the mission. We're done. Intelligence gathering is complete. Let's retreat. Chapter 2608 Rumors. Fang Heng sat on the back of the bone dragon, quickly returning to the camp with Kotal. The Death Realm Alliance's hard-won counterattack had been pushed back once again, and morale was somewhat low. By the time the two arrived above the camp, they saw that defenses around the Nether Tower were being reinforced. Kotal, standing on the bone dragon's back, looked down at the camp with a worried expression and said, The corrupted marshes we used before no longer have any effect on the mutated disaster creatures. It seems we will need to adjust our tactics. I wonder if the nether tower here can hold out." As they spoke, the bone dragon circled the skies twice before landing on an open area outside the camp. The two dismounted from the bone dragon's back and made their way toward the central camp to find Commander Tigranth. Tigranth happened to be discussing with several other war commanders how to deal with the mutated creatures when Feng Heng and his companion walked over. All of them turned their attention toward the two. Kotal stepped forward, gave a slight bow, and began communicating with the group in the Dark Clan language, roughly explaining the discoveries made during the recent battle. After a moment, Kotal looked at Feng Heng and said, "Feng Heng, the commanders would like to ask if you can help us recruit more bone dragon creatures." "Of course." Feng Heng thought to himself, what a coincidence. Even if the Dark Clan hadn't brought it up, Feng Heng wouldn't have let the matter go so easily. As he watched, the commanders from the Death Realm gathered again, seemingly discussing how to deal with the disaster creatures. Feng Heng couldn't understand their conversation, so he decided not to pay them any mind and instead focused on his thoughts. On the way back, he considered the possibility of summoning Abakuya to assist, then bringing in the vampires as well, hoping to use their abilities to deal with the disaster creatures. But after thinking it through carefully, he realized it wasn't such a great idea. The Death Realm was filled with the aura of death, and its fluctuations created a powerful negative effect on other creatures. The impact on the vampires would be too severe. Not to mention, the vampires wouldn't be able to do much here, they'd be more focused on resisting the Death Realm's effects than on fighting. As for Abakuya, he doubted it would fare any better against these constantly self-exploding creatures. After a while, the discussion concluded, and the commanders of the Dark Clan's various teams began to disperse. Each of them wore a somewhat solemn expression. Feng Heng looked at Kotal and asked, "How is the situation they were discussing?" "Not too good," Kotal shook his head. "The commanders are all pessimistic about holding this place. However, with the Nether Tower, we can still hold off the disaster creatures for a while. During this time, we will try to come up with solutions from other areas to deal with them." "Other areas?" As they were speaking, Commander Tigranth approached, flanked by two bodyguards. Feng Heng noticed Tigranth bowed slightly and then began speaking in a language he couldn't understand. Kotal's expression shifted slightly, and he quickly began translating. "Feng Heng, the latest report the commander received indicates that the mutated disaster creatures aren't just appearing here. Other defensive domains have also been hit, and one of them has already been completely overrun. We've set up a new defensive line further back to slow the progress of the disaster creatures, but if this continues, even the most optimistic estimate suggests that, in half a year, the entire Death Realm will be completely consumed by the disaster." Feng Heng's brow furrowed tightly. He hadn't expected the situation to become this dire so quickly. The entire Death Realm seemed so hopeless in their fight against the disaster creatures. Even the commanders standing before him didn't seem ready to take action, they thought they couldn't hold out any longer? But after giving it some thought, Feng Heng realized that perhaps this was not so surprising. From the brief encounter earlier, it was clear that the disaster creatures were extremely difficult to deal with. It wasn't just the Death Realm that was in trouble. If it had been him or any other game world, they probably wouldn't have been able to fight them off either. "This is how it is, Feng Heng," Kotal began translating as Tigranth spoke. "The commander believes you are special, possessing strength beyond what the Dark Clan had imagined. And since you are a former subordinate of Empress Persephone, your status is unique. He requests your assistance with a special mission. The mission is highly dangerous, but we believe it may hold the key to defeating the disaster creatures." "What's the mission?" Kotal continued translating word by word as Tigranth spoke. "Empress Persephone once fought the disaster creatures in the Abyss of Despair. We believe she may have completely destroyed the disaster creatures at that time. But now that the disaster creatures have reappeared, we have another theory. We think Empress Persephone didn't actually destroy them but instead sealed their source. Over time, the seal has weakened, and the disaster creatures have broken through, coming back to life." Feng Heng nodded slowly. "We will send a team to the Abyss of Despair for reconnaissance, hoping to find some clues that can help us deal with the disaster creatures." Feng Heng asked, "So, you want me to go with them?" "No, the Abyss of Despair has been completely occupied by disaster creatures and is extremely dangerous. We cannot guarantee your safety. We're considering sending another team to assess the situation." "Then what do you need me to do?" "There is a place called the Icebound Valley. It has been affected by extreme cold energy for years, to the point where even the disaster creatures cannot resist the cold and are unable to spread into the valley. It's said that Empress Persephone mastered the power of this cold and then fused it with her understanding of death's strength, which allowed her to enter a new realm of power and sweep through the entire Death Realm. Additionally, there is a rumor among Empress Persephone's former subordinates," Kotal translated, looking at Feng Heng. that the Empress left behind a special power in that place. Do you know what that power is? Feng Heng shook his head and said, sorry, I've never heard of it. Alright, Kotal continued translating, we believe this power might be useful in dealing with the disaster creatures. The Icebound Valley has not been occupied by the disaster creatures, so the danger is lower. Since you are a former subordinate of the Empress, if you accompany us, there might be a chance of discovery. Kotal paused for a moment, then translated the final part. The commander knows this is extremely dangerous, but the entire Death Realm is facing a great threat right now. This is a request from the Dark Clan. Ding. The player has triggered a side mission. Seek the power left by the Empress. Mission name, seek the power left by the Empress. Mission difficulty, SSS. Mission description, you have been invited by Commander Tigranth to journey to the frozen land in search of the power left by the Empress, hoping to find a way to counter the disaster creatures. Mission requirements, enter the Abyss of Despair, search for clues, and trigger follow-up missions. Additionally, the Bone Dragon has proven highly effective on the front lines, helping to slow the spread of the disaster. The commander hopes that you can temporarily leave the Bone Dragon in the front lines to deal with the disaster. Feng Heng thought for a moment, carefully examining the game hint. The Empress's power inheritance? It didn't matter whether it was meant to deal with the disaster or not. Even if it wasn't, it was likely some other valuable asset. It was worth checking out. Feng Heng nodded immediately and said, alright, I have no objections. Thank you. There's no time to waste. This time, I will personally lead the team. We won't be bringing many people, so in order to save time, I hope we can make use of your Bone Dragon. Of course. Chapter 2609 The Choice. 2 hours later, Feng Heng and his group rode on 3 undead bone dragons, swiftly flying towards the Icebound Valley. The target location for this mission is the Icebound Valley. It is a special area within the Death Realm, where many soul bodies will gather within the Icebound Valley. Empress Persephone was an exceptional genius. It was said that she discovered the essence of ice within the Icebound Valley, fusing the power of ice crystals with the strength of death. Similarly, the Empress was also an outstanding leader. As the Empress unified the entire Death Realm, she established the Order of the Death Realm, sending death gods to control the loyalty and soul allegiance of various worlds. She rebuilt the Abyss of Despair, significantly enhancing the power of the Death Realm. But no one expected the Hani clan to rebel suddenly, and that was when the disaster struck. An anomaly appeared in the Abyss of Despair, nearly causing its collapse. Empress Persephone consumed vast amounts of her strength in an attempt to restore it. She then fought the Queen Bug, the mother of the disaster, in the Abyss of Despair, and both perished in the battle. The Death Realm fell apart once again. Rumors of the frozen land started circulating around that time. Since then, many had ventured there in search of the Empress's legacy and power, but no one had ever succeeded. Kotal looked up into the distance as he spoke, a hint of wistfulness in his eyes. I hope we can find the Empress's legacy and strength left behind in the frozen land. Currently, the Empress's mausoleum had been completely destroyed, and another team was sent to explore the ruins. We hope they might make some discoveries as well. However, I believe we have a better chance of finding clues in the Abyss of Despair. But that place is far too dangerous. The Abyss of Despair is the source of the disaster, filled with disaster creatures. We've attempted exploration before, but the area was densely populated with these creatures, making it impossible to approach. The chances of surviving a forced entry were too low, one of the others remarked. Feng Heng, for safety's sake, we must proceed cautiously. Yes, let's hope we can find some clues in the Icebound Valley. Soon, as the two were talking, the bone dragons, flying at high speed, entered the domain plagued by disaster. Fortunately, the bone dragons flew at an extremely high altitude, quickly concealing themselves within a thick gray mist. With the bone dragon's incredible speed, even if the disaster creatures below sensed Feng Heng and his group, they wouldn't be able to catch up in time. There's another more troublesome matter, Kotal explained. The Icebound Valley has been completely overtaken by the spread of disaster. This means we will need to venture deep into the disaster-infested domain. The bone dragons maintained high-speed flight for a full 3 hours. Through layers of white fog, a snow-covered valley gradually appeared ahead. The bone dragons began to descend slowly. Looking down, the entire valley had already deepened into the disaster domain, with visible nests of disaster scattered across the ground. Disaster creatures continuously emerged from the ever-expanding nests of disaster. Kotal's face grew serious, and he whispered, "We investigated beforehand. The temperature in the Icebound Valley is extremely low, and it is covered by a special force. Once the disaster creatures spread into the valley, they cannot advance further. So all we need to do is clear the disaster creatures on the outskirts of the canyon. Once we breach the canyon, we can ensure our safety." Tigranth and his elite guards carefully observed the disaster-infested region below through the thick white fog. The abyssal swamp is located deep within the valley, and the bone dragon cannot enter directly. We will go down there immediately, and once we're in, you can head straight into the icebound valley. As for these disaster creatures, leave them to me, I will buy you some time. Understood. Feng Heng listened to Kotal's translation, nodded, and immediately commanded the bone dragon to accelerate downward. Suddenly, disaster creatures from the nearby area surged toward the bone dragon. Whoosh! Tigranth's guard beside him flicked his hand, sending a glowing orb flying through the air toward the distance. Huh? Feng Heng's brows raised. What was that? The disaster creatures, which had originally been gathering around the bone dragon, suddenly seemed to sense something and began frantically chasing after the glowing orb instead. Feng Heng. Opportunity. Hurry up. Kotal called out and, along with the others, quickly leaped off the bone dragon's back, running toward the interior of the icebound valley. Feng Heng immediately followed, jumping down from the bone dragon's spine, and simultaneously performed a reversal summoning to send the bone dragon back to Dragon Grave Mountain. Thud. As soon as Feng Heng landed, a small group of disaster creatures that hadn't been drawn to the orb immediately gathered around them. Go. Quickly. Tigranth shouted loudly, swinging his dark greatsword forward. With a mighty strike, he sent two disaster creatures flying through the air, knocking them back as they charged at him. The two guards beside him each threw another orb to the left and right, drawing the surrounding disaster creatures away as they protected Feng Heng and Kotal, guiding them into the valley. The Icebound Valley, according to the records of various empires in the Death Realm, was known as an extremely dangerous area. Its biting cold winds were so intense that they could freeze souls. Feng Heng ran alongside Kotal, quickly entering the valley. The moment they did, he was struck by a bone-chilling cold that seemed to seep into his very bones. Within a mere dozen meters from the valley's entrance, the temperature dropped drastically. The disaster creatures seemed unable to withstand the biting cold. After pursuing into the canyon, they quickly scattered moments later. With the immediate danger momentarily cleared, the group slowed their pace. Under Commander Tigranth's lead, they began exploring deeper into the Icebound Valley. Feng Heng, curious, quietly asked, "What were those glowing orbs we saw earlier?" "It's a special type of fruit that attracts the attention of disaster creatures. It was discovered accidentally on the battlefield. Its effect doesn't last long, and it's quite rare," Kotal explained. Feng Heng nodded in understanding. He was already thinking of collecting some to take back for Kaiyu Yaoking to research. Perhaps they could even mix something explosive into the fruit and see what happened. By the way, has no one ever ventured into the Icebound Valley for exploration before? Feng Heng asked. Some have, Kotal replied. Especially during the time when the rumors first spread. Kotal continued, also, the Icebound Valley used to be known as a place of trial by our Dark Clan. The deeper you go, the stronger the cold aura becomes. Few people have the strength to reach the true depths of the valley. After the Empress passed away, the cold energy in the Icebound Valley grew even stronger. Now, there are even fewer Dark Clan members with the power to enter the sealed areas. Aside from the Empress, no one has ever gained power from the Icebound Valley, Kotal added. Over time, the valley became less of a place people sought out, and fewer Dark Clan members came here to suffer. As they spoke, the group had already passed through a section of the canyon entrance, officially entering the interior of the Icebound Valley. The surrounding cliffs were thickly covered in ice crystals, exuding a sharp, biting cold. At first glance, it looked more like a world entirely constructed from ice, an eerie, frozen realm. Chapter 2610 Frozen Valley. Commander Tigranth stopped, raised his hand, signaling everyone to be cautious, and spoke a long string of words. Kotal glanced into the depths of the canyon passage and whispered, "Beyond here lies the canyon domain. It's said that there's a vast valley inside, where much of the perception is blocked, and many creatures that live there will attack on sight. It's very dangerous." Feng Heng, upon hearing this, also looked up, gazing toward the deepening canyon. In the distance, black shapes began to emerge. Kotal noticed the dark spots as well and said, "Those are frost warriors, reanimated shadow creatures influenced by the aura of the Death Realm." Whoosh! 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 The frost warriors moved at incredible speed on the snowy ground, and as soon as their forms appeared, they charged directly toward the group. Buzz! Tigranth's long sword let out a faint hum. Bang! With a tremendous crash, Tigranth moved in an instant, smashing the two frost warriors at the front into nothingness. Feng Heng's mind stirred as he observed the scene. Tigranth was one of the commanders selected from the various empires of the Death Realm, chosen to fight against the disaster on the front lines. He truly was a force to be reckoned with. After a brief mental calculation, Feng Heng roughly estimated Tigranth's strength to be at the Tier 1 level of a Death Knight. It seemed that Feng Heng had hitched a ride with a powerful ally. He could relax a bit and just follow along. As Feng Heng was lost in thought, his brow suddenly furrowed. In the distance, dense magic arrows shot toward them at breakneck speed. Protect them. Tigrant's face shifted slightly, and he called out in a low voice. The next moment, a dark-colored magical shield appeared in front of Feng Heng and Kotal. Tigrant's team immediately scattered, darting forward in various directions. It was then that Feng Heng noticed something. Behind the cluster of frost warriors, a large number of serpentine life forms were slithering forward. They had human heads and serpentine bodies. The scene that Feng Heng witnessed at this moment was also transmitted through a stone slab to the instructors of the Undead Council, who watched with keen interest. When they saw the monstrous creatures, a lively discussion broke out among them. Cold Abyss Medusa. These creatures were another rare type of undead life form from another world. The Cold Abyss Medusa got its name due to its striking resemblance to the Medusa from mythical stories. By a stroke of chance, the Cold Abyss Medusa had once been summoned by a demigod-level necromancer. Contrary to some legends, while Medusas were known for their petrification abilities, the Cold Abyss Medusa had a different, far more chilling power. It could freeze anyone who met its gaze. The freezing effect would deepen over time, eventually freezing the target completely. Once fully frozen, the Medusa would guide the soul of the frozen victim into the death realm. Moreover, the Cold Abyss Medusa possessed the unique ability to fire magical ice crystal arrows. It was a creature that combined both ice and necromancy attributes. Even more unusual, it was a ranged attacker, which was extremely rare. Feng Heng hadn't expected to come across the habitat of the Cold Abyss Medusa here. A hint of gravity appeared in his eyes as he realized the significance of their location. The ice crystal arrows released by the Cold Abyss Medusa weren't particularly fast, but they had an incredibly strong tracking effect, able to adjust their trajectory mid-air. Bang! 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 The ice crystal arrows hammered relentlessly against the barrier that had formed in front of them. In no time, a thick layer of frost covered the shield. This was no easy foe to deal with. The number of Cold Abyss Medusas in the canyon was staggering, and they kept gathering, closing in from all directions. Tigrant, however, seemed unperturbed. He gave a derisive snort and immediately led his team into the fray, charging toward the front line of frost warriors. With their protection in place, Feng Heng wasn't eager to fight himself. Moreover, he could tell that Tigrant's team was elite, even among the Death Realm forces. The Cold Abyss Medusa and Frost Warriors were formidable creatures, even in an advanced game world. However, they hadn't yet reached the level of transcendence. Tigrant, the commander, was more than capable of handling them. Suddenly, Feng Heng raised an eyebrow. A game hint appeared in his retinal display. Ding! Due to the player's current special mission Recreate the Glory of Empress Persephone, the player senses a fragment of the Empress's scattered will. He had sensed it again. Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected to find a fragment of Empress Persephone's broken will here. Noticing Feng Heng's change in expression, Kotal lowered his voice and asked, "Feng Heng, what's wrong?" "I sensed something," Feng Heng replied. "Is it a clue?" Kotal's eyes lit up. Everyone knew that Feng Heng was once a part of Empress Persephone's inner circle, which was why they had taken the risk of bringing him here, hoping he could uncover some trace of her legacy. And now, Feng Heng hadn't disappointed them. "Where?" Feng Heng pointed to a spot on the right, following his perception. "I am not sure if it's a clue, but that's where my perception led me." "Alright, let's go check it out." The central area of the canyon was like a labyrinth. If it were anyone else, they would easily get lost in the winding passages. Once Commander Tigrant had dealt with a group of enemies, he led the team back, and Kotal immediately stepped forward to communicate Feng Heng's discovery. "Lead the way." Feng Heng nodded and began guiding the group toward the source of the Empress's lingering will. Tigrant and the team formed a protective perimeter around Feng Heng as they moved forward. Soon, they cleared several groups of canyon creatures they encountered along the way. As they ventured deeper into the canyon, the eerie silence enveloped them once again. The air grew colder, and the oppressive stillness seemed to weigh down on them, adding an unsettling tension to the atmosphere. Ding! The player has entered a special area. Ding! The player is affected by a special environment ice fog. The player's maximum health point is reduced by 20%, health point recovery speed is reduced by 50%, spirit recovery speed is reduced by 50%, the player's base physique is reduced by 100, minimum reduction to 0, base perception is reduced by 200, minimum reduction to 2, and the player loses 150 health point per second. This effect can be mitigated by spells, barriers, and other effects. Ding! In this area, high-altitude flight and spatial abilities are further weakened. Please be cautious. A cold, biting aura swept through the area, stealing the warmth from their bodies. Kotal shivered, quickly uncorking a bottle of purple potion and drinking it down. The two dark clan mages in the group cast undead shields, enveloping everyone in a dark protective barrier to fend off the magical damage from the freezing wind. Kotal resumed translating Commander Tigranth's words to Feng Heng. We've now officially entered the deeper region of the Frozen Valley. The area is vast, and our perception is heavily weakened here. We can't stay for too long. At most, we have 2 hours before we must leave. Feng Heng, do you sense anything? Feng Heng nodded and said, I sense the Empresses will calling us. It's just up ahead, not far from here. If we continue deeper, we should reach it in about 20 minutes. Alright. Tigranth, hearing this, signaled the group to follow Feng Heng's lead and continue in the direction of his perception. Before they could move forward, however, Tigranth's expression darkened, and he frowned. Be careful. Whoosh. In the next instant, dozens of white beams of light suddenly shot out from ahead. Chapter 2611 Ice Crystal Golem Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The points where the beams of light landed were instantly covered by a layer of frost. Ice switches. Feng Heng squinted his eyes, his gaze slowly shifting toward the front. The ice switches were a type of special spirit form entity. In the cold, white fog, their figures became increasingly ethereal and hard to discern. In addition, the ice switches had a special ability to confuse their enemies and could also attack by releasing freezing beams of ice. Tigranth, of course, had already prepared for this. Once again, he led the team, each member activating their Dark Clan shields, and quickly charged forward to deal with the ice switches one by one. Feng Heng and Kotal followed behind the team. Indeed, the deeper they ventured into the Frozen Valley, the more high-tier creatures they encountered. If Feng Heng had come alone, it would have been extremely difficult to make any progress. Even with Tigranth's team, ensuring their safety while handling the monsters along the way, it still took quite some time before they gradually reached the deeper regions of the canyon. Everyone, over there. Feng Heng soon noticed something and pointed toward the direction his perception of the Empresses will had guided him. Kotal and the others immediately turned to look in the direction Feng Heng had pointed. In the distance, there was a thick fog of white ice crystals covering the deeper part of the area. Upon closer inspection, they could see tall, shadowy figures standing on the ground. Kotal furrowed his brow tightly and quietly asked, Feng Heng, are you sure this is the place we're looking for? Yes, I am sure. Kotal's brow furrowed even deeper. After exchanging a few words with Commander Tigranth, he turned back and asked, is there any way we can bypass them? I am not sure, but we are very close to leaving the area where the perception is guiding us. The target should be within that shadowed region, Feng Heng replied, looking at Kotal. What's the issue? Sigh. Kotal sighed, shaking his head. It's not going to be easy. Those black shadows are ice crystal golems, the most troublesome creatures in the icebound valley. They've absorbed the cold energy of this place over millennia, merged with necromantic power, and condensed it into will, becoming a new life form. In normal conditions, they appear as nothing more than regular ice crystal statues. Their movements are slow, but their strength and physique attributes are terrifying. They possess an incredibly strong resistance to most spells and are immune to most negative effects. Furthermore, they can absorb the surrounding cold energy to replenish their vitality, healing rapidly. Kotal took a deep breath before continuing. In this environment, killing them would be extremely difficult. Feng Heng understood now. These were some of the most powerful creatures in the canyon. Their defense was also formidable. If it wasn't absolutely necessary, the Dark Clan would prefer to avoid confronting them. Kotal exchanged a few more words with Tigranth, and the two of them nodded. What's the plan? Commander believes that the appearance of these ice crystal golems here is unusual and may be tied to guarding the secrets of Empress Persephone. We've already lingered here for a while, and continuing to wait could be dangerous. The commander will act immediately, attempting to clear out some of the external ice crystal golems to reduce their numbers. Afterward, we will try to break through and assess the situation more closely before making further decisions. Sounds good. The plan seems solid. Feng Heng nodded in agreement. Soon, Tigranth and the 5 members of his team maintained their formation and carefully advanced toward the area where the ice crystal golems were gathering. Sensing an intruder in their territory, the ice crystal golems slowly began to awaken from their crystalline form. Ka-ka-ka, ka-ka-ka. As their massive bodies shook, the layer of accumulated snow fell off, revealing their glittering, crystalline frames. Whoosh! Tigranth moved forward in a blur, his long sword sweeping through the air. Bang! The long sword struck the golem's body, leaving a massive wound over a meter long. Whoosh! As the golem was injured, it swung its massive fist toward Tigranth. Fortunately, the golem's fist was slow, and Tigranth easily dodged it. Woo! In the next instant, a blast of freezing wind swept through, carrying shards of ice. The large wound on the golem's body quickly began to heal, the gaping tear closing up rapidly. Feng Heng watched the exchange from the side, his expression filled with astonishment. The ice crystal golems were incredibly durable, and in the special environment of the canyon, they had a massive health regeneration bonus. It seemed that Commander Tigranth could deal massive damage with each attack. Previously, he had been able to defeat most of the other creatures in the canyon with a single strike. For magic-based creatures, it usually only took 2 swings, one to break their shield, and the second to finish them off. Bang! 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 The surrounding ice crystal golems began to awaken from their crystalline statues, their heavy steps echoing as they slowly started to gather and advance toward the group. This was not a good sign. Fang Heng lowered his voice and said, "I will go help." Huh? Kotal blinked, momentarily stunned. Before he could respond, Fang Heng was already moving swiftly toward the area where the ice crystal golems were congregating. God of the Underworld form activated. Whoosh! Fang Heng entered his God of the Underworld form, immediately enveloping himself in a protective shield. 4 dark prayers of the underworld manifested around him, swirling with ominous energy. With the power of the God of the Underworld surging through him, Fang Heng raised his hand toward the nearest ice crystal golem. Death Grip. Ding! The player's Death Grip skill cannot affect supersized life forms. Skill release failed. A Death Realm space eruption occurred. Boom! The ice crystal golem's exterior exploded with a dark burst of Death Realm energy, the massive shockwave uncontrollably pushing the golem's body backward. At the same time, the prayers of the God of the Underworld surrounding Fang Heng released underworld fire toward the ice crystal golem every 0.5 seconds. Fang Heng quickly glanced at the damage numbers. The underworld fire turned out to be much more effective than the Death Grip attack. Unfortunately, the underworld fire only lasted less than 2 seconds on the ice crystal golem's surface before it vanished. It seemed that the ice crystal golem's magical resistance had been triggered. Fang Heng quickly rushed towards the ice crystal golem again, his right hand reaching out in a grabbing motion. Whoosh! The aura of the Death Realm surged around Fang Heng's palm, gathering into a scepter of death energy. Woo! As Fang Heng neared the golem, he swung the scepter at it, striking it hard. Bang! The golem was once again knocked backward. Fang Heng frowned. The God of the Underworld form hadn't been as useful as Fang Heng had anticipated. Death Grip also had an internal cooldown, making it ineffective against a massive creature like the ice crystal golem, which was extremely resilient. Moreover, the special environmental effects were significantly boosting the ice crystal golem's self-healing abilities. That meant it was time to change tactics. Fang Heng withdrew from his God of the Underworld form, quickly bringing his hands together in front of him to channel a different power. Eternal Tree Realm. A giant-sized magic array materialized beneath his feet, its phantom-like glow casting an ethereal light around him. With the surge of energy completely different from the Death Realm, a dense network of vines and roots began to emerge from the ground, sprawling outward. They spread rapidly, covering the surrounding icy landscape with thick, twisting tendrils that seemed to anchor and entangle the very environment itself. Kai. 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 More and more branches began to spill out from the ground, twisting and winding through the air like serpents seeking to ensnare anything in their path. Chapter 2612 The Environment The team of Tigranth, who were in the middle of fighting the ice crystal golems, immediately showed a look of surprise. It was a domain-type ability. And the strength of the domain was incredibly high, with an extensive range. In just a short moment, the once icy expanse had been overtaken by layer upon layer of vines and branches. The temperature around them even seemed to rise slightly. The vines immediately surged toward the ice crystal golems, entangling them tightly and climbing up their massive bodies. The ice crystal golems took heavy steps, relying on their enormous strength attribute to tear apart the vines wrapped around their feet. Despite this, the vines still managed to slow the ice crystal golems down, reducing their mobility. Whoosh! 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 Ibakia's vines formed a series of dense, sharp vine spikes, all of which were aimed at the ice crystal golem. Bang! 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 The spikes slammed against the golem's body, exploding upon impact. Unfortunately, the attack was completely ineffective. The strikes only left some minor scratches on the ice crystal golem's crystalline surface. It seemed that Abakia's 2 abilities had no effect on the ice crystal golem at all. However, a faint smile appeared on Fang Heng's face. It was already enough. Go. Tigranth, experienced in combat, immediately gave the order, signaling the team to quickly close the distance and launch an attack on the ice crystal golem. They realized that Fang Heng's special domain ability's greatest effect wasn't the vine control or the damage, but rather the way it altered the surrounding environment. Whoosh! Tigranth swiftly moved to the front of one of the ice crystal golems, his dark sword once again slashing through the air. Ka-la-la-la-la. With a sword strike, the ice crystal golem's body, like paper, was ripped open, large chunks of ice crystals flying off. Normally, such an attack would cause substantial damage, but the intense cold of the icy domain would rapidly heal the wound. However, this time, under the influence of Eternal Tree Realm, the icy winds that would typically speed up the healing were blocked by thick layers of vines and trees. The ice crystal golem's self-healing speed was greatly reduced. This was the perfect opportunity to attack the golem. Not knowing how long Fang Heng's domain would last, Tigrant's team quickly took advantage of the situation to deal with the ice crystal golem. Fang Heng, positioned on the periphery, continued to weaken the golem as well. In just under half a minute, one of the ice crystal golems fell to the concentrated firepower of Tigrant's team. Ding! The player has assisted the team in killing an ice crystal golem, gaining a tier 5 brilliant crystal. Ding! The player has gained 5,000 faction reputation with the Death Realm. Next. Tigrant shouted, leading the team toward the next ice crystal golem. It was no wonder that in the past, most people avoided provoking the ice crystal golems when entering the icy domain. If it weren't for Fang Heng's domain helping them, they would have needed far more time to clear out these ice crystal golems. After 20 minutes, the domain's duration reached its maximum limit, and the vines began to recede. Seeing this, Fang Heng immediately stepped out of the battle circle and returned to Kotal's side. Taking advantage of the domain's effect, Tigrant led his team in clearing over 30 ice crystal golems. Ahead of them, a large area had been cleared, with only 6 ice crystal golems remaining, still stubbornly resisting. They were now fully engaged with Tigrant's team. Kotal looked at Fang Heng, praising him. That move you used earlier was quite impressive. Thank you for the compliment. Now that the golems are being dealt with, it will take some time to finish them off. How about we head inside and check the situation? Sounds good. I will follow you. Fang Heng immediately led Kotal toward the direction where the shattered will of Empress Persephone had been sensed. Soon, the two of them ventured deep into the territory occupied by the ice crystal golems. After walking for a short while, a thin layer of ice crystal wall appeared in front of them. Kotal stared at the ice barrier, silently nodding to himself before speaking in a low voice. Fang Heng, this is an ice crystal barrier. It looks like something Empress Persephone herself would have created. Fang Heng responded briefly, his eyes focused on the ice barrier as he peered through it. Behind the ice crystal was a temple. A white structure loomed beyond the ice. The building was made from materials he couldn't quite identify, but its color was entirely pure white. In front of the structure, a patch of white snow stretched out, but there, hovering ominously over the snow, was a black aura. Found it. It was the shattered will of the Empress. A sharp sensation hit Fang Heng's chest. Kotal also noticed the white structure and the strange black aura, his eyes flickering with apprehension. I've never heard of such a building in the Frozen Valley. It looks like some kind of temple. Fang Heng, I have a bad feeling. This temple must be connected to Empress Persephone. At the same time, the Undead Council's instructors were watching through their mirrors and saw the white building as well. In the conference hall, a quiet murmur rose once more as the instructors discussed the new discovery. What is that? Looking at the structure of the building, it closely resembles one of the Empress's tribute temples built during her reign. Do we have any relevant data? We're working on translating the information now. Hurry up, check as quickly as possible. Frozen Valley. Kotal approached the icy barrier and observed it closely. He then asked, Fang Heng, do you have a way to open this barrier? I am not sure, but we can give it a try. Fang Heng extended his hand and pressed it against the ice crystal. Immediately, a bone-chilling cold radiated from it. Fang Heng quickly activated his mental strength to resist. Buzz. The barrier emitted a faint hum in response to Fang Heng's mental strength. Almost immediately, the force of the ice crystal began to merge with a fragment of Empress Persephone's crystal in his sea of consciousness. Slowly, the barrier began to dissipate. It's working. Kotal's eyes gleamed as he watched the barrier slowly begin to fade. He felt a sense of satisfaction. Bringing Fang Heng along had indeed been the right decision. Boom. Fang Heng continued to channel his mental power into the barrier, and within moments, the entire icy wall shattered before his eyes. With a final crack, a surge of energy radiated from beyond the shattered barrier, sending out powerful ripples. Kotal's perception sharpened, his brows furrowing tightly as he focused on the source of the energy. His gaze fixed on a circular formation in the center of the white building, where a black fog was gathering. What was that thing? It just stayed there, continuously releasing powerful energy ripples outward. Kotal didn't dare to act rashly and looked over at Fang Heng. Fang Heng reopened his eyes and also looked up, observing the soul of the Empress, which was continuously releasing aura ripples. Don't worry, it's not dangerous, but approaching it recklessly might provoke its hostility. Stay here and wait for me. Kotal, who also didn't dare to get too close, listened to Fang Heng and asked, do you know it? What is that? That's the lingering will of Empress Persephone. With those words, he stepped forward, his pace slow and measured as he moved closer to the black mist. Kotal felt a growing sense of tension in his heart, his gaze fixed on Fang Hang and the black fog. The black fog seemed to notice Fang Hang's approach, trembling slightly. Chapter 2613 Temple Fang Hang noticed that the black fog seemed to have the intent to flee, so he immediately stopped in place and slowly took a fragment of the ice crystal pillar from his backpack. He then began to slowly channel his mental strength into the fragment. Buzz. A faint blue light seeped out from the ice crystal fragment, forming waves that spread outward. The black fog, formed from the Empress will, was drawn to the light and began to move toward the ice crystal fragment. Whoosh! The black fog was suddenly pulled into the ice crystal, quickly traveling along the crystal and invading Fang Hang's body, directly entering his sea of consciousness. It's here. Fang Hang felt a chilling power invade his body and his heart skipped a beat. He immediately switched to his demonic seed form. Having gained enough experience from the previous 2 encounters with the Empress will, he was now more than ready for this moment. Swallow it. As soon as the broken consciousness of the Empress entered his sea of consciousness, it was met with a crushing blow from Fang Hang's fused consciousness with the demonic seed. For a moment, the Empress consciousness even showed signs of collapsing. It worked. This was the first time he had actively used the fused demonic seed consciousness to launch an attack. With the initial success, Fang Hang quickly pressed the advantage, relentlessly pursuing the Empress' shattered consciousness with continuous strikes. The battle resumed in the sea of consciousness. Fang Hang noticed it. This time, he had a much bigger advantage than the previous encounters. The ice crystal in his sea of consciousness was rapidly circulating, absorbing the remaining energy of the Empress will. Outside the sea of consciousness, Kotal watched as Fang Hang absorbed the black mist. Fang Hang then stood still, seemingly engaged in some kind of mental struggle in the sea of consciousness. Sizzle. After a moment, Kotal raised an eyebrow. He saw black energy aura leaking from Fang Hang's body. That power. Kotal didn't dare to get too close, his expression growing even more serious. It felt just like the Empress power. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The aura leaking from Fang Hang gradually faded, eventually disappearing completely. Fang Hang remained with his eyes shut tight. Large game prompts flashed across his retina. Ding. The player has successfully broken part of Empress Persephone's remaining will. Ding. The player has obtained 20 high-tier Holy Spirit Crystal. Ding. The player has absorbed death energy. The player gains God of the Underworld Bloodline experience plus 2,215,000. Ding. The player has absorbed death energy. It was over. The Empress' remaining will was completely shattered by Fang Hang's consciousness. The ice crystal in his sea of consciousness quickly merged and absorbed the Empress' strength. He swallowed it all. After a moment, Fang Hang opened his eyes once again. Having absorbed 3 pieces of the fragmented Empress will, his God of the Underworld Bloodline level had risen to level 39. A few more absorptions, maybe 2 or 3, and he would reach the current maximum level. Of course, there were gains and losses. At least, as Fang Hang saw it now, after consuming 3 pieces of the Empress will, the mission to reconstruct the Empress Persephone's faction was most likely no longer achievable. Fang Hang thought to himself for a moment, then lifted his head and looked again at the white building ahead. Fang Hang, are you alright? Kotal, seeing Fang Hang seem to have recovered, didn't dare act hastily and quietly asked from behind. Fang Hang, hearing Kotal's question, waved his hand and nodded, saying, I am fine now. It's all dealt with. Kotal let out a breath of relief and then moved forward, looking at the white building in front of them. He asked, do you know anything about this structure? I don't know much. I am not sure yet whether it's related to Empress Persephone, but I personally think there's a high chance it is. Fang Hang felt that the fact that the fragmented will of the Empress was lingering here meant this place was likely connected to her in some way. Kotal glanced at the entrance of the building from a distance and quietly asked, shall we go in and take a look? No rush. Let's wait for the others. Fang Hang felt a sense of caution and unease toward the temple. As he spoke, he flipped through the stone slab in his hand. There were no new updates from the Undead Council either. It seemed they, too, had no clear understanding of what this structure was or what its purpose might be. Still, the temple gave him an overwhelmingly dangerous feeling. He decided that it would be safer to enter together once Commander Tigranth and his team arrived, rather than Fang Hang going in alone and risking anything. All right. Kotal nodded in agreement, and the two of them waited in place. It took over half an hour before Commander Tigranth led his team, having cleared the surrounding ice crystal golems, and gathered with Fang Hang's group. Kotal quietly explained what he had just discovered. The group looked toward the building with a sense of curiosity. We don't have much time to stay here. We won't discover anything more by lingering outside, so let's go in and see if we can find some clues, Tigranth quickly decided, signaling Fang Hang and Kotal to follow the team as he led them toward the building. The group ascended the white stone steps leading to the Great Hall and entered. the temple felt completely safe, with no immediate danger. Even after entering the temple, the cold aura from the outside quickly dissipated by more than half. Feng Heng and the others were now able to clearly see the interior of the temple. The walls of the temple were adorned with dark red gemstones, and the interior was furnished with several altars. In the center of the hall stood a stone statue, a statue of a god. Sure enough. It's a statue of Empress Persephone. This place was built by the Empress herself. Kotal gazed at the stone statue in the center of the great hall, muttering softly to himself. Then, he turned his gaze to Feng Heng and asked, "Have you found anything?" Feng Heng also focused his attention on the stone statue. Was this really Empress Persephone? Whether it was intentionally beautified or not, Empress Persephone's visage was nothing short of stunning. Combined with her cold expression, it gave off an intimidating aura, a sense that made one instinctively feel it was better to keep their distance. Feng Heng walked up to the statue of the Empress, crouching down in front of it. In front of the statue, the ground was inscribed with a large magic array. Feng Heng inspected it briefly. He couldn't tell exactly how long the array had been placed there, but it was at least very well preserved. He extended his hand, gently pressing it onto the array. As soon as his touch made contact, the ice crystal in his sea of consciousness was triggered, and his mental strength was slowly drawn into the magic array after being converted through the ice crystal. Whoosh! As the magic array activated, a phantom of a teleportation gate appeared in front of the Empress's statue. The group was startled by the sudden appearance of the array and looked toward Feng Heng in surprise. Feng Heng stood up, glanced at everyone, and nodded. This is a short-distance teleportation magic array. The other side of the teleportation passage should be nearby, but I am not sure what's on the other side. Kotal quickly translated for the group, then asked, "Shall we go in and check?" Naturally. After all the effort it took to reach this place, and having found a clue related to Empress Persephone, they couldn't afford to ignore it now. It was an opportunity too valuable to pass up. Tigranth nodded, making arrangements. "We will go first. You two wait here by the passage. If everything checks out, we will return." Understood. Tigranth, along with two of his subordinates, entered the teleportation passage. Chapter 2614 Eyes Soul. After entering the teleportation passage for just over 10 seconds, the teleportation passage in front of the group once again glowed with light. Tigranth and his two subordinates returned to the temple through the teleportation passage. They had merely taken a short walk inside the teleportation passage, yet thick frost had already formed on the armor of Tigranth and his companions. Tigranth's face appeared pale as he said something to the others, then signaled to his subordinates to distribute bottles of liquor to everyone. Feng Heng instinctively took a bottle, shook it in his hand. Was it really liquor? What did it mean? The other side of the passage is a cavern. No immediate dangers have been discovered, but the environment inside is extremely terrifying. The cold energy there is several times stronger than the one outside. Kotal translated Tigranth's description roughly, then turned to look at Feng Heng with a somewhat serious expression. "Feng Heng, given our current situation, we can't stay down there for too long. This specially made liquor can temporarily resist the cold aura. If you can't hold out, don't hesitate to turn back immediately." "Got it." Feng Heng's retina flashed with game prompts. Ding. The player's Death Realm reputation has reached the basic 2,000 points standard. The player has deducted 200,000 Death Realm contribution points. The player has received the item, Soulfire Liquor, 500 milliliters. Ding. The player can exchange Soulfire Liquor with special NPC, Commander Tigranth. Price, 300,000 contribution points. Item, Soulfire Liquor, 500 milliliters. Description, a special liquor crafted by the royal family of the Clayton Empire. The brewing process incorporates millennia-old souls and ice spirits, earning it the title of Ice and Fire in one among the Dark Clan. This high-tier liquor is reserved for the outstanding heroes and royalty of the Clayton Empire. Description, consuming it grants immunity to most cold attribute attacks for 120 minutes. After 120 minutes, the effect will gradually wear off. Description, consuming one bottle, 500 milliliters, permanently increases the player's ice resistance. Multiple uses will result in a slower permanent boost. Good stuff. Feng Heng's eyes lit up as he read the game prompt. Items that permanently increase resistance were invaluable. Exchanging 200,000 contribution points for something like this was definitely worth it. Feng Heng opened the bottle of liquor, then took a deep swig, gulping it down in one go. The nearby Dark Clan members couldn't help but look at him in surprise. The moment the liquor infused into his body, Feng Heng instantly felt an extremely cold aura flowing down his throat and into his body, freezing him from the inside out, as if he were about to be completely encased in ice. The freezing sensation lasted for a moment, before a burning heat surged through his limbs and bones, completely dispelling the coldness inside. It felt as though he were immersed in a furnace. It was a true ice and fire contrast. They really weren't kidding. Haha. Tigranth, the commander, also laughed heartily when he saw Fang Heng's carefree consumption. He slapped Fang Heng's shoulder with a heavy hand before saying something to the others. Nodding to himself, he drank a whole bottle of the liquor just like Fang Heng and turned to step into the teleportation passage. Fang Heng asked, "What did he say?" "He said that after we deal with the disaster creatures, he absolutely must challenge you to a drinking contest," Kotal said with a hopeless expression, shrugging his shoulders. He took a small sip of the fiery liquor, then shivered all over. Nodding, he added, "Let's go." The cold bite of the soulfire liquor was overwhelming, and even among the Dark Clan, it was rare for someone to drink it down all at once like Fang Heng had. "We move." Fang Heng followed Kotal as they stepped into the teleportation passage. On the other side of the portal, a visible wave of cold air hit them immediately. Fang Heng's body quickly responded with a surge of intense heat, pushing back against the chilling aura. This cold reminded him of the frost hell. Damn it! Could the Death Realm crevice in the Puno's game world possibly lead here? Looking up, Fang Heng noticed that the view ahead was almost entirely obscured by visible frost. At first glance, it seemed they had entered some underground space, with the passage's stone walls covered in a thick layer of ice. The cold aura continued to flow down the passage, steadily pressing forward toward the group. Commander Tigranth's face grew serious, his expression hardening as he observed the intense cold energy that filled the air. The icy aura was extremely powerful. The cold energy source seemed to be right ahead. "The cold energy here isn't normal, everyone stay alert," Commander Tigranth said as he led the group forward. Fang Heng and the Dark Clan members had spent some time together, and they were now able to understand a few basic terms. Hearing this, they cautiously followed behind. The group slowly made their way forward, soon passing through a passage and arriving at a cavernous space ahead. In the center of the cavern stood a massive ice crystal, about 3 meters tall. Tigranth suddenly noticed something and immediately raised his hand, signaling everyone to stop approaching. The entire Dark Clan halted in place, expressions filled with complex emotions, as if they had seen something extraordinary or dangerous. "Huh?" Fang Heng, who had been observing the ice crystal carefully, suddenly furrowed his brow. There it was. The ice crystal itself didn't seem to pose any immediate danger, but Fang Heng noticed several swirling black mists surrounding it. The lingering will of the Empress. There were at least 3 distinct fragments of it. Fang Heng's heart raced with excitement. If they could be absorbed, his god of the underworld skill level might be maxed out right away. Fang Heng's eyes gleamed with excitement, and he couldn't help but take a half step forward. "Fang Heng, don't go closer." Kotal raised his hand, stepping in front of Fang Heng to stop him from advancing any further. Fang Heng halted, his eyes fixed on the massive ice crystal ahead, and asked, "What is that?" "Ice Frost Soul," Kotal whispered. At the highest point of the Death Realm, in a place frozen year-round, there is an extremely cold soul crystal. It is believed to be the source of the Death Realm's ice soul aura. Cold-blooded creatures gather there, born from the influence of both the ice soul and the Death Realm's power. This ice soul crystal we're seeing is much smaller than the one there. Kotal stared at the ice soul, a look of confusion on his face as he muttered to himself, could it be that the Empress obtained the power of the ice soul and stored it here? But that doesn't quite make sense. Fang Heng continued to observe the 3 clusters of black fog next to the ice crystal, which were formed from the Empress's will. Forget everything else, those 3 clusters of the Empress will in the black fog had to be his. Unfortunately, he had already absorbed the fragmented will of the Empress earlier. To attempt to absorb more now would be too risky. There was no rush. After all, no one was competing with him for it, right? Fang Heng forced himself to calm down. Upon further observation, Fang Heng realized that the Empress fragmented will here was somewhat lacking in vitality, likely due to the influence of the ice soul aura. It gave off a very stiff and rigid feeling. Commander Tigranth and his team observed for a moment, then quietly discussed amongst themselves. The group fell silent again. It seemed that, aside from the Empress's broken will, the only thing left here was the ice soul crystal. Fang Heng nudged Kotal's shoulder and whispered, "Help me tell Tigranth that the 3 auras next to the ice soul crystal are the Empress' shattered will, and they are very useful to me. I hope they can assist me." Chapter 2615 Ice Demon. Kotal quickly translated Fang Heng's words to Tigranth. After hearing them, Tigranth did not express any opposition. He nodded and said something to Kotal. The shattered will of the Empress was of no use to them. If that was all there was, their journey, undertaken at such great risk, would have been meaningless. What truly intrigued them was what the Empress had hidden within the ice soul. Hidden something? Upon hearing this, Kotal narrowed his eyes, quickly turning to look at the ice soul. "Look at that." Commander Tigranth, with a solemn expression, extended his hand and pointed toward the ice soul. Feng Heng roughly understood Tigranth's last statement and, following the direction Tigranth was pointing, furrowed his brow. The ice soul appeared as a somewhat chaotic white, and within the white, there seemed to be a shadow. Feng Heng immediately understood. There was something within the ice soul. Tigranth turned his head again and spoke a lengthy sentence to the group. Feng Heng urged, "Kotal, what did he say?" Kotal's face grew serious as he quietly explained to Feng Heng, "Feng Heng, the commander believes there is something within the iced soul. Combined with the shattered will of the Empress surrounding the iced soul, he suspects that something is sealed within by Empress Persephone." Feng Heng felt as if something had struck him. He looked back at the shattered will of the Empress. Indeed. Tigranth was right. The three remnants of the Empress's will were slowly swirling around the iced soul. Their target was what had been sealed inside the ice soul? What could it be? Feng Heng observed for a moment longer and then asked, "It's hard to see what is just like this. Is there any way to break open the iced soul and take a look?" "It's very difficult to do that," Kotal replied gravely. "And we can't even be sure what's inside the ice soul. If the Empress sealed something dangerous." As the two were discussing this, Tigranth suddenly spoke to the group, slowly placing his hand on a long sword at his waist. "Feng Heng, be careful. Step back." Kotal pulled Feng Heng back. Slash. Tigranth's long sword swiftly cut through the air. Whoosh. The sword cleaved the air with a dark flash. Bang. Almost simultaneously, the ice soul emitted a muffled thud. The impact caused the ice soul to immediately send out a visible ripple of frost. A cold, chilling aura blasted outward. Two dark clan guards immediately stepped in front of Feng Heng, their shields quickly coating with a layer of frost. They were immediately knocked back by the force, stumbling from the impact. Feng Heng also felt the aftershock of the wave, taking a small step backward. Looking up, he saw that the surface of the ice soul had formed a narrow crack under Tigranth's attack. A colder, more intense chill spilled out from the crack. It seemed to be working? Feng Heng mused to himself. At least Tigranth's attack had made an impact this time. With enough repeated strikes, the outer layer of the ice soul could surely be shattered completely. But the next moment, several cold, sinister auras began to leak from the crack in the ice soul. The auras gathered in the air and condensed into white, ethereal forms, which howled as they rushed toward the group. "Watch out! It's the extreme cold ice demons." Kotal's face turned pale at the sight, and he quickly pulled Feng Heng backward. Commander Tigranth roared, charging forward with his team to intercept the extreme cold ice demons emerging from the iced soul. Feng Heng followed Kotal, retreating toward the entrance of the cavern. His stone slab was already covered in a thin layer of ice crystal, but he could still make out its contents. Looking down, a dense stream of warning messages immediately appeared on the stone slab. Extreme cold ice demons. A special variant of the ice witches, these creatures, enhanced by both the frost environment and the death realm, were nearly at demigod level in power. Tigranth and his team were among the top-tier forces in the death realm. Having prepared for battle, they immediately moved to support and defend Feng Heng, forming a barrier behind them. Seizing this opportunity, Feng Heng continued to study the information appearing on the stone slab. The ice witches possessed the ice storm skill and a special ability that directly harmed soul bodies, causing a wide area soul freeze. These abilities were extremely difficult to handle. Of course, if the player's soul strength was high enough, they could be immune to some of the damage from the ice witches. The biggest weakness of the enemies was underworld fire. Feng Heng's eyelids twitched as he saw the mention of underworld fire. He looked up at the 8 ice witches emerging from the iced soul, then raised a finger, pointing at the ice witches and the ice soul behind them. The gesture was clear. He was asking the Undead Council for information about the ice soul. The high-level members of the Undead Council were quickly receiving data regarding the ice witches, having hurriedly gathered all the relevant information and transmitted it to Feng Heng. As they observed Feng Heng's actions, they exchanged looks and let out bitter smiles. This kid. His progress in exploring the Death Realm was way too fast. They had no idea what this massive ice crystal was. Such things didn't exist in other realms, and they were completely clueless. Report. An assistant approached the instructors and council members, bowing to report, "We've just found some relevant clues from the Empress of Tomb records and translated them." GRG carefully examined the file and his expression subtly changed. His divine aura couldn't be contained, and he grew somewhat excited. "Quickly. Immediately send this intelligence to Feng Heng. And, continue translating all the information related to the ice soul. Get it done as soon as possible." Understood. In the underground space, Feng Heng waited for a long time before more information finally appeared on the stone slab. "Feng Heng, based on the ancient texts you retrieved from the Empress Mausoleum, we've translated part of the information. From this, we can confirm that the Empress indeed condensed the power of ice crystals here. This temple was personally constructed by the Empress along with her elite guards. The Empress left behind some messages, and she did leave something here. This particular term has been difficult to translate, but for now, we believe it could mean something like strength, inheritance, or mission. Fang Heng's pupils suddenly contracted. Good gracious. Inheritance. No wonder the 3 fragments of the Empress will were lingering here. We are still working on translating all the information related to the Ice Soul. We're trying to find a way to break open the Ice Soul and retrieve whatever is inside. However, Fang Heng, based on what we've learned so far, the Ice Soul has the ability to freeze souls. This power will block most resurrection abilities, making it extremely dangerous. Please, do not attempt to force it. Fang Heng nodded slightly as he read the information on the stone slab, then looked up at the Ice Soul again. He definitely wouldn't force things. But since they were already here, he would still attempt to break open the ice crystal. The Empress inheritance, whatever it was, could not be abandoned. Chapter 2616, Leasing Give It a Try. Just as Fang Heng was deep in thought, a game prompt once again appeared on his retina. Ding! The player's current guidance mission changed. Current guidance mission relics left by the Empress. Guidance mission description. You have learned some relevant information from the Empress Mausoleum texts. Through translations, the Undead Council has determined that the Empress once left behind a special item in the Frozen Valley. This item might help you rebuild the Empress Empire. Mission requirements: break open the Ice Soul and search for the relics left by the Empress. The mission prompt had appeared. Fang Heng's eyes brightened even more. It was highly likely that this wasn't some useless item. Fang Heng immediately entered the God of the Underworld state. Whoosh! As he entered the state, a dark shield enveloped his body, and 4 prayers appeared around him, floating in the air. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! The God of the Underworld prayers automatically triggered an attack, releasing Underworld Fire every 0.5 seconds, homing in on the nearest high switch currently in battle with a Dark Clan elite mage. Whoosh! The Underworld Fire spiraled in the air, then struck the eye switch squarely. Bang! The Underworld Fire exploded on the eye switch's body, then spread across her form, burning fiercely. Ding! The player has dealt 11,000 damage to the eye switch, causing the eye switch to enter the Underworld Fire burning state. As expected, Underworld Fire was incredibly effective against the eye switches. The damage was impressive. For a moment, the eye switch was engulfed in Underworld Fire, and it couldn't be extinguished. She entered a continuous bleeding state, losing health steadily. With the Underworld Fire hitting her 4 times per second, totaling about 50,000 damage, and the additional burn damage stacking up, even a demigod-level creature couldn't endure it for long. Realizing that Fang Heng was behind the attack, the eye switch immediately shifted her aggro and charged toward him. Whoosh! The Dark Clan mage's sharp eyes noticed the eye switch's sudden movement. He swiftly moved to block Fang Heng, gathering a shadow bind spell, which shot forward and enveloped the eye switch in a dark, binding shadow. Kai. The eye switch was immediately restrained. Fang Heng saw the mage's control and decided to step back, retreating to a safer position. At her current demigod-level power in this special environment, there was no need to engage the eye switch head-on. The strategy was simple: let the Underworld Fire continue to wear her down. If it weren't for the fact that summoning the Bone Dragon was difficult in this environment, Fang Heng would have let the Bone Dragon army show the eye switches just how powerful they were. One-on-one, Fang Heng was confident the Bone Dragon would be a match for the eye switch, if not stronger. Fang Heng stayed at the back, easily avoiding the occasional attacks from the eye switches. Relying solely on the 4 prayers, he kept up a steady stream of Underworld Fire attacks against the witches. The effect was quite good. The team's overall damage output increased dramatically. After over 10 minutes of fighting, the group had cleared out several more ice switches that had spilled out from the Ice Soul. The team gathered once again in front of the Ice Soul, preparing to resume their assault. Tigranth nodded his thanks to Fang Heng, and continued to discuss quietly with the team. Kotal stood beside Fang Heng, translating and explaining. Tigranth believes that the ice switches inside the Ice Soul are also sealed within it. As we gradually destroy the Ice Soul, more and more ice switches will keep spilling out. Considering their current power, destroying the Ice Soul will take at least a day. Plus, with the continuous influx of witches, it will probably take 1 or 2 months to fully clear them out. Kotal paused for a moment, then continued, Fang Heng, they might want to give up. Give up? Fang Heng's brow furrowed in disbelief. That wasn't an option. Fang Heng furrowed his brows and spoke decisively, tell them that the item inside the Ice Soul is a relic of the Empress inheritance. It could help us deal with the disaster. We've already come this far, backing out now would be a waste. Have them think it over again. Upon hearing this, Kotal's eyes lit up, and he immediately translated Fang Heng's words to Tigranth. Once the translation was done, The group fell into another moment of silence. Tigran looked at Feng Heng, his face serious and contemplative. He said a few words, then nodded at Kotal. Kotal looked at Feng Heng carefully, then hesitantly tried to translate. Feng Heng, Tigran has decided to try it, but this will consume a large portion of their strength. If they fail again, they will have no choice but to retreat. However, they need a guarantee from you. They require you to lend 60 bone dragons to the Dark Clan for the upcoming battle. Tigran wants you to understand that this is not a threat. The Death Realm is at risk of annihilation, and he cannot afford to waste too many resources. Ding, Tigran has made a request to borrow your bone dragons. If you agree to the request, your 60 bone dragons will be under the control of Tigran's team for 120 days. If you take back the bone dragons before 10 hours of accumulated time, it will result in a significant drop in the Dark Clan's friendship and penalties to your Death Realm battlefield contribution points. Ding, borrowed creatures will fight in the battlefield, but you will not earn contribution points during the battle. Feng Heng glanced at the game prompts. With his AFK time growing longer, his bone dragon count had reached 82. More would continue to join as time passed. At this point, the Empress Inheritance Relic was becoming even more important. He could spare a few dragons. Feng Heng didn't hesitate and nodded. All right, tell him I agree. The 60 bone dragons will follow your commands. Ding, the player made a deal with Tigran. Ding, the player has earned 3 million Death Realm contribution points, friendship with the Dark Clan has increased, and friendship with Tigran has reached trust level. The player has earned 2 million Dark Clan reputation points. Tigran looked at Feng Heng and gave a slight nod. Thank you. Then, Tigran raised his hand. The team began setting up the magic array at a location slightly farther from the iced soul. After about half an hour, the magic array was fully prepared. Tigran stood at the center of the magic array, and with a hint of reluctance, he pulled out a flask from his pocket and slowly poured its contents into the center of the array. Kai. The magic array emitted faint ripples. Kotal's face grew slightly more solemn as he muttered under his breath, so it's the underworld fire. The rumors from the outside world were true. Feng Heng asked, What? What rumors? The inheritance of Commander Tigran's family is capable of summoning the underworld fire. According to legend, the Tigran family were the war gods of the empire when it was founded. With the aid of a special magic array, the underworld fire they unleash possesses immense destructive power. It is said that an enemy city was burned for 3 full years before the flames finally ceased. Tigran took a deep breath, his gaze fixed ahead at the iced soul. In an instant, he swung his long sword, cutting through the air with swift and precise strikes. Bang! 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 In a flash, several cracks appeared on the surface of the iced soul. The moment the iced soul was damaged, a large number of ice switches spilled out from within, flooding the area. Tigran stood motionless at the center of the magic array, head held high, coldly watching the swarm of ice switches charging toward him. The next moment, the magic array beneath his feet began to spin at incredible speed. Chapter 2617 Underworld Fire. Burning streams of burning underworld fire overflowed from the magic array. The underworld fire was similar to the one Feng Heng released in his God of the Underworld state, but the underworld fire flowing out of the magic array was far more concentrated, and its color was even darker. Roar! The underworld fire slammed into the ice switches, and as they burned, the ice switches let out agonizing cries of pain. The ice switches were severely wounded. Go! Tigran coldly shouted, leading his team forward once again, quickly dealing with the remaining eye switches. His long sword was even covered in a layer of underworld fire. Sizzle! The underworld fire long sword slashed down. The eye switches were instantly split in two, their burning souls screaming in agony. Keep going! A cold glint flashed in Tigran's eyes. This continued in cycles. After each wave, Tigran would need some time to recover his mental strength. After several waves, Tigran turned to Kotal again, speaking a long string of words. Kotal nodded and explained to Feng Heng, the number of ice switches in the ice soul is vast. To fully break it open, it's estimated to take about a week. There are other matters to attend to on the front line, so Commander Tigran cannot stay here for too long. He will have elders from his family come to assist you in breaking the ice soul. Alright. Feng Heng glanced at the effect of the strong liquor, which was almost at its limit, and nodded lightly. That was fine. It would still take some time to break the ice soul, and there was little he could do to help. He decided to leave it to Tigran and his subordinates. This place was too cold, so it was better to step outside for now. Soon, the group returned to the icebound valley through the teleportation passage. Tigran left 2 guards to protect Feng Heng's safety, then rode off with 2 bone dragons, promising that a second batch of reinforcements from his family would arrive soon to assist in breaking the iced soul. Once the ice soul was about to be shattered, he would personally return with his people to oversee the process. Feng Heng had no objections and watched as Tigranth and his group quickly departed on the bone dragons. Kotal walked up beside Feng Heng and quietly said, "Feng Heng, it's too cold here. We should go back to the temple." "No need for that." Feng Heng's gaze was fixed on the disaster creatures outside the icebound valley. It was known that entering the underground space required the use of soulfire liquor to resist the cold, but right now, his points were only enough to exchange for 15 bottles. That's not nearly enough. Taking advantage of the current opportunity, he knew he had to farm a little more. Moreover, Feng Heng considered this place to be a prime location for farming. At least the disaster creatures couldn't withstand the extreme cold and couldn't invade. Feng Heng's eyes gradually shifted to the disaster life forms floating in the air, a cold glint appearing in his eyes as he quickly considered how to farm them. His zombie clones didn't work well against the disaster creatures, but they could still help. Since they were too far to reach in time, he could have them suicide and respawn. Additionally, Ibukiya was good at farming monsters, so he needed to figure out a way to get it involved in the battle. After thinking for a moment, Feng Heng made a plan. He immediately controlled some of his available zombie clones to commit suicide in place. Next, he found an open area at the mouth of the valley and began setting up Ibukiya's summoning magic ray. The two guards left behind by Tigranth and Kotal watched from the side, noticing that Feng Heng seemed to be setting up a magic array. They exchanged confused looks. What's he doing? Why did he suddenly start setting up a magic array again? And at the entrance of the valley? Who's it meant to deal with? Kotal's mind was filled with questions. He couldn't help but frown and stepped forward to ask, "Feng Heng, are you setting up a magic array?" "Yes." Kotal furrowed his brow even more deeply and asked again, "Is it to deal with the ice witches?" "No, it's to deal with the disaster creatures outside." "The disaster creatures outside?" Kotal was a bit surprised at the answer. Seeing that Feng Heng wasn't planning to explain further, he asked, "Do you need help?" "It's fine. I can handle it myself. I might need your help later, so you should rest for now." "All right." The battle had already consumed a lot of energy from Tigranth and his two teammates. They had managed to establish a cold barrier and were now meditating to recover. Kotal himself wasn't very strong and hadn't been able to help much in the previous battle, so he stayed by the side, watching Feng Heng busying himself around the magic array. As he watched, Kotal's eyes gradually filled with astonishment. This wasn't just any simple magic array. The complexity of this magic array was dozens, even hundreds, of times greater than the one Tigranth had set up in the Ice Soul space. Moreover, the special patterns in the array weren't something typically found in their death realm. What the hell? Has humanity already advanced this far in their research on magic arrays? Kotal's expression grew even more serious. Several hours later, 2/3 of the magic array had been completed. Feng Heng suddenly leaped backward a great distance. Immediately after, a vast number of magic array phantoms appeared around Feng Heng. A large swarm of zombie clones crawled out from the ground and from the magic array itself. In just 2 minutes, the entrance to the valley was filled with a massive number of zombie clones. Kotal couldn't help but stand up. What the hell was Feng Heng trying to do? As Kotal watched in shock, he saw the zombie creatures swaying and staggering toward the magic array. They were helping Feng Heng set up the outer layers of the magic array. What the hell? This works too? Kotal was thoroughly stunned by this move. He stared at Feng Heng up and down several times, his mind struggling to comprehend what he was seeing. Feng Heng summoned zombie creatures were capable of soul branding, which was already impressive, but now they were even cooperating to construct a magic array. Humans. When did this race become so terrifyingly powerful? Feng Heng was focused on his work, deeply concentrating as he gathered his mental energy to set up the Ibukiya summoning magic array. With the assistance of the zombie team, setting up the magic array became much easier. After more than an hour, the Ibukiya magic array was successfully completed. Ha! Done. Feng Heng stood up, dusted off his pants, and rotated his stiff neck. Next, he could summon Ibukiya. Feng Heng glanced over at Kotal, nodded toward him, and then stood at the center of the large magic array, infusing his mental strength into the array through his feet. Buzz. The magic array emitted a faint buzzing sound. As the giant-sized magic array slowly began to turn, tiny vine-like tendrils emerged from the array and started to extend outward. Kotal, seeing this, immediately stood up. Vines. Are these the same vines from the domain Feng Heng summoned earlier? The two companions who were resting inside Persephone's Great Hall also sensed the power ripple and almost simultaneously opened their eyes, casting curious glances toward the magic array. To the Dark Clan members, Feng Heng's abilities were far too strange. The vines rapidly spread outward from the magic array, and in an instant, the entire valley entrance was enveloped. Chapter 2618 Fire Attack. Under the influence of the vines and roots, the temperature around them began to slowly rise. Kotal looked at Feng Heng, greatly shocked. This kind of technique, not to mention seeing it, even the Dark Clan has never even heard of it. At that moment, Feng Heng turned around, noticing Kotal's gaze. He nodded toward him and said, "Let's go outside the valley and have a look." Due to the extreme cold aura, Ibukiya's growth and spread were significantly slowed down. However, Feng Heng wasn't in a rush and communicated with Ibukiya, instructing it to take its time. The three of them, Feng Heng, Kotal, and their companion, walked to the entrance of the icebound valley again. A large number of disaster creatures were gathered on the outskirts of the icebound valley, flapping their wings in midair, producing a loud buzzing sound in unison. Go. Feng Heng waved his hand, and a swarm of liquor-form zombie clones rushed past him, charging toward the outside. The mutated disaster creatures sensed the approach of enemies and surged toward the liquor swarm. Boom. 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 The moment they collided, a series of violent explosions erupted. The mutated disaster creatures, facing the liquors, also employed a suicide explosion tactic. The liquor swarm's health rapidly dropped under the high-intensity explosions from the disaster creatures. This was bad. They couldn't hold on. Feng Heng's brows furrowed deeply. He quickly realized that the mutated disaster creatures had a special ability to sense whether the enemies were still alive or not. After one explosion was completed, a large number of mutated creatures surged from all directions, launching themselves into self-destruction again. Under the continuous explosions, the liquor swarm's health, no matter how much it was multiplied, couldn't withstand the attacks. Soon, they were completely overwhelmed by the dense explosions. This was problematic. Feng Heng had originally considered using the virus contagion ability carried by his zombie clones to kill and generate more ordinary zombie clones, creating a perpetual motion machine-like effect. Unfortunately, the disaster creature's attack strategy was self-explosion. Before the liquors could even strike, the disaster creatures had already self-destructed, meaning the virus couldn't trigger its contagion effect. Fortunately, Feng Heng's liquors were immune to the spores of the disaster creatures. Neither side could use their infection abilities. After the initial testing, Feng Heng immediately controlled the liquor swarm to retreat and tighten their formation. Buzz. In the distance, a dense mass of disaster creatures surged toward the canyon entrance. The Ibukiya vines, which were stationed at the entrance, immediately surged forward, forming barriers. The roots kept waving toward the outside world. Boom. 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 The disaster creatures, as reckless as ever, charged forward and exploded in a massive area. Even the barriers formed by the Ibukiya vines couldn't hold up and were quickly shattered under the continuous explosions. Retreat. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Feng Heng immediately led Kotal back, retreating into the inner region of the canyon. Only when they entered the inner part of the icebound valley did the disaster creatures give up on chasing them, as the cold aura from the icebound region prevented them from advancing further. Kotal cautiously glanced at Feng Heng, a bitter smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. After several attempts, Feng Heng once again returned to the entrance of the frozen valley, observing the disaster creatures that had regathered outside. He stroked his chin, deep in thought. Feng Heng carefully observed the disaster creatures from afar. Against creatures that relied on close-range explosions, the best method was to use ranged attacks. The problem was that his zombie clones lacked such capabilities. To be precise, only the fusion tyrant form, when equipped with high-energy beam weapons, could carry out long-range bombardments. Unfortunately, the Death Realm and other game world passages were sealed off, and high-tier weapons couldn't be delivered. Even if they could be, according to the Undead Council's calculations, metals used for crafting weapons in the human world would quickly corrode in the Death Realm environment. It would be almost unusable. Wait. Perhaps there was another way. Feng Heng's gaze shifted far ahead, focusing on the area covered in disaster's nests, like flesh tumors, corroded by time and energy. He licked his lips lightly. Yes. There was another trick. Kotal asked, Feng Heng, have you thought of something? Feng Heng nodded lightly and then spoke softly, let's try fire attacks. Fire attacks? Kotal was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. He followed Feng Heng's gaze toward the front, confused. Fire attacks? Do you mean underworld fire? The Death Realm had a relatively simple elemental attribute. So far, all he had seen was Empress Persephone using ice abilities. As for underworld fire, it wasn't just normal fire, it was a flame released when burning souls, a completely different kind of fire. No, underworld fire is too powerful. We don't need such high-level flames. Regular fire will do. Given the abilities of the flying disaster creatures, they indeed had anti-magic shields and could resist some degree of burning. But the nest of disaster, which clung to the ground like a tumor, did not possess this special ability. They probably wouldn't be able to easily extinguish normal fire. Using a spell like Burning the Earth could easily achieve this, and with his current mental strength, he could create a wide area of flame in a fixed domain. However, this only addressed the symptoms, not the root cause. So, to achieve a better result, Feng Heng was still contemplating when Kotal, unable to sit still any longer, softly reminded him, Feng Heng, the Death Realm is different from your world. It lacks many other elements, making it hard to gather them. Yeah, I know, Feng Heng replied, nodding slightly. He had already noticed this limitation. That's why spells could only serve as a method to ignite flames. To make the fire effective against the nest of disaster, it would require some combustible material. Do you have any burning agents? Maybe you can bring some from the Dark Clan, things like gasoline or chemical fuel would work. Kotal was initially puzzled by the suggestion. After thinking it over, he finally understood what Feng Heng meant, but then shook his head. Our Dark Clan doesn't need fire, so we don't carry such things. It was only because Kotal had visited the human world a few times that he knew about these items. Otherwise, he wouldn't have understood what Feng Heng was talking about. Feng Heng was taken aback for a moment but then nodded, alright, never mind. If you don't have any, it's fine. Then, Feng Heng activated his special skill, Geological Survey. He remembered learning in elementary school about how oil was formed. In the Death Realm, with all the corpses around, there should logically be some oil here, right? He used the skill to scan the area but couldn't help but show a bitter expression. Not a single trace of oil could be found. For some unknown reason, the survey didn't pick up anything. This damned place had no combustible materials. Since that was the case, he would have to find a way to bring some over from the real world. I will go to the Empress Persephone's temple. Stay here. Wait, by yourself? It's fine. Feng Heng placed the stone slab on the ground and instructed, Kotal, this slab is very important to me. Please make sure to protect it. Chapter 2619. The Fuels. Kotal didn't know what Feng Heng was going to do, but seeing how serious Feng Heng was, he nodded, alright, I will do that. Feng Heng lightly patted Kotal on the shoulder and then turned back towards the depths of the canyon. In the Undead Council, the instructors, upon seeing the image in the mirror, couldn't help but whisper to each other, speculating. This was the first time Feng Heng had disappeared from their sight after entering the Death Realm. What was he doing? Why had he left the stone slab outside? Helpless, the group exchanged glances, and then all turned their attention toward Li Shouqiang and his companion. Do you know what Feng Heng is doing? Li Shouqiang and his companion were both confused. What was Feng Heng doing? How were they supposed to know? Maybe it's some kind of special ability, something he doesn't want us to see. Jiarji waved his hand, Feng Heng is strong. I am sure he can handle whatever comes his way. We don't need to worry too much. How's the situation with the teleportation passage? Let's keep working. Yes. The others responded and continued to focus on their tasks. Meanwhile, Feng Heng entered the inner region of the canyon and scanned the surroundings. After confirming that no one was watching, Feng Heng brought his hands together in front of him, condensing a mark. A black magic ray appeared beneath his feet. A layer of black, deathly aura spilled from the magic and quickly enveloped Feng Heng. Whoosh! Feng Heng instantly disappeared. Upon opening his eyes again, Feng Heng had returned to the real world. The Death Realm was at a higher level than most advanced game worlds, yet it seemed unable to stop him from entering and exiting the game. This meant that the special imprint on him might actually be at a higher level than the Death Realm itself. Who exactly was Zai? Never mind, that wasn't important for now. Feng Heng shook his head and pushed these distracting thoughts out of his mind, hurriedly leaving his room. He needed to focus on dealing with the mission first. Soon, while making a phone call, Feng Heng rushed into the hall on the lower level of the Library of the Myriad Worlds. Yes, that's right, I need a large quantity of alcohol. The person in charge of Ravomadon University in the Federation's North District hadn't been in contact with Feng Heng for quite some time. When he suddenly received a call from him, he was somewhat excited. Then, hearing Feng Heng's request, he became even more confused. Fuel? What would he need something as outdated as fuel for? In the past, fuel was used to provide energy, but with the development of technology, the Federation had better alternatives now, and fuel was rarely used. Yes, the more the better. The university's person in charge, realizing they couldn't gather that much fuel, said, Sorry, sir, we can't get that much fuel at the moment. Could you tell me what you need it for? Huh? The person in charge was even more confused. For an experiment? To burn an entire mountain's worth of fuel? Was this for real? Had such an experiment really been approved by the Federation? The university's person in charge thought for a moment and then said, I believe you might be referring to energy crystal mixed fuel, right? This type of fuel is chemically mixed, with substances that have stronger combustion capabilities added. Based on your description, this fuel would meet your needs, and you also need to dilute it with water. Fang Heng's eyes lit up as he listened. Yes. That's exactly what I need. Sir, this is a special fuel approved by the Federation. I can arrange for a few barrels to be delivered through private channels. Of course, I will cover the cost, but in the future, I will need you to. I understand, I need it urgently for my alchemy research. Don't worry, no one will find out. Even if they do, they won't trace it back to you. I've already arranged for someone to send it over, it will be delivered within half an hour. Good, get it here as soon as possible. An hour later, the person in charge from Reborn University, along with 2 assistants, delivered 2 barrels filled with the mixed combustion liquid to Fang Heng's room. The university official cautioned him repeatedly to handle the substance carefully. Fang Heng casually acknowledged the warning, quickly ushered them out, then closed the door to his room. He placed the containers into his backpack and promptly returned to the game world. The round trip between reality and the game world had taken less than an hour. At the entrance to the canyon, Kodal saw Fang Heng emerge from within and immediately felt a sense of relief. That was quick. Fang Heng, did you encounter any danger along the way? Everything went smoothly, Fang Heng replied, picking up a stone slab nearby. He casually asked, you guys in the Death Realm don't have any water, do you? We have water, but the Dark Clan doesn't need as much as humans do. Fang Heng surveyed his surroundings. That's fine, as long as there was snow. Fang Heng quickly began to set up an energy conversion magic array on the ground. The surrounding zombie clones began to move in different directions. One group started digging holes, while the other began collecting snow from the area. Soon, through the magic array's conversion process, the snow gathered by the zombies rapidly melted and flowed into the holes they had dug. Kodal watched curiously from the side, completely puzzled by Fang Heng's actions. What exactly was he trying to do? 2 subordinates of Tigranth walked up beside Kodal, glancing at each other with confusion in their eyes. It wasn't just Kodal, even the undead faction instructors, observing through the stone slab, were baffled. What exactly was Fang Heng planning? Li Shoqian curled his lips and nudged Tan Shao, whispering, a pool? Could he be trying to drown the entire army? It doesn't seem like it. Tan Shao was just as uncertain about Fang Heng's intentions, but he was certain that behind Fang Heng's seemingly chaotic actions, there must be some deeper purpose. Before long, when the equivalent of about 5 swimming pools worth of water had been gathered, Fang Heng finally stepped forward, pulling the fuel from his backpack. The high-ranking members of the Undead Council, seeing the markings on the fuel can, immediately exchanged glances, their expressions changing slightly. So that's what this was about. Fang Heng was planning to use fire to deal with the creatures outside. It seemed that after briefly returning to the zombie apocalypse through AFK, Fang Heng had obtained high-concentration fuel before coming back. At first glance, this idea seemed a bit far-fetched, but upon closer consideration, it seemed quite feasible. After all, the disaster creatures only had one attack mode, self-detonation, and they were unable to extinguish flames. The real problem now was how to ignite the fire and spread the flames. Fang Heng first poured the fuel into the water to dilute it thoroughly, then formed an imprint in front of him. Water-based elemental magic. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The mixed solution in the pool quickly began to form into floating water orbs under Fang Heng's mental control. Maintaining the spell, Fang Heng looked at Kodal, we're ready, prepare to act. Kodal nervously watched the water orbs levitating around Fang Heng and swallowed hard, asking, Fang Heng, do you need our help? Chapter 2620 Burning a Wave. Yes, Fang Heng said, then turned to look at Tigranth's 2 subordinates standing nearby. Kodal, tell him I need his help. When we first came here, there was that orb that could temporarily attract the disaster creatures. Have him help us again and draw the insects outside away for a while. All right. Kodal immediately communicated with Tigranth's subordinates. After hearing the request, the 2 of them looked at Fang Heng and nodded, signaling that they had no problem with it. Let's go, time to move. The group made their way to the entrance of the canyon. At this point, a swarm of disaster insect-like creatures had already gathered outside the canyon entrance. Let's begin. The 2 subordinates of Tigranth took out a crystal roughly the size of a stone from their backpacks, injected their mental strength into it, and quickly threw the orb toward the far right. Whoosh! Whoosh! The disaster creatures outside were drawn to the red light emitted by the orb. Instantly, large swarms of them began buzzing and gathering towards the orb. Now was the time. With a clear space appearing at the entrance of the canyon, Fang Heng quickly brought his hands together in front of him. Skeleton summoning skill. A phantom magic array materialized in front of him. As a wave of coercion emanated from the magic array, the huge form of a bone dragon appeared at the center of the array. Go. Fang Heng swiftly jumped onto the back of the bone dragon, carrying with him a dozen or so floating water spheres surrounding his body. He then controlled the bone dragon to spread its wings and soar into the sky. As they ascended rapidly, they avoided most of the attacks from the chasing disaster creatures. Feng Heng leaned forward, looking down at the scene below. The disaster creatures hadn't given up on the pursuit. A large number of them continued to fly after him. No worries. With the speed of the bone dragon, it was certain that the disaster creatures would not be able to catch up. Now, it was time to proceed with the next step. Bang! Feng Heng controlled the water spheres floating around his body, making them explode one by one. The water spheres, mixed with high-strength fuel, scattered down from the air, immediately falling to the ground like raindrops, spreading over a large area. In addition to the nest of disaster on the ground, many disaster creatures were also drenched with a large amount of fuel. Attracted by Feng Heng, more and more disaster creatures flew up towards the bone dragon above. Keep going! Feng Heng directed the bone dragon, flying high in the air, spreading the fuel evenly across the area as he went, making sure to cover a large area. Done. After emptying dozens of water spheres, Feng Heng took a magic scroll from his backpack and tossed it into the air, swiftly bringing his hands together in front of him. Flame City's fire. Mental strength was rapidly drawn into the magic scroll. Boom. A wave of intense heat rushed toward him. Flames ignited immediately in midair and spread downward. The combustible materials on the ground were set alight by the blazing fire, and the flames surged uncontrollably. The disaster creatures that had been following Feng Heng were also caught by the flames. Having already been soaked in fuel, they immediately erupted in flames upon contact with the fire. Crackle, crackle. Feng Heng narrowed his eyes. Fire damage was also a type of elemental damage, and the backplates of the disaster creature's exoskeleton shimmered with light, blocking the flames from consuming them. It seemed that using fire to deal with the disaster creatures wasn't going to be easy. However, Feng Heng glanced down at the bone dragon below. The disaster creatures weren't so fortunate this time. Having been drenched in so much fuel, combined with the effects of his burning earth skill, large areas of the ground were instantly set ablaze. The disaster creatures' self-destruct abilities were strong, and their magical resistance allowed them to withstand the fire's damage, but they couldn't extinguish the flames. Suddenly, vast areas outside the canyon were engulfed in fire, and the nest of disaster was set ablaze, emitting a strong, foul smell of burning. Bang! Bang bang bang! The nests of disaster continued to burn for a while before each one exploded with a tremendous boom, shattering into pieces. Kotal had never imagined witnessing such a scene. Standing at the entrance of the canyon, looking at the sea of fire outside, his eyes were filled with shock. Such a strategy? Hint: the player has destroyed a nest of disaster. The player gains 10,000 Death Realm battlefield contribution points. As the nest of disaster swiftly exploded and was wiped out, Feng Heng's retina refreshed with kill notifications. Feng Heng orbited the air on the bone dragon a few times. Feng Heng's mind stirred. He hadn't expected that the flames didn't cause the disaster creatures to feel fear. In fact, the flames seemed to have provoked their aggression. Outside the intensely burning flames, large groups of disaster creatures were stimulated by the fire and charged toward it in a frenzy. Interesting. Now this is more like it. Feng Heng's eyes gleamed with excitement. Sitting on the bone dragon's back, he swiftly flew higher into the sky. Behind him, a large number of disaster creatures continued to pursue. Perfect timing. Feng Heng's eyes flickered with a cold glint. He switched to the god of the underworld form, and at the same time, condensed an imprint in front of him. Bone summoning. Whoosh! 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 A series of large magic arrays materialized around him. Dozens of bone dragons flapped their wings and flew out of the arrays. Almost simultaneously, the bone dragons opened their jaws and aimed at the massive groups of disaster creatures that were densely clustering together, chasing Feng Heng below. Corrupted Dragon's Breath. Whoosh! Dozens of corrupted dragon's breath blasts surged toward the disaster creatures. Crackle, crackle. Under the corrosive effects of the dragon's breath, the health of the disaster creatures rapidly plummeted, and a series of self-destruction explosions echoed through the air. Ding! The player has killed a disaster creature. The player gained 63 Death Realm battlefield contribution points. Ding! The player has killed a disaster creature. The player gains 81 Death Realm battlefield contribution points. The game prompts flooded the screen once again. The contribution points earned from killing disaster creatures were relatively small, but the sheer number of disaster creatures made up for it. With just one corrupted dragon's breath, hundreds of disaster creatures were wiped out. The rate of contribution farming was not slow at all. Feng Heng roughly estimated that in just a short moment, he had already earned over 2 million contribution points. After clearing the chasing enemies behind him, Feng Heng gazed down at the ground. The large areas of the nest of disaster had already been burned to ashes. Only then did he reverse summon the bone dragon back and retreat to the canyon entrance. Kotal immediately approached and asked, Feng Heng, do you still have more of that burning substance? Feng Heng's arrival had given Kotal a new idea. The bone dragons could borrow from Feng Heng, so naturally, they could also borrow some of that burning substance. This tactic was now available to them as well. Although the effectiveness might not be as good as Feng Heng's, it was definitely worth trying. Feng Heng turned his head to look at Kotal, immediately understanding what he was suggesting. He nodded and said, I do, but acquiring it is a bit troublesome. You know, we don't have much. Got it. I will report it to Commander Tigranth. We will use the appropriate battlefield contribution points for the exchange when the time comes. Of course. Feng Heng thought to himself, not bad at all. Chapter 2621 Absorbing again. Fuel was something that could be found during a zombie apocalypse. Once the Death Realm and the outside teleportation passage opened up, there would be as much fuel as needed. Using it to exchange for Dark Clan items would be a huge profit. However, Feng Heng didn't believe that the disaster would be easily defeated just by these fuels. He lifted his head and looked into the distance. As the flames on the ground slowly faded away, the previously scattered nest of disaster began to slowly regenerate along the ground. Let's not talk about that for now. Have you noticed that these disaster creatures seem to lack high-level awareness? Yeah, you're right. In the earlier battle, the disaster creatures clearly had no chance of winning, yet they kept relentlessly chasing the bone dragon. Feng Heng felt that the disaster creatures behaved a bit like zombie clones in a sort of AFK mode. Once given a chase command, they would follow it without deviation, no matter the circumstances. Perhaps this could be exploited? Feng Heng? Feng Heng snapped back to his thoughts and nodded, let's go. Let's clear a few more waves. Death Realm. Frozen Valley area, high above the outskirts. Elder Carlton had received the order from Commander Tigranth to bring a number of subordinates to assist Feng Heng in unlocking the Iced Soul. He was not happy about taking on this mission. Unfortunately, this time the clan had intervened and forced him to come. The primary reason for choosing Carlton for this task was that he was a genius in controlling underworld fire within his clan, possessing unique talent and domain abilities. What was happening now? Why were they still focused on unlocking the Iced Soul? Elder, look over there. Those disaster creatures seem a bit off. Carlton, already feeling irritable, heard one of his subordinates call out and glanced down toward the bone dragon below. Carlton also noticed the anomaly. A large group of disaster creatures seemed to be drawn by something and were rapidly gathering toward the Frozen Valley area. Coincidentally, the bone dragon was flying in that direction as well. Not good. Could something have happened in the Icebound Valley? Carlton's heart sank, and he quickly controlled the bone dragon to accelerate toward the Icebound Valley. Soon, through a thick layer of gray-white fog ahead, a red glow reflected back. What was that? Carlton narrowed his eyes, and his uneasy premonition grew stronger. Elder, do you feel like the temperature here is higher than usual? Indeed. They were already on the outskirts of the Icebound Mountains, so the temperature shouldn't be this high. As the bone dragon sped forward, a vast sea of flames gradually appeared before them. Just as he feared, it was fire. The ground surrounding the canyon was engulfed in a blazing inferno. The nests of disaster attached to the ground exploded one after another under the intense heat of the flames. A large number of disaster creatures were drawn to the flames and were charging madly into the inferno. In the sky above, more than a dozen bone dragons were engaged in fierce combat with the disaster creatures, continuously using their corrupted dragon's breath to attack the disaster creatures below. What was going on? How did this raging fire below originate? Carlton frowned deeply. This flame wasn't underworld fire. Could normal fire really deal with the nest of disaster? It looks like this fire is meant to deal with the disaster creatures. Let's get closer and take a look. Alright. Soon, Carlton and his group maneuvered around the fire from a higher vantage point, slowly approaching the canyon. Wait a minute. When had the Icebound Valley been covered with green vines? If they hadn't seen Kotal and his group at the canyon entrance, they might have suspected that this place was some kind of trap. The bone dragon circled in the air before slowly descending. Feng Heng also finished another round of combat and returned. Though the bone dragon was strong, it couldn't guarantee a flawless battle. After continuous fighting, the bone dragon had taken significant damage, so Feng Heng reversed summoned it back to heal its health point. I am Carlton. I've received orders from the clan to assist you in breaking the Ice Soul. Carlton set aside his previous disdain, his gaze quickly focusing on Feng Heng. This human. It was him who had created the fiery inferno outside. Thank you for coming all this way. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Let's start as soon as possible. We can talk while walking. Kotal helped translate and led everyone into the Icebound Valley. Alright. Along the way, Carlton occasionally glanced at Feng Heng, his mind full of questions. Kotal, noticing Carlton's curiosity, spoke up. The fire outside was created by Feng Heng. It worked wonders against the nest of disaster. We've already discussed it with him. The materials for the fire are extremely rare, but he will find a way to get them for us. Carlton nodded at Feng Heng, signaling his thanks. Feng Heng didn't pay it much attention. In his view, the effectiveness of the fire was very limited, it couldn't be used as a regular method. Just recently, he had encountered high-tier mutated disaster elite creatures, which had cost him a lot of energy to deal with. Carlton had brought some materials with him this time. While talking, Feng Heng immediately opened Carlton's exchange column and spent all of the soulfire liquor in one go. As soon as they entered the teleportation space, they would need the soulfire liquor. It was an essential item. Soon, the group entered the temple of Empress Persephone in the Icebound Valley, and through the teleportation passage, they entered the lower caves. Ice Soul. Carlton focused on the seal within the Ice Soul, nodding slightly to signal the accompanying Dark Clan members to set up the magic array. Carlton had an exceptional talent for underworld fire. Combined with his unique spiritual domain abilities, the efficiency of the underworld fire greatly increased within his domain. He was a natural when it came to playing with fire. Feng Heng mentally nodded in approval. The Ice Soul was consuming energy even faster than when Commander Tigranth had been in charge. However, the effectiveness against the ice witches still left much to be desired. Unfortunately, Feng Heng couldn't offer a much better solution. But Feng Heng slowly shifted his gaze to the Empress Will nearby. There was no rush. In the meantime, he could focus on absorbing the 3 fragments of shattered wills first. 5 days later, Feng Heng returned to the underground Ice Soul region. It was strange. Perhaps it was because his willpower had been repeatedly consumed and tempered recently, but his recovery speed had significantly improved. He was now ready for the next phase of absorption. Feng Heng narrowed his eyes slightly, focusing on the last cloud of black mist swirling beside the Ice Soul. The other 2 mists had already been absorbed cleanly in the past 2 days. Kotal, give me a hand. Kotal, already aware of what Feng Heng intended to do, became serious and nodded, saying, all right. Feng Heng took out a shard of an ice crystal stone pillar and poured his mental strength into it once again. Whoosh! The Empress Will was quickly drawn toward the shard, merging into Feng Heng's body and diving into his sea of consciousness. Chapter 2622 Melting Feng Heng fused the willpower of the demonic seed, and it roared as it charged toward the will of the Empress once again. Previously, after repeatedly devouring the Empress Will, his will had been enhanced, achieving a stronger resolve. Now, he had gained an absolute advantage over the Empress Broken Will. The wills of both sides once again clashed in the sea of consciousness, fighting fiercely. Ding! The player has eliminated the shattered remnants of the Empress Persephone's will. The player gains 18 high-tier Holy Spirit Crystal. In just over 10 minutes, the Empress Will was completely destroyed. Feng Heng began absorbing the vast amounts of energy carried by the Empress Will. Ding! The player absorbs the energy of the shattered remnants of the Empress Will. The player gains God of the Underworld Bloodline experience points plus 1,880,000. Ding! The player's commander level God of the Underworld Bloodline has risen to level 50. Ding! The player's current character level is level 50. The player's God of the Underworld Bloodline level cannot exceed level 50. Please complete the advancement mission to level up. It hit a bottleneck. Black mist once again spilled from Feng Heng's body. Quickly, he pulled a Holy Spirit Crystal from his backpack. As far as he knew, the Holy Spirit Crystal only had 2 levels, normal tier and high tier. Normal Holy Spirit Crystals dropped after defeating creatures of the Death Knight level, while high tier ones were only obtained after eradicating the Empress Broken Will, granting between 18 to 25 crystals. He immediately used them to level up. Ding! The player uses 16 Holy Spirit Crystal to exchange for 8,000 Tier 2 Rainbow Crystal. Ding! The player uses 2 high-tier Holy Spirit Crystal to exchange for 20,000 Tier 2 Rainbow Crystal. Ding! The player has met the requirements for level advancement, level up. Feng Heng silently chanted in his heart. There were still plenty of high-tier Holy Spirit Crystals left, so Feng Heng decided to upgrade all at once, raising his level limit first. He needed to increase his God of the Underworld Bloodline to the required level. Ding! The player's current level has increased to level 51. Due to the player's talent skill, the player gains an additional 16,779 zombie clones. Ding! The player's level 52 upgrade requirements, 100,000 Tier 2 Rainbow Crystal. Continue. Level up. In an instant, a flash of white light surrounded Feng Heng's body, and numerous dense magic arrays appeared beneath his feet. A large number of zombie clones crawled out from the magic arrays. Seeing this, Kotal's face showed a hint of surprise. What was going on? Had something unusual happened when absorbing the shattered will of the Empress? Kotal quickly leaped backward. Meanwhile, Carlton, who was using underworld fire to deal with the ice switches, also turned his gaze towards Feng Heng, puzzled. Zombie creatures. What was Feng Heng planning to summon them for? Under the bitter cold effect of the underground cavern's icy environment, the zombie creatures that had just crawled out of the magic arrays were quickly covered with a thick layer of ice crystals and became frozen, unable to move. The zombie clone's health point rapidly dropped. Boom. 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 The completely frozen zombie clones exploded one by one as the ice crystals shattered, dying instantly. Feng Heng didn't mind at all. If they died, they died. They could be revived. He just needed to continue leveling up. Once his level was up, his god of the underworld bloodline would level up as well. Ding! The player has reached the level 52 conditions. Would you like to level up? Feng Heng's retina flashed with game hints, and more magic arrays began to materialize around him. The zombie clones that crawled out from the magic arrays in the underground region quickly condensed into ice crystals under the extreme cold effect, only to explode and die. This cycle continued. Eventually, Feng Heng's level reached level 59. Ding! The player's current level has increased to level 59. Due to the player's talent skill, the player gains an additional 72,147 zombie clones. He stopped. The god of the underworld bloodline level surged rapidly, quickly reaching level 57. Fortunately, the Empress power hadn't been wasted. It was still a bit off from his earlier expectations. Originally, Feng Heng had hoped to take this opportunity to max out his god of the underworld bloodline. But it seemed that would not be the case. The strength of each of the Empress shattered wills varied, and it so happened that the will currently residing here was not very strong. Feng Heng estimated that if he absorbed one more broken piece of the Empress will, he would reach the maximum level. Seeing Feng Heng open his eyes, Kotal and the others all turned their gazes towards him with curious expressions. "It's nothing, just made some breakthroughs and was familiarizing myself with the skills," Feng Heng explained and then looked at Carlton. "What's going on? Why did you stop?" Carlton, who had dealt with the last two ice switches, stopped and glanced at Feng Heng, saying something softly. Kotal translated, "Feng Heng, Carlton has already broken through the outer layer of the iced soul. He will continue to destroy the inner layers, and there's a chance that he could trigger the seal that's hidden inside. He suggests that we leave now. If we insist on staying, we must be extremely cautious. If something goes wrong, it could be catastrophic, and we will need to be ready to escape at a moment's notice." Kotal then turned to Carlton and asked, "Should we contact Commander Tigran?" Carlton shook his head, standing aside, and continued using his underworld fire sword to melt the outer layer of the iced soul. At that moment, Feng Heng approached and stood before the iced soul. As the outer layers of the ice soul were progressively melted, he could now clearly see what was hidden, or sealed, inside it. This was a critical moment, and Feng Heng wasn't planning on leaving. As for the Undead Council, they had also made a new discovery the night before. According to the Undead Council, who had been working diligently over the past few days to gather and translate information regarding the Empress and the Ice Soul, they discovered that what Empress Persephone had left behind here was likely a special inheritance. This event actually occurred during the early period of the Empress' establishment of her empire, when the disaster had not yet appeared in the Death Realm. Later on, Empress Persephone issued an order within the empire, forbidding anyone from approaching the Frozen Valley region. Feng Heng grew increasingly curious about this. What exactly had the Empress sealed here? If it was truly an inheritance, why was it prohibited for others to approach? While he was pondering, Feng Heng's eyelids suddenly twitched. Bang! With a muffled hammering sound, Carlton struck the ice soul with his underworld fire sword. The ice soul suddenly cracked open, and a large chunk of ice flew out to the right. Through the huge gap, Feng Heng clearly saw what was sealed inside the ice soul. What? It was a human. Or rather, a hand. It was impossible to tell whether it belonged to a human or a Dark Clan member. Carlton furrowed his brow, sensing a powerful cold aura leaking from the gap in the ice soul. At the same time, a strong and chilling wave of power rippled from the opening. Realizing something was wrong, Carlton quickly stepped back. Kotal, also watching the hand sealed within the cold aura, stared intently. "He's from the Dark Clan," Kotal said in a grave voice, observing from a distance. "The handprint on a Dark Clan member's hand is different from that of a human. And I can confirm, he's still alive." Chapter 2623 Item sealed by the Ice Soul. Could it have been sealed by Empress Persephone? The instructors of the Undead Council, watching through the mirror projection, immediately began to murmur in the council hall again. The Empress' so-called inheritance was actually a person. Feng Heng observed the Ice Soul and asked, "Do we know who he was?" "We couldn't confirm." Kotal shook his head. "Buzz. Perhaps due to a crack, causing the entire ice soul to be damaged, the palm sealed within the ice soul suddenly emitted a faint glow. As the entire body sealed within the ice soul stone also faintly glowed. Upon closer inspection, one could clearly see that the body of the Dark Clan, sealed within the ice soul, was etched with fine patterns. This situation seemed somewhat eerie, and everyone fell into silence for a moment. Kotal suddenly thought of something terrifying, and his face turned slightly pale. At that moment, an elder in the Undead Council Hall, who was responsible for translating the contents, suddenly recalled something. He shouted, "That! Quickly check the Empress records from the 157th year. Elder, did you discover something? If I am not mistaken, the body that was sealed is..." The elder paused, his face growing serious, before continuing, "Salog. Before Empress Persephone established the Death Realm monarchy, a large empire in the Death Realm had once occupied 1/3 of the Dark Clan's territory. Initially, we thought the Empress was the only one to have reached the God-level stage and was the strongest presence in the Death Realm. However, after gathering intelligence, we discovered that during her unification of the Death Realm, she encountered some formidable enemies, such as Salog, who was sealed here. Salog was believed to be a gathering of resentments in the Death Realm, possessing immense strength, but his will was eroded by these resentments, making it difficult for him to maintain a clear state of mind. At that time, an empire used some ritual to control Salog, attempting to use him to resist the Empress's army. The result was that the Empress fought Salog, and according to the records, she defeated him, but in doing so, expended a great deal of energy, after which she retreated to the Frozen Valley for a period of secret recovery. The instructors of the Undead Council's expressions shifted slightly upon hearing this. "Are you certain it was him?" Salog was born with unique bones, his body covered in special Dark Clan runes. The most obvious feature was the accumulation of resentment on his body. From the description, it seems very similar. So, he didn't die? According to the records, he did indeed die. As for why he ended up in the Ice Soul, I am not sure. The group began to discuss quietly again. Georgie stared at the Ice Soul in the mirror for a moment, then raised his head. "Everyone, based on the events that transpired after we entered the Death Realm and what happened to Feng Heng, I have a hypothesis. Perhaps you all should hear me out." The others immediately turned their attention to Georgie, and the entire council hall fell silent. Salog didn't die. Instead, he was temporarily sealed by Empress Persephone within the Ice Soul. The Empress' goal was simple: she sealed him away for a future day, in case she suffered a fatal blow or her will was damaged. In that case, she could use her will to consume Salog and, through his body, be reborn. Upon hearing this, the others couldn't help but feel a sense of sudden understanding. It was just like how the Empress' old subordinates had tried to have the Empress will consume Feng Heng's will. Salog had been prepared in advance as a backup plan for the Empress' resurrection. No wonder they had seen the Empress will surrounding the Iced Soul earlier. These remnants of the will were most likely the Empress will trying to occupy Salog's body. Indeed, this explanation seemed very plausible. Quickly, send the information about Salog and the council's speculation to Feng Heng via the stone slab. Understood. In the underground space, Feng Heng stood, lost in thought as he gazed at the Ice Soul. He had just received some information about Salog from Kotal. Salog had once been considered the only person capable of challenging the Empress. But no one had expected that in just 3 moves, Salog was completely defeated. It was in that battle that the Empress had fully established her reputation, and afterward, she swept across the entire Death Realm. Why is Salog here? I am not sure, but it must have been the Empress doing. If we wake Salog? Absolutely not. Kotal immediately waved his hand. Feng Heng, Salog is a heretic in the Death Realm, born for slaughter. He accumulated resentment from the most cursed places in the Death Realm. If we release him, the first to be threatened will be us. Carlton also shook his head, speaking briefly to Kotal before nodding at Feng Heng. What did he say? Carlton said that the mission he was assigned is complete, and he's returning to report. We're fortunate this time. We didn't completely destroy the Iced Soul. As it is, the damaged Ice Soul can still maintain the seal on Salog for a while. Outside, disaster has already taken over more than 1/3 of the Death Realm. Our situation is dire. We don't have the time or strength to deal with Salog. Carlton needs to return immediately to provide assistance. Kotal paused, then looked at Feng Heng. Carlton asked if you want to go back with him. Feng Heng hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. No, you go ahead. I will stay behind and take another look. Carlton felt somewhat downcast. 5 days had been spent, so much effort had been wasted, and they had only found some ridiculous Salog? Who knew what kind of madness the Empress was going through? Why had she exerted so much effort, only to seal Salog? Seeing that Feng Heng still refused to leave, Carlton had no choice. He cupped his hands in farewell to Fang Heng and prepared to leave with his team. Wait. Fang Heng suddenly noticed something and raised a hand to stop them. Wait, what's this? The group turned around and looked at where Fang Heng was pointing. Within the sealed iced soul, there was something besides Silog. A book and a scepter. Could it be that there was something else valuable sealed along with Silog? As Fang Heng thought about this, he suddenly felt the stone slab in his hand grow slightly warm. A message from the Undead Council. Fang Heng immediately took out the stone slab to check. After reading the message, Fang Heng's eyes revealed a serious expression. So that was it. The guesses from the Undead Council were likely correct. Empress Persephone had left Silog's body here for a reason, and it wasn't out of good intentions. But what about the book and scepter sealed inside as well? As he pondered this, another game hint appeared. Ding! The player's current mission, The Glorious Rebirth of Empress Persephone, has been updated. Mission name, The Glorious Rebirth of Empress Persephone, Phase 1. Mission description, you have discovered the ice soul left by Empress Persephone, in which one of the bodies chosen by the Empress is sealed. Currently, this body serves as the best vessel for the Empress's will. Mission requirement 1, find and gather at least 5 fragments of the Empress' broken will. Mission requirement 2, assist the Empress in infusing her will into the body and help her will successfully take control of Silog's body. The more of the Empress's will you collect, the higher the chance of successful possession of Silog's body. Phase 1 mission reward, Empress Persephone's favorability rating, and a fixed holy weapon. Chapter 2624 Inheritance Item Holy Weapon Reward? Fang Heng's pupils suddenly contracted. Such a thing was possible? But Fang Heng's gaze remained fixed on the ice soul, and he inwardly shook his head. It didn't seem feasible. The mission was extremely difficult, and it carried a great deal of uncertainty. Not to mention, his current friendship with the Empress faction had already fallen to a certain level. He hadn't been expelled from the Empress faction only because the faction itself had collapsed first, and they hadn't had time to deal with him. Fang Heng did a quick calculation, and in fact, counting what he had done before, he had already found 5 fragments of Empress Persephone's will. Unfortunately, all of those wills had been completely devoured by him. Now, if he were to spend more time searching for another 5 fragments of will, it would be better to just keep devouring. While he was pondering, Carlton returned with several of his subordinates and stood before the iced soul, also inspecting the scepter and book within the ice soul. Fuck. Carlton said something, and a look of intense heat appeared in his eyes, but soon, that heat faded and vanished. Fang Heng turned to look at Kotal and asked, what did he say? Kotal whispered. Carlton recognized the book. It's a cultivation manual written by Empress Persephone. It was once given as a reward to her subordinates who had made great achievements in battle. It's said to contain the methods for advancing to god-level necromancy. Fang Heng's pupils contracted again. God level. This book? Was it an advancement book? Are you sure? Fang Heng's gaze became fixed on the book, unable to look away. Yes, I am fairly certain. I've seen descriptions of this book before. Legend has it that Empress Persephone released 3 copies in total. The only one remaining is under the control of the Wat Empire, but it's only a third of the original. However, the contents of the book are said to be extremely difficult to understand. The Dark Clan members who obtained it experienced great boosts in power, but none of them have been able to reach the god-level domain like the Empress did. Fang Heng's eyes gleamed with greed as he stared at the book inside the ice soul. The mission line for rebuilding the Empress Kingdom had already been abandoned. But that didn't mean he had to give up on the treasure within the ice soul. If he could safely acquire this book. Once the Empress mission failed, the ice soul in the sea of her consciousness would dissolve. At that time, his god of the underworld bloodline would be converted back into a corresponding demigod-level necromancy. And with this advancement book, wouldn't that allow him to directly step into the god-level necromancy domain? His heart began to beat faster. A game hint then appeared on his retina. Ding! The player's current special ability Greed triggered a special mission Plunder the Empress Legacy. Mission name, Plunder the Empress Legacy. Mission difficulty, SSS. Mission description, it seems that, in addition to sealing Silog in the ice soul, Empress Persephone also sealed other items. As long as you break the seal, you can easily claim them as your own. Mission requirements, break the ice soul seal and attempt to obtain the items left behind by the Empress inside it. Mission reward, removes the original mission item attributes of the items. Failure penalty, none. Mission warning, breaking the ice soul may lead to danger. Please proceed with caution. Fang Heng withdrew his gaze from the mission. Not a bad mission. Greed certainly knew what it was doing. Fang Heng suppressed the fiery desire in his eyes and turned his gaze toward Kotal, asking again, Kotal, do you know of any way to temporarily control Silog? Was that guy insane? Upon hearing Fang Heng's question, Kotal was genuinely alarmed. Absolutely not. Feng Heng, Sulog is terrifying, far beyond our ability to handle. Feng Heng shrugged and replied, just ask him. Kotal sighed inwardly and looked at Carlton, repeating Feng Heng's question. Upon hearing it, Carlton's eyes flashed with anger, but he shook his head. After saying a few words, he led his men back the way they came. Feng Heng asked, what did he say? Kotal smiled bitterly and replied, he said you should behave and stop thinking about such things. No one has ever defeated Sulog except for the Empress. The guy is invincible. Feng Heng scoffed at Carlton's words. Invincible? Why not let Sulog try facing the disaster? But right now, the good stuff was right there in front of him. Giving it up would be worse than killing him. Feng Heng, aren't you leaving? Yeah, let's go. Feng Heng took one last glance at the iced soul. The Dark Clan said there was nothing they could do, but Feng Heng understood them. Their focus was on saving the Death Realm, and they had no energy left to deal with Sulog. For him, the most important thing was how to get the reward. As for the disaster, wasn't the Dark Clan already dealing with it? Wait. If the Dark Clan couldn't do anything, what about the Undead Council? Hadn't the Undead Council always been struggling to find a way to advance to God-level necromancy? If they knew this could be the path to God-level necromancy, they would definitely stop at nothing to find a solution. Gathering the strength of the entire Undead Council, they might just come up with a way. Feng Heng's heart burned with excitement. Thinking this, Feng Heng deliberately moved closer to the Ice Soul, displaying the book and scepter sealed within the Ice Soul to the Undead Council mentors who were observing him through the mirror. After a brief pause, he nodded and said, Kotal, let's go. Kotal saw the sudden excitement on Feng Heng's face, and he shivered slightly before quickly following him. Alright, let's go. In the Undead Council Hall, the instructors had clearly seen through the remote mirror the sealed Sulog within the Ice Soul, along with the scepter and book. In an instant, everyone began to search through various records. What were these two items that Empress Persephone had sealed within the Ice Soul? No one knew. But soon, they saw in the mirror that Feng Heng had stepped into Abakia's teleportation magic array. Each time the teleportation array was used, it consumed a massive amount of energy points. Even though Feng Heng had abundant resources, he couldn't afford to repeatedly teleport back and forth in a short period of time. For now, the situation had settled. Matters related to Sulog and the disaster had to be explained in person to the Undead Council, so he reluctantly chose to use Abakia's teleportation array. He's coming back. Jiziobo exclaimed excitedly, shouting as he rushed toward the door. I will go meet Brother Feng and bring him back right away. The instructors were also eagerly awaiting Feng Heng's return. Due to the language barrier, it was difficult for them to accurately guess what Feng Heng had experienced. Now that Feng Heng was finally returning, they could at last hear the most accurate intelligence directly from him. For a moment, the council hall was particularly quiet. Everyone was waiting for Feng Heng to return. Feng Heng didn't make them wait long. After returning to the zombie apocalypse, he immediately rushed to Miska Fortress and, with Jiziobo leading him, re-entered the high-level undead faction council hall. Upon entering the hall and seeing everyone waiting for him, Feng Heng respectfully bowed to the instructors. Teachers. Chapter 2625 Knowledge Feng Heng, there's no need to be so polite. You've worked hard on this journey. We know you must be tired. Would you like to rest first, or? No need for rest, thank you, teachers. Time is of the essence. Feng Heng lightly nodded and quickly began recounting everything he had seen and experienced in the Death Realm. The others had already heard most of the events in the mausoleum from Tanshao and the other two. As for the following events, once they learned that the Empress soul had scattered and heard Feng Heng confirm that he could control the Bone Dragon, the instructors could no longer hold back their excitement. The hall immediately erupted into a buzz of chatter. The instructors couldn't help but whisper to each other, and their voices grew louder with every passing moment. Even though they had guessed it, hearing the confirmation still made them thrilled beyond measure. The Bone Dragon. It was the Bone Dragon. How could it not excite them? Alright, everyone, let Feng Heng continue, GRG, who was equally excited but still managed to restrain himself, said as he looked toward Feng Heng. Feng Heng, could you give us a demonstration? Summon the Bone Dragon. This is extremely important for our undead faction. Here? Feng Heng looked around the council hall. The hall was indeed large, but it was still a bit cramped for such a massive creature as the Bone Dragon. Alright, let's go outside. Feng Heng, surrounded by a group of instructors from the Undead Council, made his way to the square outside the fortress. On the square, Feng Heng used his perception to scan his surroundings. After several days of hard work, the number of bone dragons bound to his soul had reached 378. The number was still steadily increasing. However, the rate of increase had started to slow down. He had previously asked Kotal, and according to Kotal's estimates, The total number of bone dragons in the mountain range was around 500. As the remaining bone dragons decreased, the rate of acquisition would naturally slow down. But there was still time to gather more. Feng Heng naturally planned to exhaust the source as much as possible. Thinking this, Feng Heng brought his hands together in front of him and formed a mark. Skeleton summoning skill. Whoosh! The phantom of the magic array appeared in the air. Accompanied by a powerful coercive force, the bone dragon flapped its wings and leaped out from the magic array, quickly soaring into the sky. It worked. It was the bone dragon. Dragon clan creatures were generally massive in size, flying in midair and nearly covering half of the square. Feng Heng controlled the bone dragon, and it slowly descended to the ground, remaining still. Seeing the bone dragon with their own eyes, the expressions of everyone in the crowd were filled with exhilaration. Everyone, the news about the bone dragon must be kept confidential for now. This is a secret of the Undead Council. Understood. The instructors nodded in response, their eyes still gleaming with excitement. Several instructors from the Undead Council stepped forward to begin various tests on the bone dragon. Feng Heng, you can continue. After leaving the Dragon Grave mountain range, what happened next? Feng Heng went on to recount in detail the events of encountering the disaster. He then asked, does the Undead Council know about the disaster? Yes, based on your description and the information we've gathered through the mirror projection, the disaster you're referring to is most certainly the natural disaster Ouroboros. Can you tell me more about this disaster? Of course. From what we've learned, the disaster is more like a special insectoid species. They possess tremendous vitality and a unique ability for self-evolution. They can quickly adapt to and integrate the powers of the world they invade. They use the strength of the world to their advantage, then gradually take over and completely destroy it. We've had small-scale battles with a disaster before, but without exception, we lost. The Holy Court also tried, and they failed as well. To this day, we still don't know the true purpose of the disaster, but no world has ever survived under the shadow of the disaster. Perhaps the Death Realm is the only one. A moment of silence fell over the group. GRG nodded and continued, from this, we can see that the strength of Empress Persephone of the Death Realm is powerful enough to have been the only known entity able to contend with the disaster for so many years. From what Feng Heng had described, it seemed that the Empress had already perished, and the situation in the Death Realm didn't seem much better. The strength of the disaster is extremely high. For now, we believe we can temporarily resist it, but over time, the disaster's abilities will continue to grow stronger until it overwhelms the Dark Clan. GRG seemed to have already foreseen the impending destruction of the Death Realm. He sighed quietly and continued, the Undead Council has also conducted some research on the disaster. If you're interested, you can check out the relevant materials. Alright, thank you. Feng Heng planned to review the relevant materials when he had the time, especially since he had an inseparable connection with Ouroboros. Aside from Ouroboros, Feng Heng continued to recount the events of his exploration in the Frozen Valley. He went on until he reached the part about discovering the book in the iced soul left behind by the Empress. The Undead Council instructors couldn't help but gasp in shock. What? It was actually an advancement book for god-level necromancy? One of the Undead Council's goals in exploring the Death Realm was to find the path to advancing to god-level necromancy. And the key was hidden in the book left by the Empress. The news suddenly progressed to such an important point, and the instructors of the Undead Council took some time to digest it. After a brief moment, they began to converse in hushed tones. Feng Heng, we understand the situation now. You've worked hard on this mission. You should rest for now. We also need some time to discuss the matter thoroughly. Personally, I am more inclined to focus on finding a way to break the Ice Soul's seal and retrieve the book hidden within it. GRG pondered for a moment before nodding. He then looked around at the others and continued, I believe most of the other instructors share a same view. However, we still need to discuss how to accomplish this goal. Several senior members of the Undead Council also nodded in agreement. The instructors knew well that time was running out. If the disaster were to take over the Death Realm, not only would it be impossible to gain anything from the Death Realm, but even the passage to god-level necromancy would be permanently closed. At that point, necromancy might face a long decline. Alright, Feng Heng said, nodding heavily. Under Giziobo's lead, he went to the council's rest area to rest. The next day, the Undead Council summoned everyone for another meeting in the high-level hall. All the instructors present were high-ranking members of the Necromancy Council, respected and esteemed figures. Feng Heng and the others were also invited to attend the meeting. According to Giziobo, the entire Undead Council had been holding a meeting the previous night to discuss the situation in the Death Realm. They had waited for Feng Heng to wake up the following morning before inviting him and the others to join the official meeting. GRG looked at Feng Heng with a warm smile. Feng Heng, how did you sleep last night? I slept well, nearly fully recovered. I am ready to return to the Death Realm anytime. Good. The situation in the Death Realm is indeed worrying. We must act quickly. Chapter 2626 Mission Target. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Jiarji got to the point and said to Feng Heng, "Last night, we held a discussion. We estimate that it will take at least a month to complete the construction of the Death Realm passage. Based on the current situation, we predict that, after 1 month, most of the Death Realm's domain will be occupied by the disaster." Feng Heng remained silent. It seemed the senior members of the Undead Council were also not optimistic about the Death Realm. This was just an estimate, and it only considered the current power balance between both sides. If the disaster creatures underwent any further mutations, it was likely that the Death Realm would fall even faster. Considering the worst-case scenario, we need to divide our efforts into 2 parts and act simultaneously. Feng Heng, you probably understand the Death Realm better than any of us here, so the Undead Council would like to hear your opinion. The President is too kind. Please, go ahead. First, without a doubt, we need to find a way to obtain the God-level necromancy advancement book sealed inside the Ice Soul left by the Empress. As for the second point, we need to accelerate the construction of the Death Realm's teleportation passage. We hope to find a way to slow down the erosion of the Death Realm by the disaster. During the time we buy, we will also attempt to gather more resources from the Death Realm. Feng Heng nodded slightly. The conclusions reached by the Undead Council after an entire night of discussion were similar to what he had been thinking. I understand. I have no objections to the Undead Council's arrangements. Alright, in that case, the 2 resolutions regarding the Death Realm have been passed by the Undead Council. As for Empress Persephone, the relics and books left behind by the Empress contain clues related to the advancement of God-level necromancy. This part will be handled by Dicky, and we must acquire it at all costs. Yes. Rebuilding the Death Realm passage is also crucial. This will be overseen by Teacher Guilwo. Guilwo nodded lightly, a serious expression on his face. Dicky, the instructor, looked at Feng Heng and said, "Feng Heng, we spent the entire night discussing this, and the methods we can currently use are limited. Judging by Salog's level, it's likely that conventional methods won't be effective. From what we know so far, creatures born from the gathering of resentment are extremely powerful. Based on the necromancy we know, it's difficult to seal or purify them. We will have to approach it from the perspective of weakening them. If we can persuade the Dark Clan of the Death Realm, perhaps combining the strength of the Dark Clan could be enough to deal with them. As for many of the other ways to deal with the creatures born from resentment, we won't be able to evaluate them until we can open the Death Realm passage and begin research." After everyone had finished speaking, Teacher Guilwo said, "Feng Heng, we will do our best to reopen the Death Realm passage as quickly as possible. The Death Realm is different from the human world. Most of the construction materials will have to be found in the Death Realm. As for you, since you understand the Death Realm better than any of us, we discussed it and decided that placing too many restrictions on you will limit your discoveries. You can approach the mission in any way you see fit." "I understand." Feng Heng nodded lightly and said, "Thank you for your trust, instructors." Ding! The player has triggered the main mission of the Undead faction, Conquer the Death Realm. Mission name, Conquer the Death Realm. Mission difficulty, SSS. Mission description, the Death Realm is facing an imminent crisis from the disaster and is at risk of complete annihilation. The Undead Council hopes to gather valuable clues from the Death Realm before its total collapse, enabling the Undead faction to continue developing in the long term. Optional Mission 1, Communicate with the Death Realm, important. Mission description, to gather resources from the Death Realm before the disaster causes irreversible damage. Opening the passage to the Death Realm has become an urgent priority. Please assist in unlocking the passage to the Death Realm. Progressing this mission will help with other optional missions. Current contribution points, 2000. Optional Mission 2. Research the Death Realm. Mission description, the Undead Council predicts the Death Realm's imminent collapse. As the origin of necromancy, the destruction of the Death Realm will severely impact the Undead faction. Therefore, the Undead Council wishes to gather and study valuable items from the Death Realm, including items, creatures, soil, special environments, etc., before the disaster arrives. Current contribution points, 0. Optional Mission 3, Resist the Disaster. Mission description, the disaster is causing catastrophic damage to the Death Realm. The Undead Council needs to buy more time to resist the disaster's invasion and prevent its spread. Current contribution points, 0. Optional Mission 4, the Empress Ice Soul. Mission description, the Empress left behind an Ice Soul, which seals her ancient books believed to be key to advancing to God-level necromancy. However, the Ice Soul also contains the legendary monster Salog. You must first find a way to deal with Salog before you can break the Ice Soul and obtain the ancient books. Current contribution points, 0. Optional Mission 5, the Path to God-level necromancy. Mission description: the Death Realm hides a passage to the advancement of God-level necromancy, a secret that the Undead Council has long desired. If this path can be discovered, it could provide a huge boost to the entire Undead faction. Current contribution points, 0. Description: with the exploration of the Death Realm, other optional missions may appear at any time during the process. The player can complete any optional mission and earn contribution points based on their progress, which will be converted into mission points. The mission will be concluded when the Death Realm is either declared destroyed by the disaster or when the disaster is completely repelled. After the mission concludes, the player can exchange their mission points for corresponding rewards. Current mission evaluation: none. Current estimated mission reward: none. Feng Heng stared at the long list of mission hints that appeared before him, feeling somewhat confused. The difficulty of the mission was high. The two most critical tasks were Mission 1 and Mission 5. Mission 1 could be assisted by his zombie clones, so the difficulty was within a manageable range. The real problem lay with Mission 5. The clue to advancing to God-level necromancy might be hidden within the Ice Soul left by the Empress. To break the Ice Soul's seal, he would first need to deal with Salog. Legend had it that Salog was defeated by the Empress, but from the aura that had leaked previously, it was clear that Salog's strength was terrifying. Even the Undead Council was currently helpless against him. The good news, however, was that Salog was still sealed for now. Sealed? Feng Heng murmured to himself. Wait. Maybe he could approach this from the angle of the seal. He remembered that Mojiai's seventh uncle was highly skilled in sealing art. Initially, Feng Heng had learned the basics of sealing from him. Ever since he had used the sealing art to deal with some of the Hyla tissue in the past, he had hit a bottleneck in his understanding of it. Perhaps he should ask his seventh uncle for advice. If nothing else, his seventh uncle might know how to deal with it, or at least have some leads on how to upgrade his sealing art. As for the situation in the Death Realm, it wouldn't be delayed. His zombie clones could assist the Undead Council in gathering the necessary materials for setting up the Magickery. He would first have Teacher Guo compile a list of materials needed for the teleportation passage. Once those materials were gathered, he would go online to draw up the Magickery. Chapter 2627 Advanced Study in the Real World. By the lake, Mo Jiang was lounging on a deck chair, one hand holding a fishing rod wrapped in bandages, his legs crossed casually. Mo Jiang sensed something and looked up toward the sky. In the night sky, several dark red meteors streaked across. A trace of worry appeared in Mo Jiang's eyes. It seemed the Central Federation's Star Map project was nearing its final stages. Those people. What kind of future would humanity face under their intervention? Seventh uncle. Mo Jiai suddenly appeared behind Mo Jiang, calling out loudly. So artistic? Watching a meteor shower? Get lost. You scared all the fish away. Mo Jiang responded irritably, pushing his worries aside. Why worry? Anyway, if the sky were to fall, someone tall would bear the weight. Mo Jiai didn't mind Mo Jiang scolding and smiled, walking closer. Seventh uncle, why have you been cooped up at home fishing lately? Haven't gone out for a walk? Just feeling down. Is it because of the arranged marriage? Mo Jiang turned around and lightly tapped Mo Jiai on the forehead. Itching for trouble? Be careful or I will seal you. Don't. Mo Jiai quickly laughed and said, Uncle, do you remember Feng Heng? Isn't he my disciple? What's going on? Has someone bullied him? Upon hearing this, Mo Jiang's tone immediately became displeased. He swiftly put away his fishing rod and stood up. Let's go, I will help you settle it. Ah, of course, it's the people from the Central Federation's Special Council. Who would dare to mess with them? Then forget it. I can't mess with those dogs. Mo Jiang's expression changed in an instant, returning to a calm demeanor as he sat back down and picked up his fishing rod. Young people have their own paths to follow. They have to rely on themselves. Ha 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 ha, seventh uncle, I was just joking. It's Feng Heng. Feng Heng wants to learn sealing arts from you. You should have said that earlier. Mo Jiang immediately became excited, tossing his fishing rod aside. Let's go, don't waste any time. Take me there. He had studied sealing for so many years, but he had never met a young man as talented as Feng Heng in sealing art. It was simply terrifying. Ever since he first started learning, there had been no follow-up. Mo Jiang had even shamelessly gone to Mo Jiai a few times, only to find Feng Heng wandering in other game worlds, neglecting his studies. He had thought that Feng Heng wasn't interested in sealing arts. But to his surprise, Feng Heng had changed his mind and proactively asked to learn. Good. The revival of sealing arts was within reach. Let's go, hurry up and take me there. Where is that kid Feng Heng now? Uncle, keep it down. Mo Jiai cautiously looked around before leaning in and whispering, He's at the Library of the Myriad Worlds. The Federation is still keeping an eye on it. TCH. It's just the Federation. Look at you, so timid. Let me tell you, sealing arts are invincible. Mojang snorted disdainfully, mumbling as he waved his right hand in a circle on the ground. Kai. A phantom magic array appeared, floating on the ground. Hurry up, let's go. Mojang had set up a large magic array beneath his family's territory. Through the power of the array, they could teleport within a certain domain, but once they left that domain, the teleportation function would completely fail. After the two of them used the teleportation passage to leave the Eastern Federation, they would have to take a plane to meet up with Fang Heng. At the airport, Mojang opened a remote video app. Upon hearing Fang Heng's desire to learn sealing arts, Mojang was greatly excited. But after hearing the purpose behind it, he became calm again, lowering his head in thought. I see. According to what you said, Salag is likely a creature that has already reached the edge of God level. Mojang thought for a moment, then opened his eyes and nodded. I understand your concerns. At least for now, there is still some gap between you and God-level creatures, right? Yes. The gap was still quite large. Fang Heng nodded and openly admitted it. Alright, actually, for us scholars of sealing arts, there are generally 6 approaches to improving the success rate of sealing creatures. Upon hearing Mojang start to get into the specifics, Fang Heng became more serious. Please go on. Your own attribute strength, the attribute strength of the creature being sealed, the ability to use sealing arts, the sealing runes used, the sealing environment, and the objects assisting the seal. By mastering these 6 points to the fullest, with your abilities, you could theoretically seal low-level God-level creatures. Fang Heng quietly noted these 6 points in his mind. To be honest, your sealing arts are still only at the mid-tier stage, which is too low. Improving your sealing arts level is the fastest way to enhance your abilities. Mojang paused for a moment, then continued, Alright, give me your room number, and I will have someone send over the high-tier advanced skill book for you. We're about to board the plane, so start practicing on your own using the skill book. I won't keep talking, but I will be there by tomorrow evening. Beep beep beep. Fang Heng was startled when he heard the busy tone on the phone. What the hell? Did he just hang up? The high-tier sealing skill book would be delivered soon? Fang Heng was surprised. He hadn't expected Mojai's 7th uncle to have such far-reaching connections. He was currently in the Library of the Myriad Worlds, not in the Eastern Federation. Was this for real? Fang Heng decided to wait and see. After patiently waiting for just over 10 minutes, there was a knock on the room door, and a mechanical attendant delivered a book. This is a gift from VIP number 128 for you. Please check it. Fang Heng took the box from the mechanical attendant and nodded, then closed the room door behind him. Once inside, Fang Heng immediately opened the box to check its contents. It was a book. Fang Heng touched the book with his hand. It really was a high-tier sealing art advancement book. Fang Heng was secretly shocked. He had underestimated Mo's influence. Whoosh! With a flick of his wrist, Fang Heng stored the high-tier sealing art advancement book in his backpack. The next moment, Fang Heng closed his eyes, and a dark-colored magic array quickly appeared beneath his feet. In the zombie apocalypse basement passage, Fang Heng took out the sealing art advancement book once again. Ding! The player has obtained a high-tier sealing art skill book. The player currently meets the usage conditions. Would you like to use it? Yes. Ding! The player's current mid-tier sealing art, level, max, has been forgotten. The player learns high-tier sealing art, level 1, done. If he remembered correctly, the way to level up sealing arts was quite simple. He just needed to have his zombie clones keep sealing repeatedly. With that in mind, Fang Heng headed to the newly established basement area on the outskirts of the prison headquarters. The basement was filled with a large number of zombies. Including the proliferators, the total number had reached a staggering 50,000. Chapter 2628. The agreement. Some time ago, the zombie clones had been staying here to farm experience. The results were quite good. Occult at the master level, alchemy at the master level, and natural science at the master level had all been maxed out, reaching maximum level. Afterward, these zombies continued to stay in the same place and keep farming. With the skill levels maxed out, it no longer mattered that he couldn't farm experience points. He could still continue to farm talent points. He aimed to push every academic talent to God level. Although the effects of continuing to farm would be minimal, it didn't matter. After all, even the smallest mosquito was still a piece of meat. Right now, leveling up his sealing arts was the most important thing. Fang Heng was already thinking about quickly summoning another 50,000 regular zombie clones to farm experience at full speed. In the past, when farming sealing arts, he would need to capture creatures to seal them. Now, sealing low-level creatures no longer provided enough experience points. He would need to find a new place to farm. Oh, right. The Death Realm. The first place that Feng Hang thought of was the Death Realm. The Death Realm was vast, and many areas were filled with high-tier skeletal creatures. Using skeletal creatures to practice the sealing technique would be perfect. However, using sealing technique still required consumable items, such as rune paper and other materials. These materials needed to be transported to the Death Realm. There was no other choice, for now, he'd have to carry a batch of them over himself. Afterward, he would have to quickly open a passage between the Death Realm and the real world. With that in mind, Feng Hang controlled his zombie creatures to quickly commit suicide on the spot. Once everything was arranged, he made his way back to the Miska Fortress Undead Council Hall. The energy required to teleport into the Death Realm through Abakia's portal was too great, so he couldn't teleport constantly. Feng Hang thought he might as well check in with the Undead Council one last time before heading out to see if there were any new developments or if he needed to bring some key items with him. The energy required to teleport into the Death Realm through Abakia's portal was too great, so he couldn't teleport constantly. Feng Hang thought he might as well check in with the Undead Council one last time before heading out to see if there were any new developments or if he needed to bring some key items with him. After the Death Realm exploration event began, the Council Hall in Miska Fortress had become the central command post for the entire Undead Council, always in a state of extreme busyness. Brother Feng. Jiziobo, upon seeing Feng Hang return, hurried over with an indignant look on his face. Brother Feng, you're finally here. What's going on? What happened? The Holy Court bastards are causing trouble again. Someone must have leaked the news about our undead faction exploring the Death Realm. Now there are rumors everywhere, and the Holy Court forces from various worlds have ramped up their attacks on us. Jiziobo was clearly displeased, continuing, Shi Liping has already gone over to lead the players in resisting the Holy Court forces. I've heard things are looking pretty bad on our side. As they spoke, Feng Hang followed Jiziobo into the council hall. Feng Hang glanced at the high-ranking instructors of the Undead Council, signaling them with his eyes and asking, so, what about them? What did they say? It's useless. I already tried asking the instructors just now, but they didn't react at all. It looks like they're preparing to give up on our territory in the intermediate game for now. They probably think exploring the Death Realm is the top priority, Jiziobo said, both angry and anxious. It was like adding insult to injury. The Holy Court was taking advantage of the chaos in the Death Realm and stirring up trouble for them. And Jiziobo was powerless to do anything about it. The undead faction was already in complete disarray, so how could they spare the resources to deal with the Holy Court? But could they just let the Holy Court oppress people who practice necromancy like this? Jiziobo couldn't swallow this anger. Feng Hang thought for a moment, then patted Jiziobo's shoulder in a comforting gesture. He believed the Undead Council's approach wasn't wrong. If there could be a breakthrough in the Death Realm, what would it matter if the Holy Court took over all the mid-tier game worlds? However, just like Jiziobo, he couldn't stand the Holy Court's interference. Don't worry, be patient. Once we've taken care of the Death Realm, we will make the Holy Court pay back 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Jiziobo nodded, his expression firm. Brother Feng, I have one more request. Can you take me with you into the Death Realm? I can't do anything here, but if you bring me, I am sure I can be of help. Feng Hang looked at Jiziobo for a moment. Can you handle the aura of the Death Realm? The Death Realm. A vast expanse of wailing land. 3 necromancy instructors, who had entered the Death Realm using their projection abilities, were returning along the route they had come from to the gathering point. Behind them, soul chains carried large crates filled with materials they had gathered, levitating in midair. The situation in the Death Realm was unique. It took considerable effort for the instructors to teleport such a large amount of materials here. The difficulty of perfecting the magic array was extremely high. Since the resources of the two worlds were hard to exchange, they could only gather what was available locally. What was that? Had they taken the wrong path? The instructors' gazes shifted towards the front. Not far from the gathering point, on a high slope, they saw a mass of creatures materialize in the distance, causing them to furrow their brows. Just as they were puzzled, 2 powerful coercions rapidly approached from the sky. Whoosh! 2 massive black shadows swooped down from above. Bone dragons. A figure descended from one of the low-flying bone dragons and landed in front of them. The instructors' faces showed surprise. Jiziobo. Here I am, everyone. Jiziobo called out. I've been waiting for you. Brother Feng sent me to guide you, he gestured toward the bone dragon. Come on, climb up. I will take you back. A few hours earlier, Jiziobo and his companions had already brought most of the materials needed to establish the teleportation passage into the Death Realm, using Abakia's strength to teleport in. Now, they were waiting for the instructors as per Fang Heng's instructions. Ziobo, you're here too? What's going on over there? The three instructors nodded, then mounted the bone dragon and headed towards the teleportation passage building. It wasn't until this moment that they noticed the large gathering of zombies in the area below. The instructors' eyes widened in shock. Are those zombies controlled by Fang Heng? Yes. Upon closer inspection, the zombie creatures under Fang Heng's control were busy moving and gathering materials. The instructors' brows furrowed slightly. The materials they're carrying on their backs are. We reached an agreement with the Dark Clan in the Death Realm, Jiziobo explained. Some rarer materials can be exchanged using contribution points earned on the battlefield with the Dark Clan. The instructors exchanged glances, surprise flickering in their eyes. Exchanging materials. When did Fang Heng build such a strong relationship with the Dark Clan? As they were speaking, the bone dragons landed from the sky. Earlier, Fang Heng had already used the blueprint for a spatial teleportation passage he had brought with him to begin expanding the magic array for the third stage upgrade. Most of the materials were easy to find in the open expanse of the Death Realm, and it wasn't hard for the zombie clones to gather them through automated farming. The remaining materials were directly exchanged from the Dark Clan using contribution points. Once the third stage teleportation passage was completed, the teleportation magic array in the Death Realm would reach its maximum capacity, allowing more instructors from the Undead Council to enter through soul projections, speeding up the establishment of future teleportation passages. Chapter 2629 Cast some spells. Those are? A mentor looked toward the group of lickers gathered not far away. It was quite strange. In the distance, towering black stone pillars stood at the periphery of the camp. The stone pillars could roughly be divided into two types, the large ones, over 20 meters tall, and the smaller ones, usually around 2 meters high and wider. The lickers gathered there, forming large clusters, circling each of the upright stone pillars. Those are special structures, ethereal stone pillars, that we commissioned from the Dark Clan, one of the mentors explained. Under the influence of the Death Realm, the ethereal stone pillars can attract and generate high-tier creatures, ethereal statues. The ethereal statues are a bit different from regular undead creatures. Typically, they won't actively awaken to attack enemies, they remain in a state within the black stone pillars. When attacked, they can absorb the enemy's strength, gradually enhancing themselves. Once they've absorbed enough power, the ethereal statue will revive and gain some of the enemy's abilities. This creature, after its initial formation, could not move and was extremely heavy, making it difficult to lift and transport directly from the ground. As a result, it was hard to utilize effectively on the battlefield. The undead mentors fell into confusion. They noticed that the zombie clones seemed to be doing something around the ethereal statues. Casting some sort of spell? Moreover, it appeared that the success rate of these spells was very low. They almost never had any real effect. This is Kotal from the Dark Clan, Jiziobo said, introducing him to the three mentors. He will represent the Dark Clan and provide us with assistance. In return, we will offer the Dark Clan the help they need. Kotal walked over and bowed respectfully to the three Undead Council mentors. The three mentors immediately returned the gesture. Gentlemen, I was invited to assist you in expanding the magic array. I have already conducted some initial research. Your magic array has a significant issue, which I believe is because ordinary humans like yourselves cannot withstand the high-intensity aura of the Death Realm. As a result, a large portion of the teleportation magic array's strength has been restricted. Additionally, the materials used to construct the magic array are somewhat crude. These aspects can be modified and expanded, and I have written them down. As he spoke, Kotal handed over his notebook to the three mentors. Thank you so much. The mentor in charge of constructing the teleportation passage took the notebook and began to flip through it. A look of excitement appeared in their eyes. This was a great find. The Dark Clan had a much deeper understanding of the Death Realm. With their proposed modifications, the teleportation passage's abilities would see a significant boost. Fang Heng's impact on them had been huge. They had gone around for a long time, gathering some materials, and when they returned, they found that Fang Heng had already connected all the dots and arranged everything for them. The undead mentors flipped through the notebook, one page after another, and their shock grew as they read. Suddenly, they realized that if they could truly modify the magic array as Kotal suggested, they might even be able to use the teleportation passage to directly enter the Death Realm in physical form. The instructor was so excited that his hands trembled slightly. He looked up and confirmed with Kotal what was said earlier, that by using several special materials, the strength of the passage in the teleportation magic array can be greatly enhanced, even reaching the strength of physical transmission. Is that correct? Yes. Kotal found the expressions on the humans' faces strange. Hadn't Fang Heng and his group already figured out how to achieve physical teleportation? What was there to be so surprised about? It was them who seemed odd. They were still using the low-level transmission method of soul projection for teleportation. Once again, thank you. As for the materials, the instructors felt that achieving the highest tier construction of the teleportation magic array was still a very difficult task. Not to mention, the construction materials for the teleportation passage recorded in the book were all translated into simple terms by the Dark Clan, and they couldn't understand them at all. There's no need to worry about the materials. Commander Tigranth has already agreed to urgently provide us with a supply of materials, which are currently on the way. If everything goes smoothly, they should arrive by the time the dark moon rises. The undead bone dragon, being requisitioned as a strategic creature for the war, cannot assist in transporting the materials. My apologies. No problem. The dark moon was a time unit used in the Death Realm, where thick white fog perpetually shrouded the land, and one could only vaguely perceive the presence of the dark moon. Normally, the Dark Clan would measure time by the rise of the dark moon, which occurred roughly every 30 hours, equivalent to a day in the Death Realm. The three undead mentors huddled together and calculated. There were just over 10 hours left before the next dark moon would rise, so they had to hurry and set up the other side of the magic array passage. They hadn't expected Feng Heng to be moving so quickly. Compared to their own pace, it made the undead council seem quite incompetent. For a moment, the mentors felt a bit embarrassed. Well, the projection state couldn't fully demonstrate their strength. Once the teleportation passage was fully activated, the full power of the undead faction would be revealed. When that time came, the undead council would ensure Feng Heng didn't underestimate them. They'd have to show off their strength and surprise him. As they thought about it, one of the mentors looked around and asked, "By the way, is Feng Heng not here yet?" Ziobo answered, "Brother Feng still has other matters to attend to. He just left. Before he left, he specifically asked me to stay and assist you with the construction of the magic array. The materials for the first-tier magic array expansion are already prepared. We can start at any time." "Alright." The three undead mentors nodded and moved to the side of the teleportation passage magic array. Together, they began to condense magical imprints in front of them and cast the undead construction spell. Buzz. With the activation of their mental strength, dark light quickly enveloped the magic array. Meanwhile, Feng Heng had already returned to the Icebound Valley, riding the bone dragon. As soon as he landed, several red notifications flashed across his retinas in the game. Ding. The player has assisted in upgrading the Death Realm teleportation magic array to level 3. Ding. The player has earned 6,000 mission points for completing the task, communication with the Death Realm. Ding. The player has received assistance from the Dark Clan. The Undead Council's Death Realm teleportation magic array's maximum level cap has been surpassed. The new max level can be upgraded to level 8. Ding. Due to breaking through the limitations, the player has received an additional 40,000 mission points for the task, communication with the Death Realm, and the player has gained 1 million reputation with the Undead Council. Ding. The player has enhanced the Death Realm's teleportation passage. The mission score has been increased, and subsequent missions may change. Ding. Your zombie clone failed to use the sealing technique. Target, ethereal statue. Your high-tier sealing art skill has gained 80 experience points. Not bad. Feng Heng quickly glanced through the mission description. It seemed like things were going well on Ziobo's side. The Undead Council mentors had completed the third-tier teleportation passage. Now, more mentors would be able to arrive in the Death Realm, significantly speeding up the construction of the passage. Chapter 2630 Genius Feng Heng withdrew his gaze from the game log. He had spent all night yesterday simultaneously working on the zombie clone sealing art AFK farming and the initial construction of the magic array. Unfortunately, the zombie clones couldn't directly enter the lower-level teleportation space in the Icebound Valley. If they could, it would have been much simpler. He could have just sent them in to attempt sealing Zilog, and that would have been the end of it. With these two important tasks momentarily on hold, he could now free up some time to focus on studying sealing art. Counting the time, Mo Jiang should be arriving soon. Feng Heng stopped thinking further, closed his eyes, and quickly logged off. 3 hours later, Feng Heng met Mo Jiang in the main hall on the first floor of the Library of the Myriad Worlds. "Ha ha ha, my little disciple, it's been a long time. How's your progress with sealing art?" Mo Jiang was in a good mood, grinning as he sized up Feng Heng. It had been over half a year since they'd last met, and on the surface, Feng Heng looked a bit sturdier, his aura more concealed and restrained. Mo Jiang secretly praised him. He no longer seemed like that naive, impulsive youth from back then. "Mr. Mo." Feng Heng slightly bowed in respect. He still held Mo Jiang in some regard. Although Mo Jiang often appeared disorganized in the stories told by Mo Jiai, he was, after all, the one who had guided him in sealing art. I've heard about you. You've done quite well. Come, show me where you're at with your sealing art." Mo Jiang walked over enthusiastically, casually slinging his arm around Fang Heng's shoulders. With a smile, he handed over a small, unsharpened knife that he had been carrying. Try sealing this. All right. Fang Heng took the knife, examined it briefly, and without saying much, pulled a sealing rune paper from his pocket and pressed it against the knife. Snap. The knife emitted a faint blue glow, and the sealing rune paper was quickly bounced off with a snap. Fang Heng frowned slightly. As expected, the knife was no ordinary object. You've hit a bottleneck already? Mo Jiang's surprise was brief but evident. This small knife was a test tool that Mo Jiang had personally made. As soon as he tested it, he could roughly determine the other person's sealing art abilities. Not long ago, he had just given Fang Heng a book on breaking through high-tier sealing art. How much time had passed? This kid had already almost reached a bottleneck. And on top of that, this kid was definitely not just focusing on sealing art alone. According to Mo Jiang, Fang Heng's cultivation in various academic disciplines was truly eclectic to the extreme. Ordinary players would never dare to play around like this. A flash of astonishment quickly disappeared from Mo Jiang's eyes. What the hell? Could this kid really be a genius among geniuses? Yeah, I am almost at the bottleneck, Fang Heng nodded lightly. With the increasing number of zombie clones and the continuous transport of ethereal statues from the Dark Clan, tens of thousands of zombie clones were rapidly grinding sealing art experience. The speed at which his sealing art experience was rising had skyrocketed. Though the experience gained each time was small, it added up quickly due to the frequency of grinding. Fang Heng estimated that it would only take about 10 more minutes to max out his experience. Ha 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 ha. Mo Jiang laughed heartily again, not overthinking it. I knew it, you're a genius. It didn't matter how Fang Heng had done it. After all, he had unearthed a talented disciple personally. Sealing art was unmatched. Come on, let's head to the training room. As the two of them made their way to the training room, Fang Heng's high-tier sealing art successfully reached the maximum level. You're not like ordinary people, Mo Jiang thought to himself as they rode the elevator, then nodded and continued. You can learn multiple techniques at the same time, and your skill experience points increase much faster than normal people. He thought for a moment, then added, if we don't take advantage of this, we'd be idiots. Let me tell you, sealing is somewhat similar to martial arts novels. Some of the techniques are like external skills, while the sealing art you're cultivating is like internal cultivation. From what I see, you're a genius at internal cultivation with limitless potential to tap into. So, let's focus on quickly improving your internal cultivation for now. Okay. Fang Heng agreed. Although Mo Jiang often gave off a somewhat unreliable vibe, he figured he could trust him when it came to academic matters, so he nodded and asked, I've already reached the high-tier bottleneck. How do I break through to the master level of sealing art? There are quite a few ways to break through, Mo Jiang replied. The simplest is to find the corresponding skill advancement book in the game. You know the skill books, right? Just slap it on your head and it's done. Simple. As they continued on their way, Mo Jiang had already started thinking ahead. He hadn't expected Fang Heng to max out his sealing art experience so quickly. Originally, he had planned to teach theoretical knowledge while helping Fang Heng level up his experience. But now, he thought, it was time to adjust the plan. By the way, I haven't told you about the Sealing Art Association, have I? Mo Jiang said, looking at Fang Heng with a grin. Let me tell you, there are very few people who cultivate sealing art. We often get oppressed by others. To protect ourselves and nurture the next generation of scholars to bring fresh blood to the sealing art discipline, a long time ago, a few of the top sealing art mentors established an internal association. Only sealing art scholars can join. In the association, there are advanced skill books available. But you need to join the association and pass the corresponding trials to get them. Trials? Fang Heng frowned when he heard this. Joining the association wasn't an issue, but what were these trials about? Mo Jiang clicked his tongue as they walked out of the elevator, pushing open the door to the training room at the end of the hallway. Let me formally introduce myself. I am actually one of the chief examiners for the trial, with the authority to lead the assessments. When we enter the game later, I will send you an invitation. Once you join the Sealing Art Association, we will get right into the trial. Fang Heng was slightly nervous when he heard they were going to jump straight into the trial. Normally, he wouldn't care about trials. If it was just a challenge, he could just power through it. But sealing art was different. It was like solving math problems. If you didn't know it, you didn't know it. No matter how hard you tried, you couldn't force the solution. Is it really that urgent? Don't you think I need some special training first? Don't worry, it's very simple. And you already know alchemy. Combining sealing art with alchemy will massively boost your abilities. Plus, with your deep internal cultivation, this trial will be nothing for you. Mo Jiang patted Fang Heng's shoulder in encouragement, thinking to himself, do I not know this kid? Just based on his terrifying talent in sealing art, this assessment was nothing more than a formality. He could crush it with ease, not to mention having other academic disciplines to support him. It was almost too easy, he'd breeze through it without breaking a sweat. In any case, first, get the master-level sealing art skill book, then think about the next step. Chapter 2631 Chief Examiner in the training room. 5 game cabins were placed against the walls. Mo Jiang, talking as he walked, made his way to one of the game cabins. Come on, I will go into the game first. You hurry up and join the assessment. For the official association exam, we need 1 chief examiner and 2 additional examiners. I will arrange the personnel while you enter the game. Make sure to come over as soon as you're in. Fang Heng watched as Mo Jiang hurriedly stepped into the game cabin. With a helpless shrug, he followed and climbed into another cabin. The sealing art exam? He wasn't exactly confident. But since Mo Jiang, the chief examiner, said it was fine, it should be okay, right? Ding. The player enters the game. Ding. The player is preparing to enter the game space. Ding. The player has received a remote package from player Mo Jiang. Do you accept it? Accept. Ding. The player has obtained an item, 10 Sealing Art Academic Research Association entrance ticket. The item has been placed in the backpack. Fang Heng was back in the Death Realm. He opened his backpack and found that the entry tickets couldn't be used within the Death Realm. Helpless, he had to expend a large amount of energy again, using Abakoya to return to the zombie apocalypse world first, and then use the entry ticket. Fang Heng felt a bit relieved. It was fortunate that he hadn't received any pursuit notices from the Holy Realm yet. Otherwise, he would probably have to be more cautious while studying sealing art. While thinking, Fang Heng took out the entry ticket again, channeling his mental strength into it. Ding. The player has used the item Sealing Art Academic Research Association entrance ticket and is entering the special trial domain. Whoosh. A white light appeared beneath Fang Heng's feet, quickly enveloping him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a special spatial area. Game prompts gradually appeared in his field of vision. Ding. The player has entered a special area. Ding. All spatial science abilities are prohibited in this domain. The player can use the entry ticket to leave the domain at any time. The entry ticket will be consumed upon use. This place is. Fang Heng looked around. Hey, Fang Heng, can you hear me? Fang Heng turned his head towards the source of the voice. A large magic array stood before him. Fang Heng, you're currently in a special space opened by the founder of our Sealing Art Association through sealing technique. How's it feel? Pretty impressive, right? Let me tell you, sealing art is invincible. What spatial science can do, sealing art can do too. Fang Heng curled his lips, feeling a bit speechless. Now wasn't really the time for boasting, was it? Alright, let's get to the point. You're now in the assessment state, and we can see every action you make within this space clearly. Listen carefully, the task is simple. Soon, various catacomb domains with different terrains will appear in the space. We need you to keep moving forward, passing through each cavern, and use sealing techniques to seal all the creatures in each cavern environment. The entrance tickets have usage limitations. You can only use them a limited number of times per month, so opportunities are not plentiful. But don't worry about that, just keep moving forward, sealing every creature you encounter along the way. The more, the better. For each level you pass, the rewards will increase accordingly. Got it? Got it. Fang Heng nodded slightly and looked ahead. Indeed. He was now in a cavern domain, with a straight passage ahead of him. Also, here, the sealing items are restricted. You can only rely on your own creations for sealing runes. Each assessment cavern has a corresponding production bench. The area around the production bench is protected by a restriction, making it absolutely safe. If you run into trouble, you can hide there and think of a countermeasure. Oh, and by the way, the use of holy weapons is restricted here. Some passive abilities of holy weapons can still be used, but if you're caught violating the rules by using a holy weapon, it will be considered a rule violation and you will fail the assessment. In the assessment hall, Mo Jiang went over the key points of the assessment and scratched his head. The actual list of key points had more than a dozen pages, but he didn't remember everything clearly, so he just picked a few important things to mention. The 2 deputy examiners beside him couldn't help but laugh and cry. Who needed hints about hiding in safe zones? And what was going on with Mo Jiang today? It was always difficult to get Mo Jiang to host an assessment, but today, it felt like a strange occurrence. He had even volunteered to participate in hosting the assessment and was rushing them along, looking in a hurry. Alright, now, I announce that the assessment officially begins. Mo Jiang waved his hand, too lazy to think too much, and declared the start of the assessment. Anyway, with Fang Heng's strength, it would be a breeze. At worst, he could just open a back door for him. With his status in the sealing art community, what's the harm in giving a friend a little favor? And was Feng Heng really an ordinary human? This was his personal disciple. The future hope of the sealing art academic world. Mo Jiang had everything planned out. Even if Feng Heng were to fail the assessment or break some rules later, he could easily turn a blind eye and let it go. While he was thinking this, the door to the assessment hall was pushed open. President. The two deputy examiners turned around and immediately stood up, bowing respectfully to the person entering. You've all worked hard. Continue with your tasks, don't mind me. Damon, the president of the Sealing Art Association, had always been diligent, contributing to the development of the sealing art field without asking for anything in return. He held a high reputation within the association. As for Mo Jiang, Damon had always found it difficult to deal with him. The guy was rarely seen, and when given tasks, he wasn't particularly efficient. However, he had a good reputation among humans, had never done anything outrageous, and was competent enough. His contributions to the promotion of sealing art were valuable, so Damon had arranged for him a relatively easy position within the association. But today, he had heard that Mo Jiang had suddenly used his privileges to host an assessment. This was somewhat against the rules. To participate in an assessment, one usually had to have contributed to the association for at least 6 months. But when it came to Mo Jiang, this was completely normal. The guy had never been one to follow the rules. At first, Damon hadn't paid much attention to it, but when he heard that the participant was Mo Jiang's disciple, he instantly became interested. Since he happened to have some free time, his curiosity got the better of him, and he decided to come take a look. The other senior members of the sealing art faction, who usually just conducted research and crafted sealing tools, were often quite idle. When they heard that Mo Jiang's disciple was participating in the assessment, they also became intrigued and gathered around to watch. Mo Jiang glanced at the group of people flocking over and couldn't help but shoot a sideways glance at the two deputy examiners beside him, thinking to himself, what's up with these two? How come they're so loose-lipped? President, what brings you here today? Damon smiled and replied, I heard that your personal disciple is taking the assessment, so I thought I'd come over and have a look. Chapter 2632 On-the-spot assessment. The sealing art faction had always had a small number of members, which resulted in less intrigue and infighting. Most of the people were very familiar with each other, and immediately someone began mocking with a laugh, saying, Mo, you're not being fair. When did you have disciples? You've been hiding them from us all this time? Let us take a look, maybe we can give you some advice. Seems like you didn't set this up so neatly before. Are you taking someone's money and helping them get in through the back door? Pa, you old man, always slandering me. I wouldn't stoop to that, Mo Jiang scolded with a laugh. Alright, since you're all here, take a look. I will let you see the student I personally dug up. Oh? Hearing Mo Jiang's words, everyone couldn't help but feel a stir in their hearts. To make Mo Jiang speak with such confidence, it seemed that this candidate indeed had some skills. Everyone couldn't help but feel a little more anticipation building inside them. Mo Jiang knew Feng Heng's abilities. He activated the magic array again and spoke to Feng Heng, saying, Little disciple, focus and don't embarrass me. The more trials you pass, the higher the rewards will be. Rewards. Hearing the word rewards in the special trial space, Feng Heng immediately became energized. Although the rewards hadn't triggered any official tasks from the game, Mo Jiang's personal credibility was still something Feng Heng could trust. Feng Heng looked around once more, then stepped forward. As he reached the entrance of the passage, the temperature around him gradually began to rise. Feng Heng could feel the scorching heat waves coming from the cavern ahead. Not far from the entrance, there was a stone platform. Feng Heng squinted slightly and moved forward to observe the stone slab in front of him. On the slab, various materials required to create the seal blueprints were neatly arranged in categories. Feng Heng nodded quietly. It seemed that creating the seal blueprints was one of the difficulties of the trial. Feng Heng nodded quietly. It seemed that creating the seal blueprints was one of the difficulties of the trial. Well then, he decided to first make a batch of seal rune papers. Feng Heng picked up the paper and pen and quickly began drawing the seal rune paper. A channeled progress bar appeared above his head. After a moment, the rune paper was completed. Ding! The player has completed 100 high-tier seal rune paper. Inside the trial hall, the examiners nodded in approval. At least at this step, there were no issues, and judging by Feng Heng's actions, he was extremely skilled. He had definitely practiced this. Feng Heng put away the blueprints and proceeded down the passage, entering the trial cavern. As he stepped into the cavern, the game's prompt appeared on his retinal display. Ding! The player has entered the first level of the sealing trial. Trial reward, none, lava cave. Feng Heng stopped at the entrance and turned his gaze towards the interior of the cavern. The cavern wasn't large, with a circular lava pool in the center. A fire demon, fully engulfed in flames, was submerged in the lava pool. Its body was firmly restrained by special metal bindings, trapping it inside. A fire demon. A creature drenched in flames. So, this was the target to seal. This was indeed interesting. Feng Hang muttered to himself. In the sealing art exam hall, the onlookers were watching Feng Hang standing before the lava-drenched fire demon. Their curiosity piqued. What method would Feng Hang use to seal the fire demon? There weren't many stages in the sealing art exam, but the difficulty of each one was extremely high, testing the candidate's abilities to the limit. It wasn't just about proficiency in sealing art, the most important skill was the ability to come up with specific solutions for the challenges at hand. As an entry-level challenge, the fire demon didn't pose a great threat, but it was impossible to get close. Once a candidate approached, the ordinary sealing rune paper would be burned up by the fire demon's special attributes. Naturally, the rune paper would lose its effectiveness. To deal with the fire demon, one would need to perform a remote sealing, or perhaps seal the outer lava pool first, then find ways to weaken the demon. Alternatively, using fire-resistant rune paper could also work. Of course, if the candidate's sealing art skills were strong enough, they could directly use the sealing technique to crush the demon. Everyone was eager to see what method Feng Hang would use to overcome this challenge. At his current peak level of high-tier sealing technique, Feng Hang should not have been able to directly seal the fire demon. Huh? What? The onlookers were momentarily stunned. They saw Feng Hang stretch out his hand towards the fire demon. Whoosh! Huh? The Book of Elements? The Book of Elements appeared in Feng Hang's palm. Freeze. With the infusion of mental strength, the master-level freeze spell, combined with Feng Hang's high mental strength boost, unleashed a chilling gust of cold wind. The fire demon was immediately encased in a massive block of ice. Whoosh! The freezing effect wouldn't last long, so Feng Hang quickly acted. With a light push of his toes, he leaped forward and placed a rune paper onto the outer layer of the ice block surrounding the fire demon. Buzz! A faint light streaked across. Ding! The player has completed the fire demon seal. Ding! The player has completed the first stage of the trial. Feng Hang seemed to have accomplished something quite simple. After landing, he dusted off his pants and continued forward. The hall fell into a brief moment of silence. The examiners exchanged glances. Was it elemental science? And judging by Feng Hang's performance, his level in elemental science was not low. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to freeze the fire demon and the surrounding lava completely. This kid. No one had ever passed the exam in such a manner before. Yet, there was something a bit odd in everyone's minds. Wasn't this a sealing technique exam? Why did it feel more like an elemental science demonstration? The assessment of sealing techniques isn't just about the strength of the seals, it's more about the ability to use the sealing technique effectively. What Feng Hang is demonstrating right now is his ability to combine sealing techniques with elemental science. Damon, who held Feng Hang in high regard, nodded and praised him, saying, "Mo Jiang, your disciple is impressive." Mo Jiang, pleased by the praise, grinned inwardly, thinking, this is just the beginning. But he still humbly responded, "Haha, not at all. It's just some clever tricks. Don't praise him too much when he comes out. I am afraid he will get distracted and start studying other disciplines." After sealing the fire demon, Feng Hang continued down the passage behind the cavern, entering the second trial. Ding! The player has entered the second stage of the trial. Current reward, none. Feng Hang stepped into the second trial cavern, his heart skipping a beat. What was this? It was a cavern filled with an aura of death. Feng Hang looked up, his pupils darkening with a faint glow. 3 vengeful spirits were drifting through the cavern. So it's vengeful spirits. Feng Hang immediately understood. This trial was about sealing spiritual creatures. This was a bit too easy, wasn't it? He had walked right into the muzzle. With the god of the underworld bloodline enhancement, even without the added boost of various eye techniques, he could easily sense the presence of vengeful spirit creatures. Feng Hang shook his head and raised his hand. The Book of the Dead materialized before him. Whoosh whoosh. Several soul chains shot out from the Book of the Dead, quickly piercing through the vengeful spirits and binding them tightly in place. The 3 vengeful spirits didn't even have time to scream before being dragged toward Feng Hang by the soul chains. Feng Hang pulled out 3 sealing rune papers from his backpack. Smack. 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 The rune papers were slapped onto the foreheads of the 3 vengeful spirits. A dark glow flashed. Ding. The player has completed the sealing of 3 vengeful spirit. Ding. The player has completed the current stage of the trial. Chapter 2633 consecutive passings. Got it. It was effortless. Feng Hang clapped his hands. In the examination hall, the examiners were like explorers who had just discovered a new continent, curiously staring at the mirror that displayed Feng Heng. Incredible. He actually used necromancy. The challenge involving the vengeful spirit wasn't particularly difficult. The main challenge was how to find and restrain spiritual creatures that ordinary people couldn't see. But Feng Heng simply relied on necromancy, effortlessly controlling the vengeful spirit. It didn't even take a full minute. What an interesting kid. At first, the sealing art instructors had come over just to join in the excitement, but gradually, their expressions grew more serious and focused. They began to observe Feng Heng's trial with full attention. Their hearts filled with more anticipation. With the boost from both necromancy and elemental science, how far could this kid advance? Feng Heng continued advancing toward the third challenge. The first 2 stages posed no difficulty for him. As he stepped into the third cavern, a game prompt appeared on his retina. Ding! The player has entered the second challenge. Current reward, Master Level Sealing Art Advancement Book. Here it came. The reward. And so soon? Feng Heng's mind stirred. Judging from the difficulty of the first 2 stages, he had expected to have to clear at least 10 more challenges before receiving the Skill Advancement Book. He didn't expect it to be this simple. No, he couldn't let his guard down. Feng Heng suppressed his overconfidence, took a step forward, and entered the trial cavern. The interior of the cavern was unusually dim. Whoosh! 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 Feng Heng's eyelids twitched slightly. In the dark space, something zipped past high above. I see. Feng Heng murmured to himself softly. In the examination hall, a vice examiner began to explain the situation. The third challenge tests speed. The shadow bats are incredibly fast, and capturing them and then sealing them at a fixed point is extremely difficult. It requires the coordination of various abilities. If one only relies on sealing ability, it will be very taxing. Another elder from the sect nodded and added, Feng Heng possesses both elemental science and necromancy abilities, so this challenge should pose no difficulty for him. While the others were discussing, Feng Heng had already taken action. Whoosh! Feng Heng lightly tapped his toes against the ground. What? The instructor's heart skipped a beat upon seeing this. In the darkness, Feng Heng's speed suddenly increased, and his figure became a blur, a shadow flying through the air. By the time they could clearly see his figure again, Feng Heng had already captured the shadow bat gently in his hand. Such speed. Such explosive power. The instructor's eyes filled with a deep sense of awe, and astonishment flickered across their faces. An intense burst of speed in such a short amount of time. What's going on with this kid? How was he able to control the shadow bat using just his physical strength? Just now, his abilities in elemental science and necromancy were impressive enough, but now, seeing Feng Heng display such powerful physical strength has left the examiners in awe and fear. The entire room was stunned, and many examiners turned to Mojang with questioning looks. What was this? Did the kid just use close combat martial abilities? Hadn't he just used magic spells? There had been scholars in the past who combined physical strength training with sealing art. However, just 2 minutes ago, Feng Heng had consecutively used necromancy and elemental science mage abilities, and then suddenly unleashed powerful close combat fighting skills. The stark contrast was so shocking that it left everyone stunned for a moment. Hey. Mojang chuckled with pride. In truth, he was also surprised by this turn of events. He could see clearly that Feng Heng hadn't used any skills, but was purely relying on his physical attributes to match the speed of the shadow bat, forcibly controlling it. He had already heard his nephew mention that Feng Heng had been cultivating various skills in the game, and had not neglected his own attributes either. He didn't expect that just relying on attribute strength alone could reach such a level. He must have already tapped into dimensional energy, otherwise, it would be impossible to catch up with the shadow bat just by stacking attributes. Damn it. What kind of potion has this kid been taking to grow up like this? Mojang silently muttered to himself, observing the looks of awe and curiosity from the others. A cryptic smile tugged at his lips as he nodded and casually remarked, Hey, this kid just loves learning all sorts of academic disciplines. Apologies for the show, everyone. The examiners continued watching the trial through the mirror, their eyes widening in disbelief. In just 2 minutes, Feng Heng effortlessly caught all 8 shadow bats in the cave, quickly sealing them one by one. The entire process was carried out with such ease that it left the examiners questioning whether Feng Heng had been secretly cultivating sealing art himself. Ding! The player has passed the third trial round. The player has received the Master Level Sealing Art Advancement Book, bound. Within the Great Hall, a dark purple light descended, and a dark-colored skill book slowly floated in front of Feng Heng. It's here. The Master Level Skill Advancement Book. Feng Heng's spirits lifted as he eagerly grabbed the book and immediately slapped it onto his head. A dark glow flashed. Ding! The player has forgotten the high-tier sealing art level, Max, and has obtained Master Level Sealing Art, Level 1, Achievement Unlocked. Skill, Master Level Sealing Art, Level 1, Type, Academic Discipline Skill. This skill can coexist with most academic skills, but mastering a large number of academic or bloodline type skills will incur an additional penalty to experience points gained. Skill description: the sealing technique has always been considered a support type academic discipline. Even without learning this skill, one can still use sealing techniques through other auxiliary skills. However, learning sealing art enhances the sealing technique with a high strength boost. Skill description: the player gains 5 points of physique, 5 points of will, and 5 points of spirit. Each level up of this skill grants an additional 1 point of physique, will, and spirit. The player also gains access to the master level rune crafting technique. Skill description: when the player actively uses a seal, they gain additional sealing strength and sealing success rate bonuses. These bonuses are influenced by the player's attributes, skill level, and sealing art talent. Feng Heng quickly reviewed the skill description. Aside from a few basic attribute boosts, the master level sealing art skill also enhances the strength and success rate of active seals. Additionally, it grants access to the crafting of master level sealing runes. Not bad. Feng Heng didn't immediately move on to the next stage but closed his eyes, trying to remotely control his zombie clone in the Death Realm. It wasn't working too well. Due to the world boundary he had crossed, and the extreme strength of the boundary, he could no longer perceive his zombie clone. He couldn't tell if the commands he sent had been completed either. However, at least based on the current game hints, his zombie clones in the Death Realm were still continuously performing the sealing technique on the ethereal statues. The experience points for his advanced master level sealing art skill were also gradually increasing. Feng Heng nodded quietly and opened his eyes again. The master level skill book had been obtained. Theoretically, this trial mission was complete. It was just. Chapter 2634 Turtle Shell. In front of the cave, the seal barrier leading to the next trial disappeared once again. There was still an assessment ahead. Feng Heng's mind stirred. He remembered that when he first entered the trial, Mo Jiang had told him to pass as many assessments as possible, the more, the better. Well then. He decided to continue. Perhaps there were even Grandmaster level, Transcendent level, Demigod level, or even God level sealing art advancement books waiting ahead. Since he had come this far, he might as well take everything at once. With that thought, Feng Heng stepped into the passage once more. Ding. The player has entered the 4th trial. Ding. Current reward, none. In the center of this cave, there was a pool of water. Feng Heng looked around and focused his gaze on the calm surface of the lake. Buzz. Gradually, ripples began to appear on the surface of the lake. A large creature's shape materialized on the water's surface. Feng Heng's eyes revealed a hint of evaluation. It turned out to be a crystal turtle. In the trial hall, the others saw Feng Heng enter the 4th trial and nodded in acknowledgement. Starting from the 4th trial, the assessment was aimed at participants who had reached the master level of sealing art. As the entry-level trial for the master level, the crystal turtle had a tough, hard shell and considerable resistance to sealing, making it troublesome to deal with. Many master-level sealing art scholars had been stuck at this stage. For Feng Heng, he hadn't truly reached the master level of sealing art yet. He was still using high-tier sealing runes, which made the difficulty even greater. What method would Feng Heng use to deal with the crystal turtle? The examiners were somewhat curious. In the hall, Feng Heng immediately took action and moved closer to the crystal turtle. The crystal turtle's speed was not very fast, and it was quickly controlled by Feng Heng. Next, he needed to seal it. Feng Heng conjured a sealing rune paper in his hand and pressed it onto the back of the crystal turtle. Pa! As soon as the rune paper made contact with the turtle's shell, it emitted a blue light, as if struck by electricity, and was instantly repelled. The entire rune paper was completely destroyed. Ding! The player's attempt to seal the creature failed. This was troublesome. The outer turtle shell had anti-magic resistance, making it extremely difficult to seal using conventional methods. Feng Heng tried more than 10 times in succession, only to find that his high-tier sealing runes were completely ineffective. In that case, Feng Heng recalled the 6 methods Mo Jiang had introduced to him for improving the success rate of sealing creatures. Weakened the enemy's abilities. Whoosh! Feng Heng's pupils contracted, and a cold gleam flickered in his eyes. He suddenly threw a punch forward. Boom! A heavy, muffled sound of impact made the examiners in the assessment room tremble. Good fellow. There was such a method? They watched as Feng Heng swung his fist and slammed it heavily into the crystal turtle shell. With a single strike, fine cracks appeared on the hard turtle shell. Wow! Was he really breaking through with sheer force? The examiners couldn't help but glance at Mo Jiang again, thinking to themselves, where did you find such a student? After this punch, They doubted there were many people here who could withstand such a blow. Feng Heng was also a little surprised after his punch. So tough. Not only did the turtle shell have anti-magic properties, but its normal physical defense was also no joke. The trial rules stated that the sealed creature could not be killed, only injured, so the goal was to damage the outer shell that blocked the sealing ability. Feng Heng had just used 5 points of strength in his punch, yet he hadn't completely broken the shell? In that case, let's try a few more times. Feng Heng controlled the force of his punches and swung again. Bang! 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 After 5 consecutive punches, the turtle shell's injuries accumulated, and with a loud bang, they instantly shattered. It's here. Feng Heng quickly pulled out a rune paper from his right hand and pressed it onto the crystal turtle. Whoosh! A blue light flickered. Ding! The player has successfully completed the seal, and the player has passed the current trial assessment. In the examination hall, the examiners glanced at each other. It was considered a pass, right? Feng Heng hadn't violated any rules, and the crystal turtle was only injured. It wasn't even on the brink of death. After a month, a new shell would grow back. At most, it was considered severely wounded. But no one had ever passed the trial in such a way before. And also, at first, the deputy examiners began to realize something, and their expressions turned strange. What was even more troublesome was that, based on Feng Heng's abilities on display, they could already imagine that the subsequent trials could very well be cleared by him using the same approach. Just thinking about it, they already had a vivid mental image. On the other side, Mo Jiang, watching Feng Heng's actions, couldn't help but smile at the sight of the sealing art instructor's discomfited expressions. What's more, Feng Heng's method of passing hadn't violated any rules. Using strength to break through the trials? No one could pick out any faults with that. As expected, Mo Jiang felt he had a keen eye. Feng Heng truly was a genius. Mo Jiang wanted to burst out laughing, but considering the timing, he forcibly held it back. The examiners, in turn, all glanced toward the president, Damon. Damon, the president of the Sealing Art Association, nodded and said, yes, the original purpose of the exam was to test sealing arts, and indeed, no one had ever thought someone would break through in this way. However, I personally believe that overcoming the challenges within the rules is a reflection of the examinee's capabilities. Let's continue watching. President Damon is right, Mo Jiang responded with a smile. The others, seeing that the president didn't mind Feng Heng's unconventional method, didn't continue to press the issue. If the president didn't have a problem with it, what could they say? Feng Heng then proceeded to the 5th trial cave. Ding! The player enters the 5th trial. Ding! Current round reward, Grandmaster level Sealing Art Advancement Book. So fast? Feng Heng felt a stir in his heart. He had just received the Master level Advancement Book in the 3rd trial, and now in the 5th trial, he was already getting the Grandmaster level 1? He became vigilant, scanning the cave ahead. This trial's creature was... He couldn't perceive it? The entire cave felt unusually dim compared to the previous trials. Feng Heng activated his retinas, overlaying a layer of red light, and began searching the cave. Found it. His attention was soon drawn to a creature in the corner of the cave. It was another relatively rare creature. Dark Matter Source Core. It was a creature that was immune to and absorbed dark attribute energy, possessing some spatial abilities and able to move quickly through space. Feng Heng immediately recognized it. A creature with both dark and spatial attributes. Its spatial flickering ability was somewhat similar to his secondary space projection, yet significantly different. In comparison, the Dark Matter Source Core's ability to penetrate walls wasn't as strong as his secondary space projection. It couldn't penetrate anything, but its teleportation speed was incredibly fast. From its appearance, the Dark Matter Source Core resembled a super small space passage. It was shrouded in darkness, with a core floating at its center like a vertical pupil, making it almost impossible to spot in the dark cave. Chapter 2635 Source Core. No wonder Feng Heng hadn't been able to sense it when he entered the cavern. The Dark Matter Source Core could absorb perception, and since it didn't possess any lifeblood, it perfectly avoided detection. Whoosh! Feng Heng narrowed his eyes. The Dark Matter Source Core, which had been locked onto by his focus, suddenly disappeared from its original position. Huh? Spatial ability. Feng Heng quickly scanned the cavern once more. In the next instant, the Dark Matter Source Core appeared on the other side of the cavern. Interesting. A slight smile tugged at Feng Heng's lips as he thought to himself, so, the trial of sealing art is a bit devious, huh? It didn't allow him to use his spatial abilities, but allowed the sealed creature to use them. But that was fine. In addition to sealing art, the Dark Matter Source Core was also something he could easily deal with. Feng Heng quickly clasped his hands together, and an ancient dark gold book materialized in front of him. The Book of Oaths. Holy light descended with a sudden flash, dispelling the surrounding darkness in the cavern. What was that? In the examination hall, the sealing art examiners were once again stunned. It's the power of the holy element? The barrier of light. Holy barriers rose one after another in the hall. In a matter of moments, several divine barriers fused, quickly partitioning the entire cavern. The dark matter source core had both dark and spatial attributes. Spatial transmission could not penetrate barriers, especially when these barriers were of the holy element, which directly countered its attributes. Within the blink of an eye, the dark matter source core was locked firmly within the segmented spaces created by the barriers. Sensing imminent danger, the dark matter source core frantically tried to escape, but each direction was blocked by the holy barriers. Unlike other more aggressive creatures, the dark matter source core had almost no offensive abilities. Apart from emitting special ripples that induced sleep in nearby creatures, it lacked any real combat capability. It was completely unable to break free from the holy barrier's constraints. Keep going. Feng Heng continuously condensed and imprinted symbols in front of him, with holy barriers tearing apart the space, progressively shrinking the area where the dark matter source core could escape the confinement. Whoosh! Feng Heng flicked his wrist, and a golden sealing rune flew through the holy barriers, firmly attaching itself to the dark matter source core. Bang! The sealing rune exploded with a burst of dark light, followed by a violent rupture. Ding! The player's seal attempt failed. Humphrey! Feng Heng snorted disdainfully, flicking his wrist with force as he sent over a dozen sealing rune papers flying towards the dark matter source core. Immediately, blue flashes erupted around the dark matter source core, with a series of crackling explosions going off one after another. Feng Heng remained unhurried. After all, he had plenty of sealing rune papers. Finally, after a few moments, the series of explosive sounds stopped. Feng Heng ceased his movements as well. A game prompt appeared on his retinal display. Ding! The player successfully sealed the dark matter source core. Ding! The player has passed the current trial. Ding! The player has obtained the Grandmaster level sealing art advancement book. Here it came. A book slowly floated down from the high space within the cavern, landing before Feng Heng. Feng Heng reached out to take the advancement book, glanced at its attributes, confirmed there were no issues, and nodded in satisfaction. He then placed it into his backpack. Nice, it had only been half an hour since his sealing art skill advanced to the master level, but the experience gained from his zombie clones was too slow to keep up. His sealing art was only at master level 8 now. He would just have to wait for it to progress gradually. Alright. Feng Heng once again focused his mind, looking toward the passage leading to the next trial. His eyes gleamed with battle intent. This was getting more and more interesting. As he breezed through each trial, his confidence grew. There were still more trials to go, which meant more opportunities to obtain transcendent level advancement books. He was eager to test it out. He was also curious to see how many trials there were for the sealing art assessment and how much effort it would take to complete it. Meanwhile, in the examination hall, the proctors exchanged looks. Well then. This level was once again cleared by Feng Heng. Mo Jiang was naturally in a good mood. Unlike him, the other examiners wore gloomy expressions. They exchanged silent glances, clearly not pleased. The dark matter source core trial was nearly impossible to pass through brute force. They had anticipated Feng Heng would struggle, possibly needing to weaken the sealed creature first. Who would have thought Feng Heng, while mastering elemental science and necromancy, would still have the strength to study sacred arts as well? What a freak! Especially after passing the dark matter source core level, Feng Heng was able to forcefully break through the subsequent levels with sheer strength. In their view, unless something unexpected happened, it was almost predictable that, based on the strength Feng Heng had just demonstrated, he could clear at least 6 more levels. An hour later. Ding! The player entered the 11th trial. Ding! Current round's reward, Transcendent Level Sealing Art Advancement Book. It was here. Finally, after overcoming many trials, Feng Heng reached the point where he saw the hint for the Transcendent Level Advancement Book. However, Feng Heng turned his gaze to the massive creature on the cavern's stone wall. A mutated fire attribute creature, the Inferno Salamander. The salamander was huge, measuring 7 or 8 meters long including its tail, and it was surrounded by blazing flames. Its eyes locked onto Feng Heng with a bloodthirsty killing intent. Boom. 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 The salamander immediately lunged at Feng Heng, and the weight and friction from the Inferno Salamander caused the surrounding rock walls to crack, with stones continuously falling. Feng Heng stood still, staring at the salamander, but felt something was strange inside. It was odd. Why did each of the recent trials seem to have similar difficulty? And why did he only need to use the same method to pass them? It was almost too easy. He directly controlled the sealed creature, knocked it out, and then sealed it. That was it. He couldn't see any difficulty. Was there a problem with the trial's design? He had heard that in most academic disciplines, as one advanced to higher tiers, the difficulty would increase drastically. But here, the advancement in sealing art seemed almost too effortless. Could it be that his seventh uncle had secretly given him an advantage? It didn't matter. As Mo Jiang had said, as long as there was still strength left, Feng Heng should keep pushing forward, passing every trial he could. With the Inferno Salamander charging at him, Feng Heng quickly ducked and disappeared. Whoosh! Feng Heng reappeared right beneath the Inferno Salamander. He released a powerful punch. The Inferno Salamander, seeing its prey vanish, didn't have time to process what had happened before it was struck hard in the abdomen by Feng Heng's blow. Boom! The Inferno Salamander's tough hide absorbed a lot of damage, but it was still sent flying by Feng Heng's punch. Whoosh! Feng Heng soared forward again, launching a series of powerful punches, each one landing with a loud boom. The Inferno Salamander staggered back, unable to withstand the force of Feng Heng's strikes. Chapter 2636 Consecutive passings. Feng Heng landed a series of crushing blows. He observed the Inferno Salamander's health bar, waiting until it dropped to less than a tenth of its total health. At this point, the Inferno Salamander was on the verge of losing consciousness. It realized that the human in front of it was far too powerful, completely unable to track the man's movements. The flames burning on its body were like a candle in the wind, about to extinguish at any moment. Almost there. Feng Heng silently thought to himself. Whoosh! A blue rune paper was precisely attached to the Inferno Salamander's abdomen. Boom! The blue light exploded. A game hint appeared in Feng Heng's retina. Ding! The player has successfully sealed the Inferno Salamander. Ding! The player has completed the Tier 1 exam trial and received a Transcendent Level Sealing Art Advancement book. Here it came. A dark beam of light slowly descended from the sky. The Transcendent Tier Sealing Art Advancement book appeared before Feng Heng's eyes. Most academic skills were divided into Foundation, Elementary, Mid-Tier, High-Tier, Master Level, Grandmaster Level, Transcendent, Demigod Level, Semi-Divine, and God Level. However, there were a few academic disciplines that lacked the Transcendent Tier, advancing directly from Grandmaster Level to Demigod Level after leveling up. For example, Necromancy and similar branches like the Death God Bloodline. After reaching the Grandmaster Level in Necromancy, players could directly advance to Demigod Level, skipping an entire stage compared to other academic disciplines. It seemed like a huge gain at first glance. But in reality, players faced just as much difficulty and hardship in cultivation. The difficulty of advancing to the Demigod Level and subsequent leveling was several times harder than that of other disciplines. In most cases, reaching the final God Level in such fields was even more difficult. Feng Heng had also heard that sacred studies followed a similar pattern, where after the Grandmaster Level, players advanced directly to Demigod Level, skipping Transcendent. Of course, even without a corresponding academic stage, most people still categorized abilities based on strength. For example, Necromancy at the Demigod Level, level 1 to 20, was generally considered to possess the power of a Transcendent Tier, but still not yet reaching the God Level. Good. Transcendent Tier Skill Advancement book obtained. It turned out to be much easier than he had initially anticipated. Currently, the experience points in sealing art were still far from meeting the standard for advancement to the Transcendent Tier, so the skill book couldn't be used yet. Feng Heng thought to himself, putting the skill book back into his backpack. He then raised his head to look around. The barrier leading to the next trial had now opened. There was still more to continue? Feng Heng felt a stir in his heart. If he kept going, would he be able to obtain a skill book for advancing to Demigod Level? Recalling the verbal reminder Mo Jiang had given him before entering the trial, Feng Heng felt more and more certain that this was a real possibility. Then, he decided to continue. Since he still had some strength left, he might as well keep moving forward and see what happened. As Feng Heng took another step into the next trial cave, the atmosphere in the exam hall grew tense once again. Who would have thought that Feng Heng would smoothly make it all the way to the final stage of the trials? These trials were specifically designed for scholars seeking to advance to the Demigod Level in sealing art. The difficulty was extremely high. Moreover, unlike the previous stages, the entities to be sealed in the final stage were far more dangerous. A single misstep could cost someone their life. Yet, Feng Heng was still only at the master level in sealing art. But thinking about Feng Heng's past successes and his unorthodox methods, the examiners couldn't help but feel a strange sense of expectation. What if Feng Heng really could do it? What if he still had some strange, unconventional methods up his sleeve? Feng Heng once again traversed the cave. Now that he was here, he might as well go as far as he could. It would be ideal to learn sealing art at the God level too. Ding! The player has entered Tier 12 of the trial. Ding! The current phase of the trial has a time limit. Please complete the sealing of all creatures within the trial domain within 12 hours. If the mission is not completed by the end of the countdown, the trial will be considered a failure. Inside the grotto, Feng Heng focused ahead, where a vast lake stretched out before him. This trial had a time limit. Moreover, the terrain of the grotto was more than 10 times larger compared to before. The central area was dominated by a massive lake. It seemed that the creatures to be sealed in this trial lived in the water. At least for now, there were no visible signs of danger. Feng Heng slowly approached the water's edge, simultaneously extending his perception outward. Vampire's special ability, Lifeblood Ripple Perception. What? Feng Heng's pupils suddenly constricted. Whoosh! 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 In the next moment, thousands of tiny fish-like creatures leaped out of the lake. Thousands pikefish. Immediately, relevant information about the creatures appeared in Feng Heng's mind. These were special fish species that lived in groups in lakes, generally small in size. The thousand spikefish floated on the surface of the water in a very strange way, with numerous toxic spikes protruding from their bodies, flying towards Feng Heng. Poisonous needle attack. The densely packed poison needles filled the air, almost completely blocking all possible escape routes for Feng Heng. Damn it. Feng Heng quickly dodged backward while trying to think of a solution. There was no way to use the same tactics as in the previous trials. It wasn't that he couldn't defeat them, but he dared not engage. The thousand spikefish were too numerous, and while they had low health, their attack power was high. One misstep, and if even a single thousand spikefish died, the trial would be immediately declared a failure. Dealing with 1,000 spikefish was fine, and even 100 might be manageable. But now, there were so many, densely packed, and the entire lake seemed to be filled with tens of thousands of them. Whoosh! Feng Heng quickly retreated, dodging most of the attacks, and moved far away from the lake. Ding! The player has been hit by the thousand spikefish's poisonous spikes, taking 1882 points of damage and being affected by the violent poison effect. A row of damage numbers instantly appeared. Thankfully, Feng Heng quickly scanned the game hint. Each needle dealt damage between 1,300 1,900, and additionally, it inflicted a violent poison effect. The violent poison caused 500 points of damage per second, ignoring defense, and the effect stacked over time, but it could be passively dispelled by undead bodies. Though Feng Heng had several poisonous needle wounds on his body, for a powerful undead like him, the damage was insignificant, and his health showed no noticeable change. The thousand spikefish had limited attack range. Once they saw Feng Heng retreating far from the lake, they gradually disappeared back into the water. In the examination hall, the proctors finally relaxed when they saw that Feng Heng had safely retreated. The earlier trials had been designed with the candidate's safety in mind, avoiding highly dangerous creatures with aggressive attacks. However, the final phase of the exam was different. It carried immense risks. Upon reflection, they realized they had been overly concerned. Given Feng Heng's performance in the previous stages, there was no reason to believe he would be defeated by the thousand spikefish. But one thing was certain, his previous strategy for dealing with thousand spikefish no longer worked. Now, the question was, what would Feng Heng do next? The examiners watched with curiosity, following Feng Heng's every move in the mirror. Chapter 2637. Strong enough. The level primarily tested one's ability to adapt. Of course, if the sealing ability was strong enough, it was possible to forcefully crush through with sheer strength, completely sealing the entire surface of the lake. However, they didn't think Feng Heng possessed that kind of ability. Interesting. Feng Heng smirked, staring at the lake from a distance, muttering to himself. If he were to seal the thousand spikefish one by one, it would require at least tens of thousands of sealing runes, and he would have to deal with interference from the other fish in the swarm. This was probably the difficulty set up for this level. Finally, something interesting. Well then. He began walking back a few steps, and his face melted like wax. His passive talent skill Zombie Clone activated. Magical arrays appeared around Feng Heng. The 500 liquors he had previously arranged were immediately resurrected. Kai. Kai Kai. Kai Kai Kai. A large number of liquors crawled out of the swirling magical arrays. Afterward, as they hadn't received any commands, they quietly laid down and waited in place. Huh? What was that? Summoned creatures? The scholars of sealing art didn't have much contact with the outside world, and they hadn't heard of Feng Heng, who was making waves in the game, or the liquors he controlled. They were a bit surprised. The examiners couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Was he planning to control the thousand spikefish using summoned creatures? It didn't seem like it would be easy. The examiners grew even more curious, wondering what Feng Heng was actually trying to do. What was he up to now? They watched as Feng Heng re-examined the lake and then unexpectedly withdrew, heading back to the production bench at the cave entrance. He began crafting rune paper. It seemed he was preparing to use the rune paper to seal the 1,000 spikefish one by one. The examiners thought to themselves. At least it appeared that Fang Heng wasn't in a hurry and was very confident. Mo Jiang also observed Fang Heng, muttering to himself. This kid. He must have some hidden trick he hasn't revealed yet. Crafting rune paper wasn't difficult, and Fang Heng thought that since he was sealing normal 1,000 spikefish, there was no need to use high-grade rune paper. High-tier sealing rune paper would be enough. No need to waste time. High-tier rune paper was made in stacks, with each production yielding 100 sheets at once. After a while, Fang Heng gathered the completed rune papers and took a glance at the liquor group. For now, the liquors wouldn't be needed. He walked past the liquors and stopped in front of the lake. Whoosh! 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 Sensing the enemy's approach, a dense swarm of 1,000 spikefish leaped out of the lake once again. Kai! 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 The countless poisonous spikes shot toward Fang Heng. Whoosh! Fang Heng flicked his wrist, sending a sheet of rune paper soaring forward. Huh? This was different. The examiners immediately noticed something strange. The rune paper Fang Heng threw was not like the ordinary high-tier runes they had seen. The rune paper appeared to have been specially treated, as though its weight had been increased, causing it to cut through the air with a sharp whoosh. Wait. Mo Jiang's eyes narrowed. He could clearly see that the rune paper had a very subtle change in angle in midair. This couldn't have been achieved just by increasing the weight of the rune paper. Bang! The rune paper accurately struck 1,000 spikefish, and it exploded with a dark flash. Seal successful. Ding! The player has completed the sealing of 1,000 spikefish 1 out of 50,000, damn. There were 50,000 spikefishes in the lake. What the hell? Fang Heng saw the game prompt flashing on his retina, and he couldn't help but curse inwardly. The examiners, upon seeing this, also furrowed their brows. Indeed, the modification of the rune paper was part of the test. Although they weren't sure what kind of modification Fang Heng had made to the rune paper, it had worked. However, given the current situation, Fang Heng's tactic seemed to be taking too much time. At this rate, sealing the 1,000 spikefish one by one would soon run out of time within the 24-hour limit. Theoretically, he wouldn't make it in time. Huh? What? The examiner's heart skipped a beat. They saw in the mirror that Fang Heng had not moved from his spot and was still standing there. Was he not leaving? At the same time, a dense swarm of spikes flew toward Fang Heng. Was he going to brute force it? Mo Jiang subconsciously leaned forward, his eyes fixed on the mirror projection. Boom. Just as the spikes were about to hit Fang Heng, a blood-red longsword erupted behind him. The longsword exploded, and droplets of blood quickly condensed in front of Fang Heng, forming a dense array of blood beads that began to block the incoming spikes. The blood droplets exploded and condensed again, continuously. Such a method? Everyone was stunned. However, the speed of the 1,000 spikefish's spikes was too fast, and their numbers were too dense. As more and more 1,000 spikefish in the lake were stimulated and gathered together, they leaped out of the water, relentlessly attacking Fang Heng. The dense barrage of spikes quickly broke through the barrier in front of Fang Heng. This was bad. The examiner's heart suddenly tightened. SSS. 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 A large number of spikes pierced through the blood bead's defense, accurately stabbing into Fang Heng's body. At the same time, rows of game prompts rapidly flashed on Fang Heng's retina. They were purely there to absorb the damage. With a life diversion from the liquors, Fang Heng could easily withstand the damage. He even started to gradually reduce the use of the blood beads to resist the 1,000 spikefish's attacks. After all, controlling blood also required mental energy. He had already adapted to the rhythm. Now I can start the next step. A sly smile spread across Fang Heng's face, and he raised his hand. Whoosh! 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 Fang Heng's hands flicked rapidly, and a large number of sealing rune papers flew toward the 1,000 spikefish. To the astonishment of the examiners, Fang Heng continued to withstand the dense barrage of attacks from the 1,000 spikefish, directly starting to counterattack. The sealing rune papers continued to fly toward the fish swarm. The 1,000 spikefish, in return, launched a mass of spikes at Fang Heng, as if two armies were exchanging fire on the battlefield. What was happening? Inside the exam hall, the examiners were stunned. Fang Heng had used some strange method to directly tank the 1,000 spikefish's attacks and began to retaliate. Not to mention his exaggerated defensive abilities. They had rarely seen someone use sealing rune paper like Fang Heng, throwing them across the battlefield. What was particularly surprising was that the rune papers seemed to possess a special ability, greatly increasing their hit rate against the 1,000 spikefish. It was unclear how Fang Heng did it, but on the surface, it seemed like Fang Heng was completely dominating. Chapter 2638 Ineffective. The 1,000 spikefish's attacks had completely lost their effect on Fang Heng. It seemed very likely that he would be able to pass this challenge successfully. But how did he manage to do it? More and more examiners began to notice the anomaly with the rune paper Feng Heng was using. I see now. After observing for a moment, Damon, the president, finally realized the secret and smiled appreciatively, nodding as he spoke. Did you all see the rune paper? Rune paper? Hearing this, everyone turned their attention to the rune paper Feng Heng was using. The rune paper was moving so quickly through the air that they had to focus intently to discern its details. At first glance, it seemed identical to the normal high-tier rune papers. However, after the president's hint, Mo Jiang also saw it, and his expression suddenly changed as he laughed and said, "President, you must be referring to the red dot on it." There was an extra dot? The instructors focused their attention once again. Indeed. Just as Damon had said, each piece of rune paper had a red dot on it. It was clear that Feng Heng had deliberately added this detail when making the rune paper. But what was this dot? One thing they were certain of was that this red dot had nothing to do with the sealing ability of the rune paper. I am afraid this is his method of controlling the rune paper. Based on how Feng Heng used blood to block the needle attacks earlier, I believe this red dot is also blood. Blood. The examiners exchanged glances, carefully swallowing their saliva. Throughout the journey, Feng Heng consistently passed each challenge in unexpected ways. If he could maintain this pace, clearing the trial within 12 hours would be no problem at all. Mo Jiang silently gave Feng Heng a mental thumbs up. It seemed that Feng Heng had reaped quite a few benefits from the vampires during his last encounter, as he was now able to control blood with such precision. Using just a small amount of blood, he was able to make the rune paper accelerate and be manipulated with fine control. Damn. Feng Heng was truly a genius when it came to sealing arts. Inside the cave, Feng Heng didn't feel rushed at all. He continued to engage with the 1,000 spike fish floating on the surface of the lake, tossing rune paper at them relentlessly. After all, with over 100,000 zombie clones still grinding away at leveling up his sealing art, he hadn't even reached the master level yet. He had plenty of time to slowly wear them down. He spent over 2 hours on this. Finally, the number of 1,000 spike fish began to visibly decrease. After a full 8 hours, he had sealed the remaining 5,000 spike fish completely with the sealing paper. A game prompt flashed in front of his eyes. Ding! The player has completed sealing of 50,000 spike fish. The player has passed Tier 12 of the trial assessment. At the same time, the barrier at the entrance to the next cavern passage began to dissipate. Feng Heng paused, stopped throwing the rune paper, and stretched his shoulders. This trial hadn't been too difficult, honestly, it was just a matter of spending more time on it. Alright. On to the next. Feng Heng pulled out a can of Red Bull from his backpack, popped it open, and took a swig. He slapped his cheek and then continued onward. In the monitoring hall, the group of sealing art examiners had been watching Feng Heng for over 8 hours, nodding quietly in their hearts. Although Feng Heng's sealing method was unexpected, the fact that he had persevered for so long was a testament to his mental strength. Boom, boom, boom. The door of the examination hall rang. An attendant gently knocked and entered, bringing breakfast. At that moment, everyone realized that a whole night had passed. The assessment had been going on for an entire night, and even though the examiners hadn't slept, none of them felt tired. From this perspective, it was no small feat for a normal sealing scholar to keep grinding for 8 hours straight. But the next trial would not be as easy. The atmosphere had changed since the beginning. Initially, everyone had come to observe with a casual attitude, but now, every examiner was eager to see how far Feng Heng would go. Sealing art hadn't encountered such a talented young person in years. The next trial continue. Ding! The player enters the 13th trial. From the 12th trial onward, it seemed the trial caverns had expanded significantly. Feng Heng pondered for a moment before stepping into the karst cave, slowly making his way toward the deeper regions. Soon, a towering figure appeared in front of him. The fossil giant. Feng Heng stopped in his tracks, observing the fossil giant sitting in the center of the cave. Massive chains stretched out from the rock walls, piercing into the fossil giant's body, anchoring it firmly in place. Additionally, the giant was surrounded by layers upon layers of smaller iron chains. Was it already bound? Feng Heng observed carefully and noticed that the chains were etched with intricate rune patterns. The fossil giant. Its entire body was composed of crystallized form, granting it powerful magic resistance and sealing resistance. It also possessed formidable melee combat abilities. Sealing this thing? The difficulty of this trial had clearly escalated. Ka, 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 ka. Feng Heng was deep in thought when he heard a strange noise, and his heart stirred. The chains that had originally sealed the fossil giant were rapidly retracted at a visible speed. The binding effect vanished in an instant. The fossil giant regained its freedom and slowly stood up, its towering figure, over 5 meters tall, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Whoosh! The fossil giant raised its fist and swung it toward Feng Heng. Whoosh! Feng Heng lightly tapped his toes on the ground and swiftly retreated. Boom! The massive fist slammed into the ground, sending large chunks of stone flying out in all directions. Interesting. Using his agility to his advantage, Feng Heng quickly dodged to the front of the fossil giant and threw a punch of his own. Boom! A much deeper, muffled sound echoed. Ka! Ka ka ka! Immediately, cracks spread across the fossil giant's body. Ho! The fossil giant felt no pain and immediately retaliated, throwing another punch at Feng Heng. Whoosh! Feng Heng dodged once again, moving nimbly. Sealing technique. Boom! A sealing rune paper attached to the giant's body, instantly exploding with a loud bang. The giant had a special characteristic: it was immune to most negative effects caused by health point reduction, meaning it could always fight at its peak condition. Feng Heng's mind raced, and he quickly retreated. This was not looking good. The fossil giant's characteristics included immunity to most negative effects, health point reduction did not cause attribute or combat strength loss, tirelessness, high magical resistance, and strong sealing resistance. These combined effects made it extremely resistant to Feng Heng's usual strategy of weakening enemies before sealing them. With the fossil giant staying agile and continuously attacking, completely sealing it became an incredibly difficult task. Since that was the case, Feng Heng decided to control it first. Whoosh! The Book of Elements appeared in front of Feng Heng. Mental strength instantly infused into the Book of Elements. Chapter 2639 Control Swamp Trap. Immediately, the ground beneath the fossil giant began to stir. The earth rapidly condensed and formed a massive swamp. Due to the giant's enormous size and weight, his legs immediately sank into the swamp. He struggled to lift his feet out of the muck, slowly making his way forward with great effort. Feng Heng's eyes glinted as a book appeared before him once more. Book of Nature. Wild Growth. Whoosh! 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 With a surge of mental strength, the Book of Nature blossomed with a faint green light. In an instant, vines and branches shot out from the dense swamp, quickly extending toward the giant's legs and spiraling upward. The fossil giant tried to take another step but found himself not only trapped in the thick swamp but also entangled by a mass of vines. Crack! With a forceful tug, the giant ripped the vines apart using pure strength. Feng Heng's eyes narrowed with a touch of concentration. He couldn't control it. Whoosh! Feng Heng swiftly switched to the Book of the Dead. Wailing of the Departed. With each mournful cry of the undead, gray arms reached out from the swamp, clawing at the giant's feet in an attempt to drag it deeper into the muck. The fossil giant's movements slowed further. Each time he lifted a foot, it seemed like he was moving in slow motion, yet he still managed to break free from the undead's grasp, continuing his slow march forward. Troublesome. Feng Heng kept his focus on the fossil giant. Even after applying 3 different control-type spells simultaneously, he still couldn't fully trap the creature. At least its speed had been significantly reduced, and it was now stuck in the swamp area, unable to escape for a short period. So now, behind Feng Heng, the liquor group summoned during the last trial quickly gathered, forming flesh cocoons on the spot. In the blink of an eye, vine-shaped zombie clones crawled out from the flesh cocoons. The vine-bodied zombie clones slowly gathered near the edge of the swamp area, extending fine vines from their bodies, which rapidly spread toward the fossil giant in an attempt to tightly entangle and restrain it. Over 200 zombie clones, each extending vines from their bodies, tightly wrapped the fossil giant. That should do it. Seeing the fossil giant finally trapped in place, unable to move, Feng Heng let out a long breath and slowly took a few steps back. Now he could begin experimenting with various methods to seal it. The fossil giant's level was high. Using ordinary high-tier sealing runes would result in a significant penalty to the success rate, which would drop to less than 0.01%. On the other hand, choosing to craft master-level rune paper would take more time but slightly improve the success rate. Forget it, he would go with high-tier runes. Although the level was lower and the sealing success rate would be lower, the crafting difficulty was also a tier lower, and the efficiency was much higher, allowing him to make them in batches. After all, he had his zombie clones. He would just use the number of zombie clones to stack the success rate. There was no time limit in this trial anyway. He could take his time to grind it out. Feng Heng had briefly weighed his options and then decided to grind out experience points for his sealing art skill. After a short moment of consideration, he quickly gathered a batch of zombie clones to sacrifice themselves, then turned back toward the crafting bench at the edge of the trial cavern. There, he began crafting high-tier sealing rune paper. In the monitoring hall, a group of sealing art scholars exchanged looks, their eyes reflecting surprise. This was unexpected. Feng Heng had once again defied their expectations. He had switched between multiple academic disciplines and, through the layering of effects, had succeeded in completely trapping the fossil giant. Normally, to successfully pass this trial, one had to withstand the giant's attacks and various distractions while still completing the seal. It required both the individual's power and their sealing art abilities to work in tandem. Not even many of the scholars in the hall could complete this trial, as its difficulty was extremely high. But Feng Heng had successfully trapped the fossil giant, giving him a huge advantage. The sealing difficulty had been reduced by more than half. Even so, sealing the fossil giant was still extremely difficult. Moreover, when the examiners saw Feng Heng's next move, their expressions grew more serious. Huh? The examiners exchanged confused glances, and the uncertainty in their eyes became clear. Something wasn't right. Feng Heng had already advanced to master-level alchemy, so why was he choosing to craft high-tier sealing rune paper instead? This was strange. Looking at Feng Heng's demeanor, it didn't seem like he was giving up. Was he doing this on purpose? Did he have another special method? Everyone in the hall was puzzled, and their gazes shifted toward Mo Jiang. Mo Jiang himself was equally unsure of what Feng Heng was up to. He couldn't help but wonder, what is this kid trying now? However, on the surface, Mo Jiang wouldn't reveal any confusion. With a dignified cough, he tried to maintain a composed demeanor, saying, "Ahem, don't worry, just wait a bit. You will understand soon enough. Come on, it's almost time for breakfast, let's eat while we chat." Seeing that Mo Jiang wasn't offering any explanations, the examiners grew even more curious, and they couldn't even enjoy breakfast properly. Look over there. After nearly 3 hours, one of the examiners suddenly noticed something, his focus sharpening as he stared at the mirror projection. The rest of the examiners followed his gaze toward Feng Heng in the exam room. What was that? Feng Heng's surroundings suddenly glowed with magic rays. Huh? Summons? One after another, zombie creatures emerged from the magic rays, lined up in a row, and walked past Feng Heng. As they passed, they each took a stack of sealing papers from in front of him. The examiners' expressions grew solemn as they focused intently on the projection. A premonition started to stir within them. Could it be? They felt that they were about to witness something surprising. Their eyes filled with astonishment. The zombies, holding the sealing rune papers, staggered their way to the fossil giant, which was firmly trapped by vines and the swamp. Sealing technique. Snap. The rune paper was thrown, only to burst into pieces. The seal failed. Ding, your zombie clone, vine form, tried to seal the fossil giant, but the seal failed. Ding. The player gains Grandmaster level sealing SRT experience points plus 6,263. Feng Heng looked at the game prompt that appeared on his retina, his expression lighting up with surprise. So much experience? Even in the Death Realm, even with the best luck, successfully sealing a ghost golem wouldn't yield this much experience. Could it be because the fossil giant's level was high? Or maybe it had high sealing resistance? Feng Heng couldn't believe his luck and grinned. He was getting more experience than he ever expected. He decided to keep going. Again. Snap. Another seal failed. In just a few minutes, a swarm of zombie clones gathered around the fossil giant, all attempting to seal it. Chapter 2640 Giant Countless rune papers kept striking the fossil giant, only to fail again and again. Failure. Failure. Another failure. The rune papers repeatedly hit the fossil giant, exploding upon contact, emitting crackling sounds like firecrackers. The examiners, watching the scene unfold before them, couldn't help but be moved. It seemed their assumptions were correct. Feng Heng had indeed managed to use some special method, utilizing summoned creatures to perform sealing techniques. Such occurrences weren't entirely unheard of, as some special summoned creatures could use sealing techniques, but it had never been done on such a scale before, with so many creatures performing sealing techniques simultaneously like Feng Heng. Mo Jiang hadn't expected Feng Heng to come up with this trick either and excitedly slapped his thigh. Who would have thought? This kid really is a genius. Feng Heng, however, was oblivious to the fact that he was being watched by so many examiners. Seeing that his zombie clones were beginning to improve their chances of succeeding with the sealing rune papers, he turned and continued crafting higher-tier rune papers for the seal. It was basically an opportunity to grind his sealing art skill experience points. The efficiency of grinding experience here was even higher. Over 500 zombie clones surrounded the swamp domain Feng Heng had created with his magic, continuously throwing sealing rune papers at the fossil giant trapped in the swamp. The failed game hints kept flashing across Feng Heng's retinal display. It had been over half an hour. Feng Heng suddenly saw a red game hint flashing in his retinal display. It's here. Feng Heng's heart stirred. Over 100,000 zombie clones from the Death Realm had finally maxed out the master-level sealing technique. Ding! The player's master-level sealing technique skill level has been upgraded to level max. Ding! detected that the player currently possesses a Grandmaster level Sealing Technique Advancement book. Would you like to advance your skill? Advance. Of course, advance. With the skill book in hand, naturally, he would continue the advancement and keep grinding for experience. Keep grinding. Ding. The player's master level Sealing Technique, level, max, has been forgotten. The player now gains Grandmaster level Sealing Technique, level 1, successfully achieved. Skill, Grandmaster level Sealing Art, level 1. Type, academic skill. This skill can coexist with most academic skills, but mastering many academic or bloodline-related skills will result in a penalty to experience points gained. Skill description. Sealing Technique has always been considered a support-type academic skill. Even without learning this skill, it can be used through other auxiliary skills. However, mastering Sealing Art greatly enhances the strength of the Sealing Technique. Skill description. The player gains 8 points in physique, 8 points in will, and 8 points in spirit. Each time the skill level increases, the player gains an additional 2 points in physique, 2 points in will, and 2 points in spirit. Additionally, the player gains access to the Grandmaster level rune crafting ritual. Skill description. When a player actively uses the Sealing Technique, they gain an additional boost to the sealing strength and sealing success rate. This bonus is influenced by the player's attributes, skill level, and Sealing Art talent. Skill description. The player gains a high-tier exemption against sealing skills. Feng Heng carefully examined the game hints. After advancing the Sealing Technique to the Grandmaster level, the corresponding attributes, such as sealing success rate, had all been enhanced. The most significant change was the addition of an exemption effect against being sealed. This was quite a surprise. Exemption from being sealed. This meant that his zombie clones would inherit this passive effect. In the future, anyone trying to seal his zombie clones would have to exert significantly more effort. It was an unexpected bonus. Feng Heng's eyes brightened as he looked up again, focusing on the fossil giant stuck in the swamp. After more than half an hour of trying, he still hadn't hit the right probability. No problem. He continued his efforts. Feng Heng was in a good mood, treating the situation like leveling up. Keep grinding. A series of game hints continued to refresh across his retina. Ding, your zombie clone, vine form, attempts to seal the fossil giant, the sealing fails. Ding. The player gains plus 1,928 experience points for Grandmaster level Sealing Art. The fossil giant had extremely high magic resistance and strong resistance to sealing techniques. It could maintain peak combat performance even at low health point. Despite Feng Heng having upgraded the sealing technique to Grandmaster level, his zombie clone still received a constant stream of failure hints. That's fine. Feng Heng turned his back again and went back to the side to continue crafting high-tier sealing rune paper. After leveling up, the speed at which his zombie clones gained experience had noticeably slowed down. Feng Heng estimated it would take a while to fill up the skill experience. Thinking about it, Sealing Art was actually much simpler than Necromancy. Even at the Grandmaster level, Sealing Art still allowed for experience grinding through zombie clones. Unlike Necromancy, which couldn't be solved just by grinding once it reached the Grandmaster tier. Feng Heng was perfectly content with this, leisurely setting up his AFK grind while crafting high-tier sealing rune paper. To him, time passed quickly. In the examination hall, the group of examiners observed Feng Heng, noticing that he hadn't yet succeeded in sealing the fossil giant. They began to chat among themselves. Feng Heng's abilities had certainly exceeded their expectations by a large margin, but even so, passing this test remained incredibly difficult. The fossil giant had extremely high resistance, and its combat abilities were unaffected by its health point or various negative status effects. Even with his zombie clones continuously using sealing rune papers, there was nothing but a string of failed attempts. It was understandable. After all, Feng Heng had just recently advanced to Grandmaster level in the academic field of sealing art. If he were to dedicate another 6 months to focused cultivation, this trial could probably be passed. As for the future development and mentorship of Feng Heng, the examiners held differing opinions. After all, they didn't think much of Mo Jiang. Handing Feng Heng over to Mo Jiang for guidance seemed like the worst possible decision. The sealing art was already a rare and niche discipline with few practitioners, and they had finally found a genius, so they couldn't afford to let Mo Jiang ruin it. The examiners exchanged glances and, without speaking, silently reached a consensus in their minds. They would try to figure out a way to rescue Feng Heng from Mo Jiang's hands. Throughout the morning, while casually chatting, the examiners subtly inquired about Feng Heng's situation, planning how to take him from Mo Jiang's mentorship. Raymond, who had some seniority among the examiners, cautiously began, "Mo, my friend, you're always so busy, yet you still find time to search for talents for the Sealing Art Association, teaching the younger generation. It's really not easy, huh?" Mo Jiang laughed heartily and waved dismissively. Of course, it's all for the sake of sealing art, for the academic community. You all work hard too. We sealing art people don't follow those rules of status. We're all in this together. Raymond was taken aback for a moment, thinking to himself, did he just call me lowly? He couldn't bring himself to respond to that remark. Mo Jiang, naturally aware of the subtlety in their words, chuckled inwardly. Trying to play games with him? The practitioners of sealing art were too straightforward, they were no match for him. Chapter 2641 The End. Mo Jiang was about to exchange a few more words with them when he suddenly noticed that the entire exam hall had gone silent. Mo Jiang suddenly realized something and looked up at the exam mirror. Bang! He saw a rune paper explode with a faint purple light as soon as it was affixed to the fossil giant's body. With a flash of light, the fossil giant was successfully sealed, and the thin rune paper slowly floated to the ground. It worked. Had Feng Heng really done it? For a moment, the entire exam hall fell into a hushed silence. Since the inception of the sealing trial, no one had ever passed the 13th round of the exam with master-level sealing art strength. Feng Heng had truly made history. Mo Jiang. Why was his luck so good? How did he casually find such a talented disciple? After the initial shock and excitement, everyone's gaze shifted to Mo Jiang, their hearts filled with envy and jealousy. Ha ha ha. Among all the examiners, Mo Jiang was naturally the happiest. He laughed heartily and gestured towards the others, saying, well done, well done. The other examiners also congratulated Mo Jiang. While they were envious, they were also proud. After all, the Sealing Art Association now had such a prodigy, which reflected well on them. Amidst the cheerful laughter, one examiner suddenly furrowed his brow and asked, shouldn't we remind Feng Heng that the trial is almost over? The president, Monty, nodded and said, indeed, the trial has reached this point. Feng Heng's ability in sealing art is unquestionable. As for the next steps, the association will draft a plan for him and provide specialized training. President Mo Jiang chuckled and said, Feng Heng and I are both players, so I think it's best if I take the lead in this. Ahem, another elder from the association cleared his throat and said, what do you mean by players? Since you've joined the research association, you're a member now, one of us. There's no such thing as small teams here. Old Chu, I am not forming any small factions. Feng Heng is my disciple, Monty gently waved his hand to stop Mo Jiang's words, nodding with a serious expression. Feng Heng, as an important member of our association and also as Mr. Mo Jiang's outstanding disciple, should naturally follow Mr. Mo's guidance in teaching. Any potential oversights should be addressed by everyone here, through mutual cooperation. Monty then gave a slight bow, his gaze sincere, and said, the sealing art has been in decline for some time, and now Mr. Mo has discovered such a promising talent. We must all work together to nurture this new talent. I thank you all in advance. Hearing this, everyone stood respectfully and returned the gesture, saying, President, you flatter us. We will certainly do our best. Ha ha ha, President, you don't need to speak so formally. You're making everyone feel so tense. Mo Jiang chuckled in response and, with a genuine smile, bowed to the group, saying, all right then, I will leave my disciple in your capable hands from now on. It was fine. After all, let's not say too much. Feng Heng was his disciple, and first come, first served, no one could take him away. The others, seeing Mo Jiang's smug and self-satisfied posture, couldn't help but shake their heads and laugh bitterly. Old Mo, I feel like you've taken all the good deals for yourself. Old Mo, now that you've gained such an excellent disciple, shouldn't you show your gratitude? The materials we're short of this year will be handed over to Mr. Mo. Naturally, leave it to me. No matter how they teased him, it was undeniable that Mo Jiang had discovered a great talent. This was a huge improvement for the entire sealing art community. The atmosphere in the Great Hall immediately lightened. But soon, an examiner reminded everyone, President, something strange. Feng Heng still hasn't left the trial cavern, and it looks like he's preparing to enter the next stage. Still had not left? Did he want to continue? Everyone turned their attention to the trial mirror. The trial was divided into 14 stages, with the final one being extremely difficult. Even within the entire Sealing Art Association, only 5 people had completed it independently. President Monty's tone grew more serious as he asked, Mo Jiang, didn't you warn Feng Heng about the risks of the final stage? Mo Jiang hesitated, then answered honestly, I told him to go as far as he could. Monty's voice immediately grew cold as he scolded, nonsense. What if something goes wrong? Mo Jiang shrank his neck, not daring to speak. He was also helpless. Who would have thought that Feng Heng, with just a master-level understanding of sealing art, would actually make it all the way to the final stage? It wasn't even something he had considered. Quickly, Mo Jiang smiled and said, "Don't worry, I know this kid well. His escape skills are top-notch. He won't get into serious trouble." The president, knowing Mo Jiang's personality well, shook his head helplessly and said, "If anything goes wrong, shut down the trial immediately. Ensure Feng Heng's safety at all costs." "Understood." Ding. The player has passed the current trial and is about to enter the final trial. Inside the cavern, Feng Heng looked ahead at the entrance to the next stage. Several warning prompts appeared on his retina. Ding. The player has passed the trial and is about to enter the final trial. The final trial carries extreme risks. Please proceed with caution. The reward for completing the final trial, demigod-level sealing art advancement book. Feng Heng's pupils constricted. Here it came. The final trial. The reward was exactly what he had hoped for. A demigod-level skill advancement book. Just one more stage to go. He had made it this far, and the demigod-level advancement book was within reach, just a single step away. Feng Heng had never considered giving up. With a renewed spirit, he drank a bottle of Red Bull and stepped forward, heading toward the cavern's entrance. The opponent in this trial would likely be Sulog, and Sulog's level was probably God level. A demigod-level sealing art was a significant gap away from God level. However, with the right means, that gap could be bridged. If he only had access to a transcendent-level sealing art, the difficulty of sealing Sulog would be greatly increased, and the chances of success would be nearly zero. Therefore, this advancement book was essential to him. He had to find a way to acquire it. Feng Heng felt curious about the creature he would face in this trial as he approached the passage. Unlike the previous trials, this time, after the passage barrier dispersed, there were 3 more dark-colored barriers. What was this? Buzz. As Feng Heng walked up to the passage barrier, the 3 dark barriers slowly dissipated before his eyes. Huh? As the barriers vanished, a powerful pressure surged toward him. Feng Heng's pupils constricted. This intense pressure, he was all too familiar with it. He had only just recently gotten used to it. It was the might of a dragon. Moreover, it was a dragon's might that was several times stronger than the bone dragons. Chapter 2642. One against many. Feng Heng immediately understood. The subject of this trial was actually a dragon clan. The dragon clan, beings at the top of the food chain, possessed terrifying physical strength, the ability to fly, and resistance to most magical effects. Except for the bone dragon, which wasn't recognized by the dragon clan, the strength of an average adult dragon could reach at least the demigod level. This was insane. The final trial required sealing a dragon clan member? The difficulty of the trial had suddenly increased dramatically. Feng Heng could feel the challenge ahead, his heart starting to race. Not to mention sealing it, surviving in the presence of a dragon clan member was already an incredibly difficult task for an ordinary person. Fortunately, having encountered a bone dragon before, Feng Heng was already familiar with the oppressive pressure of dragons. He had even become quite adept at resisting it. Well, since I am here, I will take a look. Feng Heng took a deep breath, steeled himself, and began to cautiously move forward through the passage. Hiss. Feng Heng left the cavern and entered a large karst cave. His footsteps made a faint sound as they hit the ground. Indeed, it was a dragon clan. Feng Heng stopped and looked ahead into the cave. A massive black dragon was coiled up on a bed of grass mats near the entrance of the cave, its eyes tightly shut, its body rising and falling rhythmically as it breathed. It seemed to be asleep. This is troublesome. Feng Heng observed the sleeping dragon, cursing inwardly. Of all the dragons, it had to be the black dragon, known for its highest resistance to magic. The black dragon's scales were covered in a layer of black dragon hide, which had incredibly high resistance to both magic and physical damage, perfect for crafting high-grade defensive equipment. Just a single piece of that hide could be sold for an astronomical price. Well, this wasn't the time to think about that. Feng Heng quickly cleared his mind of all the distracting thoughts. What should he do? At the very least, he couldn't use the same method he had used for the fossil giant earlier. Because the dragon clan could fly. Feng Heng lifted his head and once again surveyed the entire karst cave environment. It seemed that the entire cave had been designed with the dragon clan in mind, providing ample space for them to move. The upper areas of the cave were also left open, ensuring plenty of room for maneuvering. Feng Heng's gaze locked onto the black dragon as he fell into deep thought. A demigod-level creature. Based on the 6 fundamental sealing principles that Mo Jiang had taught him for sealing creatures. What he could likely do now was find a way to weaken the black dragon's abilities. Subdue it. Feng Heng thought rapidly, rubbing his wrist as a hint of battle intent glimmered in his eyes. It seemed this was the only way forward. He closed his eyes again, focusing on sensing the situation. Currently, most of the bone dragons from the Death Realm had been summoned by the Dark Clan to deal with the disaster, leaving only 18 that he could still control. That would be enough. He would leave 3 behind to continue farming bone dragons and summon the rest over. Among all the dragons, bone dragons were the weakest. Even the dragon clan refused to acknowledge bone dragons as true dragons. It didn't matter. The strategy remained the same. If quality wasn't enough, then he would make up for it with quantity. A large quantity could eventually lead to a qualitative change. In the testing hall, the examiners were even more nervous than Fang Heng at this moment. The black dragon in the final trial was extremely dangerous. One wrong move, and there could be casualties. Everyone watched as Fang Heng stopped a short distance in front of the black dragon. What was he going to do? Was he still not willing to give up? Wait. Suddenly, Mo Jiang's brow furrowed in surprise. What? Before them, several large magic arrays began to materialize in front of Fang Heng. Those were. The creature that emerged from the large magic array shocked all the examiners to the extreme. A bone dragon. It was actually a bone dragon, also a member of the dragon clan. Mo Jiang stared at the mirror projection in shock. What the hell? What had this kid gone through in the past 6 months? How did he manage to summon bone dragons, a creature that was only recorded in ancient texts? The ceiling art instructors were equally amazed, glancing toward Mo Jiang, silently asking if this had been part of his foresight. But this wasn't all. The summoning magic arrays continued to appear around Fang Heng. The second, third, and fourth bone dragons flew out one after another. The sleeping black dragon sensed the pressure from its kind. It slowly opened its eyes. Seeing the bone dragons under Fang Heng's control, its pupils immediately filled with fury. A human. To enslave and use the remains of their kind as tools to gain strength. Unforgivable. Whoosh. The black dragon flapped its wings and soared into the air, charging directly toward the nearest bone dragon in midair, slamming into it with a heavy impact. Boom. The entire cave rumbled with a loud crash, followed by a violent shake. Fang Heng stood just below where the bone dragons were clashing, gazing upward to observe the battle. In the Death Realm, the environment provided a boost that allowed bone dragons to barely reach demigod-level strength. But in this cave, the bone dragons were only transcendent level at best, not a match for the black dragon. Furthermore, lacking a physical body made the disparity in strength between the two even more obvious. In this case, the only advantage was numbers. Fang Heng clasped his hands in front of him. One magic array after another spun and condensed before him. Since he had already summoned the bone dragons, why not go all in? He summoned a total of 12 bone dragons, one after another, from the rotating magic arrays. They flew toward the ceiling of the cave. The aura of death emitted by the bone dragons spread through the cavern, quickly shrouding it in a thin mist of undead energy. Roar. The black dragon, noticing its enslaved kin, became even more furious. It opened its mouth and shot a stream of dragon flames toward the bone dragons. Boom. The large bone dragon couldn't dodge in time and was blasted away by the dragon's flames. A huge hole was burned through its white, jade-like bones. Corrupted dragon's breath. With a focused gesture, Fang Heng controlled the 2 bone dragons on his right to attack. They unleashed 2 blasts of corrupted dragon's breath at the black dragon. The black dragon let out a painful roar. It worked. Fang Heng watched intently from below. The corrupted dragon's breath skill had hit the black dragon, and while its health hadn't been reduced by much, the corrosive effect had begun to eat away at the dragon's scales, weakening its resistance. With a few more hits, the black dragon's defense would be significantly reduced. In no time, the black dragon was surrounded by 15 bone dragons, continuously being attacked from all sides. It was a bloodbath. In the exam hall, the ceiling art instructors fell silent. In a one-on-one fight, or even a 5-on-1, the black dragon would likely still dominate. However, facing so many bone dragons at once was too much. Moreover, the space in the karst cave, while large, was still too cramped for such a giant creature as a dragon, restricting its movements significantly. Even if the black dragon wanted to flee, it couldn't. Meanwhile, Fang Heng had retreated to a safe area in the corner of the trial cave, an area where sealing runes were made. In this safe zone, the black dragon couldn't inflict any damage on Fang Heng due to the restrictions in place. As the corrupted dragon's breath struck the black dragon, its scale armor was corroded, with pieces being eaten away here and there, gradually putting it at a disadvantage. Even so, the dragon clan's powerful vitality allowed it to persist and fight for a full 15 minutes. Chapter 2643 The final sliver of health. The black dragon's health point was reduced to the smallest sliver of health. Finally, unable to support its massive body any longer, it crashed to the ground with a loud bang. Bang. The enormous body of the black dragon crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Beneath its pitted and cracked black scale armor, the dragon's flesh had been almost completely corroded, and stinky blood kept seeping out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The group of lickers, gathered at the edges of the cavern, immediately rushed forward. A small portion of the lickers lunged at the black dragon, swinging their sharp claws to continue attacking and further weaken its health point. Meanwhile, the remaining lickers quickly formed cocoons, reverting to their vine zombie forms. Tendrils extended from their bodies, swiftly wrapping around the black dragon, and entangling it. Fang Heng stood within the safe area, constantly observing the game prompts. Dragon creatures had exceptionally thick health point and strong self-healing abilities, so the lickers had to continue attacking to keep the dragon in a critically wounded state. With this in mind, Fang Heng slowly raised his hand. Under the influence of the blood manipulation power, more and more stinky blood seeped out of the black dragon's body and slid to the ground. The large pools of dragon blood on the ground slowly floated into the air, condensing into tiny blood droplets that gradually gathered towards Fang Heng's outstretched palm, eventually forming a blood blob. Sizzle, sizzle. The blood blob in Fang Heng's palm quickly purified, with impurities steadily vaporizing. Not bad. Fang Heng muttered to himself. The quality of the dragon blood was extremely high, enough to replenish the energy lost during the battle with the 1,000 spike fish. At the same time, the zombie clones freed up their hands and began casting sealing techniques on the critically wounded dragon. Ding! The player's zombie clone, vine-transformed body, is attempting to seal the black dragon. Ding! Sealing failed. The player has received 14,133 sealing skill experience points. As expected, it was highly likely to fail. No worries. The sealing process continued at a steady pace. Not to mention, each sealing attempt brought in over 10,000 skill experience points. It was an excellent way to grind experience. Moreover, there was no time limit for the final stage of the assessment. And the Dragon Clan possessed powerful vitality. As long as one carefully controlled the output of the licker's attacks, the black dragon wouldn't die easily in a short amount of time. Come on. Grind, grind, grind. Inside the sealing art assessment hall, everyone saw that Fang Heng had completely controlled the black dragon and was once again following the same old routine. The crowd fell into silence once again. Using brute force to attack the black dragon and significantly weakening its strength. It was indeed the most direct approach. However, very few sealing art scholars were capable of pulling this off. Not to mention doing it with summoned creatures. Fang Heng, on the other hand, was directly hiding in the safe area, avoiding any direct attacks from the black dragon. It felt as though this time the sealing art assessment had encountered a reckless brute force approach. Completely illogical, just breaking the situation with pure strength. And did he exploit a bug? As for what Fang Heng was about to do next, the examiners had already guessed. It was nothing more than using a large number of summoned creatures to continuously apply sealing runes on the black dragon to perform the sealing technique. It was just a matter of when luck would suddenly strike, hitting a small chance, and the seal would happen to succeed. The crowd exchanged glances. Not to mention, from their perspective, the success rate didn't seem too low. At the very least, Fang Heng seemed to have no significant consumption on his side. Thinking further, if Fang Heng were fortunate enough to succeed, he would become the youngest person in history to pass the assessment. It had already been 12 hours since Fang Heng entered the assessment. The examiners didn't feel tired. Having come this far, no one wanted to end it yet. Everyone was eager to find out whether Fang Heng would truly pass the final test. Naturally, Fang Heng wasn't in a hurry. After all, there was still a long way to go before his Grandmaster level skills were fully leveled up. Besides, the Black Dragon was a genuine demigod-level creature, much harder to seal than the ethereal statue in the Death Realm, making the sealing failure experience far more rewarding. If the karst cave area were any larger, he would have simply summoned all his zombie clones to grind for skill experience. But for now, he would just keep grinding slowly. Fang Heng closed his eyes and settled into an AFK mode. This AFK session lasted a full 3 days. The sealing art research team and the instructors had been accompanying Fang Heng in the assessment hall for a full 3 days. It felt like they were watching a TV series and were eager to see the final outcome. However, no one expected that Fang Heng would truly endure for an entire 3 days and nights in the trial. With a series of crackling explosions. Suddenly, a flash of purple light streaked across. What? One of the instructors immediately tensed up, lifting his head and staring intently at the mirror projection. It worked. As the purple light flashed, the black dragon, sealed by the rune paper, transformed into a sheet of rune paper that gently landed on the ground. Subsequent rune papers thrown toward the black dragon fell into the air and became ineffective. Seeing this, everyone's eyes were filled with shock. Incredible. Did it really work? Did this kid actually manage to do it? Everyone turned their gaze toward Fang Heng and the assessment projection. Fang Heng was still sitting in place, eyes closed in deep concentration. It wasn't until over half an hour later that he finally opened his eyes. Huh? Where was the black dragon? Feng Heng paused for a moment, then realized that, during his break, one of his idle zombie clones must have triggered a small chance event and sealed the black dragon without him even noticing. It was a bit surprising. He had thought that he would need to level up his sealing art to an extraordinary level before he could successfully seal the dragon. But he never expected it to work. In the next moment, a dark-colored light descended from the high ceiling of the cave. A dark book appeared in front of him. Ding! The player has passed all the assessments in the sealing art trial grounds, and has obtained a demigod-level sealing art advancement book. Done. Demigod level. Feng Heng quickly stashed the advancement book into his inventory. In just 3 days, his Grandmaster level sealing art had reached level 48, leaving only 2 levels to reach the maximum level. It seemed that after advancing to the transcendent level, the experience points required for future upgrades would increase significantly, meaning he would need to grind for even longer to reach the max level. Ding! The player has completed the final assessment. The player can leave the trial by using the stone pillar. Feng Heng stood up and looked toward the stone pillar in the center of the cave. This stone pillar hadn't been there before, it had appeared only after he had completed the sealing of the black dragon. He walked over to the stone pillar, extended his hand, and gently touched it. Buzz! Immediately, a faint green light enveloped his hand, surrounding him in its glow. When he opened his eyes again, Feng Heng realized he had returned to the Great Hall of the Assessment. So many people? Feng Heng was a bit curious, wondering why there was such a large crowd gathered around him. And the way they were looking at him. It made him feel a little strange. What Feng Heng didn't know was that, while he had been in his meditative state, the sealing art instructors had been discussing a study plan for several years. Chapter 2644 Special Training. Upon learning that Feng Heng had only received basic sealing art instruction, the sealing art instructors were amazed and felt as though they had discovered a treasure. They couldn't let Mo Jiang be the only one to take advantage of this. Ha ha ha, apprentice, well done. Mo Jiang, in a great mood, walked over and patted Feng Heng on the shoulder, praising him. I knew you could do it. You're truly my apprentice, Feng Heng. You've already got the skill advancement book, right? Don't worry about the rest. In the short term, just follow me for some special training. I will teach you some advancement techniques, and once your cultivation is finished, I will make sure you handle that resentment-gathering entity with ease. Alright. Feng Heng glanced at the crowd around him, suppressed the dot in his heart, and gently nodded. Feng Heng hadn't expected this special training to last 15 days. During these 15 days, he followed Mo Jiang and studied sealing art systematically. Occasionally, other sealing art instructors, old men with years of experience, would come to observe and offer their guidance. The teaching method was intensive, and he gained a solid understanding of the theoretical knowledge. He couldn't say he was fully prepared, but at least he had successfully entered the field. However, how effective it would be in actual application was still uncertain. After nearly 3 weeks, Feng Heng began to feel restless. From the reports from Jizaobo, the situation in the Death Realm was growing worse, and with the Holy Realm continually pressuring the undead faction, things were also looking grim on Shi Liping's side. The Undead Council had noticed Feng Heng's prolonged absence and were starting to get anxious, wanting to consult him about strategies. He needed to find a way to act quickly to deal with Silog, who had obtained the Empress inheritance. So, after completing a chapter of his special training, Feng Heng asked Mo Jiang for leave, intending to return and see how bad the trouble in the Undead Council had become. He didn't want to train hard here, only for the Death Realm to suffer while he wasn't looking, turning all his effort into nothing. In the quiet training room, Mo Jiang listened to Feng Heng's words, nodded, and after thinking for a moment, he continued, you should already have a clear understanding of the standard process of sealing art. The next phase of your training should focus more on practical combat, reinforcing your memory while gradually developing a style that suits you. These things can't be accomplished in a short time, it requires years of continuous study. Feng Heng naturally understood this point, but there were pressing matters he needed to address. For example, sealing Zilog. Feng Heng glanced at the several sealing art instructors sitting at the edges of the training room. Over the course of these days, during his special training, there had always been a few sealing art instructors attending his lessons, sometimes more, sometimes fewer. At most, there would be a dozen, and at least 5 or 6. It was said that they did this to ensure the integrity of the lessons. Indeed, sometimes they would raise perspectives completely different from Mo Jiang's or suggest unique ideas, which opened Feng Heng's eyes to new possibilities. As a result, Feng Heng often felt that the academic atmosphere within the sealing art community was quite rich. It was a great place to learn. In fact, the instructors had all decided together to stay and attend the classes as they were worried that Mo Jiang would fall into his old habits during the lessons and start babbling nonsense, potentially leading Feng Heng astray. Feng Heng looked at Mo Jiang and asked, with my current abilities, what do you think the success rate would be? Mo Jiang thought for a moment, then shook his head. To be blunt, your current abilities aren't enough to weaken Sulog. The biggest issue is the level of your sealing technique. It needs to be at least demigod level for there to be a chance. Feng Heng's eyes lit up. Over the past few days, his zombie clone had been grinding non-stop in the Death Realm, earning experience for his sealing skill. His sealing skill had already reached Transcendent level 43. He estimated it would only take about 3 more days to max it out. Once that happened, he would be able to use the demigod level skill book he had to upgrade his skill. It wasn't a big problem. Feng Heng asked, what if I reach demigod level? Well. Mo Jiang raised his fingers and did a quick mental calculation before continuing. Your attributes are good, but I estimate the success rate to be under 1%. Unless luck is extremely on your side, it's almost impossible. Mo Jiang looked up and saw Feng Heng's dejected expression. His face turned serious as he reminded him, Feng Heng, I don't know much about other academic disciplines, but in sealing art, you must never be reckless. Even though you've got a demigod level advancement book, you still need to take things one step at a time. He continued, keep training here for now. In sealing art, we have a special ability. Once you officially advance to the next level, I will ask the president for some special sealing rune paper. At that point, I think the sealing success rate should improve a little. Thank you, teacher, Feng Heng said respectfully, then asked, after the special rune paper is added, how much will the success rate improve? About 3%. Mo Jiang picked up the teacup from the desk and gently took a sip, thinking to himself that young people were always so impulsive, but at least the attitude was good. Feng Heng nodded respectfully and continued, teacher, I will soon reach demigod level in sealing art, but even with an advancement, a 3% success rate is still too low. Sulog was not the same as the normal trial sealing creatures. There were 2 main differences. First, the environment's danger level. In the frozen environment, his zombie clones would be useless, meaning he couldn't rely on probability to force the seal. Second, Sulog was extremely dangerous. According to the Undead Council's premonition, once the Ice Soul seal was broken, Sulog's strength would rapidly recover to its peak in just 2 minutes. By then, no one would be able to control him. During that time, Feng Heng would only have a limited number of attempts to use the sealing technique. And the more Sulog's strength recovered, the lower the sealing success rate would be. They were currently discussing the success rate of sealing Sulog right after he had just broken free from the Ice Soul seal, when his strength was still only at half. Cough, cough. Wait, what did you just say? Mo Jiang choked on his tea, coughing uncontrollably for a while before finally recovering. He stared at Feng Heng, then asked in disbelief, did you just say you're about to advance to demigod level in sealing art? Upon hearing that Feng Heng had successfully advanced to demigod level, Mo Jiang was shocked. Not yet, but I predict it will be completed soon, probably in 2 days, Feng Heng replied. Mo Jiang was stunned. So soon? He knew that Feng Heng had some strange special abilities, but to advance to demigod level in such a short time? The efficiency of his leveling up was astonishing. It wasn't just him, the several instructors attending the class also cast amazed looks at Feng Heng. In the entire Sealing Art Association, there were only about 10 scholars who had truly reached the demigod level stage in sealing art. Chapter 2645 Assisting Sealing Artifact. Hearing Feng Heng's words, Mo Jiang seemed to understand that Feng Heng's name would soon appear on the list of demigod-level sealing art scholars. Just over half a month ago, Feng Heng had only mastered high-tier sealing art. Alright. After a brief moment of surprise, Mo Jiang nodded, accepting the explanation. Several instructors present began whispering among themselves. No one suspected that Feng Heng was lying, but they were concerned. Feng Heng's skill leveling speed was astonishingly fast. It was so fast that it made people uneasy. With such rapid progression, did he use some special method? And if so, could it bring hidden risks? Feng Heng sighed internally and continued, Teacher, even if I advance to demigod-level sealing art, the success rate of sealing Sulog would still be less than 10%. It's too low. Feng Heng, my young friend, one of the observing instructors said kindly, there's no need to rush. What you're lacking most right now is experience and proficiency. With your current ability, once you fully integrate sealing art and cultivate it to the peak of demigod level, combined with the top-level sealing runes specially created by the president for Sulog, the success rate will be around 10%, which is achievable. Feng Heng cupped his hands in gratitude towards the instructor. He was willing to take his time and gradually improve his sealing art proficiency. However, the disaster wouldn't give him that much time. Once the time came, the disaster would spread completely, and the entire Death Realm would be doomed. His rewards would be lost as well. If, as you say, Sulog is a manifestation of gathered resentment. Perhaps we can approach it from the perspective of the sealing restriction. Feng Heng turned around and saw the elderly man who spoke, stroking his beard and slowly saying, I remember that the Holy Court once commissioned us to create a special sealing restriction. The level of the restriction has already reached the edge of God level, and it also carries holy attribute strength, which has a very strong targeting effect on creatures formed by gathered resentment. Holy Court. Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. Of course. The Holy Court, with its holy attribute, theoretically would have a significant positive effect on creatures formed from gathered resentment. No. As soon as the elderly man finished speaking, Mo Jiang immediately shook his head in refusal. Everyone turned their gaze towards Mo Jiang, looking at him with questioning eyes. Mo Jiang looked at everyone and explained, what you don't know is that there has always been a rift between Feng Heng and the Holy Court. He is currently being hunted by the Holy Court, so sending him to the Holy Court would be far too risky. The instructors immediately understood and stopped pursuing the topic. Rest assured, teacher, I won't take the risk myself, Feng Heng said, feeling he had found a breakthrough. He then asked, if I can find a sealing item from elsewhere, and combine its power with the sealing art from last time, which was at a demigod level, what are the chances that I can seal Sulog? Mo Jiang sighed inwardly, knowing where this conversation was headed. He had already guessed that Feng Heng would likely try anyway. You can try the Holy Court, but make sure you don't take unnecessary risks, Mo Jiang said, still cautious. From my judgment, if you manage to find that sealing item from the Holy Court, and combine it with a sealing rune, along with your attributes and demigod level sealing techniques, your success rate could be around 30% to 40%. 30%. That was enough for Feng Heng to go all in. He nodded inwardly, beginning to make plans in his mind. Ever since he learned that the dimensional core could absorb the power of worlds, he had started looking for dimensional cores at any cost through various channels. These included, but were not limited to, Black Castle, Starfish Game Company, Old Black, the Undead Council, and the Federation. In total, dimensional cores were incredibly expensive and difficult to find, but with Mo Jiang's tireless efforts, he had managed to obtain a few. Currently, Feng Heng had 13 complete dimensional cores and 137 fragments in his possession. With these dimensional cores, he could continue absorbing the dimensional power from several game worlds to raise his dimensional level, which would further boost his attributes. In addition, there was good news from the Undead Council recently. It was said that the instructors had gone through numerous ancient texts and found a special artifact capable of limiting malicious intent, which could temporarily weaken Sulog's powers. When everything was combined, the sealing success rate could be further increased. Reaching a 40% success rate seemed feasible. The most crucial thing now was to find the sealing item from the Holy Court, which had a holy attribute. Feng Heng had already made up his mind. He continued, Teacher, what exactly is this sealing item from the Holy Court? Perhaps we can think of another way to get it from them. It's a long story. The elder with the white beard began reminiscing, speaking slowly. I remember the young man was named Ron, a very talented newcomer. Ron. Feng Heng quietly repeated the name, noting it in his mind. Yes, Ron was originally a member of our Sealing Art Association, but he later joined the Holy Court, leaving our association. Now, he has no ties with us anymore. I heard he became a bishop in the Holy Court, which was likely the best position for him, considering his talents. PFFT. Mo Jiang, who had been listening, scoffed in dissatisfaction. What's the big deal with being a bishop? The sealing item was forged, and then this brat saw we were no longer useful to him and ran off. Mo Jiang then turned to Feng Heng and said, Feng Heng, those old guys are too polite to say it, but I will tell you. Ron was always part of the Holy Court. He joined our Sealing Art Association just to trick us into helping him forge the sealing item. Once it was done, he quickly ran back to the Holy Court. The old rascal may look honest, but he's sneaky. If you find him again, be sure to watch out for him. Feng Heng asked, so, the sealing item I need is in Ron's hands now? It's uncertain, Mo Jiang replied. In theory, the sealing item can be triggered with mental strength. There are elements of sealing in both occultism and alchemy, so anyone can control it. Of course, Ron was there throughout the forging process, and the material he used was a broken holy artifact from the Holy Court. If Ron himself controls the sealing item, its effect will definitely be the best. Another elder with a white beard recalled something and nodded. I remember now. The sealing item is called the Sigh of the Compassionate. Ron mentioned that he needed an item to seal powerful monsters to suppress the creatures in the War Ruins world. Perhaps, the Sigh of the Compassionate is still in the War Ruins world. Chapter 2646 The Situation, Ding. The player has triggered a side mission The Lost Sealing Item. Mission name, The Lost Sealing Item The Sigh of the Compassionate. Mission difficulty, SSS. Mission description: the sealing item that the Sealing Art Association helped the Holy Court craft was taken by Ron and has since disappeared. You believe this sealing item may play a critical role in sealing Salog. Mission requirements: go to the War Ruins world and attempt to retrieve the sealing item crafted by the Sealing Art Association, the Sigh of the Compassionate. Mission reward: 50,000 King of Gods points. Feng Heng saw the game hint appear and nodded silently. The reward was ordinary, but the mission clearly defined the goal and location. The old man stroked his graying beard and continued, Feng Heng, our sealing art school has always remained neutral as a third party. In the past, we've never been involved in the wars between factions. Do you understand what I mean? Of course. So this matter, our association cannot assist, and you will have to find a way yourself. I understand. The association has already helped me a lot, and no matter the outcome, this matter will not involve the Sealing Art Association. Feng Heng respectfully bowed to the instructors of the association. The Sealing Art Association couldn't help, but the Undead Council should have some way to assist. Besides, if he caused some trouble within the Holy Court, it might help distract pressure on the Undead Council side. After returning to Miska Fortress, Feng Heng initially planned to speak with the Undead Council about the current progress, but when he arrived at the main hall, he was informed that President GRG and several high-ranking members of the council were in seclusion. In seclusion? Feng Heng was somewhat puzzled. Still thinking about seclusion at this time? Feng Heng was puzzled when he coincidentally ran into Jiziobo coming from outside. Brother Feng. Jiziobo, seeing Feng Heng, immediately showed a joyful expression and hurriedly caught up, saying, Brother Feng, I heard you've been undergoing special training in sealing art? How's the progress? Brother Feng. Jiziobo, seeing Feng Heng, immediately showed a joyful expression and hurriedly caught up, saying, Brother Feng, I heard you've been undergoing special training in sealing art? How's the progress? It's going okay. Feng Heng shrugged and showed a hint of helplessness, but there's still a gap in sealing Salog. It's fine, we still have time. Jiziobo wasn't sure how big the gap Feng Heng was referring to was, but seeing Feng Heng's lack of enthusiasm, he assumed there hadn't been much progress and comforted him, saying, the Undead Council just awakened a holy weapon. It should help. Feng Heng, who had heard about the holy weapon yesterday, immediately asked, what kind of holy weapon? A holy weapon effective against resentment. It was just found last night in the old warehouse. President GRG is currently with a few instructors trying to awaken it. It will probably take another day or two, and once the holy weapon is revived, Salog's strength will be greatly weakened. Jiziobo wasn't sure about the specifics of the holy weapon as he had only overheard a bit. Feng Heng glanced at the closed council hall doors, realizing the instructors were busy with the holy weapon awakening. He decided not to interrupt and would ask about the specifics once they were done. Alright, what's the situation with the Holy Court recently? The Holy Court? When Jiziobo heard Feng Heng's question, he immediately showed a look of frustration and said, that bunch of dogs from the Holy Court, taking advantage of our focus on the Death Realm, are targeting us in various worlds and weakening the strength of our undead faction. Shi Liping over there is still negotiating with them, but the situation is dire. We receive requests for help almost daily. Many areas have already been cleared and taken over by the Holy Court. Feng Heng frowned and asked, aren't the instructors going to intervene? Right now, the main battles are taking place among players and in most low to mid-tier game worlds. Unless you appear on the battlefield, the Holy Court won't send higher combat forces to intervene. If the instructors step in, the Holy Realm will send higher combat forces to the battlefield as well. The instructors have analyzed it, and on one hand, all our elite strength is concentrated in the Death Realm, and we can't spare more to engage directly with the Holy Court on the front lines. On the other hand, according to the Council's estimation, if both we and the Holy Realm join the battle, we will only fall into an even worse disadvantage. Feng Heng curled his lips. So, in the end, it's just that they could not compete in terms of hard power. Of course, I suspect that the Holy Court doesn't want to deploy high-tier combat forces into an all-out war either. Dissent requires a lot of energy and faith, and recently, the Holy Court has been weakening. Many factions have raised concerns about them. The Holy Court wants to conserve its strength and avoid revealing any vulnerabilities. Also, the Holy Court has been pressuring various factions. They've unilaterally decided that our Undead Council has been protecting you, and they demand that the Council hand you over if there's any chance of negotiation. Upon hearing this, the Undead Council immediately chose to remain firm. But firmness aside, they still could not match the Holy Court's power. In the end, all the burden fell on Shi Liping. In Feng Heng's view, Shi Liping still had some skills. Despite the clear difference in strength, Shi Liping had managed to stay in a standoff with the Holy Court, and at least on the surface, his strength hadn't been significantly diminished. After listening for a while, Jiziobo gradually came to his senses and asked, "Brother Fang, why are you suddenly asking about a holy court?" Fang Heng nodded and explained, "When I went to study sealing arts, I learned something. The holy court once created a special auxiliary sealing tool to seal monsters. This thing could be effective against Zilog, and I've been thinking about how I can get my hands on it." Upon hearing this, Jiziobo immediately became interested. This sounded great. Not only could they take a shot at the holy court, but they could also find a way to deal with Zilog. "Brother Fang, are we planning to take action against the holy court?" "Yeah." Fang Heng nodded lightly. They were definitely going to take action. However, he also had his concerns. After the last time, when he severely injured the Holy Realm's pursuers, it seemed that their tracking had stopped. This sudden interruption didn't give him relief, but instead gave him a feeling of impending danger. It felt like something big was brewing. The Holy Court was likely preparing a major move. It was a good opportunity to go to the Holy Court and check things out. Where to? Which world? War Ruins World, do you know it? I've heard of it. It's an advanced game world controlled by the Holy Court, and there's no development for our undead faction there. Jiziobo was full of energy and immediately turned to leave, but no worries, the instructors should have a way. I will contact them right away. Brother Fang, wait for me, it won't take long. Wait. Fang Heng stopped Jiziobo, who was rushing off to gather help. What? If I join the battlefield against the Holy Court, they will react and send a strong team from the Holy Realm to target us. So this matter has to be handled carefully. Don't let anyone know about it. Jiziobo's face became serious, and he nodded. Got it, Brother Fang. This will be kept strictly confidential. And, contact Shi Liping for me. Isn't he under a lot of pressure from the war with the Holy Court? We're from the same faction, so it would be good to lend him a hand. Helping him is also helping ourselves. Understood. Brother Fang. I will handle it right away. Chapter 2647 War Ruins 2 days later. The Holy Court was an advanced game world. War Ruins. Fang Heng used a special scroll to enter the game world. Ding. The player has entered a special game world. Ding. This game world is filled with spatial turbulence and is protected by special forces. In most areas of the world, the player's spatial abilities will be affected to varying degrees. In some areas, the player will be unable to use spatial teleportation passages or other spatial abilities. Ding. Some of the player's abilities have become ineffective. Ding. After 72 hours of invading this world using a special ritual, the player's information will be exposed. After 72 hours, every additional minute of staying will result in extra punishment. The game hints slowly faded. Fang Heng slowly opened his eyes and found himself in a yellowed ruin. To be precise, it was a deep pit sunken into the ground. Under the sunlight, the jagged stone statues on the walls of the pit seemed to emanate a certain majesty. The stone statues had become broken and weathered by the wind and frost, filled with the marks of time. His spatial science skills were all inoperative. Fang Heng continued to check the game hints. Spatial turbulence. It meant that Abakia's magic array would also be affected to some extent. This world was interesting. Fortunately, based on the game hints, not whole areas were unable to use spatial abilities. It was still possible to find a place to set up Abakia's magic array. From what Jiziobo had learned over the past few days, the Holy Court had occupied the War Ruins world for a long time and had been engaging in some unclear activities. There were rumors that the Holy Court was sealing something terrifying here. Was the Holy Court's goal merely to guard the seal? Fang Heng didn't think so. From the looks of it, the teleportation seems to have gone smoothly. Fang Heng couldn't help but turn his head, looking at the female player beside him who spoke. She was quite attractive, with fair skin and long hair naturally falling over her shoulders. Fang Heng couldn't help but glance at her a couple more times. Yan Yuxin was also observing Fang Heng. She didn't know Fang Heng's true identity. She had only accepted a mission from the undead faction to escort someone to the War Ruins and ensure his withdrawal after 72 hours. At first glance, the mission didn't seem very difficult, but the rewards were extremely generous. In addition to the opportunity to be promoted to a master level in necromancy qualification, she would also be paired with a personal instructor to guide her in necromancy. Although she could only be an apprentice, it was still far better than other players who had to figure things out on their own. Moreover, if she performed well, becoming an official disciple wasn't out of the question. The rewards were so good that it made Yan Yuxin extra cautious. Furthermore, the mission target in front of her seemed somewhat difficult to gauge. He had intentionally concealed his identity, wearing a somewhat laughable frog mask. Since she had already accepted the mission, she decided to focus on completing it. Yan Yuxin had raised her guard to the highest level and looked at Fang Heng. You must be Fang Bei, right? I've accepted a special mission to guide you. I will provide some guidance and assistance during the mission, though it's limited. Yeah. Fang Heng nodded lightly. This world is filled with spatial turbulence, and most passages cannot leave this world. You must find me within 72 hours, and I will help you leave here. Otherwise, things will get complicated, and we could both be in great danger. Also, if we run into any trouble during the mission and lose contact, you can come here to find me. Let's go. We need to leave here as quickly as possible. We will talk as we walk. Got it. I am also a player, so feel free to speak your mind. Fang Heng nodded, following Yan Yuxin as they headed toward the upper layers of the pit ruins. Yan Yuxin gave him a surprised glance. A player? The person she was supposed to guide for this special mission was actually a player? What was going on? Fang Heng asked, are you familiar with this War Ruins world? Could you give me a brief introduction? Yan Yuxin quickly snapped out of her surprise and nodded. War Ruins is the name given to this world by outsiders. It used to be a world full of high-tier biological technology. The two dominant species here went to war over some conflicts. The war escalated, and after a devastating attack, the entire world was heavily damaged due to its inability to withstand the energy. The creatures here were completely vaporized by the dispersing energy waves. Everything you see now is built upon the ruins. By the way, the main faith in this world is the Holy Court. Fang Heng glanced at Yan Yuxin and asked, are you from the Holy Court? You could say that. Why choose to cooperate with the undead faction? Yan Yuxin turned her head to glance at Fang Heng, then quickly looked away, casually explaining, it's nothing, just betting on both sides. You see, the Holy Court and the undead have been at odds for so long. The Holy Court can't even capture a single Fang Heng. The main forces of both the undead and the Holy Court haven't even been fully deployed, and the power gap between the two is obvious. Yet, the Holy Court keeps getting the short end of the stick. So, you want to switch to necromancy? It's not for me, it's for my brother. He needs to advance to master-level necromancy. Fang Heng shrugged and said, not a bad plan. No matter which side wins, at least you won't end up with nothing. Don't even mention it. People like us, just regular folks, are only trying to survive quietly in the game. In such chaotic times, just keeping our lives intact is already a good outcome. Yan Yuxin sighed, but then quickly changed the subject and reminded him, so, to be clear from the start, what I can do for you in this mission is limited to bringing you here, helping you leave, and providing some information about the world. I won't be involved in any actual combat or in acquiring any intelligence about the Holy Court. Fang Heng slowly lifted his head and looked at Yan Yuxin. There's one thing. I know, you need a special area that isn't affected by the spatial turbulence of this world. I've already had people prepare it in advance, and the area has been cleared of any obstacles. It's safe around there, and no one will come near during this time. Yan Yuxin's expression became more serious. She knew the undead faction was planning something here. But exactly what they were up to, she didn't know. Her role was to cooperate a little and then distance herself as much as possible, to avoid being implicated if the Holy Court came looking for her afterward. Alright, this is important. Take me there first. I need to personally confirm everything. Get in the vehicle. The place I arranged is not far from here. Also, this pit is going to be developed into a tourist attraction soon. It's still in the approval phase, so no one will be coming around here anytime soon. It's safe. If we run into trouble later, we can hide here. Chapter 2648 Mine Pit. As they spoke, the two of them exited the pit and got into an off-road vehicle that was parked nearby. The off-road vehicle sped forward, covering a 2-hour journey. After more than 2 hours, the vehicle entered a small town. The town looked very dilapidated. As they drove through, Fang Heng noticed that there were hardly any people on the streets. Mine Town, as you can probably guess from the name, was originally established to develop the nearby mines. But after a few years of mining, they discovered that the ore reserves weren't as high as expected, and soon the mine was exhausted. Afterward, the development company folded, and the town fell into decay. Most of the residents moved to a nearby larger city. Now, the town is in a semi-abandoned state. Soon, the off-road vehicle reached the heart of the town and stopped outside a stadium. The small town stadium had been abandoned years ago, and usually no one comes here. I hired the place using a ritual, purchasing it under your name as the employer. Also, as per your request, I hired local gang members to guard the place 24/7. To avoid unnecessary trouble, I won't have any direct involvement with them. So whatever you plan to do next, I am not aware of it. Yan Yuxin said as she handed over an ID card to Fang Heng. This is the ID card. I've never had direct contact with the gang, but they recognize the card. Very good. Fang Heng took the card from her, nodding slightly. Thank you. Yan Yuxin watched as Fang Heng got out of the car and walked toward the gang members outside the stadium. Under their guidance, he entered the venue. This guy. Yan Yuxin muttered under her breath, her eyes narrowing with a hint of caution. Although she had only interacted with Feng Heng for a short time, she had already sensed that he was no ordinary person. Recently, the undead faction had been heavily suppressed by the Holy Court in the mid-tier game worlds, even being forced to withdraw completely from 2 mid-level worlds. Now, suddenly, they were focusing on an advanced game world? And it just happened to be the War Ruins world, the very one she was in. Coincidence? It shouldn't be some kind of large-scale direct war, right? After all, from Yan Yuxin's perspective, the War Ruins was occupied by the Holy Court's high-tier forces, and this cursed place didn't have any undead faction presence. There was nothing here for the undead faction to destroy. But what was that person coming here for this time? After presenting the ID card, Feng Heng entered the abandoned gym with the guidance of the gang leader and several members of the gang. How is it, brother? This place looks good, right? Feng Heng scanned the interior of the venue, nodding slightly. The area was large enough. It's fine. You can leave now. Keep an eye on your men and make sure no one steps inside the venue, not even your subordinates. Hey! What are you talking about? The gang member immediately took offense at Feng Heng's tone and stepped forward, shouting angrily, "How dare you speak to our boss like that?" Feng Heng turned his head, his gaze locking on the gang member. In that instant, the gang member felt as if some terrifying force had fixed its eyes on him. His body tensed to the extreme, blood rushing as if it were flowing backward, completely losing control of his body. All he could hear was his heart pounding furiously. He was going to die. The gang member felt as though death itself had gripped his throat, his consciousness gradually fading. "Sir, my subordinate doesn't know better. Please give him another chance. I will make sure to educate him properly when we get back." The gang leader, drenched in sweat, stepped forward hesitantly, blocking his subordinate, with a forced, pleading smile on his face. Feng Heng slowly averted his gaze from the gang member, who immediately collapsed to the ground like a rag doll, unable to move. "Sir, you're too kind. I will make sure he apologizes to you properly." The gang leader sighed with relief and continued, "As for the remaining payment, I will settle it with you after we're done here." Of course, of course. Your reputation is impeccable. We definitely trust you." The gang leader smiled obsequiously, signaling for 2 of his men to help their unconscious comrade to his feet. Then, with a wave of his hand, they hurriedly left. After the gang left the venue, Feng Heng slowly looked around, taking in the surroundings. He walked to the center of the gym and knelt down, starting to set up a magic array. Just as he was halfway through the setup, the zombie clone he had prepared earlier finished its countdown and was resurrected. A series of magic arrays appeared around the clone's body. A large number of lickers erupted from the magic arrays, rushing toward the various exits of the venue. Within moments, the entire gymnasium was completely overrun. The lickers left behind in the hall quickly formed flesh cocoons, sealing themselves within. From these flesh cocoons, the regular zombie clones crawled out, moving in sync with Feng Heng. They began assisting him in drawing a large magic array on the floor. Yan Yuxin waited outside the gym for a full 12 hours. She waited from day to night. Several times, she considered whether she should go inside the gym to check things out. In the end, she chose to stay outside. Curiosity killed the cat. Yan Yuxin kept reminding herself, forcing down her curiosity. Finally, she saw Feng Heng walk out of the gym. After leaving the gym, Feng Heng went straight to the car, skillfully took the front passenger seat, and closed the door. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Yan Yuxin couldn't help but ask, "Is it all done?" "Not yet, but it's almost done." Feng Heng adjusted to a more comfortable position, fastened his seatbelt, and said, "Let's go." Yan Yuxin glanced at Feng Heng, pursed her lips, pressed the gas pedal, and sped away from the gym. "Where are you planning to go?" "I can follow you, but just so you know, you need to hide your undead aura well. If you get discovered, I won't go easy on you. Don't worry, my aura is well concealed. I need to go to the Holy Court Cathedral to find the Archbishop. Other high-level people would work too, but the Archbishop is the minimum requirement." Yan Yuxin was taken aback by what she heard. She stopped looking ahead and turned her head to stare at Feng Heng in the passenger seat. "What did you just say?" "I said, I need to go to the cathedral." Yan Yuxin's face darkened. Now Yan Yuxin understood why the mission reward was so generous. He was alive and well, yet he was going to the Holy Court Cathedral to seek death? Was he playing around? If Feng Bei got into trouble, she'd be in trouble too. "You've gone mad, haven't you? Are you trying to die faster? If you want to die, don't drag me into it. Trust me, it will be fine." Feng Heng said this calmly as he spread his hands forward. In an instant, dark golden light surged around him. Yang Yuxin's eyes caught a glimpse of the radiance emanating from Feng Heng. Her pupils immediately constricted. That holy light was blinding to her. Chapter 2649 Sneaking in. It was the Book of Creation. What was going on? He actually knew sacred study? And clearly, the Book of Creation in Feng Heng's hands wasn't just any ordinary one, but an advanced, special version. She did not even have such good equipment. Focus on driving. Yang Yuxin swallowed a mouthful of saliva and turned her eyes away from Feng Heng to focus on driving again. This was unbelievable. The undead have already infiltrated the Holy Court, huh? No wonder the Holy Court always loses. How could they win? Speaking of which, how did the undead even learn sacred study? And at such a high level too. Yang Yuxin really wanted to get to the bottom of it, feeling as though her mind was being tickled by a monkey, restless and uncomfortable. However, she also knew that in this situation, the less she knew, the better. She could only force herself to hold back and refrain from asking. Of course, if Feng Heng decided to tell her, she would be willing to listen. Feng Heng put the Book of Oaths away, fell silent for a moment, then raised his head and asked, I heard that something is sealed by the Holy Court in the War Ruins world. Is that true? Yang Yuxin collected her thoughts and nodded. Yes, I've heard something about that too. Is it true? I am not sure, but if you ask me, I am inclined to believe it, Yang Yuxin said with a serious expression. The Holy Court has established special sealed areas in certain regions of this world, and there are forbidden zones guarded by dedicated personnel. They prohibit outsiders from entering. I believe the rumors about the Holy Court sealing something likely refer to that. Feng Heng frowned slightly. A forbidden zone? Yes. Do you know why this world is called the War Ruins? Before Feng Heng could respond, Yang Yuxin continued explaining to herself, the world we're in right now was discovered as a ruin. Before its destruction, it was most likely an extremely advanced civilization. According to the Holy Court, the Forbidden Zone is the site of intense battles between two major factions of this advanced civilization. The fierce combat created severe spatial turbulence, making the area extremely dangerous. That's why the Holy Court has stationed many of its people to guard it, creating a forbidden zone to prevent outsiders from entering and causing any danger. I see. Feng Heng nodded gently. This was just the Holy Court's side of the story. As for the actual situation, only the Holy Court itself would know. You don't believe the Holy Court's explanation? It's not that I don't believe them, I am just a little suspicious, Yang Yuxin said, her face becoming serious. From all the signs, I feel like the Holy Court isn't telling the whole truth. They are hiding something. Feng Heng looked out the car window at the vast desert and asked, how much longer? Feng Bei, the ruins world is different from other worlds. Due to the influence of spatial turbulence, using spatial teleportation here is extremely difficult. Only a small portion of the Holy Court's safe areas have spatial teleportation passages. Most of the time, we have to rely on more primitive methods to travel. I understand. Feng Heng thought to himself that this was actually good news. If any trouble were to arise here, it would still take the Holy Court quite a bit of time to track him down. The earliest estimate is that it will take us about 4 hours to reach the central Holy Church. By the time, the church's morning prayers will just be starting, and the regional archbishop may also make an appearance. That will be your best chance to meet the archbishop. Suddenly, Yang Yuxin remembered something and asked, by the way, Feng Bei, did you register with the Holy Court? No. Then you're in trouble. The process for a normal person to request an audience with the archbishop is extremely complicated, and I can't help you with that. It's fine, I have a way. Feng Heng was well prepared and nodded, saying, you just need to take me to the cathedral, the rest is up to me. Oh? Yang Yuxin glanced at Feng Heng from the corner of her eye, thinking to herself, this guy probably has some shady methods, doesn't he? Most likely. After all, it was not so easy to get an audience with the archbishop. She had been with the Holy Court for so long and had only met the archbishop a handful of times. Yang Yuxin made up her mind. To avoid trouble, she had to distance herself from Feng Bei as much as possible. Feng Bei, I will drop you off once we enter the city. The cathedral is right in the city center, and easy to find. You will see it as soon as you enter the city, it's the largest building. Alright, I understand your concerns. But I need you to head straight to the Holy Church once we enter the city. We will meet there, and we will act as if it's our first time meeting. Yang Yuxin let out a long sigh in her heart. Fine. She had known this mission wouldn't be that simple. Feng Heng noticed her occasional glances in his direction as if she was about to say something but held back. He couldn't help but ask, is there something else on your mind? Are you really just going like this? What do you mean? Mask. Yang Yuxin said helplessly, anyone wearing this mask would make people think there's something wrong with you, right? That's true, Feng Heng replied with a self-deprecating smile. He then reached up and slowly removed the mask from his face. What? Yan Yuxin was stunned, quickly turning her head to stare at Feng Heng. He actually took off the mask so easily? Up until now, Feng Heng had kept his identity shrouded in mystery, never revealing it to her. He had always made sure to conceal himself. But now, he had removed the mask so casually? Something didn't feel right. When she saw his face, her confusion only deepened. She didn't recognize him. This face, she had never seen it before. As someone who knew a lot about the undead faction, especially the high-tier players, she would have seen at least a photo of anyone important. But this face. This person was unfamiliar to her. Yan Yuxin was struck with shock. What the hell? When did a Holy Court spy suddenly appear among the undead? 3 hours later, in Oasis City. This city, built in the middle of a vast desert, was as bustling as any other major settlement. Feng Heng arrived alone at the front of the Great Hall of the Holy Church, located in the center of the city. It was the perfect time, morning prayers were underway, and a large number of worshippers had gathered in the cathedral. Feng Heng blended in with the crowd, following the believers as they entered the Great Hall. As the rhythmic prayers filled the air, Feng Heng cast a glance toward the angelic statues and closed his eyes to offer his silent prayer. In a sacred study state, Feng Heng prayed, triggering the Great Sage's crown in his backpack. Ding! The player has triggered the mission Great Sage Advancement Trial. Mission name, Great Sage Advancement Trial. Mission description, Special Bloodline Advancement Mission. Mission requirement 1, achieve at least Master Level Sacred Study and have a Spirit attribute above 500 points. Mission requirement 2, bind a Temple of Zeus with a rating of SS or higher, current temple rating, A+. Accept the power of faith as a Great Sage, with at least 5,000 followers. Mission requirement 3, the player must seal at least 3 SS level or higher monsters and complete a monster sacrifice within the bound Temple of Zeus. Chapter 2650 Phenomenon A? Feng Heng felt a shift in his thoughts. The holy church in front of him was somewhat different. As the holy light radiated, the great sage's crown he carried emanated waves of divine power. Dark golden light surged around him, and with it, the statues of gods in the great hall began to tremble faintly, releasing a divine radiance. Whoosh! A phantom of dark golden wings spread open behind the statue. What was going on? This strange phenomenon had never occurred in the Holy Church since its establishment. Everyone turned their gaze toward Feng Heng, who was blessed by the holy light. All the strange phenomena had arisen because of this young man. Miracle. It's a miracle. The believers, as if witnessing a divine event, immediately began to kneel and pray. Feng Heng's retina flashed with a game prompt. Ding! The player discovered the statue of the Great Sage, special. The player has completed the prayer of the statue of the Great Sage, triggering the advancement extra mission God's Punishment. Additional mission name, God's Punishment. Mission description, the Great Sage has the duty of judging evil. The player must eliminate S level or higher demons through judgment to earn mission points, to surpass 50 million mission points. Mission completion reward, the player may cancel one remaining unfinished task from the Great Sage's advancement mission. Ding! The player has acquired the special skill God's Punishment. The skill's effectiveness is related to the player's basic attributes, current faith value, and sacred study ability. If the Great Sage-related mission fails, this skill will become inactive by default, so that was it. The statue of the god inside the church had an issue. Feng Heng carefully reviewed the mission description again, and his eyes suddenly lit up. It meant that an additional mission branch 4, had been unlocked. Out of the 4 mission options, completing 3 would be enough. It meant that an additional mission branch 4, had been unlocked. Out of the 4 mission options, completing 3 would be enough. It seemed that, although they all involved monster hunting, Mission 4 was considerably easier than Mission 3. Moreover, he had also gained a free skill as a bonus. As for the skill effect, Feng Heng thought, he would have to find an opportunity to test it. Just as he was thinking this, the Holy Court believers around him had already knelt on the ground. What the hell? Not far away, among the crowd, Yan Yuxin, who had previously coordinated with Feng Heng, was already blending in, preparing to assist Feng Heng with his next move. She was curious about the method Feng Heng would use to meet the Archbishop. Before coming here, she had speculated on many possible strategies, but she never expected Feng Heng to pull off something like this. This guy. What was his background? His divine power had resonated with the entire statue of God. Was he truly an undercover from the undead faction? Inside the Great Hall, the believers were kneeling in piety, surrounding Feng Heng. I must be seeing things. Yan Yuxin suddenly realized the awkward situation she was in. The Holy Court's believers around her had all dropped to their knees in piety, and she was the only one left standing, making it seem as though she were some undercover infiltrator from the Necromancy faction. Some believers shot her disapproving glances, judging her lack of piety. What was going on here? The Holy Court was really done for. Frustrated, Yang Yuxin grumbled inwardly. She could only kneel alongside the others, pretending to pray. The only difference was that she knew she was kneeling to a necromancer infiltrator, not a true devotee. The Holy Court truly had no future at this rate. After a brief moment, several holy paladins cautiously squeezed through the crowd, coming up to Feng Heng and speaking quietly, "Greetings, favored by the Holy Realm. The Archbishop requests your presence." Feng Heng had anticipated this. He withdrew the power of the great sage's crown, nodded indifferently, and replied, "Very well, please lead the way." Under everyone's gaze, Feng Heng was escorted into the back hall of the cathedral by the holy paladins. In the reception hall, Trine, the regional bishop of the War Ruins world, met Feng Heng, accompanied by a group of believers. "Archbishop, it's an honor to meet you. I am Feng Bei, guided here by the holy god's will." Under the effect of the holy weapon simulated character, the bishop did not suspect anything unusual about Feng Heng's identity. He nodded gently and replied, "Blessed by the holy god, we welcome your arrival." Everyone, including Trine, regarded Feng Heng with curiosity. "Could you tell us how you caused the statue of God in the Great Hall to resonate?" Feng Heng smiled lightly. "It can only be called luck. I have been blessed by God and accepted the trial of advancing as the great sage." Upon hearing this, the members of the Holy Court began whispering among themselves. The advancement of the great sage? That's strange. Wasn't it said that the advancement of the great sage was controlled by the Holy Realm? How did an outsider suddenly appear, claiming to have received the great sage's advancement mission? However, judging by Feng Heng's demeanor, it didn't seem like he was lying. Moreover, the statue of God in the temple had indeed resonated with him earlier. Feng Heng paused for a moment before continuing. "While praying earlier, I sensed a power emanating from the statue of God that seemed to be connected to the great sage. This statue should be linked to the great sage." Regional Bishop Trine raised his voice slightly, interrupting the quiet discussions of the Holy Court followers, and responded, "Yes, indeed. The statue of God inside the Holy Church is different. It was established by the former great sage, and there are inscriptions left by the great sage behind the statue. The great sage in question was named Lorne, and he was in charge of God's punishment." Trine roughly explained and then continued asking, "Feng Bei, I have never seen you before, and I couldn't find any record of your identity in the Holy Court. Is this your first time here?" "Yes, I specifically came to the War Ruins world to seek help," Feng Heng replied, not wasting any words. He directly stated his request. "I accepted the advancement mission for the great sage, but I encountered significant difficulties in the mission, and it does not allow me to use the strength of the Holy Realm." Trine and the surrounding companions exchanged looks. Feng Heng's words raised some doubts. However, the holy attribute on Feng Heng alleviated most of their concerns. Trine decided to first listen to Feng Heng's purpose in seeking them out. "We understand. What do you need us to do?" "To complete the advancement to the great sage, I need to seal a powerful monster," Feng Heng explained. "Unfortunately, my current abilities are insufficient to seal the monster. I have heard that the Holy Court has sealed a powerful monster in this world." Feng Heng observed the regional bishop's expression and continued, "If possible, I would like to learn the methods of sealing powerful monsters. Once I have learned this, I will personally complete the advancement mission and seal that monster. Of course, I understand that this will require a price, and I ask that I not be treated any differently because of my identity." Feng Heng slightly bowed to the Holy Court members. "For this, I am willing to undergo any form of trials or missions to qualify to learn the sealing ability." Trine looked at Feng Heng, contemplating. It seemed that the request was not unreasonable. The requirements for the advancement to the great sage also seemed to be genuine. The people present trusted Feng Heng's words more now. Although Feng Heng repeatedly said he didn't want special treatment, after all, he was one of the candidates for the great sage, and there was a chance he would become the great sage in the future. It was impossible not to treat him differently. If they could help, naturally, they would. Chapter 2651 Ruins Learning the Method to Seal Powerful Monsters. Trine murmured to himself and soon made a decision, nodding and saying, "Feng Bei, you may not know, but the world we are in was once home to two extremely powerful races. The long-standing conflicts between these two races grew increasingly intense, eventually leading to a massive confrontation. The resulting war led to the complete annihilation of both races, and it also caused severe damage to the entire world. It was the Holy Court that rebuilt the world from the ruins. After establishing itself in this world, the Holy Court discovered that the aftermath of the final battle between the two races had caused the space here to become extremely unstable. Everywhere was filled with intense spatial turbulence, affecting spatial abilities. Additionally, the area where the two races had fought received an enormous shock of power, greatly weakening the dimensional barriers, making it highly dangerous. Large-scale dimensional rifts and dimensional turbulence frequently appeared in that region. But there was also a benefit to this: the area could block most spatial abilities. Therefore, the Holy Realm decided to build a prison here to seal dangerous monsters from lower worlds. High Priest Ron, who is from the Holy Realm, has been responsible for personally overseeing the seals. He has unique insights into the Holy Seal technique. If you can get his help, you should be able to improve your ability to seal monsters. The sealed land is relatively isolated from the outside. We deliver supplies to the sealed area once a month. The next delivery will be in 5 days, and we can arrange for you to join the supply team and enter the sealed land. However, convincing High Priest Ron to teach you the sealing techniques will be up to you to figure out. After hearing this, Feng Heng had a plan in mind. Ron. Sure enough, it was that guy. Thank you, Archbishop. The Great Sage Advancement mission has a time limit, so I want to depart as soon as possible. Could I trouble you to write a recommendation letter for me to personally deliver to High Priest Ron? You want to go alone? The regional bishop, Trine, was a bit surprised at first. After thinking for a moment, he nodded and said, "That's fine, Feng Bei. The area around the spatial seal is extremely dangerous, so be very careful. I will send a few people with you." Ding! The player has triggered mission to the land of the spatial seal. Mission name: go to the land of the spatial seal. Mission requirements: enter the land of the spatial seal and seek out Ogier to learn the sealing art from the Holy Court. Mission reward: none. Ever since Feng Heng was taken away by the holy paladins in the temple, Yan Yuxin had been lingering in the prayer hall. Even now, she was still a bit confused. How could he release such a holy power ripple? Everything that had just happened was beyond her understanding. Yan Yuxin was feeling a bit confused when, suddenly, she noticed Feng Heng in the distance, escorted by the Archbishop and protected by a group of divine holy guardians, entering the hall. What the hell? Even the Archbishop was showing such respect to him? This fraud. If she hadn't known about Feng Heng's background in advance, she wouldn't have suspected him at all. Feng Heng noticed Yan Yuxin in the crowd and, from a distance, nodded toward her and said, "I can feel the pious faith energy coming from her. If possible, let her accompany me to the sealed land." Okay. The Archbishop, without any suspicion, immediately instructed his subordinate to invite Yan Yuxin. Yan Yuxin was still in a daze when she saw Feng Heng pointing at her from afar. She then noticed the mission refresh and accepted the invitation from the Holy Court's escort team. She joined the group and embarked on the journey to the sealed land. By the time she regained her senses, she had already crossed half the globe through a teleportation passage and was sitting in a helicopter heading toward the sealed land. Occasionally, Yan Yuxin would glance at Feng Heng from time to time. There were other Holy Court members on the helicopter, so she couldn't speak with Feng Heng, afraid of attracting attention. After a while, the helicopter began to descend slowly. The head of the escort team nodded and said, "Mr. Feng Bei, we have entered the desert region. The area behind us is filled with intense spatial turbulence, and the helicopter can no longer continue flying. We will stop at a gathering point on the outskirts to rest for a while, and then we will officially enter the sealed land." "Thank you, I will follow your arrangement." The helicopter landed at a camp, and after a brief restocking, everyone boarded desert motorcycles to venture deeper into the central desert region towards the sealed land. Now, Yan Yuxin finally found an opportunity. She accelerated the motorcycle and rode beside Feng Heng, lowering her voice to ask, "Feng Bei, I am getting more and more confused by you.